than that higher midpoint.
But how could they be lower if the horizon is the distance to the horizon, like off to the sides, right? It's still the same distance, and it's still going to have this same dip angle. It's going to have the same value. So say the dip angle is 10 degrees in the center.
It looks like you just cut out.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you cut out midway.
I think he cut out. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. To me, in my mind, if you're living on this ball, then the curvature should be evident. Like by living on it, let alone when you start ascending in altitude, you should be able to discern some curvature. So I wouldn't say that you could go up 100 kilometers and still see it perfectly flat.
It could be a flaw. It could be a flaw in the mathematics themselves. That what we're using is because this dip angle stuff is not actually derived from like spherical geometry. It's derived from the side view circle. When we do the Earth curve calculators, right? We're just using a circle, right? And we're calculating the angles from that. We're not actually using like a sphere. So maybe there's some the side.
Cut out again. Yeah, so if you're at any angle,
they use so you've heard of Gogolber say this, like Wolfie 60-20, right? If I look at the horizon, like here's my eye level on my heads up display, right? This is my eye level, and look, it's the horizon is dipped down from that, right? From eye level. That's what the Globers say. I'm sure you've heard them say this 100 times.
Yes.
But every point on the horizon is supposed to have the same. Every place on the horizon should have the same dip angle.
Yes.
Right.
And no matter the edges of the image, the sides of the image, doesn't matter where it is on the horizon, they should have the same dip. So if it's dipping the same, right, from this eye level, it can't appear curved because the center will be the same as the sides.
Not sure I understand.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand as well.
So say I have a picture, right? And I draw a line across the center of the image, and that is my eye level, right? Okay. And if I draw a curve on this same image, right, and I measure, right, the angle between the eye level line and say the edges of the image is going to be larger than the center of the image. That's how you tell it's a curve, because it's not a...
It would drop down on the edges further, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's not the same angle.
Exactly. So they got a big problem because when you match it up with reality, you have a flat, a straight horizontal line across the horizon. So off to any angle, right or left.
Am I cutting out?
Yeah, you are. Off and on. Sounds like you're back.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, hold on a second. No, it's the stupid Discord app on the iPhone. It totally bites balls. I gotta restart it. Hold on.
So after you guys are done explaining this, I just...
You cut out now too. Oh shoot. I'll just talk then. That's all really the math you need to know, man. A ball, if you rise up, it's going to drop down. But I like what Indio is saying because those dip angles would be different on a sphere. If you look to the right or left, there would be a different drop angle. I think I understand that now.
Hello, how are you? Okay, so we could talk about it in terms of pixels, right? So if I draw a line across the image, let's say it's 2/3 of the way up the image from the bottom, right? And I draw a curve on that same image, a curved line, arcing, an arc, right? The center of that curve is going to be closer to that eye level line than the edges, right? So say 10 pixels versus at the edges it's 15 pixels, you can turn this into an angle. Doesn't have to be pixels, it can just turn it into an angle. But those angles are not going to be the same. They're not going to be equal angles. But it could be a problem with the math. It's just that because, like I was trying to say, in 3D graphics, they don't use any of this crap to create the images. They use something called what's called homogeneous coordinate system, which is I don't want to get like super crazy math geek nerd stuff, but it's like a form of Clifford algebra, which is like a generalized, more general form of like Euclidean geometry, I guess you'd say. Anyway, the point is it's not obvious, or it might not be true that like Euclidean geometry, like of a plane, just can automatically be converted into 3D space like that. I mean, it's possible.
I agree with what you're saying. I've heard it be described like your hula hoop vision, where you're always seeing equidistant outward. So say you've got a visual limitation of 10 or 20 miles, you're seeing 20 miles all around you in a circle. I agree with that completely. What I was talking about is that if you're looking at the 10 o'clock position and the 2 o'clock position, and those are both 20 miles away from one another, and say they're two pieces of land that jut out. Now, you know that those distances might be 35 miles or 38 miles. And in that distance, you see no discernible difference. So there's no curvature on that horizon, which is almost 40 miles. Whereas what you're talking about is your circular vision limit. Yes, it's set at 20 miles, so you're only seeing the 20. So therefore, the dip angle should be the same to all those points on the 20 miles from you. But if you take those two known distances at the 10 o'clock and the 2 o'clock, on the outer extreme of your 20-mile limit would now be about 35 miles apart. And especially over water, over that 35 miles, knowing how much curvature we should see, there should be some kind of discernible.
There should be an arc of some
in the middle.
Yeah, there should be an arc.
Slight.
I understand exactly what you're saying, and that's like if you look at like say I took a circle, right, and I say I made it the same scale
and
as
that's
like,
from
and you look at
level.
it from the side, you're going to see some arc in the center. You know what I mean? You're going to see an arc, just like you're saying. If they're 30, 60 miles apart,
So just from here on the surface, there should have been some way to see that we're actually on a sphere. And then as you go up, you see it all in its glory and majesty or whatever. But
so you're saying,
are
you saying mathematically from 250 miles, hypothetically speaking, mathematically speaking, you would definitely see a curve.
Depends on what math you're using. It just depends on what math you're using, and this is why when people make claims like math is reality, they're just nonsense. Like you can use one mathematical method and get a result, and use a different mathematical method they're valid within themselves, but they give different results. I mean, this is all over mathematics. There's all sorts of contradictions and paradoxes, and shouldn't be a surprise to anybody.
So if you do take the math,
thank you, Solar, for challenging me. Though it was uncomfortable.
Well, he's not wrong.
He's
not wrong at all. I mean,
no, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying thank you for challenging what I was saying that day, because even though I was, even though I wanted it to be true that you could see curvature from the ISS, I didn't go on repeating it because I wasn't sure if what you were saying was true. So thank you for challenging.
Well, I appreciate it. And I said it at the time, like, I know we both got a bit sort of heated trying to explain our points, but I always see if someone poses something slightly different and you have to think about it a little bit more deeply, I see that as productive. I see that as progress. And I hope that you often do that to me as well. You say, have you thought about it this way? Or maybe think about adding this into what you're talking about. and it's the purpose is to make you think deeper about it, and also to not just like mathematically, if you take the 250 miles and you work it out in feet, you can work out how far that horizon should be all around you in a circle fashion. And then if you work out the 10 o'clock and the 2 o'clock, there would have to be a discernible horizon or some hump. But you should also see that from ground level. And that was my only thing that I was objecting, was that was to me the most mind-blowing thing about flat earth, was that at 1 mile I'm supposed to see drop, and then at 2 and 3 and 4 miles, by 3 miles a whole 6-foot man is supposed to be below my feet. I was like, never, come on, like you're supposed to be seeing it from a 6-foot observer height. Like, it's supposed to be evident, but it's not. And then we go up higher and it's still not. So then they say, well, you have to go up higher. Always have to go up a bit more. Go a little bit higher, then you'll see it. And then what we know about cameras is they have the barrel distortion. So as you do get higher,
I mean, people
it
don't
does seem to curve a bit,
Well, I mean, there's problems with, like, I'm not going to get into that. Lenses at low pressure and cold temperatures distort images. They create something what's called Petzval curvature, but I don't really want to get into that. There's something like the ball that they say the Earth is a lot smaller than people realize. They just hear 3,959 mile radius, say, "Oh, that's gigantic." It's actually a lot smaller than people realize. So if you take the Bolivian salt flats, right? So you got this perfect mirror. You should be able to do, like, within 200 feet, if you do the math, right? So the resolution number I is 0.02 degrees. 0.02 degrees on the ball Earth is only 200 feet, right? So you should have a visual distortion within 200. If you have a perfect reflection, right, where all the angles are equal, you should be able to see the angles, what you're seeing reflected versus what you see in the sky, because you can compare the sky versus what's the reflection of the sky. And because of, the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection, all those angles should be equal. There should be no distortion, right? But if it's a ball Earth, then you're going to see distortion because it's a curved surface. You should be able to detect that distortion in the water, right, at the Bolivian salt flats within 200 feet of the camera. You will start seeing an increasing amount of distortion as it moves to the horizon. But we don't see any distortion in the Bolivian salt flats. It is a perfect reflection.
Well, I often say to people, like, the United States is 3,000 miles. Your entire radius is 3,959. Just visualize that for a second. Think about the United States, and then think about that being your entire radius. So in that amount of distance, you have to go from one side of an equator all the way to the other side of an equator equidistantly. It's not like, in their minds, they think from United States to China, and probably that would be the radius. Then it would be so massive that you probably wouldn't really see. But it's not that big. Like 3,000 miles, 3,900 miles. Like, shit, that thing's tiny, man.
And then
And really, I think that's kind of the disconnect, right, between us and the Globers. Is like, they didn't do the math. They didn't really take any action to comprehend, like, what is this? What are the values this model actually mean? Were you talking, Elijah? Was I talking over you?
You're roboting, Elijah.
Anyway, the point is that they've never really, they never did any, like, real analysis to, like, say, okay, like, what does this mean? What should I see? They just say things like, oh, the Earth is too big. The Earth is too big to see curve. And then you ask them, how big is it? I don't know. Well, then how do you know it's too big if you don't even know how big it is?
Just because it's always a little bit bigger than what you thought and what you need. It's so big that we might as well call it flat, but it's not flat. Couldn't possibly. How could anything work on a flat surface, which we're all on right now, but we're just on the flattened part of the ball? How could anyone exist on the flattened part of the ball?
The crazy thing is, I was reading the Bible.
Yeah, that is
And
crazy.
I'm still on Genesis. So,
Take your time,
don't
man.
diss me because I haven't made it past Genesis. It's just I'm the type of person that if I don't understand something, I'm gonna keep reading it and I'm trying to get past it so that I can just reread it like 6 times, but I can't even get past Genesis because it's so, I don't know. But anyway, the point is, when I got to the Sodom and Gomorrah part, and it talks about these cities and other cities on this plane of existence between these mountains, I was like, wait a minute, like, what is that distance? Then I started looking up planes, and then I come across the information that says, well, planes make up 1/3 of the Earth's surface, not the portion that's in the sea, but the portion that's on land, 1/3 of that. And I'm like, what? So then why the fuck do people think that's the? And then I looked up abyssal plains, which make up 50%
Yes.
of the bottom of the rest of it, of, of the ocean floor. And then I said, well, hold on. If the plane goes from one, and like it, if you have the continent, then you have the slope, and then you have the plane, and then you have the slope, and then the continent, then all of this tectonic nonsense, none of this makes any sense. It's all connected
It's all rigid.
and it's all
Yeah.
flat.
But plane in their mind means curve, just it's equidistant from the center.
Right.
So mathematically, it registers as 0 altitude change. But actually, we're just not understanding, from this fictitious central point. That's
See,
why
they
it
don't they
appears
don't
as
understand that we just don't accept, like, because they think that they need to re-educate us, and we're simply saying, no, I don't accept that because there's no evidence that that's true. They won't
Mm,
accept that we don't accept it.
because they are only parroting consensus. And if someone told you something, I was chatting on another channel called War of Words. I was saying to them, if you have no idea of anything and 5 guys come and they all tell you a story for why something occurred, in your mind, you can only allocate 20% probability to each of them. They've all got 20% chance of being real because these 5 guys all gave me their story. But then there's this little thing called the scientific method that you can then go and apply to figure out, okay, option 1 is bullshit, option 2 has probability, and maybe option 5, and the others are bullshit. And you can rigorously test those and you can find out what the actual cause was. And you don't have to trust any one of those guys. You know it. But that takes work. And no one wants to go do the work. It's much easier just to believe guys. So when 5 guys present their option, if you're one of the people who just take each one of them as probable, then you probably fall into the category of thinking every religion is all the same. And how should I trust Buddhism over Christianity over, because to you, they're all just stories. And everyone's told you a story, and now you must decide who you're going to trust, which storyteller are you going to trust. But you must never trust a storyteller. You must go and discern if it's true or not. And it's that going and doing the stuff yourself that then will make you so adamant because you went and did the foundation work. So you know why you came to that conclusion. It's not someone told it to you. And then when you ask them a question, they go, because there's no foundation below it. It's just an assumption based on what they heard. And that's when I'm the most adamant, when I've actually gone and checked it myself. and I know these numbers off by heart. Gone down to water, and I've looked across over 40 kilometers, over 50 kilometers, and you can see the shoreline. And you go and do the mathematics, and you see that this doesn't make any sense. It cannot be a ball of 3959 with what that curve is meant to be when you stand at water and look out at it.
The latest comment on my video that I did with the long distance observation was, how did you determine the amount of obstruction? Looks like you are way off. My answer was, I using the globe Earth curvature calculator.
Yeah, they always
They are
assume
dead.
you're way off because they haven't
We got a
gone
piece
to
of
check.
advice. Yeah. Well, no. Hold on a second. They'll just lie. I hate to tell you, like, having been in YouTube comments for a long time and post my own videos, they'll just come in and tell lies. They don't care. They will literally say anything.
Yeah,
I had a guy arguing to me that plumb lines curve, dude. And that curving plumb lines, you know what a plumb line is, right?
yeah.
Yeah, the dude's arguing that plumb lines actually do curve, and hundreds of scientists have measured plumb lines curving. Like, this is ludicrous. I mean, seriously, but they don't care. But they have to say it because in the globe model, in geodesy, plumb lines curve in their little mapping model. So they have to have them. So he didn't have any evidence that actually happened. So he just made it up, just lies. That's what they do. So they'll just say it's way off. So some random person that looks at the comments goes, yeah, he's just wrong, flat earther. I'm going to just move on.
I'm getting to a point where I'm actually don't even want to comment anymore or reply to comments because it's just ridiculous the way they come.
Oh, dude, it's a time. They'll just waste your time. They'll just sit there and it's a total time sink. I actually started turning comments off in my videos.
Right, because you just started doing your own observations, right? Did you think that when you had the personal information yourself, that all of a sudden you'd be able to flip copious amounts of globe earthers? Like, hell no. Like, that's what I thought. Like when I went to my friends and I was like, guys, yo, I don't think the moon landing is a thing. What are you, a flat earther? Oh my God, I thought you were smart. Turns out you're the dumbest motherfucker here. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, just be ready for no matter what good evidence you have for them to just be like, yeah, well, the problem is you didn't take into account. That's what it's always going to be.
Yeah.
Or you're misunderstanding how. I had someone tell me that I misunderstand how the horizon works. I'm like, how the horizon works. All right.
Maybe the batteries are flat.
Does the horizon work? Who engineered the horizon?
Gets up, makes itself a cup of coffee. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just I thought I'll mention though. You guys are talking about the curvature and the horizon and things like that, and that was the latest comment on my video. It's like, oh my God, it looks like I'm way off. Okay.
Yeah, I was just trying to tell you, don't take what they say to heart because they'll just. I mean, someone says you got the math wrong, just double check. If it ain't wrong, beat feet, buddy. You're just lying.
I put in everything there. Every bit of information possible is in that video. Math, screenshots, location, GPS location, everything.
You're not taking into account the gravitational refraction, sir.
Well,
Yeah, I did forget that. So that's where I'm going to be able to.
Everything that you detailed, we have with the Black Swan.
Yeah.
Like
It's fucking shocking.
Oh, and they're just like, oh, word. What was the temperature along that line of sight that day? Like, give me the temperature for every fucking inch, or it didn't happen. Like, okay, like that's I
What?
can't help you after like because this is when they tell you that they're mentally deranged. That's what they're telling you. It's like there's just sometimes it's too deep, it's too far. Like
Yeah.
I'm not here to
That's
tell.
you got a new
I'm,
channel, right? Your channel's brand new, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just trying to give you just a heads up, man. Don't
No,
take it to heart.
100%.
I
No,
shared
no,
your
no.
video on
I'm
Twitter and stuff, so I mean, you could be getting like just the Twitter people are just crazy, insane people. So they might be posting in there too. You're gonna recognize the same names over and over again, doing the same stuff. I'm sure you got a guy that came in and said, show us the flat Earth map or show us the flat Earth model or some ridiculous stuff like that. There's the same clown that goes to every flat Earth video and says the same crap over and over again on every single one. So that's what you're in for.
Oh, wait. Yeah. Someone says, I don't know about you, man, but I can see a curve. Where the fuck does this guy see a curve in my video? Oh, my God. Okay. That was 5 minutes ago. But yeah, I don't take it to heart. It's just like, do you actually reply to these fucking people or do you just ignore it?
well, that's the thing. The reason we're
At
in this
first,
mess is because we didn't ignore them. Like, because
Okay.
that's
So I
what we
ignored
should
it.
have did. Like with Flat Earth Society and Obama came out. We first of all, these are glorified fucking actors. All of them. All of your pundits on TV, your news people, anyone who's famous, they are all glorified actors. Yo, as a matter of fact, you'll notice that in the movies that hit those box office numbers that they like they always put the actual news pundits and the actual people who claim to be scientists in those movies, you know, right? Because they're all actors and
Yeah.
people relate to them as as the characters that they portray. So 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 what we should have done from the beginning is look at Obama and all these other silly motherfuckers like, oh, word, okay. Anyway, back to my friends and family. Bruh, look at the radius. Have you looked into any of this geometry? Like, we should have just straight up let's you get what I'm trying to say? Like
Yeah.
we gave them legitimacy by answering to all of their straw mans and red herrings this long. Like we're engaged with them, and that takes away a lot of time that we should be dedicating to actually finding the people who want to know what's going on.
True that.
I mean, seriously, like that. Shouldn't
well,
that
let me tell
same
you how I
thing?
did it when I first started my channel.
Yeah.
Well, just let me finish. I just want to give them like. At first, I would just answer every comment, and then I like deleted assholes comments, and then I went to I'm only gonna answer. I'm gonna be like, okay, I'm only gonna answer comments for 15 minutes, then I got to move on with my life, and then I moved to just comments off.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't want to delete any comments. I had a few comments that I see were held for review. I released them. I don't want to be. I
Yeah.
don't want to get ridiculed for saying I'm hiding comments or I'm hiding questions. I'm just gonna. I
Yeah.
rather
Well,
just
what I would
approve
do.
everything.
Listen, if they have stupid comments like I can see Curve, I will go. What I'll do, I'll go to their channel to see how old the channel is, right? So you get a lot of stocks, or how many subs they have, or how many people they're sub to, or if there's anything on the channel whatsoever. If there's nothing on the channel, they have no subs, or the account's brand new. I just block them and delete their comments
Ah.
because they're obvious trolls. You know what I mean? They're obvious sock accounts.
Yeah, he's got a
You know
video
Gem
pretty
Panda,
close.
right?
What's
You
up?
know what Gem Panda is? Gem Panda. You know who that is, right? Gem
No.
Panda. Oh, you don't? Fuck, dude. He runs that flat Earth debate and more. Debate flat Earth and more. He's a doofus. Anyway, when I first got into flat Earth, man, someone got a screenshot of all his sock accounts. Now this is like so-called big Gulber or whatever you want to characterize it. He's got a Discord. I don't know how many people are in there, like a couple thousand. He's been like combating flat Earth since the beginning. Anyway, that dude alone had something like 30 sock accounts. So, I mean, and he's supposed to be one of the upstanding ones. So I can only imagine what the degenerate ones are. They probably got hundreds of sock accounts. I swear some of these people must get paid, man. Like, how can you fight flat Earth 15 hours a day?
Yeah, it's true, eh?
Well, tell them how many sock accounts Kosho had.
Oh my God. Dude, Kosho, like, and Big Fokker, right? Between those two, I'd say 1,000 bands between this and the old server. 1,000 accounts banned. That's not even an exaggeration.
That's about fair.
Now, where did he have time to do this here while also refuting me at Jim's, while also being at Nathan Oakland's? 3 different servers. How does he even have the kind of time to do this? Like, you know what I'm doing? Like, I talk shit about Flat Earth, and
Have the time to hit on all the girls in their DMs. How does he have time to do all this, man?
work. I don't know. Like,
Dude,
because I don't have time,
Kosho's
like,
full-time job was
for
hitting
Flat
on
Earth and
chicks in
getting
DM.
citations, like when I'm putting all my time into like gathering citations because they keep deleting sources and shit, and I got to recycle the amount of time that takes just for like 3-4 solid arguments. I don't understand how he has the time he has to. I just don't, like, I don't get it. This is why I forget half the shit that I learned, right? Because I don't have time to keep up with it all. Like, at some point, you just got to be okay with knowing that the earth is flat, or it's going to, like, consume your life. But their motivation on their side, because they're everywhere. Like, if you go into, like, that dude's snack is, like, in every potential. Like, there are certain servers that have a potential to go from whatever conspiracy they're talking about to seriously looking into flat Earth. Like, they're on that cusp. Like, I've been hearing about flat Earth. I'm gonna finally decide to have some of these people over because some people say that there's this FE society and this misinformation. I want to get the information from the horse's mouth. It seems like there are individuals like Snack that pop up at all of those places, and it's like, how do these motherfuckers know where we are? Where we're trying to have conversation. Like, what? How do they do
They
it?
probably have parents that are in the military / NASA / they're just scientists and shit. I wouldn't be surprised if these government operatives said to their kids, "Hey, get on this server and infiltrate it, and we'll give you a couple bucks or whatever."
Like you've detailed, Elijah, you can't put that much time into something unless you're being remunerated for it, and unless that there's some sort of support staff. The J Triggs spoke about that you were paid an amount based on how many hundreds of sock accounts you had. So when you find someone who already has over 1,000 bands, it kind of shows you what caliber of person you're dealing with, and how Kosho, like you say, pops in and out wherever. It's almost like he's needed. It's all of them. Like you say, you can go to a random chat, you start talking, and suddenly 2 or 3 guys will pop in that'll start repeating the same globe earth lies in the same order, refuting your points with the same shit. And you're like, where the fuck did you just come from?
You guys hear me?
I swear to God, I watched him. Yeah, we can hear you.
I got a question.
I swear to God, I watched him. ODD. Yeah, thanks. Anyway, ODD, when he had a stream, I literally watched him change shifts in his chat, dude. Like, literally, dude was like, I gotta go. So some other Globers came in, was like, hey, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. And they, like, changed shift, and the other one started making the same bullshit comments the other one that just left was making. And that other person was in there for, like, 8 hours straight. It's crazy, man. It's craziness.
Here.
A little shift change, dude.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, don't mean to change the subject. I just got.
No, it's cool.
I got a couple questions about.
I'll let you know that I'm very suspicious of you popping in while we're trying to expose the J Tricks. But go on.
No, I'm totally. This is the first time I've ever been on anything like this. I've been listening for years. I just got a question about relative density.
Oh boy. Yo.
What about
All right. Okay.
All right.
Go
So
for it.
when helium is in a balloon, is the balloon the medium of the helium?
the medium of the helium would be the surrounding air. The balloon would simply be
No,
covering.
but is the balloon the actual medium of the helium? Because the helium is
No.
inside the balloon.
No.
No, because you have a paradox. When the balloon isn't filled with helium, the plastic simply sinks. And when it is filled with helium, it rises. So you have a paradox of which are you going to go with? Is the medium of the balloon rising or sinking at that point? That's an interesting question, but the medium would tend to be seen as the surrounding.
But
Perkins.
Oh, I understand. Well, I
when
understand that the
taking
air.
density, but when taking density into account, you do factor the container and the volume inside it to work out the relative density of the entire object. So in that regard, yes, the balloon and the helium would be added together to work out its relative density. So a heavier balloon material versus a thinner balloon material, that balloon would have a different relative density. But in terms of, is the balloon the helium? No, the balloon is nylon or plastic.
No, I didn't ask that. I asked if the balloon, because the helium is contained inside the balloon, is the balloon itself, is the rubber balloon, is that the medium of for the helium? Because
No.
it's inside.
Did you hear my point?
Well, let me ask it like this. Can you give us, if this is an example of the balloon being the medium, can you give us another example of this?
What do you mean? No, I'm just asking.
Well, you're asking the question. Give us another example. Give us another question about something else related.
So is the
Well, I
plastic
thought-
container
Can I?
the
I'm
water?
not even.
Okay,
Is the plastic container the water? No. The plastic container that's containing the water is not the water. The water is the medium. The plastic container is containing the medium. The medium is the helium. The plastic is containing that helium called a balloon. Simple.
Also, media need to be contained. They do not, well, they do contain, but media, plural, also need to be contained. Water needs to be contained. Air needs to be contained. So if you're talking about a medium, normally it needs to be contained. The plastic of the balloon is a container. It normally doesn't need to necessarily be contained.
Okay.
Okay. It's not plastic. It's latex or rubber, and it's flexible. It reaches hydrostatic equilibrium with the air pressure surrounding it. So it is neutral to the environment.
Okay. So if the helium, okay, no, I'm just trying to just get my head around this, because the helium is not being if it's contained within a solid object, how can its density be affected by what's outside the container? Because, for example,
The balloon is changing.
hold on. Let me.
The density. Well, I'm just saying the density. The density of the balloon is not static.
Correct.
It's not static. It changes until it reaches hydrostatic equilibrium.
But like I explained, when you work out the density of an ocean-going vessel, you add up the empty space along with the metal, and when divided by the volume, you get the relative density of the entire object, and therefore it floats on water even though it weighs hundreds of tons in steel. So the relative density of the entire exterior of the ship is less, or it's less dense than the water, the amount of water that it would have to displace, so it remains buoyant. So it's the same thing with a balloon. you're adding the balloon outer case plus the balloon inner, the medium inside, adding them together, getting an average, and that average is still less than the air, so it rises.
It's a whole package. It's the latex helium package, really. Because the latex keeps it from taking up too much space, and it defines the volume of space it takes up, which has implications for density, which is, mass per unit volume, basically.
Okay, so when you fill a balloon with helium, and it wants to go up, when you blow a balloon up, and it will take the same shape if you put the same amount of air in the balloon as you had the helium in, or that you had helium in. Just blowing it up is the balloon is going to take the same shape, but yet it won't go up. So you're not changing the density of the balloon because it's going to be the same shape as if it had helium in it. So why is the helium making it go up?
Well, they cover that by saying that even though it looks like it has the same shape, there's still a bit more compactness with the air internally. And so you can take like a aluminum ball, you can make it a certain shape, but if you make it a really tight, compact shape of a certain size versus a hollow shape with this aluminum ball over here, the more hollow shape and volume of the aluminum ball will tend to rise in, say, water, and the more compact aluminum ball of the same shape but with more stuff packed in it will tend to sink. So it'll look like the same volume, but inside it'll be more or less compact in the current theory. So it looks like the same volume, but inside it's more compact in the current theory. Something like that.
Well, helium is lighter than air. That's why.
Okay, now lighter.
when you said density didn't change, that's just not that's wrong, because the volume changed, but the density is definitely different.
No, you blow it up
relative
to the same
density
volume.
has changed.
Exactly, the same volume, but the density of the oxygen that you're putting into the carbon dioxide or whatever is in it is different than the density of the helium.
Okay, so
same mass. I'm sorry, same volume, different amount of mass, essentially, by saying that there's more stuff compact into that volume.
Just say different amount of substance because you don't want to get into the definition war.
Yeah. Okay,
well, if you
just
fill
for
up the ocean
purposes, stuff. Mass is
if
stuff.
you filled up that ocean vessel with water, all those compartments that need to be air to make the relative density of that object float, if you fill up those compartments with water, it will sink because you've changed the relative density by changing what went inside of those compartments and their relative density in conjunction with the medium that surrounds them. So by placing water in a ocean-going vessel and there's water around it, it makes it neutrally buoyant, but it needs positive buoyancy to remain buoyant. So once it's neutrally buoyant, it's going to start to sink. Same thing with your explanation with blowing it up from your own oxygen from your mouth. You haven't imparted a lighter gas into that balloon. You've imparted the same or a similar medium to what the medium surrounding it is. So you've made something neutrally buoyant. So which means it neither goes up or down. But by injecting a lighter density gas, the relative density of the entire system will always rise. And you can take 1,000 explanations, but it's always the same. If the contents change, the relative density of that object changed.
Okay, now what I don't understand is how the helium, when it's contained in a physical thing, how is it being affected by the medium of the air? Why would it make it go up when it's not even technically it's not even part of the medium of the air, because it's completely separate, because it's encased within the balloon. So why would how can it be? Yes, I understand that less dense air will go up and everything. I understand that. But when it's contained within something, how is it being affected by the medium of the air? And
But you're
making
trying to
it
think
go
of
up?
affected. You're trying to think of affected like a force. Like, how is this force being applied to that thing if there's something dividing it like a barrier? But it's not like that. There is a natural tendency towards equilibrium. And if something is less dense, it rises. There's no handshake between the two, an agreement, and that they have to coordinate between themselves. It just happens. Let me take your analogy back. Like you said, it's got a surface or a container. So let's use a solid. How does a solid know that it should fall down? It's because it's more dense.
Equilibrium.
It's more dense than what's around it, so it falls. If something is less dense than what's around it, it rises. But you were asking the question, how does the thing that's less dense know to rise? How does the helium know to be benchmarking itself against the oxygen if there's something dividing it? But together, they just tend towards equilibrium. So there isn't like an agreement or a force, an actual one thing acting on another. There is a tendency. Now, the ball earth likes to say that the things are attracted down and that's why things move up. So the lighter air is being pulled, or the heavier air is being pulled down, and the lighter object is then being displaced upward. But the real crux of the matter is that when it's heavier, it will fall through the medium. If it's relatively more dense than the medium around it, and if it's less dense than the medium around it, it will rise.
Okay, but that's the
100%
thing,
of the time.
It's not in the medium of the air. It's in the medium, or it's within the balloon. That's what I can't get my head around.
No, it is.
I mean,
So the
you
balloon
could
is
say when
one.
you blow air, you could say when you blow air into the, like, it's because up and down is really a red herring, because it's because there is no up and down. The heliocentric model is actually towards the center and away from the center. So when you consider the gas in this perspective, the gas wants to expand, not just go up or down. But I can give you an example where, okay, I have air. Air obviously expands to fill the container. But if I blow it into a balloon, it's going to fall to the ground. But it's still going to separate and expand in that container and have the collision.
Well, I understand that, but
Closest.
okay. So the air.
So you're saying up and down, but it's really that things do a lot of things. They go up, down, sideways, and as far as air goes, it just seems to expand.
Well, no, I'm
You're
only
the
saying up
closest.
because the helium will make the balloon go up. I mean, that's the only reason I'm saying that. I understand that gases
Right,
expand in all
but
directions.
on the inside of the ball, right, you have the air pushing outwards in every direction. So
Right.
we have, so like thinking about a globe, it's literally the opposite.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird? It's literally the opposite of what we experience. You have a ball, but you have the air moving
Open
inward.
system closest.
Okay.
And that's if you're going off of the, and that's if you're going off of the out of date gravity.
Can I try something? So imagine instead of a balloon, you take like a playground ball and you take it underwater.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you see what's going on there?
Well, that's the balloon seeking equilibrium.
Exactly.
But the thing is, the balloon is more dense than the air. So how can? I mean,
But
why?
is it more dense than the water?
hold on. I'll tell you how. It's because the buoyant force can overcome weight, as in even a hot air balloon. Once the buoyant force increases, it's still going to try to reach equilibrium, even though it is contained in the balloon. It's still buoyant. So it overcomes any weight involved. Once that
Okay.
buoyant force increases enough that it overcomes whatever weight is involved, it can lift it.
Yeah,
Okay,
just think
so
of
why isn't the helium in equilibrium when it's in the balloon?
okay,
Because
imagine
it's contained in there.
in this big steel tank so that it doesn't.
Can I?
So we put it into this really thin plastic so that the density and weight from that doesn't affect the buoyant force.
Something else I just thought about. I mean, why shouldn't the balloon get heavier? Well, okay, maybe not heavier. Let me take that back. But what I originally wanted to say was, if gravity is a thing, then why is it that the balloon gets smaller because the air is escaping or the helium is escaping versus it's smaller because the molecules are more densely packed together because of gravity?
You'd expect gravity to pack it together?
Good question.
Well, the thing is, you're saying that the helium's in equilibrium with the balloon, but that's not true. The helium is constantly trying to escape said balloon and pound against the walls of the balloon. I guess a certain amount of equilibrium is there, but it expanded. And so there does appear to be a bit of a tug of war that goes beyond equilibrium, don't you think, with the latex of the balloon? And the latex of the balloon may not have been in equilibrium with its environment since it's floating when it normally doesn't float. But I don't know. We could be talking about charge separation, as well, electric universe versions of uppity, downity, gravity. There's other possibilities. Maybe the balloon has a charge that makes it, float up toward a charged layer in the atmosphere, go down toward a charged layer. There's different possibilities.
Tethering, yeah, electromagnetic tethering. But you can use hot air balloons as well. That is an open balloon. So they take a basket with people and then they take a couple of 100 kilograms up just by injecting heat into the system, which is less dense air, into an open container. And you can gain and rise altitude and you can do all kinds of things. So
Well, that's one of the things
manipulation of the relative density of the entire object. Did the human beings inside the hot air balloon ever become less dense that they should float? No. But together as a system, the entire system is less dense, therefore it rises. And the way that you think about a solid falling through air is because the air cannot support that solid. The same way that the opposing thing from above is that the air is normally too less dense to allow anything to enter it until something that's less dense and then it rises into it. The same way that if you had something supporting that object in the air, it wouldn't fall if there was an object under it that could support it. But because the air is less dense, it can't support that object, so it falls. So there's no magic interaction. It's just moving towards equilibrium always.
Okay, so the balloon without the helium is more dense than the air, so it just lays there.
It's the same density. It's the same, okay, a little bit more because of the outer plastic that made it more. Yes, I agree. Or the outer nylon, latex.
So the balloon, the physical balloon is actually more dense. So when you actually add the helium to it, you're actually adding mass to it. So how can adding more mass to it actually make something that's already more dense than the air? How can that actually make it less dense than the air?
It does. It is less dense. The helium is less dense. Do you see the article I put on 51 minutes? There's about the buoyant force.
If you
I'm sorry.
add negative to something, it's
Am I
going
not being
to.
heard?
I heard you, Sonny.
I didn't catch what he said.
Okay, because I know it's hard. It's a little difficult for me too, but it's basically like pressure mediation. But also, there's a thing. The reason why I think is what you're asking. That's the complex question because is it electrical buoyancy or is it just the buoyant force? What is causing it is a deep question. But we have pressure mediation. The balloon's still going to go up because, see, you have greater pressure at the surface. It's basically like pushing the balloon up until it reaches that point where the pressure below it is equalized with the pressure above it, and it reaches equilibrium. That's why it'll get to a certain height, and then it will just sit there and float.
I guess the space that you're filling up with the balloon is filled with a much more energetic gas that now has lifting power. It has a whole lot more energy and lifting power to lift this object in a medium that's not otherwise supporting the object and would otherwise let it drop and fall. This energetic helium can lift objects and take it up with its energy up to the layer that it would like to go to based off of electricity, charge separation, or whatever possibly. There's other possibilities with this stuff other than a pull of, gravity or whatever.
Yeah, it's similar to if you were scuba diving and you're 20 feet down, and then you are buoyant at 20 feet down, and you're sitting there breathing. You're not going up or down. So then when you put air into your rescue device, your buoyancy. It's been so long since I
Respirator.
you have a
Rebreather.
thing around your neck. No, it's a buoyancy thing. You can increase your buoyancy, go up or down by putting air in this. It's like a balloon around your neck.
It's
a little collar that you wear. Yeah.
Your bladder, the summing bladder.
Yeah, so you can raise your buoyancy and then you're going to go up. That air that you're putting in there is contained just like the balloon in the air is. It still goes up because it's got this force where it's being pushed with pressure from beneath to a place. It's pushing it up to a place where it has less pressure beneath. So you get to the surface and then that's it. That's where equilibrium is.
It's like you're being.
Well, why don't you answer the question? Sorry, real quick. Why don't you answer the question? If you're putting more mass, which gives more of a potential for a gravitational pull between one mass and the other, why is it going up?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah. If we live on a globe with
we don't.
Newtonian physics, but I'm saying if we did, then why would it go up? Because that's the nature of your question. You're asking why it goes up. I don't understand why you're asking, really. Because we don't know why. I don't know if you know that we don't know why.
Elijah, can I hop in? I just want to say I want to get him to think about something else, when he's considering this question, because the only thing that he's thinking about is the amount of matter. He's forgetting about the relative part. The matter that you're adding, right? You're increasing the amount of matter that is less dense than the air. So before, all the matter that you had was just the balloon, which is more dense than the air. So you must introduce enough matter that is less dense than the air to overcome the matter that is more dense than the air. So the more helium that you add, because the helium is less dense than the air, you have to add enough to overcome the more dense of the balloon itself. So it's not just a question of matter, it's a question of whether or not that matter is less dense than the air. If you add more matter that is less dense than the air, then it's going to rise.
Okay, that I do get that. But this is, again, I know you guys are going to get frustrated with me, but what I don't understand is that how can the helium that's inside it, yes, I know it's less dense than the air, but it's not in the air anymore. It's in the balloon, which is more dense than the air.
The balloon is a medium, holding the helium within the balloon. The air is the medium, the helium and the balloon are in.
Right. Oh, no. Okay.
So now it appears to be
okay,
a
that's what I
new
disagree.
package.
That's where I disagree.
So
The
you're trying to
air,
say that the helium shielded from the air, therefore it shouldn't matter the relative density since it's separated by this latex from the air. I
exactly.
don't know if that's necessarily the case.
Well, that's why I'm asking, because I mean, is it to me it seems logical that when you separate the helium from the air, it's not. It may be less dense than the air, but it doesn't matter because it's not in the air. It's within something that's more dense than the air.
Your
So,
mixture?
yeah.
Because I think they say even helium has a slight amount of air that's still in there, so it may be more accurate to say the very pure helium air mixture that's mostly like 99% helium is put into the balloon, but if there's a medium of air still in there, there may still be, you know, a medium differential with the 1% bit of air that's left in there, possibly. So maybe we're predicating this, you know, in a false way where there may be some air still in there even then. But
Okay,
but
that's
you're still
different,
you're not
it's
considering
still
that it's
separate
still.
from the other air. It's
No,
still
what
within
he's
the
trying to say
medium
is,
of the
why
balloon.
does the helium know that it's in the air if it's inside the balloon?
Unfortunately, it doesn't know anything. It's just what it is.
Oh no, that okay. So
that's the nature of his question.
Here, I might
So
be
he's
able to
asking about the
I
nature of interaction.
might be able to help you real
Can I
quick,
clarify
sir.
this?
Without the
Hold on,
medium,
let me
without
just make myself more clear for a real second. Okay, the medium. This is how I see it. This is how it seems logical to me. The medium is within the medium of the balloon.
No,
And
no.
the balloon
The two
is
mediums,
in the medium
there's
of
two
the air.
mediums. It's the helium in the air. The container containing the helium is what's making the one medium float on top of the other medium. If the helium was not contained within the balloon, it would just rise to the top of the room and you wouldn't even know it was there.
Well, I know that. But
Well,
it's
the only way
so
that I
now
know of to answer your question is basically if you're talking about a wall of latex and there's still being some level of interaction where it's going up as if it's still in the air without that latex there, the only thing that I could cover that with is sound and vibration, radio waves, some sort of sound and frequency that is passing through the walls and still being communicated between the media. That's the only option that I know of that can pass through walls and still communicate even though there's a layer of latex separation. So my answer based on that would be some electromagnetic frequency or vibration that is still being communicated between the helium, air, and balloon, allowing it to go up or down. That's the only option that would be available.
I have to draw the line on that. Hold on. I have to draw the line. I have to draw the line on that. No, there's no communication. Wait,
Before you
I
draw
just
a
want
line, because what you say is going to spur everyone else to talk about this, and it's going to get away from the central point. Like I
don't want to do that. Yeah, you're right.
Tell Lemon later.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I wanted to hear what Riggs was saying because he characterized the other guy's point well, as if he had a response that hasn't been stated yet. I'd like to hear that.
I was just trying to help you guys understand what he's asking. Because I'm hearing a lot of responses that make sense to us, but he's clearly lost on the idea that, like, yes, helium is in the balloon, right? But the helium is not physically touching the air outside the balloon. So how does the helium know that it's supposed to take the balloon somewhere?
Exactly.
Because objects want to seek equilibrium. Objects. Do you understand that objects like to seek equilibrium? Does that make sense to you, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. So an object wants to seek equilibrium. So when you just have the balloon and no helium, well, the balloon, you're right, it's going to currently more dense than the room air, and it's going to fall to the ground. But when you introduce helium into the balloon, now you're making it more dense. So the object now is a helium balloon rather than just a balloon. And the object wants to seek equilibrium. So it has a new density now that you've introduced gas to it, and it will rise because it wants to seek equilibrium. That's what's happening.
I just don't understand
I'm
how
sorry,
the
but
how the
I kind of don't
helium.
like that explanation because objects don't understand shit. Yeah, I'm sorry to say that way. I mean,
I kind of agree. I agree. The wording is kind of, because when I
yeah,
heard it, I was like, sounds kind of gravity kind of, but we don't
yeah.
under the. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's just the nature of things, right? So things tend to, you know, go to where their density equilibrium is, right? Um, that I mean that there's nothing controlling what it goes up or down. It's just the way things work. It's
But
density
it's a
is less.
law. That's why.
Yeah, exactly.
What you're sitting here seeking an explanation for something that we know only has a description. There is no explanation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a law, right? That's like saying, well, what is fire? What is water? I don't even fucking know, to be honest.
Yeah, we
I
can't
really don't.
answer why objects want to seek their equilibrium. They just do. So when you're changing the density of it, that's why it's changed direction, because the density will affect where the object chooses to seek equilibrium. Why it does that, we don't know.
Okay, well, okay. Again, I think only one guy is getting what I'm actually asking. Why is the helium actually changing the density of the balloon?
It's just like heat. Heat causes, you can take air, and if the air is heated up, I believe what it's doing is it's creating distance between the gas molecules, and there's more space, it's more spread out, and that's why it rises. So that's why it will rise to the top. So
Well,
that's
that's like asking why things rise or why things fall.
I
You
would
know,
have to say
there's
the nature. It's the nature of the gas in the balloon. I believe if you filled it with propane, it would drop to the floor. Propane's heavier than air, so it's the nature of the gas you're putting into the container.
But I get what he's saying, and this is why it's frustrating. This is why I'm trying to say, well, we don't have an answer. It's a good ass question that I would like to know the answer to. As also, like why is the thing that's contained moving upward? Like, so you're, because basically what you're saying is because there's more energy now, it knows. Well, like more energy equals up. Why is the question?
right.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, well, hold on. Hasn't this has already been explored once, right? I mean, okay, so we have to just accept that there's more than just one variable. It's more than just density. Density is the most prominent one. It's the most prevalent one. It's the one that we observe the most and are more aware of. But there are other variables, such as, electro. We don't even really know all the different variables, but someone has actually. Like I was just getting ready. I was thinking to myself, well, maybe we can just say like, Elijah's saying that we don't know, and we don't know this, the specific one, because there is not a specific one. There are many, right? And I was getting ready to say that maybe we should just say that we don't know, and tell the guy that's asking this question, okay, well, maybe you should go do some experimentation and test and see what can cause it to go up. But someone has actually done that. Remember, the guy that did, I post the video all the time with the helium balloons, and he introduced an electrostatic charge to it, and it caused them to, because he put a weight on them, right? And when he introduced an electrostatic charge to it, they rose, even with the weight on, right? So there's many factors in play here. So you can't just look at one, you have to look at all of them. If you want to determine which one, I mean, yeah, density is the most prominent, the most prevalent one, right? The one that carries the most weight, pun intended.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to explore other
Elijah nailed
options,
it.
I'd go into electricity or sound and frequency to explain why the separated helium appears to still be going up despite separation from the surrounding air medium. It appears that you need something that goes through the wall, and sound, electricity, or frequency appear to be the only candidates available currently, but there might be other options as well.
I have a question about that.
Next up, can you tell me what causes entropy? I mean, that's pretty much
Why-
what you're asking us.
Why is why is
exactly
hot
the same
hot?
question.
Why is hot hot and why is cold cold? How does it know to be cold?
That's actually one of my questions. Is there any known effect where like hot or cold will make something go up or down?
Hot
Could
air
that be
balloon?
one of the variables as well?
A hot air balloon?
balloon.
There you go.
Well,
So
I
who's
mean,
asking this?
well,
Because
no, wait,
I w-
wait.
Elijah, I'm
If
not
I
taking
have a
over. I'm just wanting him to look in the voice text chat and get that video. That's it. Go ahead.
okay, if I have a hot rock and a cold rock, is one gonna sink faster? Or, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know.
Well, if you spin an object really fast by the De Palma effect, it rises and goes down faster than it normally would if it's not spinning. So at least the rate of, I don't know, spin or movement of the object is influencing how it rises and falls past this gravity, downity, whatever the heck they're talking about. So that might relate to heat as well, because heat is seen as movement that's really fast, a really high speed of vibration and collision. That might be a possible linkage.
So does a gyro at full spin fall at the same rate as a gyro not at full spin?
No, there's anti-gravity effects. It starts to weigh less.
Right.
Gravity.
Isn't it all about energy? Like, they're like, so no one knows why. What they're saying that no one knows why hot air, flows into the cold. Isn't it just all about energy?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, even when you're down in the
So we do know.
ocean,
So we do know
you
why.
surface really
I
fast.
don't.
And if you surface too fast, you come up and decompress and quite literally explode. It explodes out and balloons
Yeah.
out your tissues like you were infused with a bunch of energy and gas down there in the ocean. And you come up too fast before it can dissipate into the surrounding medium, and you're gonna, explode or die. It looks kind of like, that you can be infused with gas, energy, and rise and float and potentially explode.
So why doesn't the skin from our body separate the medium from within from without? Well, I guess that's the same. That's still the same question.
Yeah, it looks like it's not much of a barrier. That stuff is still getting through sound, frequency, vibration, maybe even particles. So
Why
it looks
wouldn't we?
like the separation appears to be nominal at best.
Yeah, like think about that. What you said, who was that, Elijah? About our skin being a barrier between what's inside. Why wouldn't we float around like a balloon or get blown around by the wind if that was the case? So helium's going to try to go up to equilibrate, regardless if it's in a container or not. It's still the buoyant force. I would read up on the buoyant force. It's not going to tell us the mind of God of why there's a up and down and why things rise. Like, we're never going to answer that question, but we might be able to find out some of the actions taking place with the buoyant force, which is a real force, versus like gravity, which is not a force at all.
So did I accidentally?
You kind of know now.
Your mic is a little
Did I?
There you go.
Is this better?
Pull your mic out of your beard.
Did I accidentally stumble on? Because sometimes instead of providing an argument, I'll just
Now you're roboting.
ask a question, and it'll be the same, except with my own example.
Yeah, we're only getting like 1 out of every 6 words, so it's
So it'll be analogous, but
You got to renew your membership.
all right, I'll be back.
Spiral or Elijah, did you guys manage to pardon me?
I don't think Elijah even saw the message in the text
Yeah.
chat. So
And Spiral?
maybe Spiral, Jimsy, any of them could, I guess. He was trying to post something, and the bot kept getting him. And I asked him to, after I saw what he was trying to post, and it went messages on. I asked him to try it again. And it still got him. So I'll post what he was trying to post, and you guys can maybe look at it and see why the bot got him. But anyway, we're trying to get a mod to pardon him.
Oh, so so if now in the future, I'm not like in sort of limited to doing things now. Is it everything back to normal? Or what's up?
So Birman,
no.
was it a YouTube link?
No, not at all. Exactly what
Roger.
Truth posted now.
I just posted it in the Livestream voice text.
But only the text.
Oh yeah, it probably gets you on the 5 grams, 5G.
Oh right. You know what? I didn't even think about that.
God.
Oh jeez.
All right, let me try it again. Hold up.
The 5 Gs. Yeah. You're right.
That's weird.
Oh,
Weirdos.
it got me again.
Weirdos at YouTube.
Yeah, you need to. Yeah, it's because of the 5G. So I think that
You have it in there twice.
Yeah, you have it in there twice. 1.5, 0.1785 grams, 1.25 grams.
Just spell grams with a J. We'll know what you're saying.
So
Fuck
what
it.
I was gonna say
I won't post it
earlier
again.
is, did I stumble? Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the chat. I'm out riding around. But what I was gonna say is, what do you guys think about that? Sometimes I'll ask the question, but I'll change, like, because they obviously think whatever they're saying is real, and I'll just change the example, and I'll say, well, does that make sense? Obviously, they'll say no, and I'm like, well, that's the same as what you just said just now. That's kind of, oh, I didn't did I did share it with you guys. We played it earlier. This video of this girl on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and the guy says, so where's the edge? And she's like, well, where's the edge of space? Don't you think that's like kind of a ridiculous question? And anyway, we don't know because there are restrictions as to how much I, as an individual, can actually explore. And I was like, damn, this girl is spot on. But the point is, so when the guy said, well, that he asked the same question that everybody asked: why is up up? Why is down down? So when instead of answering that question, what if I'm always asking, well, if mass attracts mass and I put more mass, aka the helium, into the balloon, then why is it going up? I think that's an excellent question. Because how are they going to tell me because it's less dense than the air? It's like, no, but you're putting more mass. So if mass attracts mass, and something has more mass, and it weighs more, then it would be attracted to the Earth more.
Well, they should be able to answer that question based off of their own paradigm. If they say they have more mass, then their paradigm says it should go down, not up. So that shows that it's not internally consistent and that there's something else that's going on here. Now, they try to cover it by saying it's more mass, but it's in a greater space. So something about the space or the volume has changed to where it's more stuff, but crammed into a bigger space. Essentially, less stuff per unit space than before, allowing it to float. So people need to follow the paradigms to their logical conclusions.
I guess I would ask after that, like, well, I mean, that's how we got the Earth, and that's how we got the sun and all these other gases in the sky. Well, they were in a infinitely larger space, but they ended up coalescing together. So if I'm not going to see some coalescence in my balloon, at the very least, it should be attracted to the floor, no matter what I put in it, because I'm adding mass to it.
Yeah, that's a
So
great
the
question.
so the
And if you
space,
make it 1 kilogram,
so the space. I'm sorry. So to answer Lemon's point. So the area that so because there's more area, right? But because of gravity, that area should be becoming less and less in between those molecules in that balloon. So either way, it should cause the balloon to go down because there would be a more condensed area of gas, and it should be towards the floor.
yeah, a
So
kilogram of
question.
gas or a kilogram of weight in a physical object, they should both fall towards the ground due to their mass.
Well, not all masses take up the same amount of space. It appears to be.
I think when we're speaking on gases, it's like Mrs. Must say, they seek their equilibrium. So certain gases are lighter or heavier than others. So when they're released and not contained, they just seek out their equilibrium in the medium they're in.
Being surrounded.
So we need to ask ourselves what mass and or space actually is. Can they change or be tweaked in some way or modified in some way to provide more uppity, downity, less uppity, downity, floatity, whatever? That appears to be the key question.
Like I present this thought experiment. If we were to have a room that was sealed off, no air could get in, but it had some air in it when we sealed it, and 3 holes with tubes, and pumped 3 different gases in there, those gases would seem to separate themselves within that room depending on the density of their of the gas, right? It's like when you watch them do a
Would they, though?
carbon.
I mean, because that's not because the atmosphere. It's the atmosphere.
It's like when you watch them do an experiment with an open aquarium and it's filled with carbon. Whoever that was coming in really low, and that carbon staying in the in the aquarium in the room. You know.
Yeah, my response to you was, damn it, what was my response? What? Well,
You were just saying something about Atmos.
Well, wouldn't it be? Wouldn't it be homogeneous, like the way the air is now? Because it's not layered, right? It's just a different concentration of the mixture. So
Well,
why would they?
yeah, I was using a small room as an example, so we could sort of maybe, if we could put like colored smoke into the different gases, we could see the colored smoke separate into different layers in that small room, maybe. Just a thought experiment.
Well, in the heliocentric
also-
model, the atmosphere has layers.
Yeah, but also like that the layers are, the banding is such a large scale. So we might
technically. Yeah, I was trying to make. Am I? Oh, my bad. I might be coming in delayed.
Yeah, but those bandings that occur is almost like the first layer might be tens of kilometers thick. So we here on the ground consider what we're in homogeneous, but there could be very distinct layers, but at much larger intervals than what we encounter. So we're thinking of like 1 meter above ground level, and then the next meter above ground level that we're going to see this layering, but it could be every 10 kilometers or every 20 kilometers, there could be a new layer. I think it
Does anyone in here know where to look to find the answers to this question that I'm getting ready to ask without getting propaganda and washed out, convoluted, crap? So my question would be, like, what is the differentials of in which, how many layers are there differentials of different electrostatic charges within the Atmos? Like at which layer, like what's the charge here on Earth, like where we're walking? Like, I don't know, say within the so-called Schumann Schumann resonance or whatever. And then above that, what is it and how thick is that layer? Like that would be my question, because I guarantee you that because no, I mean, you have to consider that,
I don't know if
especially.
that's true. I don't know if that's a thing because when I was talking with Get Beget, it had me like look into because I'm trying to look into the validating there being more voltage the higher up you go, and it's a correlation actually. Um, because what they say is that because there's less air, the conductivity is more. So it doesn't necessarily say that there's more of some energy of something, which is why you're reading more. It's saying that there's less of a medium, so there's more of
Well,
more
it's
voltage.
my question isn't whether or not that's going on,
How much
because
voltage is
yeah, I
a
mean, I
different?
know there's really no question in my mind if that's going. My question is like, does anyone know where I can look to find information that's not propagandized or, washed out or convoluted or purposefully, you know, blurring lines and leaving important, some accurate, good, credible information on this. Like,
I would say that energetically there has that to me there has to be something going on because you got clouds just laying on a layer of something. I don't know how else to describe what I'm seeing. And then there's multiple layers of that.
right,
You know what I
and
mean?
there's the
Like
energy flow from I mean, from the sky to the ground. I mean, it's like the ground is the ground, right? And it's a dielectric inertial plane. So it's there's definitely, a synergistic nature with everything where the energy actually the flow of energy is from the sky to the ground. And it takes an anomaly or some kind of like freak conditions or whatever for the electricity to flow from the ground to the sky, even or from the sky. I've actually seen it come out of a cloud and loop around and go back into another cloud. But those are anomalies. Like what we see normally and what we see generally is it flows from the sky to the ground. And like you said about the cloud layers. And then we have, the vibrational frequency and with the Schumann, just whatever. It all plays a part. And I just want to know where to look to
Yeah.
find the credible information for this.
I DM'd you truth. Maybe that will answer a few things.
The only thorough stuff I've found is this link right here. It's the Feynman lectures
Yeah, that's
on
That's the same thing he
electricity in the
sent me.
sky. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Got you. Thanks.
Yeah, that's the exact one that I sent her.
I'd say that all the answers that you guys are asking right now and are exploring will be found in these lectures. It is what I'm going to predict, right? That's why I'm asking for it, and I'm
well,
definitely going
they
to watch
better be,
this.
right? Right? Because
Well,
then it'll be like the globe. Like, wait a minute.
yeah, well, or at least, connect some of the dots so that you'll know the proper questions to ask to get the right answers after that, right? But anyway.
Yeah, let me grab that too, because I keep on saying I'm gonna look into shit and then I don't. But here's some literature that I definitely want to. Let me grab that up. Who? Oh, Rick Riggs, you posted it. Okay.
Yeah. Well, the great thing about that link too is you can see his other lectures on there for tangential information, so it can all tie together.
Oh yeah, this is good.
Like there's like a next and previous link on that page.
Funny how we both sent the same link there, Rig.
I've been posting that shit for 5 years, so I just haven't found anything better that really unbiasedly goes through the topic in the globe model,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the way I procrastinate and go on and stuff, it's just I've actually had this 2 or 3 times and I've still not watched it. So I guess it's time. It's a sign to stop procrastinating, right? Because I'd say our answers are probably within those lectures. I'm going to predict that anyway, or at least the path to find the answers that we're looking for are laid out in those lectures. Because we can't just think in terms of density. Yeah, density is the most prominent one, but we can't continue to ask these questions, these particular questions, and in the realm of density, and expect to have answers. Right.
By the way, I think the limit of the electrical charge he claims goes about 60 miles, which I find kind of questionable because I'm pretty sure like if there is like a limit to how far we can go, I think it is about 60 miles, like the Go Fast rocket.
Well, we also have to think about the things that are going on too. That it's a dynamic system, so these things are always changing. And when it comes to electrical charges, there are so many things that affect the electrical charge. I actually saw a video a couple years ago where someone had a voltmeter and a magnet, right, and a tuning fork, and when they pinged the tuning fork and the sound frequencies, hit the magnet in between that area, there was a measurable increase of the voltmeter picked up an electrical charge. So, and that's just magnet and sound. That's it. That's all it took. So,
well, like you said, there's many variables. Like density is one common one. A lot of people can relate with, like with pools and stuff like that. Like if Newton were in a pool, we'd have a different story to tell. But like magnetism, static charges, electrical charges, just there's all kinds of different variables, sound, temperature.
So
Yeah,
with
and
that
then
static,
Yeah.
sorry guys, with that whole static charge per meter and altitude, that has never been measured. Like, there's no study or documents that you can find that will actually prove
There
that.
is definitely. It's Eric P. Dollard. He proves that there's a voltage electropotential. It's not just a simply electrostatic, but that's why tall towers need significant grounding because of that voltage potential, which they do pick up.
Can you post that study or experiment so we could see if it is actually?
Well, I would say that the previous lady was asking about which document or which thing would actually describe this, and I would say it's P. Dollard's work, not necessarily Feynman.
Right. Well, I'm a subject matter in electrostatics, and I've run that across the whole gambit of people from, through the Electrostatic Discharge Association, different engineers, and people, without mentioning flat Earth, and that has never been measured. And every time I ask for it, it's been measured, but nobody has ever provided the documentation to show it. Yet I hear it in every flat. And I'm a flat earther, but I'm just not buying it.
But that's the one thing I found, because Get kept saying it. And the one thing I found, that there's a correlation, but no actual device that detects the voltage itself. It's just, but I'm very ignorant. I don't know.
No, it's called you'd use what's called a static field meter, and then you would have to raise it up into the air, and then you also have to keep it grounded so it's reading voltage in relationship to ground. But there's nobody. I've been looking, because it perks my interest, and I am an electrostatics subject matter expert and a flat earther, and I can't seem to find it. And it drives me crazy that we all keep talking about it.
What's the highest that they've actually measured it then?
I don't even know. I mean, they claim that the ionosphere, so ions are charged particles, right? We use ionizers with it.
Who cares about that? Like, we don't even know if that's up there. I mean, like, what's the highest that we've measured down here?
I don't know, maybe 1 feet. But see, that's the thing. I haven't even found any measurements with that. I can't find anyone even standing on top of a 6-foot ladder. According to David Weiss, if you stand on top of a 6-foot ladder, you should have 600 volts at the top of the ladder and 0 volts at the bottom. But that's never been demonstrated.
Well, to me, that right there. To me, that right there seems very telling of how important it is to have that knowledge and to know that, because it's like that they know, right? There's no way that they don't know. They can fly these military planes, and then they can test this stuff. They know, and if they're not like sharing the information, or if it's not relevant in, like if they're really compartmentalizing this and like need to know basis shit just on the electrical charge of that, then it's pretty important if you ask me. It's just very telling.
I just found a static field meter for $777 on Amazon.
But this is also why
Yeah,
the experts
that's what
are
you need.
often not the best source, because if you just type into Google atmospheric electricity, the very first search in Wiki basically tells you that the Earth's surface potential rises at 100 volts per meter. I've just posted now in
They
the live
also
stream.
told us there was gravity.
But who measured that? No, I guess his question is, but who practically demonstrated that this is the case? Is that included in the citation or the source?
Yeah, because
Okay.
all those experiments where they used to send up kites connected to grounding wire to measure the electrostatic voltage, and then they tell us that what was it? The
You
guy
can't
with the
measure
light bulb.
static with a kite.
It is basically measuring the electrostatic at a zone and creating that ground, like exactly like you said, your measuring device needs to be grounded, and then it needs to rise up into a certain altitude to measure the electrostatic voltage difference or the capacitance difference between. So it would be a grounded kite going up to different ranges to measure the different electrostatic potential. And what they found is that it is 100 volts per meter that you rise. And that's why aircraft have to ground themselves when they come back to Earth to rid themselves of all the electrostatic. When you look at a lightning burst, a lightning is measured in millions of volts. So there's millions of volts at certain heights being discharged back to ground. So you're either questioning that lightning is millions of volts, or you're questioning that we've measured the 100 volts stepping up. The atmospheric electricity it's pretty standard science. So I guess that's why most people don't think of it as top of mind. But electrostatics is always provable.
Oh yeah, it's definitely provable. I mean, I work in the industry. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. We deal with it every single day. That's what I do for a living. So it's definitely real. The point is though, is that I could never take a kite into a facility and measure static with a kite and a string. It doesn't work. That is no form of measuring device. That's a kite. And if you're talking about electricity coming down the line of the kite, well, static electricity has no amperage, therefore it doesn't flow. So anything you measure at the bottom of the string or cord, that's not static electricity because static doesn't flow. It's static. That's why it's called static. And as far as
I believe the experiments were like with conducting rods or like an aerial, so that there's that gap, that potential between 2 points. And then it was measured across that. It's not necessarily flowing
down. Do they
down.
have any documentation? I mean, this is sort of like, how did they measure the curve of the Earth, right? And we're saying they did it with 2 sticks. That's ridiculous. But you can measure the static of the whole atmosphere with a kite or 2 rods. That sounds like 2 sticks to me. Also, the thing with like storms and clouds, one of the best ways you can mitigate or get rid of static electricity is to be over 30% humidity in your facility. Humidity kills static electricity. So how in a rain cloud made of water, which is like 100% humidity, how in the hell do you have electrostatics in an area that here on Earth, where when we test it, you can never create static in an area with over 70% humidity? It's just not happening.
That's a really good observation there.
Yeah,
I think it really does take a bit more studying. You know, it's with any kind of large scale object that's penetrating above the ground, you have to conduct something called equipotential bonding to make sure
Exactly.
that the grounding at the earth point at the base is the same as the grounding at the top, and that's to discharge the electrostatic. It's
Well, that's how they do it
the
on
effect-
airplanes too, right? Like
but
the
that's
airplane
the
electronics.
point that we're always trying to rid any electrostatic if you're not back on ground. So it's
Right.
it's demonstrable, I would say. But like you say, how does a cloud discharge millions of volts while next to water? I think we still don't
Well, do you guys
understand.
know how would you get rid of the static charge on an insulator such as a rubber balloon that's static charged? Do you guys have any idea?
Don't you just hold it
You
in your
can't
hand and then
ground
touch someone else?
Nope. So
Not
you
even
have
if
to
you're on a
use what's
trampoline in
called
the sun?
So you can't get rid of the static charge from an insulator by grounding it because it's not conductive, so it doesn't work. Now a piece of metal, a wire, you can ground it and it will discharge any electricity to ground. But an insulator doesn't do that. And so one thing about insulators too is, let's say I charge up a balloon, right? And then I take this balloon with let's say it has 10,000 volts DC on it, and I move it towards, let's say, your circuit board. It can induce a charge onto other things, conductors and insulators, without even touching it.
Correct, through capacitance. And that's also like how the lightning sometimes appears to travel upward to the cloud and not always downward from the cloud. It can be a connecting of the pathways from the ground. So I think it's about that capacitance. It's the being out of equilibrium, or being out of that equipotential bond. As soon
did
as
you guys figure out how to get the charge off the balloon yet? It's not a trick question. I'm just testing to see, you know.
You vacuum is like.
What if you hit another balloon against it?
Well,
then you'll charge up the other balloon. So what you have to use is a thing called an electrostatic discharge ionizer, and it shoots out ions. It's a little fan like those ionizers you see that hotels use to keep smoke particles from, it makes them drop to the floor. Well, those use one charge, either positive or negative. A static ionizer shoots out an equal amount of like 2,000 volts positive on one pin and 2,000 volts negative. And it shoots out this equal balance of ions, and whatever's charged, if it's negatively charged or positively charged, it absorbs the opposite, right? Just like magnets. And then it becomes, it reaches equilibrium and no longer has a charge. And as you see in like the picture I posted up there a little while ago, the triboelectric charge series, you can see that things like Teflon will always statically charge negative, and the human body will always charge positive, along with many other materials. So it states there which way they charge. And so it seems like there's an assumption that electrostatics is always positive or always negative, but it goes both ways. So it really throws a wrench into things as we try to figure out how that affects everything in the world. I hear Whitsitt talk a lot about electrostatics, and I agree with him on 90%, but I think there's little missing bits of knowledge there, like that vinyl charges negative and glass would charge positive, and not all static things charge positively. Sorry, and thank you for your time, guys.
No, I appreciate that. I was not aware.
I like that you're looking into this very deeply. Don't get too caught up with, like, why did they assign positive to positive and negative to negative? It is just a description. So we've done that so that our diagrams make sense. But is that truly how this thing is working? Is it flowing from the positive to the negative? We don't know. Is it flowing from the negative to the positive? Is it simultaneous in both directions? We don't actually know. With alternating, it flows. but we describe a lot of things. So a lot of what you're going to be learning now is descriptions of the way we like to think about it. So there will be anomalies in that
it's a
description.
measured voltage. It's not really like my own perception of things. It's the fact that one thing, well, it's like saying, don't worry if a magnet is negative or positive on one side, it doesn't matter. Well, if you put two of the same side together, it repels. If you put opposite sides together, it attracts. So it absolutely matters. And now I'm not all caught up in it, but that's just the way it is. And I mean, that's what I do for a living. So I have to worry about it a little bit, or else I sound kind of retarded when I talk to my customers. But, you know, there's just a lot to statics, and, you know, you have to understand how you get rid of static and how you can create static to therefore really understand, at least more so understand what it is and what it's doing, right?
Yeah.
Like,
we can't just call it static.
MacGyver, I got a question for you, man, before I forget. I've forgotten like twice already. Have you heard of the concept of a charged battery weighing less than a depleted one?
I have never heard of that.
Okay.
I mean, it seems like if it's a chemical battery, I could imagine ways where it would weigh less once the chemicals are depleted.
Well,
And
to
it's
me, like, I'm
longer
guessing it
life.
has something to do with like general capacitance. If there's a higher
So I work-
potential to these chemicals, maybe they weigh
So I
less than
work-
some form or factor.
So I work with a lot of different types of battery tech in solar industry. And we use supercapacitors, which are dry cells, so there's no chemical. And they're ice cold even at full operation. So there's no chemical reaction taking place and there's no heat loss. But there are technologies, like there were lead acids, and acids could give off gases. But the gases originally would have been inside the liquid, so that shouldn't add or subtract from the system.
Well, I
They're
mean, just
being
like a regular
liberated.
AA battery
But
is one
wait,
example.
so let me get to my point. There are certain gel substrates that they use now that when it's fully charged, it's a gel. And when it's discharged, it becomes a liquid. And there would be a density difference between the gel and the liquid. So thereby, when you recharge it, you cause the liquid back to coalesce into a gel. And then the gel carries the energetic potential to then be drained at a later point. Once that difference is drained, the gel returns back to a liquid, and then so the cycle continues. So there are certain chemicals that have a gel-liquid relationship, and that could cause a weight difference. But in all the other ones, supercapacitors, lithium, lead acid, all of those, they're exactly the same weight, full or discharged. They're the same weight.
Well, I'm thinking so glass is a capacitor, right?
Glass has capacitance, but we all have capacitance.
Right.
But an actual capacitor or capacitor is like is a spun coil that holds electrostatic on its surface, or it holds voltage on its surface.
Capacitor, the definition for a capacitor is two conductors separated by a dielectric. So if you unroll a capacitor, a typical one from your circuit board or something, it looks almost like a small like blue battery or whatever.
Yeah.
When you roll that, what it is it's foil, and then they put, like, if you totally unrolled it, you'd have a sheet of foil with a sheet of paper on top of it. And then they roll it up, and the more rolls you have, the more capacitance you have. But you can make a capacitor with two sheets of aluminum foil, and the dielectric can even be air. The dielectric could be paper or anything that's an insulator, not a conductor.
And that's why, like, a double pane glass could be having a capacitance, because it's got that little air pocket between it. So there could be that is possible from what the other guy said.
Wouldn't glass be
Yeah,
more
it'd be
insulator,
similar,
though?
like
A capacitance just means like the ability to transfer. So if there's a higher capacitance, it wants to transfer more. If there's a lower capacitance, it wants
Not
to
really.
transfer less.
Well, what a capacitor does, so let's say you have a sheet, like for basic sense, you got a sheet of foil, then a sheet of paper, and then a sheet of foil on top of that,
Yeah,
like a
you
little foil
explained
Oreo
this. You
paper
explained
filling.
this. I was talking about the word capacitance. Capacitance, not capacitor.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is that depending on the distance between the insulators or the material, you can have more capacitance, but it's the ability to. Anyways.
But what was the battery question originally? Not about the weight difference, but how did we start talking about batteries?
I think that was my intro to the question.
It was the weight of the battery you guys were talking about, how you can lose weight.
You're
Or
talking
different
about the
weights.
same thing. I brought it up at the same time.
Ah,
You were before talking about why lightning would possibly go up or down, or negative or positively charged static and clouds.
Yeah, it's like, with this thing, electricity, you've got wattage, and then the wattage is made up of voltage and ampage. But you can manipulate both the amp or the voltage and still retain the same wattage. And that to me has always been a bit of a mind bender. Like, if I only have 2 amps, but I put 50,000 volts, I can still get to 100,000 watts. But if I had 50 amps and I use 400 watts, I can still get to the 400 volts. I can still get to the same wattage amount. They're like inversely proportional. So you can always manipulate volts up or down and amps up or down while retaining the wattage the same. It's like these two different things, but they work together hand in hand to produce this electrical output. And once again, we just assign the name amp to one through ampere and volt through voltaire through the other. We've just assigned these two names and we say this is how it works. We can see that they definitely work in this relationship. But what the fuck are these things? What? Why? Why can I manipulate both sides, the amps or the volts, and I can still get the same output wattage?
Because the potential remains the same. It's all about the potential, I would say. I mean, I'm far from an expert. I barely understand this crap, right? But it seems like it's all about the potential. Whether you manipulate one side or the other, it's the potential that you're interacting with either way, right? So that's why you're getting the same results. It would make sense to me. Well, okay, so my question is, what is the relationship between pressure and potential? Because I know that the matter matters, right? Because of conductivity and, the potential that the matter itself has. So there's going to be a relationship between the matter itself and the medium that it's in, the potential of the medium and the potential of the matter. Like that, really, I understand that. Okay. But what is the relationship between pressure and potential? Anyone know?
Higher pressure equals higher potential. So I'd say they're
But why?
directly proportional.
Okay, so what if there's less matter, but higher pressure? Does that?
So let me give you this analogy. It applies to the pressure and it applies to power. To understand power, the voltage is like how wide the river is, but the river can still flow slowly even though it's wide. But the ampage is like the speed of the river. So at the end of the river, I can still output the same number of liters per minute. Even if I made the river thinner, I could make the speed faster, and I would still get the same flow rate out the end as if I made the river wider, but a slower flowing river. I would still have, call it 100,000 liters per minute falling out the other end of the river. So I can manipulate the width and the pressure or the speed. So the ampage in power is like the pressure. It's how much force is going through that thing, whereas the voltage is potentially the how wide the river could be, but that you can manipulate both of those to still get the same outcome is the relationship between potential. If I put a lot of pressure on a hose pipe, there's a lot of potential for the water to come out the other side.
Well, what Elijah just posted a few minutes ago is what made me like think of that, because what he posted was at higher altitudes, at lower pressure, it says it takes less voltage to cross a given distance, increasing the chance for, so it's like it's increasing less pressure according to that, unless they're feeding us misinformation or there's other things involved that we're not aware of, that we're not considering, or whatever. It's like either we're missing something or, but why would that make sense? That with less pressure, it would require less voltage, and you would get more of an electrical nature across, like what did it say? It said, in other words, at lower pressure, higher altitudes, it takes less voltage to cross a given distance, increasing the chance for electrical arcs. Why does that make that doesn't make sense to me? That's why I asked the question, right? So, and what you said about how you explained it, because I understand your analogy, because I say that, that's how I look at it. I look at it as like, how water flows, because everything is going to flow with the current, right? And the energy flows from the sky to the ground. So there's going to be that flow of current, and anything within it is going to go in that direction, unless there's, with the exception of the other variables that are going to cause it to do other things, which are what we are exploring right now.
I think that description about the arcing at higher altitude or where pressures are lower has just got to do with how many molecules are between those two arcing points. So as there's less pressure, it means that there's less obstructions. So therefore the capacitance, or
there's no need for matter
willingness.
then, right? There's no need for the matter for the conductivity. So you don't increase the conductivity by increasing the matter. It's going to flow regardless, right? Without the matter. So the less matter, you're saying the matter actually hinders it.
So if you're in a ball pit, let me just give this analogy. If you're in a ball pit like at McDonald's with all those thousands of balls, and you try and find someone underneath through the balls, there's a lot of obstructions. So you don't find the connection as easily. Whereas if there's not so much pressure pushing all those balls in, and those balls started to space out, you'd be able to bridge the connection quicker. And those balls represent gas molecules.
Maybe it's my remedial brain, but that didn't that didn't help me.
Nope, true. That wasn't answering your question, because the question still, because I thought the same exact thing when I was looking into what Get Baguette was saying, because ultimately it led me down the path. Like when I read what I read, I just posted the screenshot of exactly what you guys are talking about. So I said to myself, wait a minute, they're saying that the higher up you go, there's more conductivity because of the atmosphere. The atmosphere is thinner. And I'm like, well, under our current belief system of density, and I'm not talking about density, but talking about the individual particles themselves, right? Ultimately, what we're talking about is the amount of space in between. And so basically what we're saying is, when there's nothingness, aka space, aka the absence of a medium, this stuff can travel. Now, that's the only conclusion you can have when you're working backwards from that belief system. And this is what makes me think something is wrong with it.
Okay, well, what if it's not even about the yeah, pressure may play a part, but what if it's not even? What if they're pointing us in the direction and saying it's the cause is the pressure, right? But what if that's just a minute variable that maybe that's not even it? Maybe it's more that like okay, so where the source of the energy is. Before it gets dispersed out, it's more concentrated and it's stronger, like it's got more potential. And then as it disperses out and it exchanges energy, like as it flows, and it's kind of like, okay, well, if we're going to think of water, think of, you know, how like a sprinkler system works. You've got one hose, all the water is in one current. And then as it, you know, gets sprayed out into these different directions and it goes in, it's got like each one has less of a, you know, each stream has less potential. So the higher up you go, you're getting closer to the more concentrated source of the energy that is flowing towards the earth. And that's why.
If that's true. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I would rather think about that. Well, I mean, like, because the whole particle thing and the space in between it does kind of it fucks with me in my mind because I'm like, how could there be nothingness in between? Like that's only that thought process is only coming from me accepting that there are particles and then there's either more or less and blah 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 blah. It comes from that paradigm now. The paradigm that I now accept it is more reasonable than the whole of the heliocentric model.
Well,
But
regardless if
my thing is, what did the guy say about um the static? Because you're saying flow, and he said something about static, and is
well,
what he's
hang on,
saying
because
accurate, or
I
does
want
the
to respond
static
to what
have?
you just said before you go on to that, though, because it's like
Okay.
the thing about, you know, where you, we're trying, like whether they're particles or not, or whatever, that there are, regardless of how you understand that part, right? It's obvious that there's less things, that there's less variables reacting, less variables to like exchange it, like rob the potential or for the exchange of energy. There's less of that going on. So it's like the potential would be greater if it's closer, you know, closer to the source where it's, you know, the energy is being dispersed and closer to the source of the flow. But anyway, go ahead, continue with what you were saying. I just didn't want to, like, regardless of the particles, there's less variables interacting with it. So there's going to be a greater, you know, because the energy hasn't been exchanged as much as like when you get closer to the earth.
So I would like to hear the other guy that initially posed the question. I'd like you to hear. I'd like to hear your response to that. As far as the flow is concerned, like what is he still here?
Dude, I don't know. I've not heard from him since the Feynman lectures have been posted. He's probably watching those. I don't even know what his name is.
No, the guy he was just talking.
Oh, Flat Earth Solar.
No, the guy that Flat Earth Solar was talking with.
And MacGyver.
MacGyver. Okay. No,
I don't see.
Yeah, MacGyver. All right. Well,
it's a pretty funny name considering what he was talking about.
I'll pick up.
It's good that he's questioning because it's fascinating. Like when you do work in power and then you start looking at this thing, and a lot of these narratives are just axioms. It's like using R when we talk about living on a sphere. It's like the moment you start introducing the R, you've automatically conceded that you're on the sphere, and everything else after that is going to have an R-based assumption. So it's the same thing even within power, is that a lot of what we know is built upon certain axioms and assumptions, and it just works this way, so we don't question it. It's a working thing. Don't mess with something that's working. And then when you really start to look into it, there's more question marks than actual provable things, and things that, like Elijah was saying now, do we really agree that the air is made up of all these little balls bumping into one another all the time? Yes, when we look under certain microscopes, we can see that there's movement, and they do look round when they move. But that could be dust on the lens. That could be a million other things. There's to say that that's actually everything that we see is these little balls colliding. If they are provably so, then it does make sense that at lower pressure, there's larger gaps between the balls, so connections can be made more easily through those gaps. But still, it's an axiom of how to understand this thing because it's almost unknowable.
But you have to accept the fact that nothing exists in between these particles.
No, it
And that's
can't
the
be.
part.
Yeah.
That's the part that I can't. My head doesn't work like that. I'm sorry. What do you mean nothing? I can't even fathom nothing. I can't imagine nothing. So to say, well, here are these particles, and yeah, there's either more space or less, because the space that you're talking about, nothing exists in between. And so you're saying that this thing is propagating through nothing. I don't know that. I don't know how I can begin to know that. Shout out to the ether, I guess. I mean,
Shout out to yeah, no doubt.
it's a little different than anyone else because I go off of my experience. I don't really go off of anything that I've read or anything. I always bring up like when I'm smoking in my room, and it's a certain time of day where the sun rays are coming in my window a specific way, then I can see, waves of smoke. But when you look closer at the waves of smoke, you can see all of the individual smoke particles going in random directions. And it's like, so they're all going in random directions, but on a macro scale, when I look at it, it just looks like it's flowing in some kind of like water or something. And I'm like, I'm experiencing both. So what do I do with that? I don't know.
Hey, Elijah, I have a suggestion for you. Next time the sunlight's coming through your window like that, you should use a magnifying glass to condense the light on whatever it is you're trying to set on fire. Might taste better that way. Although that's a good thing you just pointed out of how you can, in what you just described, essentially see that it's omnidirectional. Maybe not the gas itself, but the dust particles moving about with it.
Yeah. But at the same time, set within that, it appears to be this flow. I don't know. Because both are going on simultaneously. It looks like, okay, if I look very close, looks like they're all going in random directions. But when I step back from it, it just looks like it's in this fluid, flowy, wavy kind of thing. So hell if I know. I feel like they tried to separate it, and I feel like, I mean, what is there to separate? What I don't know. Like, how can I know more than I already know? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Since I
They
came
totally
into this
prevented our
topic,
minds from even considering it when they gave us
but
gravity.
since I came into this
But
topic, learning about, like, because a lot of this stuff, just hanging around QE, like that's where I would have been able to get, my sources and everything. But still, I'm not satisfied. Same as the globe. I wasn't satisfied then, and I'm not satisfied now. Thank you. I mean, I could be tripping. I don't know. I'm just investigating the way that I did when I first came here. That's all I'm doing. Just seems like a lot of things that we still, take on face value is low,
I see we do have a globe earther here in the voice chat. Pine tree. Pine free?
I think pine tree's been around for a while. Not sure how long they've been in the server, but I am curious though what they've experienced or what they've seen that supports the globe in their minds.
Oh wow, 2019 joined.
Yeah, pine tree's been around for a minute. That's okay. They're not feeling up to it. I'm not trying to force anyone to talk if they don't want to.
Mic check.
Got you.
I was trying to tell the truth. If you wonder how long Pine Tree's been there, just count the rings.
Yeah. Count the rings.
Ah, sorry, that took me a while. It took me a few seconds. My brain had a bit of lag.
So was the electrostatic guy MacGyver, is that the same guy that does Cheech and Chong song? Or is that a different MacGyver?
I think it is, isn't it?
It's the same guy?
I think so. Guys, do you know?
Anybody?
It'd be ironic if he was.
Yeah, it's the same one.
Really? He does a great Cheech impression then. Chong.
Yeah, he
recognize-
does.
I recognize his voice. Yeah, it's the same one.
Fucking Americans.
Fucking Americans. They got to be in science. Totally butchered that, but I can't believe that's the same guy. He's an electrostatic expert. He does Cheech and Chong. It's cool.
Since you brought it up and there's a little break, do you wanna hear it? The Cheech and Chong. Ready.
I requested, Sonny, you on the DJ button? Are you busy?
You gotta give me a second to find it though. So just talk amongst yourselves for a minute.
You're the DJ? Sure.
Do what?
Can you DJ? That's fine.
Yeah, I get it. Or Sonny or me, one will. Or, I think there's other too.
Yeah, I'm searching here as well.
It's way up
Whoever
there, I think.
whoever gets there first. Shoot.
We'll
Great
just
great conversation this morning. I really enjoyed the conversation about buoyancy, density. Like, yeah, it's really strange. I mean, these things are basically almost everything we talked about are actually happening even in our own bodies, and we can't explain that either. So,
yeah, you're right, and that has a lot to do with the health and the acidity levels in your body, the pH. Um, of your,
yeah,
yeah, it absolutely does.
lots going on. But I think the pressure mediation of the force of buoyancy is a very good thing. I'm onto something there. I know I am. Like once I started learning about the buoyancy for the buoyant force, but there's more going on than just that. That's not a perfect explanation. It doesn't explain why. That's always going to be something like why it does it. Neil deGrasse.
Yeah, like the initial questions and the initial introductory explanations, density is sufficient. But if you're going to go deeper and go further into it, you can't do that talking about density alone, because it's not just, there's so many other variables. You have to include those variables.
Yeah, and while I'm scrolling, I didn't want to throw a monkey wrench into the electrostatics and electromagnetism or that conversation, but I can throw a wrench into that because I work on high voltage amplifiers that use vacuum tubes. Well, a funny thing happens inside that system because there's high voltage DC current is going from the plate, which is positive, to the negative cathode. And the current is flowing from positive to negative like we all think it does, right?
Okay.
So here's the thing about that. In the amplifier itself, a small charge comes in and mediates the positive and the negative, allows electrons to flow at a rapid pace from the cathode by the zillions of electrons going the wrong direction in an AC. So we have DC current, right? We have this AC current come in. It's going the opposite direction, making electrons flow the opposite direction till it goes all the way through the amplifier, through the entire circuit, and out through the speaker's transformer, the output transformer, and to the speaker, causing it to make a physical motion that replicates the AC current that's coming in. It's astonishing. It can go both ways.
Okay. Well, think about this. Think about what we're not even paying any attention to or have any awareness of. If you can take, because, okay, think about all the different sounds, everyone talking, all the, industrial sounds, just like all the sounds of our world, right? Think about that. And then if you can take a tuning fork and a magnet and create a charge between the two, just by pinging the tuning fork and interacting like the sound frequencies with the electromagnetic frequencies, then and you can create an electrical charge just from those two things. Then think about what our world like. It's just, anyway, I found it, so just let me know whenever you want me to.
I found it. I got it in the queue if you want me to start it.
All right, go ahead.
I gotta take off for a while. Nice talking with you guys.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity do. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses. make the flat earth round? Goes down and make a flat like Earth. And that's all I got, man. How do you like it? Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it? Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it. Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man? Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
So that was MacGyver.
Yo, who made that shit?
It's MacGyver.
That is hilarious.
It is.
That is awesome.
After I heard that the
That
first
made my
time,
day
it's
right there.
you know, after I heard that the first time, it's like when I'm out and I'm around people and they like do stupid, dumb shit, because it's like always, right? It's like you can't even hardly have a conversation with people anymore. It's like I walk away and I'm like, fucking Americans. It's like ever since I heard that song, that's my answer to everyone.
I'm gonna make that my ringtone.
Indio.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, that's your first time hearing it? The dude?
Yeah.
Well, we've all been enjoying it, and I just found out that the guy we've been talking to for like 30 minutes or so, MacGyver, he's the one that did it. I didn't even get a chance to say, yo, that shit is awesome.
You know how many times I've watched that movie? That's from Cheech and Chong's next movie. Seen that hundreds of times.
Yeah.
Dude, that's a riot, man.
Saw the movie. I
just tried to space coke, man.
That had to have been like 3 years. So I just seen Cheech and Chong for the first time, like within the last 3 years. It's crazy. That's like when a black person says, "I never seen Boys in the Hood." It's like, what? Come on, bro.
But hey, I just had a
suck
thought.
your dick. Never mind.
Everybody might not get the reference.
You just reminded me of the very end of that movie when they take the space coke or something and then they shoot off into space. I'm surprised I haven't seen like a meme of that. You know, like, hey, look at this SpaceX launch.
It's an idea.
Okay, so now I'll just I'll share, because I had a thought a minute ago. It's like while this song was playing, I was actually thinking about what we were talking about, and with the tuning fork and the magnet. So we know that they, give us the information that they give us. They give it to us in a way for social engineering and for cultural constructs, and they put in these like dogmatic viewpoints so that people get caught up in that lifestyle or whatever, and they are prevented from looking into things any further. So what about when they talk about worshiping a god and they ask their so-called quote god unquote, and I say that kind of in a generalized sense, like whoever the god is that they're referring to, right? So if you ask your God for something, then you can worship your God and give praise to your God, and you'll get what you want, right? So if they're praying for like praying for rain, or praying for like say to take a wall down or some shit like that, it's like, what were they doing? They all would get together and sing in one voice. So that's sound, and the earth has already got an electromagnetic nature to it. So what if they're telling us these stories of these religious belief systems to cover up, so that we'll think that we can just holler to some entity and get an answer, when it's actually just right here? Like the answer is right here within the energies within our world.
I don't know. I feel like I talked to God before.
Looks like people saying that God's not here, he doesn't get involved. Like, just because he may not present himself to one individual doesn't mean nobody's had that happen.
But see how you're doing though. When I mention this, what do? Like cognitively, you automatically go to the like, you lean more to the side of the God figure, then leaning towards the side of how are all of these like collective voices interacting with that's what I'm saying. It's like it takes your focus away from.
Well, that's part of the
Then can you
ether.
explain how do we get created, or how did we are to be, or we are?
I'm not saying there's not a higher power.
Oh,
I
then that's
know
it.
there's a creator, right? But
Yeah. Can
yeah.
I try to? So so you're saying like our innate our ability to communicate, like have the dialogue in our mind, our ability to change things in our environment if we have the faith in said idea, like because
If
for
we have the
instance,
knowledge
if
and
I wanted
understand
to
it,
be
yeah.
if I wanted to be rich sometime into the future, if I was dead serious, then I could do that saving pennies. You could do but the mental capacity it takes to be disciplined to do what you know needs to be done, not just on a daily basis, but on a moment by moment basis. It takes a lot of mental energy. But so are you saying that all of that is a part of the creation itself? Maybe
I'm
it's not
saying that the walls
necessarily.
of Jericho may not have fell because of their obedience for 7 days. I'm saying the walls of Jericho may have fell because of all the freaking racket and noise and going and moving in a circle and manipulating the energy within do you see what I'm saying though? Or like
Resonance.
the rain dances, right?
Okay.
Like
Yeah,
the
yeah,
rain
yeah.
dances and the beating of the drums and the chants and all that. Yeah,
So I
resonance.
guess we're kind of saying the same thing. So you're saying, could we not look could we look at it from another point of view other than this supreme entity that's like, like kind of like a puppet master in a sense? No.
Well, I mean, just I'm not saying like not even look at yeah. There's a creator, and I think everyone should try to achieve a
What
more
about the
intimate.
division of water?
Well,
Like
yeah,
split the water in two?
that too. It's like
I didn't see.
do
I didn't
we?
hear them all claiming or crying or praying.
Yeah, I don't know,
But
but
it,
do we even know? Do we even know
I
like
mean,
all the variables that were in play?
according to the scriptures, I said all he did was hit the. God told him, what did he give you? He gave him a sapphire staff, right? And he hit the water with it.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, that's the story that we're given, but what are there any other things that could have been in play? Are there any other,
Sound wave. Can
variables?
you move liquids or solid objects with sound wave? I'm not even saying I think that happened. I'm just saying,
Anyway,
if it did happen, maybe it happened that way.
I was just tossing that out there, food for thought, with like just the reasons for the dogmatic viewpoints and the culture. Like if we could remove those things and just look at it in a different.
Well, of course, Jericho fell because of resonance. That was what Tesla was working on 3,000 years.
And we don't
Does it
even
cause
know if that
sound, or
stuff
does
is.
sound cause resonance? Like, which comes first, the sound or the vibration?
Well, you can't have resonance unless you have two things that need to resonate with each other, and when they get on the same frequency, then they're resonating.
So you don't get the sound without the vibration first.
Well, they both come two different ways.
Sound is how you interpret the vibration. It's like the frequency, the vibration, the wave is how it moves. It's like
and I guess the shape of things is how the sound affects it, or in our ears case, how it's interpreted, maybe. Because I mean, when the wind blows and it hits your windows a certain way, it has this howling effect. Like wind makes noise when it comes into contact with things. And depending on the shape, you have you a whole ass instrument that does a lot of magical sound and shit.
I mean, if a magnet and a tuning fork can create an electric, then couldn't you just pull energy out of there with sound and magnetism? Couldn't that be possible?
Yes, it is. It's also possible to pull electricity out of the air without sound.
You know what's crazy? I don't know if you guys experienced this, but I wondered, even as I'm looking now, like the sheet of clouds that's spanning my entire sky, and to the southwest, and I'm thinking, how far across does that go, and how many people are experiencing the lightning storm that I experienced the other night? There was no thunder. It was just the sky was lit up for like half of that morning, like till like 2-3 in the morning, and it just kept lighting up, kept lighting up.
Well, I made an observation that I'm so apprehensive to even share in this room. Like, I would probably want to share it in a more maybe personalized environment. Maybe I could get up with you sometime later or whatever. But
yeah, I'm definitely down.
Yeah, because it's pretty trippy, to be honest with you.
Another
But
aside,
my
I was
yeah,
just thinking about it just now, while you guys were talking, because I looked down at my veins and I was like, why do veins look like light? It's an elementary question, but I mean, still, whatever. I'm whatever. Okay, moving on. Veins look like light. Move on.
See, where you're treading with like Jericho and stuff, you're getting awfully close to ether.
yeah. Well, I don't want to bring it
What's ether?
because I have an issue with those stories too, because we don't even really know we don't even know. Anyway, we just don't know, right? It's written. It's just written word. We weren't there, so we don't know what they're leaving out. We don't know what they're coating it with. We don't know what kind of cover they're putting on it. We just don't know. So I don't like to go to that. I just use it for an example because I know it's something that's well known by the concept of it, right? Is known by the masses.
Well,
so.
we have chapels and buildings built specifically for vocal resonance to heal people.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's interesting. Like the way the halls make the choir sound. Yeah. Mm.
That's why when you go into a lot of those places with vaulted ceilings, you hear somebody chanting. It's resonating that frequency that changes how things react, like inside our bodies, outside of our bodies.
Then why does everybody
believe
that goes in there? Why doesn't everybody that goes in there get healed?
No.
That's the thing.
But wait. I believe you on, and this is why. Because that's what ASMR is. Like, it's undeniable to say that. Well, they do say that some individuals don't experience ASMR, so I don't know about that. But ASMR is, what is it? Autonomous sensory meridian response. But ultimately, what it is you ever had a teacher lean over your shoulder and, like, that either the air from their breath, you can feel it and it gives you like tingles, or they're writing something on a piece of paper and the sound from them writing next to you, it causes tingles in your body, or when somebody touches you and it gives you like goosebumps, like that
The
feeling.
nails on the chalkboard.
Right. When I go to church, when I used to go to church, I used to sit next to the drums because the feeling I got, it was like a wave of tiny gnomes massaging, like I felt like I was getting massaged by 1,000 little tiny beings. You know what I mean? It felt amazing. What if there is something to that?
Well, there is, because I mean, we can see different effects, like how important and how, different effects from different types of frequencies, sound frequencies, electromagnetic frequency, all of it, right? So you're not going to end the elbow like, why isn't everyone getting healed? It would take like each ailment, if you could heal with it, each ailment would take, a different frequency. Right?
Possibly. That's
I mean,
one idea, but most of them come with it's the molecules, starting with like the water and the molecules of water inside the cells. If you can change that structure, you can upgrade the body all the way around. So you may only need one frequency.
And
Now, if you're
Alberico, they
trying to
actually that's exactly what they used to heal cancer cells. They used frequencies to destroy the cancerous cells.
right now, if you want to fuse bone back together, that's another frequency. It might be a G, major, or whatever, but that's it. It's there. It exists. I mean, this goes back to the old school stuff, like pre-Rome, when well, Rome too. They did it too with the Catholic Church. They actually have there's a scroll that they have about like the pitches and frequencies to resonate like all together for healing and stuff like that. Old technology.
Yeah, I didn't really want to get that deep into this here, but I did want to mention, like, at least about being able to harness electricity just from using, like, the possibilities should be just from using, sound and magnetism. I mean, a simple freaking magnet and a tuning fork. And he was picking up, if I wasn't, I think it was somewhere around like 4 to 6 volts. I mean, it just it was a tiny, it was just a handheld tuning fork and a little handheld magnet. So anyway, I would love to learn about this, like, because honestly, there's a lot going on there, and it's not just with sound, it's not just with magnetism. There is the electrostatic nature that's already in the medium, and then the relationship of the object, like the potential the object has, like all of these things. It's like a big soup, right? And when you're considering whether or not something is where it's going to find its equilibrium, it's like, is it a top shelf soup, or is it a lower shelf soup? You got to look at the ingredients to know.
My son says that life is soup. He said everything is soup. He might be onto something. I don't know.
I like that idea with the tuning fork. I wonder what frequency you would have to pass through it, say through like a flute or an oboe, to get it to resonate and be a positive lead.
And then there's another level of stuff where you're talking about colors and the colors you see with your eyes and frequencies. So that's another thing, how we perceive frequencies and colors. That's all tied together.
Yeah, our perception is based on like how we're able to render it. It doesn't necessarily mean that you are seeing and receiving what is actually there. It's like it's all according to how much you can render. Like, for instance, it's like all the lights, all the different colors of the lights that we see. Everything that we see is based on the light spectrum that we're able to interpret, right? Does that mean that that's the only light spectrums that are out there? No, it just means that's the only ones that we're able to.
Yeah, it's like the range that we're in.
We can't interpret others.
Yeah, and there's even people talking about like when they're on other states saying that they see things that they can't see when they're in like a normal state. That's also interesting. But here's one thing that I also blew my mind was, you know how you said we're in a soup of like we're always in a soup. Well, in when I talk about colors, is it's interesting because the color is represented by what color it's next to, and there is no color that is not next to another color, and so you perceive colors by the way that they are arranged around other colors, and that's something else extra, like another level of perception that we need to be aware of is like everything
Yeah,
is
why
next
in
to
the
everything
rainbow?
else.
Yeah, like why okay, in the rainbow, why do the colors line up in the same order every time? Yeah, I mean it's kind of like that, right? Like the
Exactly. And there's even like in nature, there's hints. Like it blows my mind that tomatoes have like a yellow flower, but then when you'll get like a berry, berries have like a white flower. And then when you have passion fruit, they have like purple flowers. So is there a reason why
frequency.
the code, like is there a color code to fruits and plants that we're just not even aware of? Because that's something that I just go, why is it yellow? Like, why wouldn't that flower just be another color? And it has to be that way for a reason. And it may be a simpler reason than we think. We're just so distracted with so many different things that we're just not really tapping into the nature that's all around us. So
And
that's just
and
something
and
else
it
to
may
think about.
be yeah, and it may be simpler than what we think to the point that to where we're just like looking over it. Just seeing over it. We're missing it. It's like missing the trees for the forest or where
Yeah,
however that
it's like
goes,
flat
whatever.
Earth.
So
It's like
yes,
flat Earth. It's so in front of us that we couldn't see it, but when you see it everywhere. And it's like I know that there's something else that we're not seeing that is right in
when
front of
that
us that we
may
just have to see it.
when that may even be like the most prevalent variable to consider. Like, regardless of what everything else does, maybe everything else functions and operates relative, in relationship, like the synergistic nature of it. Maybe everything else works that way based on that, like the frequency. Like, so if you change the frequency, then all these other things are going to behave differently because the relationship's going to be different. It's going to interact differently. And all these things, that could be the foundation of it. It really, I mean, it seems to be at the foundational level anyway. And if you think about this and you consider this with all this 5G that they've got out here and how much electronic devices and with the patents for manipulating the nervous system and everything, like this is where this is where the next war is, and maybe there. I don't know. I just believe that we really need to understand this.
I agree, and that's why when I look back at like old architecture and I look at how they design it and how there's like domes and points going up, it just to me I just see some kind of technology that is right in front of our faces that we just cannot see. And from my research, it seems more of like an electric type of like it's a technology tapping into something naturally electric that's around us. That's why a lot of those castles are also surrounded by water. So, and they put it a lot in like video games. So if you go to Super Mario, like 64, when they came out, they have a castle and the castle surrounded by water. And it's, I just feel like those in power, whoever just is hoarding the knowledge, they kind of know a lot about this stuff. And they put it in front of our face, but we're just out here trying to figure it out. So
Well, if you're looking for sound, just sound, you're on a good spot. But the other stuff does get pretty interesting.
yeah, and on that same vein about like frequencies and stuff, just looking at how fruits grow, right? When you look at cross section of almost every fruit, you find like a toroidal field looking geometry. And it's obviously something that we don't learn about plants, that they don't also just grow with the things that we give them, but they're also growing with like the electro-energetic portion of the things that we may not even be aware of too much. So
Well, like with solar panels or with keeping things cool, like say the roof of your house, different colors may change certain things, but as far as electricity, unless you're building panels, it really won't do much. Now, certain minerals, certain types of minerals mixed together,
I guess my entire point is that it is important. It is relevant and it is important. You know, the words that you say, the sounds that you make, and like all that stuff seems to be foundational. You can understand how the electrostatic nature of something works. You can understand the electromagnetic nature, and you can observe that and see how it interacts, and you can interpret that. But if you change the foundation of the vibrational frequency, then all of that changes. How it interacts, it will still interact, but it will be different.
even talking mean to plants.
Anyway, bottom line is helium goes up. It's like all of that from the helium. Bottom line is helium goes up. There is no gravity. Gas is dispersed in all directions. There's no force pulling us down. The earth measures flat. We live in a contained system. The earth is a dialectical inertial plane. It's the floor of the universe. As Sonny puts it, the Antarctica basin.
Did you get to see that Who Wants to Be a Millionaire clip that we listened to earlier?
No, I didn't.
You want to play it and mute the bot just in case Who Wants to Be a Millionaire has like
Well, you can just send it to me and I'll. If you guys have already listened to it, you can just send it to me and I'll listen to it on my own time.
What is this?
Yeah, who else hasn't heard it yet?
I haven't heard it. Play it.
I
Is
just
it
heard whose line is it? Oh, sorry.
Is he coming across low?
Yeah, but he's not as low as he has
Yeah.
been, so at least he's audible.
Because I turned him up to hear him, and then you talked, and mercy. Oh,
Well, I just heard Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and I just thought that was funny because I added like the waiting music to the soundboard. It's actually pretty funny.
That is epic. That
So
is epic.
yeah. Go ahead and set that up. You ever want to set someone up? I got
So
it.
do you want me to play it like through the bot for everyone to hear? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but first mute.
Yeah.
Just a little incentive for those on YouTube. Pretty neat clip, huh?
Yeah, I like that.
I bet he lied
Okay.
about being in the Concorde. I think he.
How long ago did that clip air on TV? Does anybody know?
All I know is that she lost because she missed the spelling question directly after that clip ended. Damn. Yeah, it doesn't make us look good. It does. It's not a good clip for us. Yeah. So.
Yeah, Homeboy was definitely lying.
Well, he probably seen curvature. I mean, you can see curvature if you're looking through bent plexiglass. Sitting inside of a tube, you're going to see some kind of distortion. That's probably what he saw.
I bet he hasn't even been on the Concorde.
Maybe he
Yeah,
hasn't even been on the Concorde.
Yeah. He was so fast with that, right? I've been on the Concorde. Right, yeah.
Clear setup. It's kind of
But it's
interesting.
crazy. Like they couldn't anticipate that, we would like find high altitude shots, or like they couldn't anticipate that to say that, like prior to Neil saying you don't see the curvature of the earth from left to right. Prior to him saying it, because we sent balloons up there, that's what it seems like, because he came out saying that after people started bringing up all of these high altitude footages. Is that the word, footages? And I don't understand how they on their side could come out and say that he's wrong. And he's still, by the way, did I just see someone post a video earlier with him saying that that dude didn't go to space? Because I can picture them coming out like flatearth.w, whatever website that is that's made to debunk flat Earth.
Yeah, he really
coming out.
He really said that. He did said that, right?
What did he say?
He said that low Earth orbit is in space. So he said that a month ago or something.
Well, they said that the moon is in our atmosphere. They saying all kinds of crazy shit lately. Moon is in all kinds of things. I wonder how people hear that. When they hear the moon is in our atmosphere, they probably think, "Oh, that's some science shit that they said it, but technically it's some other
Yeah,
shit.
there's got to be some technicality that makes it like an atmosphere or something. But no, they're
Like
just
when they said
literally
they
telling
found
you it's right
water
there.
on,
But
like when they said they found water on the moon, and then what it really was, forget what the fucking who, is Drace here? I think it was Drace that brought up or found that art. Or it could have been Sonny. Somebody found an article where they said they found water on the moon, but it wasn't water. It was like something that you totally couldn't see, and it's like water molecules or some shit. I don't know.
Do you think maybe that
Yeah, Sonny found it. The water molecules were supposedly like so tiny that they were like tinier than a pencil head, but they supposedly saw them. But they can't see the lunar lander and all that junk on the moon somehow.
man, if we went to the moon, you would definitely leave a giant reflector. That's why they always say reflectors. But you would leave giant reflectors, like big, giant reflectors, where a person from home could shine a laser and hit that thing, so solidifying any doubt. Or you can on 4th of July, you'd shoot like red, white, and blue laser beams off of it, and it pew pew pew.
I think they're just making shit up and telling stories to keep people engaged and to make people believe they're still doing shit, because all of these things, it's like none of it can be tested, or no one can ever like test it and check it and say, oh, you lied to us, you're wrong, or whatever. So except for the fact that we know that the earth is flat and you can't leave this place, but I mean, all of this, it's like the earth's atmosphere extending beyond the moon. It rains diamonds on Jupiter, like all this shit. It's just stories to keep people engaged.
They got all these,
Marijuana planet.
they got all these super telescopes that are supposed to see these galaxies in super high definition, super far away, but none of them can look at the moon and see what's on the moon. And the best shots we have of the moon is from a P1000.
How are they getting the information back? Because even as I understand it, even the wavelengths of light that we can't see, which is the radio waves, right? Like even they spread out, right? Like it's the same thing with the what's that called? You increase the distance, twice the distance, you get what's it called, damn it? You get closer to
You're calling the inverse square law.
Inverse square law. Doesn't that also apply to radio waves? Because if it does, how would we ever get a signal back from billions of miles away? Or however far they say they are.
Well, I mean, within the inverse square law, when you're talking about light, like what is light? It's just how, the only thing that we understand about it is how it moves in the medium, right? So it's just about wave, like the movement. So radio waves would be kind of like the same thing, right?
Right, but what I'm saying is like the where are my words? I gotta read. The concentration of the signal, it's gonna spread out over the distance. So
Yeah, it should.
The distance that it takes to get there and back, there would be no signal left.
Besides, they have when they use the radio telescopes, they need to make much bigger lenses or much bigger telescopes. That's why they have these giant dishes which they aim at the sky, and they're like, "Oh, we're looking at the radio waves." So to get the same resolution as the normal telescopes, they need much bigger lenses.
Let's see here. I know I got a picture of something.
I mean, you can get a pretty detailed photo of the moon with a phone.
Mm-hmm.
If people think that they're able to do that, having the moon 238,000 miles away, then they're just not.
No,
Go ahead.
so I thought I was tripping when I said like billions of miles away. Like thought maybe it was like light years, which is like something like not that far away. But no, look, one of the articles that I found, NASA finally contacts Voyager 2 from 11 billion miles away using
It's
enhanced Deep
impossible.
Space Station 43. So what first of all, what the fuck is the enhanced deep space station? Are they saying we have another space station deeper in space? Is that what I've never heard of it.
You can understand the story however you can make it fit in your mind because it's just a story.
And how do you know you're actually contacting this thing without getting like a signal back and stuff? And it's crazy.
That'd be like finding a needle in a haystack at that distance.
Like the signal should have died long before it reached it, and then somehow it magically reached it, and then it should have died long before it got back. So it makes no sense.
But Trace, it's in the magical place where magic happens. So you just don't understand it.
I didn't account for the magic speed.
Turns out there is a magic speed.
Turns out. What a crap. Yeah, they send all of these news pundits and all of these people out to to intercept us. Because ultimately, who are we asking? We're asking the people in power. That's who we would be asking, but we've got caught up for 5+ years talking to the idiots of the world. And I think that that would be a good if I'm assuming that people are paid, that would make a lot of sense. Them to be paid to just distract us for as long as they can so that regular people like you and me don't see regular people like you and I interacting and asking politicians or scientists or whoever is the authority. They cannot be asked questions that they can't answer. They have to make it look like they don't have time for the question, or they have to make it look like anything other than them not being able to answer the question. And I think that should be our goal moving forward, getting these people on fucking record. There's this guy that did that actually. Shout out. Guy went to his local chapter and he asked well, where did he go? I don't and he found himself in front of his congressman and he was videotaping. And the congressman says, what did he say? What did he say? He said, "Oh, it's not in picture, it's in video." And the guy is like, "Oh, yeah. But how do you feel about the earth being flat?" Like he straight up ambushed dude. And it's like, yo, yeah, we should be doing that. We should be getting these motherfuckers on record. Anyway, that's true.
What did the congressman say?
Something like, "No, I've never thought of that."
Okay.
Something's, you know. But I'm upset that the because they already it's been so long that like a congressman or anybody any government official could pretty much just give the mainstream response. And because people, thanks to the algorithms, are used to those responses, they might see that interaction and think, great, the flat earther has been told what's what, and it's good to go. And so we need to do it in a way that we can actually hash out points without them saying something really quick and then just like we need to have conversation, actual conversation in public with these people. Because talking to the gym pandas, it's a waste of time. Oh yeah.
So I was watching this video. DCO posted. Neil deGrasse Tyson says Richard Branson did not go into space.
Oh yeah, he
So
also posted it earlier.
yeah, so he's backtracking on his 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You would not see curvature, because now he's saying the magical border would be 2 millimeters above this. He has a globe in his hand. So
Oh, he's changed it from a beach ball to a globe. That's what you're saying.
sorry.
I'm saying the only notable difference is it's not a beach ball; it's a globe.
Right, but first he said you wouldn't see it at 2 millimeters above this beach ball, right? And now he's saying 2 millimeters is the magical border where you can see it. Yeah, it's around 2 minutes 5 seconds. Where's this magic boundary? He says. That would be 2 millimeters above the surface. And the funny thing is, I've heard, like, when I listened to Nathan's, like, a week ago, when was Branson? You know, a week ago, right?
Yeah.
So the day after, I was already hearing people saying, well, they've done this in the 60s. And what's the first thing Neil says? Yeah, well, they've done this in the 60s. So, are they watching?
But someone needs to like put clips together of Oh my bad. Hold on. Let me go. Yeah, somebody needs to put clips together of the globe earthers saying air moves with the earth and all of this. And then just have Neil play and just play that one clip with Neil after them saying that the football went into the net because the earth turned underneath it. To put those clips together.
Did a quick calculation, and I tweeted the winning field goal in that game was aided by a 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right from Earth's rotation.
I don't think it matters what they say. At this point, they could just tell people anything and they would believe it. It doesn't matter if it makes sense, because none of it makes sense anyway. They can just give them any story and they'll believe it. We have Majin in the room. If Majin, if you have any questions, go ahead and feel free to ask.
Oh, thank you. I'm just listening, but thanks.
Yeah. Welcome to the room.
It's like a brand of Northern Euro. I couldn't quite identify it. My guess would probably be Norwegian.
Now I'm curious, Majin, are you Norwegian? Crypto's usually pretty good with this.
Oh, very close. I'm Danish. It's like right beside Norway.
God damn it.
Yeah,
I can
so
never
close.
identify Norwegian from Danish. I know Swedish, but I can't get you and the Norwegians right.
Yeah, very close though.
I heard there's something rotten in the state of Denmark.
And what's that?
You have to ask Shakespeare. I don't know.
Yeah, truth. I don't know if you know the history with like Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, but it's like Sweden owned Norway, and then Denmark owned Sweden and Norway, and then Norway owned Sweden and Denmark, and it's like just been going on like that for hundreds of years.
Yeah, no, I just pick up on what you guys talk about because I've never really had the interest to know or to even look into it. So, Majin, I know you said that you were just listening. I'm not trying to force you to talk or put you on the spot or anything.
It's okay. I can talk, but
Well,
I
I'm
prefer
just
to
curious.
listen. But you can ask. It's fine.
Well, I'm just curious how much you've looked into it, and like, because I didn't check you in, so I didn't ask these questions. Maybe someone else has already, talked to you about it or whatever. But I'm just curious how much you've looked into it and where you, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, where are you at? 1 being flat and 10 being globe.
I'd definitely say I'm probably a 3 because I definitely. The thing is, I believe what I've seen, right? And I have never seen that the Earth is actually round. So I don't see why I should believe that. So I lean definitely more towards the Earth being flat. But I'm like very new to everything.
That's pretty honest. How much do you have any like weigh-in questions on your mind?
Not at the moment, no. I was just kind of coming in here to relax a bit. So
Right. All right. Cool. I'll let you relax.
Okay,
Relax.
thank you,
But
thank you.
I mean,
It's okay.
that's pretty honest because that's what it's all about, though, right? I mean, no one ever sees any
Yeah, I
curvature.
mean, I just
Yeah.
kind of came in here to learn and to listen and to hear what everybody thinks, and maybe I can get better educated on the subject. Right?
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. So, are you aware of the additional information at the bottom of the server?
Yeah, I've checked it out,
All right. Cool. So,
but not everything yet, though. There's a lot.
yeah, there's a ton of stuff
Yeah.
down there.
Somebody start educating him. What does he want to know?
Well, you don't know what you don't know, right? You don't know that you didn't know it until you come to know it.
Right.
Sound check. We still here?
Define here.
Now
Where is
we
it?
are there from whence
Okay.
we were.
Well, the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used at the level of stationary. I agree with that. So there, I've educated him. Maybe. Or maybe not. It sounds like he's on the right track. You try to prove the globe. When you examine the claims of the globe with intellectual honesty. But I'll be one of the first to admit that I don't know a lot more than I know. I just know the globe is. Shut up now.
What is gravity?
Okay, I have no idea. Okay, next question. Go.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular law, thermodynamics, violations. Fuck with all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't, they all no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, with no ball to ever show for. Nevermore. Been a rap for your more tonight core. Scientific, all the sticker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweet. You points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Don Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head, she keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FP, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up, this crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what I hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place. all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately, fuck off the space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room with giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your might. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he could keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Dude, I don't know.
What's up?
I don't know, man. It's like I'm trying to figure it out because I hear a lot of good music, a lot of great talent, but I don't know what it is about chocolates. I don't know if it's the beat. I don't know if it's the way chocolate spits it out, but there's something about his. It's like my favorite, I believe, above all. It just like, I don't know. It just grabs me. I don't know what it is.
He's got some thick skills.
He's fucking awesome, man.
I could listen to Chocolate talk all day anyway. He just something about the cadence of his voice, like the way he talks. Happy birthday, by the way, Truth.
Oh, thank you, Inker.
You're welcome. Yeah, but like every song that he sings on reminds me of the way he explains flat Earth, almost. You know.
Well, it's like, okay, so I don't want to like make the convo about chocolate, right? But I guess
Right,
it is. I guess it is right now. But you was talking about like the cadence with it. It's like when you're talking to him, it's as if he's sitting right there next to you. He's just this chill dude that's sitting there, right there next to you. And do what?
Carry on.
Yeah,
think someone
yeah,
can tell you, just carry on.
yeah. He's just like someone who's just sitting right there next to you, and he's for real. It's like it's not bullshit. He's not fake. He's not putting on. I don't know. It's just maybe that's it. I think there's more to it. I think there's a lot of the talent and just the way he puts it out there. Like his music is just like how he talks. Anyway, it's my favorite.
I just showed up. Who were you talking about?
Oh, you didn't hear it?
I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
Well, I'll DM you the link and you can listen to it.
Thank you. Interesting. Is there like some flat Earth?
There's a lot of talented people in here that make flat Earth parodies and that make music, and the more you hang around, the more you'll listen to it. And I think I sent you the wrong link. I sent you a laser test. Just hang on, I'll grab it. I'll grab it for you.
That's fine as well.
I had an idea. It's like people were talking about doing a "Why Would They Lie" part 2, right? And then the other night, Kai was saying, "Sorry, it's flat. Sorry, it's flat." Like that could be the why, like the second version of it.
Why do they lie? Huh? What do you guys say collectively here at this particular server about why they lie?
Why do liars lie?
No, why do they, quote unquote, the question, why do they lie about the Earth?
Yeah, no, I know, but the question is effectively, why do liars lie?
Right. And who are they?
Do you really expect they're going to tell you?
And now can you believe them when they do? Because they're liars.
But what is the why? What is the why though? Why would they? What is the motive?
There's so many.
I got
It's
a
all
good
speculation.
Motive.
To hide the truth. It's one
to hide the truth. But why would they hide the truth though?
Knowledge is
because
power.
they don't like you.
They don't want that you know that what they know.
Bro, you're basically asking people to solve pi to infinity digits.
Exactly. That's why they ask that shit. But I'm a flat earther, and I deal with this question all the time. And the question is kind of simple. It's fear. And the number one reason they do this is so they can control the fear. And this is the way I explain it. I say, how does one person kill another person with his bare hands? He can choke him to death, right? With bare hands, choke him. That it would make that one person getting choked fearful. Okay, so how does that one person kill a bunch of people? We can blow them up with some kind of messed up bomb or something. Well, how can you kill a bunch of more people, like a citywide people? With a nuclear bomb. Well, how do you kill the entire world? There's only one way to kill the entire world, and it's with the asteroid just coming and obliterating us, or a black hole or something.
Did you hear what you just said when you started that? It was like you were talking about fear, but you said it's control with fear. So fear is the means by which they do it, but the ultimate thing, the ultimate foundation of the reason why they would do it is control. Whichever
control through the fear,
whatever they want to use that for, or whatever agenda they want to implement, they can just morph it into that utilize it for whatever. But it's all about control.
Well, why
I
would
say
air
when we
lie?
know they've been. I say when we know they've been about 8 miles below our feet, let your imagination run wild. Because at least 8 miles below your feet, anywhere you walk, you don't know what the hell could be going on. Like they lie for any number of reasons. You imagine it, they're lying about it.
Why would air lie?
Are they telling you the truth about your diet?
No, Earth. Why Earth is lying every day?
Are they telling you the truth about your eating?
Earth.
Plain Earth.
Yeah, what he's saying is
plain
that
Earth,
because what he's saying is because you don't perceive the Earth to be moving or curving. Why is the Earth lying? I.e., because if it really is, then it must be lying to you every day. Right?
Yeah.
No, we just need technology to see it. We need to merge with machines, and then we'll be able to see the curve. We're limited.
You got to install an eyeball app curve adjuster.
We are not limited. We have photography like 270 miles. That's enough.
I was joking.
Get the new Elon Musk eyeball enhancement where you can see curvature now.
Sweet.
Beep boop.
Can't wait. That's going to be so good.
I already got it. I can't wait for the upgrade. I'll be able to see China.
That's awesome, Flatman.
But you can measure maybe in a submarine. If you go for in straight line in submarine, let's say one deep of 50 meters, on the end you will go more deeper or will go out. Something will happen.
What the hell did you say?
If you go straight with the submarine, you will go out. You will go out from water.
Yeah, I get you. You pop out the water.
Yeah.
If you don't adjust.
Yeah.
Supposedly. But I see where they were saying
that means that you cannot go straight with submarine. You need to somehow also to adjust submarine.
I think the periscope is more of a eye-opening argument on that one. Because you're like you're like literally eye level. Like how that should work. The water, it's like you wouldn't see nothing if you were on a ball.
And if you have periscope, you will see nothing again because it's refraction there.
Magic mirrors in the periscope.
Bend the reflected light into you, and now you can see hundreds of miles.
Now I understand.
This guy, Jason Family Man?
Hey.
In Second World War, they taking out the periscope to calculate refraction, and then they shoot it.
There you go. Boom.
Jason, I just want to set a precedent or preface, however you say it. Just want to remind you that at no time do any navigator's account the curvature when navigating.
Oh, you know
And
what?
no
You know
time
which
do
one?
surveyors account for curvature when
You
surveying.
know, you know which one I have
Just saying.
a hard time with telling people and they believing that pilots and boat captains, which I've been offshore for 12 years, I've been around a lot of boats and boats captains. They never had a globe in their well house ever, and I've never seen a pilot with a globe. It's because they plot all their course and their instruments are working off a flat Earth map. It's not
true.
working off a globe. And
Even
oh my
truck
God,
plotters are
dude,
like that.
people will lose their mind. Oh no, it's a globe, and that's what. It's like, dude, and then I've been sent the manuscripts and flight pattern, like all the things to read about flight, and like 8 pages in, it'll tell you, okay, now we deconstruct the globe and turn it into a 2D map, which is actually a Gleason's flat Earth map when you start looking at it. It's like kind of telling you right there, you know, kind of telling you pretty directly.
I don't know, man. I mean, the thing about most people is unless the activity of exploration and learning new things is a part of their daily life, most people will not do it. They will not be curious. They somehow lose their curiosity when growing up. However, they lose it. But
do you not think it might be the other way around? It might be that the curious people find their ways into those professions, and that the uncurious don't.
they find their way into what?
Into exploration professions.
Oh, sure, but I mean, they don't really know any better because they stop being truly curious and open-minded.
I
Get what I'm
think
saying?
I know exactly what you're saying. I think this is another example of my YOLO life syndrome that I was talking about. What happens when you teach a young child that you teach them that they're going to die from some kind of catastrophic phenomenon from space. As a young child, it breaks their mentality. YOLO life or fanatic, and
Yeah.
just so happens to be a ton more YOLO lives than fanatics.
Yeah, I understand. Like this whole, yeah, I agree. That whole YOLO shit that you were talking about. You only live once. Well, maybe you don't. Maybe you live on through your kids. You know, maybe you
Dude,
should
I
be building a future for them.
100%
You
agree
know,
with you, sir. I love that
maybe
statement.
you don't. I mean, shit. You know, I don't want to get too deep, but I mean, morphic resonance has been proven in a lab before, which implies reincarnation. I'm just saying.
Just saying. The people that run this world, satanic that run this world, believe that.
And no.
You know? And yeah, I mean, they are they dummies? They run the world and got all the money and got all the control. They're not dumb. They believe that kind of shit. I believe that's how they're able to remain in power, is because they hand this information down from one generation to the next. That's
Well,
the
they
key.
do it by living for a lot longer and traumatizing their young, their
Yeah.
offspring.
Yeah.
In order to control them, so that their culture continues to live.
That is it. That's it. I agree. I agree with you when you said your children are your. I believe that. Every version you make is a better version of yourself, and then you know, their children is going to be a better version of them and them and them. You know, you always try to do better.
Yeah.
God, I hope my children are a better version.
Exactly. Everybody does. Yeah, everybody does. They're like, I hope my children don't do as well as me. Can you imagine what kind
Nobody
of asshole?
says that.
All right, can you imagine? I hope they don't do as good as me. Break my record.
Why even have kids at that point?
Right.
You're teaching them like 2 + 2 is 7. I'm nuts. And they're like, what? Okay, Dad, if you say so.
Got him.
Well, I mean,
No
you say that,
child.
but I know people who like literally won't give a penny of their wealth to their children through inheritance. And you think, well, why? Like what you what do you have this money for if it's not to
Well, I mean, because
to
look,
care?
if you're
Bro, come on, come
you're
on,
a
buddy. I
millionaire
was
the whole
halfway through a
time,
sentence. Bro, I was halfway through a sentence. Come on,
I was
for fuck's sake. Right. Yeah. I mean, look, if you're not going to have money for your friends and family, then I don't know why you're going to have it. Is what
Well, the reason
once you
the reason you keep money from your kids while alive is so they don't do stupid shit with it. You just
Yeah.
keep it from your kids while you're alive. Obviously, if you're dead, you want to pass it to them.
But he's talking about inheritance.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're
Well,
talking
people
about
who are, like,
rich
buried
kids
with their
that
money.
get like very good education, very good upbringing, all the chances in the world. You get so many connections. If you can't make it on your own, you have been just turned into a lazy, spoiled thing. At that point, you have given a lot of opportunities by your father being rich already.
But that you're talking about people who were rich when the child was born. That's not, in fact, very often not the case. Very often, what will happen is somebody will be kind of middle class, and then they'll make a really, they'll make a lot of money while the child is growing up. For the child to take part in that, in your success story, your wealth success story, and for you then to restrict the funds from that child once you pass, I actually think that's very, very cruel.
Yeah. You are supposed to be building a future for your children, your protege, your
I think
friends,
it would
your
be.
family.
I think it would
That's
be
how you
cool
be a
to
leader.
cut you off from the company that you built
Sorry, go ahead.
versus the money. Like if you got the money, yeah, it's just handout, yeah, but nothing with the company. But if you get the company, that is a heirloom, and you should be able to run that company.
I was going to
As a
say,
child.
to leave absolutely zero is cruel and heartless. If some people are interested in running the company, you leave that to them, or give them positions maybe. Sorry, I didn't know if I cut you off there. Go ahead.
No, that's a good idea. Like disperse it throughout the company. Ownership of the company, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I mean, that is a very good inheritance. If you've got a nice company and you leave it to your son or daughter, that's way better than money, because now you've got kind of a purpose and something to do.
It's
and
a money.
an asset as well.
It's a money generator.
Yeah, well, responsibility too. You got to pay attention to it.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, it's actually ideal to have that, because then you've given responsibility and wealth at the same time. So it's probably a good thing to.
Well, you also want to have real money. You don't just want to have paper bills and, coins and shit like that. You want to have like fucking gold and silver, like real, like useful metals that can be used for other things.
Yeah, like if Ivanka Trump, like if Trump died and then like didn't leave her anything, you think she'd be all right? She'd be all right.
Yeah, for sure.
No.
Yeah, she'd be all right.
Yeah, she'd be fine. She's extremely famous and married to a millionaire. She'd be fine.
And she's sitting on
Here's the thing.
guys.
She's sitting on paper money. Eventually, that's just going to be
She's
worthless.
sitting on bricks.
Read between the lines. She's sitting on a gold mine.
Exactly. She's sitting on property. Property doesn't like taxes. That's why Trump. That's why Trump only paid $700 in taxes.
No, that's true. Yeah. She does have property.
She's worth something. Yes, hand the child some property.
What I think I'm trying to say is there's probably a few other rich pervs hovering around waiting for him to kick off or something. You know what I mean?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
We've gone down that alley. Welcome to QAnon Hour.
No, what I mean is because she's in the rich circle. If he was to die, she'd have her choice of other rich suitors,
Yeah,
I just joined. Did you say that?
I don't think the dude is going to help her out. I think if she was really on her own, I think she'll be fine as a developer and land manager and things like that. She should be.
Yeah, if she's into that. I don't really know her private life, so.
So she wouldn't go under if her dad didn't leave her anything. So the good thing is to leave your children instead of wealth is education on how to make wealth. That's the better. Give them a fucking lump of dollars, they're gonna spend it at the fucking strip club.
unnecessarily.
Yeah, you give them a lump of stocks, they have to fucking exchange for a huge tax and fine. They keep them stocks working. They learn a little something.
Can I ask you how old you are?
Me, 40.
Yeah. So do you think your parents view you in this way?
What's that?
So do you think your parents think that if they gave you money, you would go straight down the strip club and blow it on hookers and strippers?
No, if they give me a ton of money, they probably know that I wouldn't be able to manage it correctly because of my inexperience with a ton of money.
Yeah. So I don't really know why you assume that everyone else's children won't be able to handle it.
Because no one else's children has access to a ton of money for the first time unless they've been just handed a ton of money. And once you get a ton of money, you kind of fuck it up. You really fuck it up. Every time you're handed a bunch of money, you just completely blow it.
Here's a true story that's a hard lesson learned. A gentleman built $1 billion company, and the only person he had to leave it to was a single niece. And when she got it, she basically, as we're all speaking, did not manage it properly. What happened was the financial advisor said to her, "You have more money than you could spend in your lifetime." So because she heard that, she kind of went with that. And her son had the same access to the account that she did, so they were both going into it from time to time. I think it was after 5 years they were down to 5 million, and she freaked out and she stopped the access for the son. And then she even took her son to court, wanted to sue him for some of the money he had taken. And what a joke, man. Don't leave everything to one person, that's for sure. $1 billion in wealth and equity to one person, that's silly.
Yeah, well, it's irresponsible as well, because now you've really just fucked that entire company up. Like, you just gave it to a goof off the street and ruined the lives of how many employees that were dedicated 12, 14 years of their lives.
Yeah, it was his only living relative, I guess, niece. And yeah, some of the stories was like the son, him and the uncle would go to the strip club and blow 190 grand in one night.
You thought I was joking about the strip club thing. That's why it was kind of funny.
No.
And
Entertainers do it too. Entertainers do it too, but they have the money for that.
Some people do it, but you were making out like everyone would do it.
Them rich people did it. Them smart rich people did it. Give a dumbass some dollar bills, $100,000 in dollar bills, and see what happens.
I'll tell you right now, if you gave me $1 billion, I would not be going down the strip club.
$1 billion, goddamn. How about 150,000?
No, there's no money that you could give me that would make me think, first destination is strip
What
club.
would you do with 150,000?
I'd
You
invest
said $1 billion. That's a little bit too much. How about
We're
150?
talking about $1 billion. 150 grand, I'd probably buy 2 properties with.
There you go. You can get 2 properties with 150? How are you going to do that?
No, deposits, not full properties.
You could buy 2 strip clubs.
Boom, winner, dude.
And then I just have to wait for a billionaire to drop 190 grand in, and then I can
There
spend that
you
money
go,
on
dude. One night, 190 grand. Show me a better margin.
Flat Earth strip club.
Yeah, they
Flat Earth strip club.
they can always
And then
skim
put
off.
the boobs as globes on the
They can
sign.
they can always skim off the top on strip clubs because it's like a almost cash only business, so that it's easy to skim money off the top of that. Yeah.
Exactly.
Hey, your logo could be like, your slogan could be like, where the earth is flat but the strippers aren't.
Yeah,
nice. Come on down.
Sorry, it was.
That's classic, dude. We call it a pub in England, no?
Yeah.
Come see
Really?
some good
No, hold
curvature.
on.
How about that one?
We
A
don't
pub, wait, a pub
no,
in England?
we don't call. No, I have to correct that. Don't call strip clubs pubs in England. No, that's not.
Are they really?
That's
What
not
are they
the
called
case.
in England?
So wait a
We
minute.
call strip clubs in England.
Oh, okay, that's what I was trying to get clarified. Yeah, thanks.
Right.
Y'all don't have no kind of weird name for them?
No.
Strip club.
Come on, please.
What do you
Come
mean,
on,
please?
Mother-
Should we make something up for you?
Good. Yes, come on with
Gentlemen.
something fantastically English. Come on.
Gentlemen, please, they are exotic dance locations.
Exactly. A debauchery. Oh,
Keep
my
your
goodness.
daughters off the pole, please.
So
Okay.
degenerate.
Exactly.
You guys are all degenerates.
Terrible, terrible.
Come see curvature here. How about that slogan?
Come see this curvature. I'm telling you, it's $1 million idea.
The only
$1
curvature on
million.
earth.
If you start with $3 million.
That curvature club.
Truth, what were you going to say?
Oh, nothing. I was just throwing in the only curvature found on earth.
That's
Yeah.
a good one.
Happy birthday, Truth Prevails.
Nice.
Thanks, Sonny. Thanks, Sonny.
There you go.
It's your birthday
And your
today.
birthday is a pagan holiday. Don't celebrate it.
Truth, is your birthday today?
Yeah, it's today.
All right. Yeah, I noticed none of these motherfuckers wished me a happy birthday 2 weeks ago, but you know, happy birthday.
Well, we didn't know. Happy birthday, belated.
Somebody's shady.
I wish you. I did. I know. I
No, I
remember.
know you did. That's why I'm mentioning it, because you actually did.
So, us cancers have to stick together, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it must have been right. It must have been right around mine on the 10th. I know I'm doxing myself, so I don't care.
I said, I wish you happy birthday, but you never noticed.
Oh, I actually replied to yours.
Jesus Christ.
I'm just jealous.
And you didn't notice the reply, apparently. Oh, shit.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
You're going to sing the whole song now.
Happy birthday, dear True. Happy birthday to you. Sorry.
There you go.
Are you 21 again? Just like me.
Damn, I wish.
I was 21 with. Sorry, go on.
I'm living vicariously through Kai.
All right, sweet.
I wasn't looking for an answer, but I was gonna ask, are you 29 again or 32 and holding?
Like thoroughly embarrassed that I used to tell people congratulations on another trip around the sun. Like
Zoink. Can you imagine?
Oh man.
And people were generally like, "Oh wow, that's so nice. I've never thought of that." It's like, yeah, because it's not happening.
So you're trying to tell
because
me that people were as retarded as you?
Exactly.
yeah, but nobody thinks of it as being on the globe until you bring it up, and then you're like, "Oh, I never thought of it."
Imagine saying that to a flat earther. What if someone told you that? What
I'd just
would
be
you
like,
say?
flip it, reverse it, you know?
Prove the earth is spinning.
You know, Sonny just made a good point there. The globe never comes up in day-to-day conversations for any reason unless somebody can think of one. Why would anybody even talk about the globe? You never use it for anything.
By default, is destined to perdition. Asteroids go destroyed, sun goes supernova, the moon falls to the earth. Jupiter is gonna become a star and is gonna burn everything.
Oh, that's a new one.
Yeah.
Jupiter's going to become a star? Why?
Yeah, because it's a giant gas, and that's how stars are born. Yeah.
Oh, wonder. That's interesting. A new form of fear.
I saw this in the 90s, and yeah, it wasn't to instigate fear. Saying that all Jupiter needs is to ignite the spark.
Ignite. All it needs is a spark.
Yeah.
And the entire thing explodes and we all die.
Yeah. And then That
all it
comet
means,
fell in.
and then we all die.
That,
Interesting.
yeah.
And that's not fear. That's not fear. That's subconscious fear. That right there destroys your subconscious. That destroys your subconscious. You go and you hear that stupid shit. You're like, what? A fucking asteroid hits it. We're dead. We're done. That's it.
Right. So what it does.
YOLO.
So what it does is it makes you think, well, I might as well go get as much as I possibly can then if I'm going to be
Yeah.
like.
Right.
So
Turns you into
yeah.
a dirty piece. YOLO, bro. Like you don't care. You don't care.
Stephen Colbert or something like that said it on one of the talk shows. He says, the end of mankind isn't some big meteor or asteroid or anything. It's some guy in a lab going, oh, wow, it worked.
Yeah.
I want to put this, why would they lie? No, not why would they lie, but I want to put this thing about motive to rest, like once and for all. So how would anybody listening or anybody on the panel or anybody on Earth of the closest people to them, friends, family, of the wives, husbands, whatever it may be, of those closest people to you, how could you ever know someone's motive for anything unless they told you their motive? And even then, if someone even told you what their motive was, how would you know that was correct, true? They could still be telling you a partial truth. You would never know.
If you know they're lying, yeah, you couldn't, like, they could tell you, oh, I'm lying because of this, but if they're a liar, then once they're a liar, it's like it's over. You'll never know.
How do you know them telling you isn't part of the motive? Or the
Exactly. See, that's the point.
weavings.
How many variables are there with that? Like if they're lying about something, a primary subject or topic, then they could also lie about the motive.
But here's the thing, right? Are you okay? So the people that ask that, are they really? Is it because they're like a disbelief that they're propagating this huge of a lie for so long that affects so many people, right? Is it the disbelief that causes them to ask that, or is it because they're really like that's just their character, that's their person, where they expend energy on, things that really don't affect them. It's just looking into other people's lives, trying to study other. It's like that's all you're going to get from it anyway. Knowing why they do something's not going to help you. It's not going to affect you. You just need to know that they're doing it.
Well, the best you could do is make a study of human behavior. So you're not going to get to the bottom of anything that's empirical with that line of reasoning.
If he did any wickedness, then he is a liar. They all work with lies.
What I think. Yeah, it's very true. What I think is happening when people ask that is like mentally they're looking at the information and they may be in cog dis, they may be in just gaining understanding about it because they just don't have the understanding yet. They've not received the information. As they receive the information, they realize that it is a lie. And I think when people ask that they're crossing that it's like a crossroads, right? They're crossing that boundary. There's like that point at which they understand it is a lie. Now they're to the point they're like, why is it a lie? It's like a trained broker, brainwashing, mentally programming thing that they've done to everyone, where instead of acting upon what you've been lied to about, you're getting lost in the weeds of trying to figure out. It's like they've programmed people to think that way. But when they ask that, they can only ask that if they've already came to the conclusion in their mind
that they did lie.
Yeah.
Right? I know. So it almost needs to be asked right up front then if they bring that up to further the conversation, like to ask somebody that's asking why they would lie. Then you need to ask them, would you rather look at motive, where you can do a study in human behavior, or would you rather look at actual empirical facts? Which one would you choose? Do you want the actual evidence that's the dead body laying on the floor, or are you going to go off looking for somebody's motive, which is a never-ending journey? So
because you got to get that.
I'm sorry.
You got to get. you gotta get that body up off the floor and you gotta get rid of it because it's on your floor. You found out someone killed someone on your floor, but no, you're gonna let the body sit there and rot, and while you go out and chase someone around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get you. Just
So
like
it's
take
almost
care.
like you're asking them. So would you rather know the truth of the matter, or are you just going to go wandering around there trying to figure out what people are thinking and doing?
And that's what I
You
mean. They
know?
programmed everybody to be focused on what people are thinking, like these social media apps,
Yeah, which is
Facebook.
so ridiculous.
It's like it doesn't matter what happens in someone's life. You can give them, like, they can wake up and be in such a great mood, and they literally control people. Their day can be ruined by one post on social media. It's like it's
Funny.
insane.
Yeah.
You mentioned about Mark Zuckerberg about Facebook. A question popped in my mind, which I saw on internet a couple of days ago. It was a question asking, does Mark Zuckerberg have nipples? Like he has none.
Oh, he has fins and gills.
Yeah.
Yeah, the amount of time you spend on that subject is the degree of insanity that you are experiencing.
It's like, have you helped someone to have a better day today?
Yeah, I tried to. It's funny. There was this lady, not street worker, not these workers that are like,
Not a hooker,
they're
right?
working on the street. No, no, they're like pushing around these carts, right? So they're cleaning up as they go and stuff. They're picking up trash and stuff like that. And this lady, like a big, like black lady, like friendly looking face, she's got her mask pulled down, and I go, wow, it's really hot today, huh? Like I go, especially with that vest. And I started talking with her. It's funny. She's like, I asked her, I said, I guess you try to find some shade when you can, place where there's some wind blowing. She's like, yeah, absolutely. And I stay there for a while. So even just that little conversation, I like doing that.
Yeah,
Freaking
it's
smiling.
Good
Yeah.
convo, yeah.
Smiling at people. Just smiling just giving people a nice, a big smile. Like, what do I have to lose to like smile? Is that like a problem with people? You know?
Put
they
your
think you're
damn
up to
mask on.
something.
Don't you smile at me,
Yeah.
Sonny?
They're like, what you smiling for? Like,
What-
are you devious? Now you're
Yeah.
devious if you're smiling. You're considered devious. Like, why are you smiling? You're odd. You're not smiling. You should cover your face or
It's
something.
like, I'm gonna keep an eye on that dude, man. He just smiled at me. What's up?
Terrible.
I bet she didn't felt alone.
You'll have an upside down alien that's on the fence, so they want to talk.
Yeah, I saw him. I was kind of waiting to see if they had a question during the break, or I kind of hate putting people on the spot, but I am curious what's got him on the fence, though, Dave.
I'm chilling. I'm at work. Just listening in.
Okay, you don't have to talk for your work then.
Yeah.
I don't know
Are
what
you
kind
on
of.
it? Are you on the fence at work? No.
No, I'm outside. It's nice and chilled right now. Kind of busy. So I'm just listening and chilling here.
What
I used
was?
to be in the discussion a little bit more, but I haven't been in about a month or two.
Well, if you can't talk now, maybe you can tell me next time you see me in the room and you're in the room. But I would like to know. I am curious. What was the thing that made you question and put you on the fence? And well, I guess that's it. I don't want to make it too long of a question.
I mean, I'm not really I'm not really. I'm not for or against anything. I'm open to all suggestions because I don't really understand what is people are talking about. You know what they think is the truth anymore. So I really just have dealt with lots of liars and people who think they know one thing and it's the other. So I'm really open to hearing anything at this point. It's the only community that really seems in touch is people that are the most out of tune with the narrative.
I like what I hear from you.
Yeah, I do too. It's like it's pretty good discernment, and it's like he's seeking after the same thing. So
It's
Yeah, I
like
mean, I'm sure it's a
speaking,
universal
hey,
feeling.
I have my life experience. I happened this, I happened that. They told me this, they told me that. I believed it. It didn't work, and now I'm still curious to know. Yeah, still don't have certain. That's
Yeah,
what
it's
we all
definitely a
look.
good way of
The
putting it.
meaning of life. Yeah, truth, the reality is very important. It cannot be life. It can. You cannot call it life. It's a lie. And those lies that we choose to ignore because they don't affect our life. It doesn't affect my life. What difference does it make if the world is flat or it's a globe? Actually, it does make a lot of difference because it helps you discern. It helps you to see which people lie and which people talk from not knowing what they are talking about.
I like that. Very good point.
Thank you. But can I ask you something?
Sure.
Yeah. How do you keep balance on the fence?
You just go with the flow, man. It depends what your perception of balance is. You want to always feel happy or always feel sad? What do you always want to be? You know, is one day of sadness or happiness equivalent to one month or one lifetime of sadness or happiness? You know, like what is truly your goal? You just, I mean,
well,
accepting things and acknowledging and understanding is different than being controlled by them.
Those are some good
emotionally wise.
I say happiness is right within us, but we are blocked from understanding it, or accessing it, and living it.
Well, there's
We
also
are
people
educated to ignore it.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean,
Misled.
yeah. That's definitely a valid point. Ignoring is like the inability to acknowledge something, and people that I encounter are mostly unable to acknowledge how grateful they should be to even have the resource that they have. Um, you may think that because you've lost something or um, are without something that you have less than others, but in reality, there are people who will never be able to understand um, what it is like to have, the things that you enjoy on a daily basis that you just take advantage of, you know.
Well, they
Why should
didn't
any
learn
of you
about,
be thankful?
they didn't learn about their own health, like bioanatomical health, biological inside the body, and even their spiritual, like mental, psychological. They don't learn. They maybe go through some couple of generalities. That's it. They are gullible to, they stand easy prey victim.
Yeah, it just seems really, really obvious to some of us, I guess, and not as much to others.
If you grew a deer outside, isolated, and then you just send her into the wild, when she's gonna see a lion, she's not gonna be running. She's gonna be curious. Hey, what's this animal?
True. But then at that point, it is almost a natural selection. That's why the game is so prevalent in everything that people do, is because it's made to be so obvious, so that it's your choice.
Natural.
It's your fault. It's your.
I know this doctrine of natural selection is not. The animal kingdom has its own laws, rules.
Well, yeah.
governing
I was
system.
just using it
Yeah.
as a. I was using it
The
as
animals,
a example.
the animals have only one law to keep: to be animal. That's it. The thing is that man has to keep many more laws, but he can also choose to be an animal. He can act like an animal. I mean, he's the only living being that can act like any other living. When we act being animals, then we lose humane state.
I think what's worse than the actual, like the offense of the lie itself. What's worse than the lie itself is the fact that they betray, and like they have this certain. We expect them, right? There's a certain amount of trust and dependency, and that's where we've messed up. But that's how they've hoodwinked us. You know, it blows my mind when I think about the fact that no one has ever measured curvature. No one has ever measured movement. They tell us that this is happening. We don't see it. We don't experience it. And we believed it. You know, so it's more, it's not so much about the lie is, that's an offense, but it's the betrayal. I think betrayal gets me more than anything. It's like, I hate lies anyway, but it's the betrayal. And the, that's the offense. And you're talking about animal kingdom. There's not really a betrayal in the animal kingdom. If they expect something from another animal, I mean, they generally get it. Like, so if it's, two animals trying to mate, one animal generally knows when it's like they instinctively know, because they're into like that. They instinctively know when another animal is going to, pounce on them or attack them or whatever. But we, because we have this sense of a different type of connection, right? Then we build these, we resonate with people, and we build these relationships that they don't have. And I think it could be good, but when you have, I don't know, it's like I really don't want to get into that aspect of it. I could really get into that one, but I'm not. I'm going to try to keep it simple, I guess. But it's just the betrayal that gets me. But it does blow my mind because you expect, right? You just assume it's just like everything else. You assume, yeah, but they're telling us this, so obviously they must have measured it somewhere. You know, they can't just. They're not just going to claim this and without it being true. You know, because we could check it and then we just go on accepting it and believing that it's true. But then when you realize that no one's ever measured curvature, no one's ever measured movement, and people have tried and they've failed, and yet they tell the story, and it's because of that trust. So the betrayal, to me, is the bigger atrocity.
This lie and betrayal is actually the first sin in the world and is not humane. This transgression was not a human cause. Cause was the fallen one. He was not human. The human is actually the victim.
Did you know that upside down alien? Did you know that no one has ever measured curvature? They just tell us that no one's ever measured curvature or axial rotation.
No, I'm just kidding. I mean, that would make sense. It's like when someone else imposes some sort of truth, such as that one. The evidence really needs to be based upon observation, and the observation is basically truth, and through experimentation, exactly. But
a direct measurement
or
is
at
all it
least,
takes.
yeah, direct empirical measurement, yeah, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it needs to be so obvious that everyone observes it. Like everyone can observe right now that they are still, you know, or that they are not moving. And that's all based upon relativity, correct? You know, I mean, we can go on it. It's really complex, and I don't like talking about it because
Is it
my
though?
words not really verbalized. Like,
I mean, is it though? I mean,
how simply complex it is.
think about it though. That the complexities that you're considering right now, does that come from reality? Does it come from something you've experienced and you've discovered through your experience, and you've established that those complexities actually us to be moving and not, you know, detect it or whatever, or is that coming? Where does that originate from? Like, does it come from the stories that they've told us, and
Yeah,
or
well,
does
like I think to myself, so like the question that you say, say we're gonna say the shape is the relevancy. What is the shape? How does that directly affect my reality? What's the next step? Like depending on shape, how does that change whether or not I go to work or do the same thing today as yesterday? Like how is the shape important in my life?
well, I mean, it's I guess it matters. I guess it depends on what is important to you, what matters to you. If the truth matters,
Well, say I
or
want to
if
know
you
what the
think
point of my existence is.
or if you think and consider, you know, what you were created for.
Yeah, exactly. So, the ability to tell some person one thing and then yet it be another, is to conceal a truth, right? That's the whole point. So in doing that, what effect is like the next step? now that we know the answer, what is the next step? Like, what is the reason that this is so, that the reality is so skewed? I guess that person can handle it.
I'm sharing something in the live stream right now. It might help. It's called "What Does It Matter?" It's about 15 minutes long, but it's pretty good, for sure.
You're
Well, when you,
sharing it? Is it in the?
I'll DM it to you if you can't like grab it or whatever. Because I know you said you were at work.
Yeah, I mean,
But it's okay. So when
is this
you think
really what
about,
I mean?
yeah, when you think about the control, then if you can remove that aspect of control, and it seems to be a pretty, huge aspect of their control. If you can remove that aspect of control and think for yourself and have more control over your own life, I think that's very, very relevant, and it would directly affect you, especially your viewpoint on your relationship with this place and, the creator and why you were created.
That's beautiful. That's awesome.
And you've got to consider if they put it across the news tomorrow, the aliens haven't, that there are aliens here, and the aliens have told us that they created us, that they seeded this planet, that they come from returned from a far off distant galaxy, and they created us, and we have destroyed ourselves, and we're a parasite, and they have to fix us. So they have this miracle to regenerate our genes or whatever back to their original state. We need to take this jab, and the aliens are here, and it's like, better. Everyone right now at this point would believe it if they said that. And I know, Sonny, you're trying to say it.
At least the ones covering their face. But anyway, the other thing that might happen for you is you get a better sense of who you are yourself and your inherent value. That changes every decision you make from here on out. Your relationship with yourself, your relationship with Earth, your relationship with material things on this Earth, your relationship with this globe Earth narrative that is constantly spewed out of every media device. So you get a better sense of who you are. And then you're going to start behaving differently. You'll have a higher sense of value, a higher consciousness about what is going on around you, more awareness.
Beautiful.
And you will care more.
When they propagate these agendas, they won't affect you. They'll affect you in the sense that you have to live around the people that that they can control and affect. But once you know the truth, then you can start sharing that, and the more people start, what it takes. It's very simple. It can be overwhelming when you think about all the lies that they've told, and it's like, okay, I have got so much, that I want to share with people. How can I bring them to the knowledge of all of these things? It's like, it doesn't really take that. It takes one simple thing, and the ground that they walk on is something that they can see and experience every day. So this is something that they can establish the truth of this. They don't just have to take someone's word for it or see who can formulate the better argument, or all of these circumstantial evidences don't matter. It's the direct. It's like, this is something that they can establish, and they can see, well, this is a lie. This is a lie, and then what? But it takes one thing, and that's all it takes. You don't have to explain all of these things to everyone, but if you can just cause a person to start questioning things, right? Question everything that you're told. If they only question, that's all it takes. Because this is something that if you question it, you'll see it. And then if you question something else, you'll see that too. It's just like a domino effect. It's like a resonance. It's like, once you get on that train, you're on a path. Once you start down that path, you've established a different destination. And so all it takes is that one thing. It's very simple. Make them, if they can just question things.
Excuse me. Hello.
Hello. Go ahead, Monkey.
Yeah. Can I say something about the argument judgment? Like the question that all you have to do is just question. So
go ahead.
Yeah. So I was saying, like, it's very easy to question anything. Like, you can question, you can have as many questions as you want. You can like question anything. Why is the sky blue? Why do I exist? Many questions. It's very easy to ask questions, but it isn't that easy to get the answers. You have to like go through a process to get the answers, and sometimes it takes like 10 or 20 years, maybe lifetime. But uh, it doesn't mean like if you are not able to get the answer in like 2 or 4 or 6 years, then you just think, okay, maybe the question I'm asking is wrong, or maybe the answer is not what the other peoples are telling me. No, maybe they are wrong, but maybe they are telling you the truth. Because you can't just expect to do all the experiments and all the stuff people have done, like thousands of in a what can I, sorry, my English is a bit weak, but people have done in thousands of years, and you can't expect to do it in one lifetime. That's just impossible. And that is why, like, you just have to believe some things, that okay, maybe they did that. They have the proof. And there are many people around the world doing these kind of experiments all day, all night. I myself have done like 2 or 3 experiments, and I can like I don't have video footage or anything, but if you believe me, I can just tell you, like, I know those experiments are true. So there are thousands of experiments, but I can't do all of them. So if I think, okay, if these 4 or 5 or 6 experiments are true, maybe they are telling the truth. I can always verify that by just going and doing all the thousands experiments and all the thousand questions I can ask, and see, no, they are wrong. I will just verify it for myself. But that's not easy. That's hard, because you don't have time to verify all those things. You have a life to live. You have things to do. So maybe sometimes you have to believe someone else. And if you don't want to believe, you want to just like verify it for yourself, you have to do a very rigorous process. It's not that easy.
Well,
And if you just say, like,
you don't have to
yeah,
believe. You don't have to believe, right? Like I don't know the things that you're talking about, because you were kind of vague, and like you didn't mention specifically the experiments that you were talking about. But I don't even know if it's even relevant, because I'm talking about the natural things, our everyday experiences, reality. It doesn't take a lot. All it takes, because if you look at reality and you experience the world through the filter that they make and create for you, that they hand you, if you look at it through the eyes that they want you to look at it through, then you're going to see what they want you to. But if you just question and then have an open mind and accept reality for what it is, that's pretty much all it takes.
okay. So here's my argument. Okay, human beings are inherently very lazy. Okay, I'm not saying it about one particular human, but human beings as a whole species, humans are very lazy in nature. You like, if you can just Google something, you will Google it. You won't try to even remember it. Okay, I should just remember this is important. You will just Google it. So we are lazy. So many people, like most of the people, don't question reality. They just go on with their lives. But if you have the courage, and if you have, like, the willingness of questioning something, then you should find out the answers to that yourself. You should not just say, okay, I will just question it, and I will say, no, they are wrong. Maybe they have done some things that matlab, that takes more knowledge to understand, or maybe you're not understanding it properly. So you should just, like, uh, earth has no curvature. That's one argument I have heard like so many times. So you should, like, see, there are many experiments done to show the earth's curvature. It's not that easy to see the earth's
Okay.
curvature, because earth's very big.
Well, first of
Okay.
all, whether or not Earth is curving is not a science. It's not a science question. So experiments won't. It's a measurement question, and you can do direct measurements, which have been done. So I don't know what kind of experiment that you're talking about, and it's not an argument. It's an objective truth. No one, and a lot of people try to claim that it's not true, but no one can ever bring us a measurement of curvature. So if there's no curvature anywhere, then what is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm curious. He
So
said he did an
okay,
experiment
okay.
and he can find curvature.
That's what I want to know.
Here's something.
Can you tell us the
Here's something.
experiment? Well, hang on. Can you tell it, because we both want to know that, and I already mentioned it once. Can you tell us the
Mm-hmm.
experiment that you're referring to when it comes to confirming the curvature of the Earth?
Okay, so here's the experiment I have done myself. Like, you know, in my college, like 700 acres big. So I don't know if you know what an acre is, because in India we just measure land in acres. So
We
it's
know,
like
we
very
know.
big.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's great. That's great. Okay. So my college is like 700 acres long. Okay. So
Okay,
what
hang
we
on.
did
Can
was,
I ask you something before you continue? Because
yeah,
I
please.
kind of want to know this before, as I'm listening to you. Do you know what size they claim the Earth is, and do you know how far from where you're standing, according to your height, in all directions, the Earth should begin curving?
Okay, I know that the Earth is 6,400 kilometers long. Radius of the Earth is 6,400 kilometers. But I can calculate the how how far the Earth should start curving. But I haven't calculated it. It's a very easy calculation. I can do it for you now. But I haven't done it.
Yeah.
I don't know the exact
Just
value.
go ahead and continue with your experiment. I want to hear what you did.
To correct you,
Yeah.
to correct you on your units of measure,
Yeah.
you said
Hmm?
1 acre is very long.
No,
1
not
acre,
1 acre.
acre
No.
is a
1 acre is
surface
not.
area. Yeah, is a
Actually,
surface
no.
area
1 acre,
measured
one.
unit.
Yeah. Actually, I'm saying like my college is like 700 acres. Okay, so you
Is
can just imagine like that would be like
one
very long
1
distances to cover.
acre.
Yeah.
1
It's
acre
it's
is
area,
4
area.
kilometer. Is 4 square kilometer. 1
Okay,
acre.
thank you for telling me. I didn't know that. Yeah.
Okay, so
So
back to
basically,
your experiment. You've got 700 acres. Is that what you said?
yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Okay,
It's a
so
very
they are
big surface. Yeah.
yeah. Actually,
Go ahead.
in India, the colleges, basically the IITs are like very big. My college is one of
Yeah,
the
it's
biggest in
as
India.
far you can see with your eyes. Yeah.
All right. Well, I
Yeah.
want to hear I want to hear this.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. So basically, what we did was we just we were just two peoples, okay, and we were using telephones and sundial. You know, sundial, the thing which tells times according to the sun. You know that, right? Sundials.
Sundial. Yeah, I know what a sundial is. Yes. Okay.
Okay. So what we did was we just no actually. What is happening? I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. So actually it was not you cannot call it a sundial. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just like mispronouncing the names. Mispronouncing, not mis.
Yeah, you had a stick
I'm just
and made a shadow. Yeah. Okay.
okay. Yeah.
You take
Have
two
you have seen the
1 meter
experiments, right?
sticks. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And
in
we
your
just went like
experiment,
yeah.
in this measurement of yours,
Mm-hmm.
is the sunlight a
Mm-hmm.
collimated light source?
Sorry, is the sunlight?
Wait, did he finish? Did you finish? Did he?
Collimated light source.
Did he finish telling what he did? I
Yeah,
don't think
he's
you.
speaking about Eratosthenes. He did the same experiment.
Oh,
Yeah,
but
but let him tell us what he thinks he did first before he corrects.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, finish.
Yeah. So basically, we take 2 meter sticks, okay, and we just like we went like 8.5 or something kilometers apart. We measured it on our smartwatches, the distance we moved. Okay, and then we just measured the shadows, and we just talked over the phone like how long the shadows are, and we measured it. It was not very accurate, but it was around 6,000 kilometers. The radius was coming around 6,000 kilometers.
You mean the sun was like 6,000 kilometers high?
No, not the sun, not the sun. The Earth was like 6,000 kilometers radius of the Earth. It's like
What he's
6,400,
saying,
6,400.
what he's explaining to us is the experiment he did on his 700-acre property determined for him that the Earth is 6,000 kilometers in circumference.
Yeah, he did. I just said that you did the exact replication of Eratosthenes' supposed measurement.
Yeah.
Where
We
he
just watched.
assumed he started from the premise that he's measuring a curved surface. And that's why
No,
I
no.
asked you, no, that this is
Okay.
why my question was, if you
Mm-hmm.
used the sun as a
Mm-hmm.
collimated light source,
Mm-hmm.
do you know what that is?
Okay. Actually, I don't know what collimated means. So can you just please check?
Yeah. Collimated light source means a light source which emits parallel light rays. It is
Okay.
physically
Yeah. 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 I
impossible.
get it. I
It
get
does
it. Yeah.
not
Yeah. Yeah.
exist.
Yeah.
The sun is
Yeah.
not even a laser. Is not even a laser. It's very far from that. The lasers are very low angle divergency light source. It shoots like in a straight beam, but is actually divergent. The further it
Okay. Okay. Okay.
propagates,
Okay. Here's
it
here's
will
here's
expand.
here. Okay. Let me explain this. Okay. So
Yeah.
basically, what we assumed in this experiment was the light was coming from infinity. Okay. That was our
Yeah,
assumption.
in a parallel fashion.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
So,
So
let me
we
ask
maybe
Like
let me
no,
ask
no.
you. Let
Actually,
me ask you.
no,
Would
no,
you
let
would
me
you've
finish.
gotten? Well, hang on. Let me ask you this question. Would you've gotten the same results if you had not assumed that the sun was far away, like, and if it were a local sun
local.
and
Yeah.
the Earth was flat? If you weren't assuming curvature and you weren't assuming the distance of the sun, would it work on both in both situations? Because
Okay.
I'll show.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
so here's an example of what I'm talking about, right? Because you're making
Mm-hmm.
these assumptions, and that's where you're. I mean, that's where
Mm-hmm.
it's faulty. I mean, if you look at the, I really love that meme did this. That's the wrong one. Hang on. There's another one where it's actually curved, but you get the same result in both instances.
Okay, okay, okay. Here's something. Here's something. I would like to tell you. So basically, we assume that the sun is at infinity. Okay, but what is infinity? Infinity. We like when we hear the word infinity, we think,
The sun
okay,
is
okay.
not
Let
infinity.
No, no, no. I'm not saying that.
You
Let me
are the
please.
only one who asked to assume, who asked us to assume. Let's assume the sun is infinity. We cannot assume that because it is not.
No, 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 no. Like there is sun is some distance apart, right? Right? Like
Yes,
okay.
there is
In your
distance
in your in
from
your
the
in
earth
your
to the sun, but nobody knows how much.
You do realize that what you did doesn't prove either, don't you?
Yeah.
No, no. I am not saying that. I'm sorry. Okay, let me just say clarify something. Okay, so when we say the word infinity, which I have
Yes.
assumed in the experiment that the sun is at infinity, but when we say the word infinity, we don't mean like literal infinity, like it's millions or billions or trillions of kilometers apart. We mean far enough so that the distances we are using in our experiment are very small. So if I was using like 8.5 or 7.5 kilometers in my experiment, so if the sun is like 500 or 600 kilometers apart, then the experiment would work with pretty good accuracy. It will not be that accurate, but it will be pretty much uh, accurate. So, and if the sun is like 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers apart, it will be even more accurate. And as the distance of the sun increases, the accuracy also increases. But sun, like if you even consider sun to be localized, it should be at least 1,000 or 2,000 kilometers apart from the, or how much do you think that the sun is the distance between the earth and the sun is?
Well, at least this amount of 6,000 kilometers minimum.
Minimum 6,000, yeah. So if
Yeah,
you
minimum 6,000, and it can be something up to 10, 15,000,
yeah, so
18,000.
let's forget 15,000. So let's just say that the distance from the Earth and the Sun is 6,000 kilometers. So
Look,
6,000.
it
No, we
doesn't
cannot
matter
say that.
because you have to assume the Earth is curving. It doesn't prove either.
No,
Like it
You
works
need to
on
assume.
both.
you need to
Okay,
assume the
no.
sun is physical object.
Yeah.
You
We
need to
didn't
assume that
assume anything.
you need to
We
assume
just assume.
that sun
We just.
listen to me.
Okay.
You need to assume that sun is physical object, that you have distance to the sun, but you don't know that.
How far away is the
No,
sun,
we
Monkey?
don't. I don't know how far away the sun is. It takes 8 minutes for the light to come from Earth to the
How do
sun.
you
So
know?
you can
How do
just
you
say.
know that? How do you know that?
How do I know that? Well, I
How do
don't know
you
how do I
know?
know that.
How do you know when the light left the sun? Like how do you know it takes 8 minutes for the light to reach you from the sun? Because they told you.
Okay.
So how do you know how far it is away? How do they know how far it is away? They don't. You
Great.
don't.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
assumptions.
Let,
You
let,
listen.
let,
You can't do an observation if everything that you do it is based on assumptions, and especially when the end result works on both, it doesn't prove either. So what do we need to do? We need to stop using observations and actually do a direct measurement. Would you agree that a direct measurement? Well, I'm asking. Would you agree that a direct measurement would actually determine if the Earth is curving?
I don't know if it's even possible to measure directly.
Laser.
But yeah, a direct measurement would be
Long
great.
distance laser measuring instrument.
No, but I am just
This
saying,
is the
like,
question.
in
I
our
have a question
experiment,
for you.
Every
I have a question.
Yeah,
Monkey,
please go ahead.
if
in the
if
military they
something,
have
sorry, okay.
Monkey. In the military
Yeah,
they
please.
have scopes with range finder, laser range finder. Those are long distance laser measuring tools, instruments for these black ops and assassins, snipers, you like to call them. Yeah, these people who shot
Yeah.
bullets at very long distance. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
those instruments, those laser range finders, they don't show any curve.
Okay. I have very good answer for this, actually. So basically,
There are lasers, not in the visible spectrum, but there are lasers in the infrared
no.
spectrum. And those
It's not.
lasers,
It's not even
those
about light.
lasers those lasers are pointing at targets as far as 100 kilometers far away, even further than that, much further.
Hundreds of kilometers. Actually,
Yeah.
I wouldn't say like I have heard any sniping like hundreds of kilometers. But okay, here's a very good explanation for that. So if I say one, okay, is one a big number or a small number? So the question is meaningless. Okay, you might say no, one is very small, but then I would say if I compare it to minus 10 crores, then it becomes very big. But if I say no, I am measuring it I am comparing it to 10,000, so it's very small. So nothing is
No,
like
you cannot
big or small or long
use
or short. You have
you
Yeah,
to.
cannot
Monkey,
compare you cannot
let's try
compare
that. Let's
mathematical
try that with
numbers with
get back. Let's come back to the
yeah.
earth. Let's try that. What you said about numbers. Let's try that with the number 3,959.
Yeah.
Let's try with that number, and then you have water, and that you see from the NASA, from the space, it's curving, and then you go on the earth, on the beach, and you know how much should to drop on that radius, because we know the dimensions of the earth. That means every mile earth should to drop 80 inch, square. And you know what? You know what's happening?
No,
That
it's
is not
actually it's
happening.
not dropping. That's what you're going to say, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Why?
here's a very good explanation for that.
Explanation.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you will have
Let's
to
see.
just listen to me, okay, for just 2 minutes.
Okay.
After that, you can question me all that, but just
Okay.
listen to me for 2 minutes. Okay?
Okay.
So here's how things work. Okay, when you start studying physics or you start doing physics, you don't start on doing it on real objects. You just assume ideal cases, which doesn't exist in real world. Okay, So first you do
that's not
physics on an ideal
physics.
case.
Assuming
No,
ideal frames, that's not
okay,
physics.
please,
You cannot
just
compare
just listen to
reality
me.
with
Just
ideal
listen to me for 2
things.
minutes. Just listen to
No, no,
me for 2 minutes.
This is what
I'm
you
just
were doing
get that,
before. You were comparing
get that
mathematical
listen, get
numbers,
2 minutes.
quantifying reality, matter itself.
okay.
Get that,
Can
leave
I
him 2 minutes. Yeah, you
can I
can
just
get 2
speak
minutes.
for
Yeah,
2 minutes uninterrupted?
yeah.
Hello.
Come on. Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
we hear you.
just give me 2 minutes. Okay. After that, you can just counter
Yeah.
question me. I don't. I will be happy to answer. But just listen to me for 2 minutes. Okay. So
Slowly,
basically, when
because
you start,
accent. But slowly, please, because your accent. It's also. I'm also not English speaker. That means I need to understand.
okay,
Not
okay. I'm
fast,
sorry. I'm
please.
sorry. Okay,
Okay.
slow. Okay. So basically, when you start doing physics, you the real cases are very complex. So first, what you do is you do physics on a very ideal case, which will never exist in this world. Okay. So
Okay.
when you do it on ideal case, you just get familiar with it. You know how to do physics in that ideal case. After that, what you do is you introduce one variable. So it becomes a bit real, but not very real. After that, you do physics on that. You become comfortable with that. Then you introduce one more variable. Then you introduce one more variable, and like by introducing one variable at a time, slowly you start doing real world physics. But
Yeah.
the
So you're
curvature we
talking
are
about
finding.
so you're talking about the transition from what the macro into the micro within the world of physics. It has nothing to do with the curvature of
No,
the
no, no,
Earth.
no, no. I am not talking the transition from micro to macro. I am talking about the transition of doing physics on an ideal case which will not exist in this world to
But you
doing the
don't
physics
need to
in real
like
world.
it's not physics,
Monkey,
it's measurement.
Monkey. Does
He asked,
does
well,
what
Truth
you're
and
saying now has
Sasha,
anything? No, because
Sasha,
Elijah, Elijah,
he asked for
Elijah.
2 minutes.
Yeah, I know. I want to
So
ask only
if
question.
you
Does
if you
that?
keep interrupting
I
him,
didn't interrupt him, Elijah. It was somebody else.
but you know that she interrupted, and you were now not allowing him to finish after she interrupted.
Well, he
I
just
only.
had 2 minutes 2 or 3 different times saying that it's like he's going away from the curvature and from
I didn't
measurement.
hear him talk for 2 minutes, and I've been listening for like maybe 15 minutes. I heard you
Okay.
guys going back and forth. The only reason I'm saying give him 2 minutes is
I just
because look.
Let him finish.
I was just
Okay.
saying just do it. Let him go.
Okay.
Okay. I am finished now. I am finished now. Just my last point. Okay. So basically what I just said, like, you go from ideal to real. So the formula of the curvature you are applying on Earth. So you are just seeing you are just applying for the curvature. You don't take into account refraction and all other stuff like, air density, and there are many stuff going on. So
Yeah.
if you want to like know the real curvature, how much will it curve if in reality, in the real world, you have to like take into account the refraction of light and many other stuff
Okay.
like
But
heat thermodynamics and all that. So you are not taking into account all that. So
I'm
that's why
taking.
you are
That's a lie.
I'm
predicting
not.
something.
Listen now, Monkey. Me. Listen this carefully. With refraction, you can see only less, not more. Do you understand that? With any kind
No,
of
no, no, no,
refraction,
no.
you cannot see more. You can see only less. Do you understand that?
No, you can see more. There's a
No,
very easy
you
experiment
Then
for
cannot
that.
okay,
see more with refraction.
No,
You can see only
hang on.
less.
Monkey.
That's
Sasha, let him
sorry.
tell us. So let him tell us which kind of refraction will let us see more. Which kind of refraction
Okay.
will?
Here's a very easy experiment. What you do is you put a coin on a glass. Oh, sorry, matlab, you put a coin and then you put a empty glass over it. Okay, and you just move
No,
far enough, like
I'm not talking about what you do. I'm talking about the type of refraction. Define the type
yeah,
of
yeah,
refraction that allows you to see more.
I'm telling you, It's not like I will come to the point like just you have to give me like 10-20 seconds to
Can't
just
you just
explain
give me the
myself.
name of the type of refraction?
No, it's not any type. You can see more with
You,
refraction. There is
What do
no.
you
Monkey, I'm
mean?
sorry, but you
Refraction
have
is there's
5 types of
five types.
refraction if you want to know.
Yeah.
Okay, here's one experiment you can do. Here's one experiment you can do, which will just
Which
show you
kind
that
of
you can see
refraction
more
is
with refraction.
happening that is moving stuff forward? You need to say which kind of refraction it's making that we can see
okay,
forward.
Towering.
Okay, let me say. When the light goes from denser medium to a rarer medium, it just
Monkey,
moves
I'm
towards
sorry,
it
but
moves.
GetBat is starting to GetBat told you now.
Yeah.
Sorry?
GetBat, the guy told you the 5 types of refraction. And now you need to say which one of that 5 it's doing that we can see more.
Okay, I am not okay. I am not
Looming,
very
looming, I know too. Looming, sinking. Can somebody else help me?
Mirroring, towering, sinking.
okay. I am okay. Light is not my main
There's
subject,
another one.
so I
There's
don't
But
one
you
know
more.
what
said
it is called.
refraction, man. But
But
you
I
said
can tell you
refraction.
how it works. I can tell you how it works, but I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't know the name because light
Oh
is not my
no,
main subject.
you don't know what refraction is actually.
Well, let him
No,
tell. Look.
I know what
Listen.
experiment.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Like, listen. You were about to say that the way with the light refraction works is that light passes from a denser medium. What?
Yeah. Okay, let me continue. So when a light passes from denser medium to rarer medium, it bends towards the normal. It bends away from the normal. Okay, and that is why you can see more. An easy experiment would be you take a coin, put an empty glass over it, and you move far enough that you can't see the coin. And when you fill water in the glass, you will be able to see the coin. That's
But
very easy, and
you're talking about two mediums.
yeah, so diffraction needs two mediums. Diffraction means that when light goes from one medium to another, what happens to it? That's
Okay,
what we study in the.
well, if you're shooting a laser across the land and it starts out in the atmos and it ends up in the atmos and it doesn't, cross in between another medium, then how does that apply?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So here's one thing. So when we do experiment when we say air atmosphere, we don't say one. The atmosphere is like very vague. There is a hot
No, it's
there
not.
there is
No,
hot
it's
air,
not.
cold
No,
air.
no, it's not. No, it's not. I have a chemistry book that specifically says when it's
Yeah.
detailing different mediums, it
Mhm.
specifically states the atmosphere is one medium.
Yeah, atmosphere is gaseous. Atmosphere is gas. I know that. But when you compare when you compare the whole Earth, there's very extreme conditions. So there are
We're not talking
places where
about
the
the whole.
pressure.
We're not talking about the whole Earth. We're talking
No.
about. Listen.
Mhm.
Because you're detailing your response to something I said. So you responded with
Mhm.
the whole Earth. The first thing I'm telling you is that we're talking about
Mhm.
10 miles of it, which is a very, as detailed earlier with small numbers, a small
Mhm.
number in relation to the whole thing, right? Very, very small,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah. Yeah, of course, it's
Okay.
very small.
Okay. So the air across 10
Mhm.
miles is most
Mhm.
definitely one medium.
No. It's not. It's not.
Yes,
Here,
it
So
here's a
is.
then,
very good
so then,
example of that.
so
Have you?
then,
Have you?
so then,
Yeah.
because I already know that you're going to give me an example. Why don't you post a citation from a source that supports your example?
No, because these
Not
examples I am giving you
don't say no, because I'm telling you now
sorry.
I don't.
What is?
I'm telling you now that I don't believe you. You're going to tell me your example, and I'm going to ask you anyway. Show me where what you're saying is.
Mhm.
Give me the source of this knowledge. I don't think
Yeah,
that's
of course.
disrespectful to ask for. I think
No.
if you if I think if you knew something and you knew it because you learned it and it was
Mhm.
knowledge and I was a normal person seeking knowledge and I asked you for it because you're giving an example of some knowledge that you have, I would expect you to
Mhm.
give it.
That's why
It's
I was
very,
asking him
very not.
which type. He doesn't even he can't even name the type. So he's definitely not going to have a
Yeah.
citation for it, but he can't even define it.
No. Actually, if you want to if you want to talk about reflection of light, I can surely study it and I can just come back to you tomorrow or maybe 2 3 days later. But the point is not refraction. The point is like we are talking the curvature of the earth. And I am just saying refraction is one part of it. So it's not easy to isolate things. Okay, I'm going somewhere else. Okay, so you just asked me the question that 10 miles air across 10 miles is like same. But I can give you an example that it's different, and that is sea breeze and land breeze. Have you heard of these things like sea breeze and land breeze? What is sea breeze? What is land breeze?
How is it
I would
relevant?
like to
No,
explain yourself.
no, hold on. How
Yeah.
is it relevant?
Yeah, this just shows.
Don't explain it to me. Tell me how it's related to the topic.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this just shows that there's a clear boundary. As you can see that the air above the sea and the air above the land, both are air, but there's a clear boundary between them that the one is cold and one is hot. So basically, we can
We're
treat them
talking
as
about
two different mediums.
we're talking about from the water to the water. What are you talking about?
No, but okay,
Yeah,
but the water is.
from the water 10
Mhm.
miles up over the water, not from land to, it doesn't even matter. But just letting you know, from the water to the water. Because you're trying to set up this scenario in which you're talking about the land to the water, how there's a heat difference. I don't care about any of that.
Mhm.
None of that
Okay, so
applies. None of
yeah,
that
yeah, yeah, yeah,
applies.
yeah.
None of that
No, it
applies
doesn't.
to
It
water
doesn't.
over
It doesn't.
water.
It doesn't. I am not saying it applies anything. But you can see that if
Then why are
this
you
can happen,
then how is it related?
yeah, because in science it's not like that easy to just ask a question and think that
If you
I will
don't
get the
have the
same answer
answer,
exactly. I
if you don't have the answer, don't pretend in a roundabout way to give it to me when I know that what I'm asking, you're not answering.
okay. Here's the analogy. Like suppose if a child asks you what is Facebook, you don't just explain it
I
like
don't
what
want
is
another
Facebook. You
analogy.
first have to explain it. What is
I
like
don't want
technology?
an
How phones
analogy.
work?
I asked you before from which
Yeah,
your
Yeah.
analogy is coming from, the source. Give it to me.
yeah, give it to us now. That we can
Sorry. What?
read that.
Like,
We can read that. We can find out who was that scientist, who what you said, that what Elijah asking you. Give us the source, man, that we can also learn.
Because here's
you
the thing,
don't.
it's like I was talking about doing measurements with lasers, right? And you're
Yeah.
making arguments against it well, you're not making arguments against it. You're trying to explain why they would be invalid when you haven't even looked at them and I haven't even shown one to you. And then when you start invoking these things, you can't even define what you're invoking. So that I mean, how can it's like you're making this ghost-like argument against something that you haven't even looked into yet. So
No. Here's
it's
okay.
to me very, very dishonest, and it sounds like you're just going to argue against it no matter what the information shows.
No. Here's something. Here's something. I am just I'm not a god or something. I don't know everything. Okay. I can't know the the reason behind
Well, what do you
everything,
think?
but
What
I
do you
know
think,
some of
Monkey?
it.
Hang
But
on,
I know
Monkey.
some of it.
What do you think? What do you think? Do you think for one to be valid, maybe what do we need to do? We need to find someone with a PhD in spectrophotometry or something.
Yeah,
Maybe
of course
maybe
we need to.
maybe that's what we need to do. What do you think?
No, we don't need to find someone with PhD. We need to just believe if a very
We don't
knowledgeable
need to
person and
find
not one,
someone with
like hundreds
just
of people,
we just need to
like
believe in
hundreds of
okay. I got you.
yeah, like when
Just have
hundreds
faith,
of people
huh?
are saying something, it may be no, it's not faith. They have proved it. There are papers that you can read. Okay, but you need to you need very deep knowledge in that subject to even understand the paper. So you
Well,
can't
that's
understand
why I
it,
one
said
and
one
that's not.
acre is very big. Yeah.
Like
maybe
for
we just
example, sorry, Dan.
no. Well, what he said, it's like need to have the knowledge to understand it. Well, maybe we need to just find someone with a PhD in spectrophotometry. to do a laser test.
No, we don't,
But he
we
said
don't need to do that.
Monkey.
If you
But you
want
said
to know
that
the
we
answer,
don't
you
have
can just
knowledge. But
study it
listen,
for like.
sorry.
Sorry,
You
your
said that
voice
we
is
have
breaking.
no
I wasn't able
knowledge,
to hear you.
but you said refraction in the beginning. Then Get said 5 types of refraction, and you didn't have idea what he's saying, and you know. And how is possible that you, who is invoking refraction and saying you people don't know what is refraction and what can do blah blah blah, and then the guy telling you. And the guy telling you the 5 types, even I don't know, but he knows, you know, he knows maybe he can explain even all 5 of them, but you don't know even that exist 5 of them, but you will invoke in refraction. Is it? And you will speak about us that we don't have knowledge, but you have knowledge.
No,
Is that
I never
strange?
said that. I
But
never
listen,
said that
is this my example?
engineer
Is this
doesn't
example
know knowledge.
strange? Is this example strange
Sorry?
for you? For example, you invoked a refraction and you don't know anything about refraction, and the guy knows a lot of things about refraction, and then you coming and saying you people don't understand. Who here is not
I
understanding?
never.
You or somebody else?
Okay,
Do
I
you
never said
do
that
you
you
understand
people don't
refraction?
understand.
Do you understand
Yeah,
refraction? Let's start. Do you understand
I
refraction?
understand. I understand what is refraction.
I'm
It's only
No,
okay.
that
you
I
don't.
don't know how
And I
many,
tell you,
Which
what
Monkey,
comes
I can
after
tell
the.
you why you don't understand the
Let me
which
refraction.
of okay,
let
sorry,
me ask
Alex.
a question real quick.
Yeah. Go
So
ahead,
you know,
Elijah.
you don't know much about light, but you're saying that you know what it does, but you're describing Snell's law. Snell's law is not 7/6 R refraction, but none of that means anything to you unless you're faking and you're here to say everything the way that you're saying it. Like maybe you know
No, no, I
exactly what
am
I'm
like.
talking about, but the point of the point is this, okay? I just want to
Yeah.
know because I guess I have to get as remedial as I can with you.
Yeah, because he doesn't know about.
What margin of error, what percentage of error do you think
Mm-hmm.
refraction moves the horizon? Like what percentage of refraction would like what's the margin of error for it?
Yeah. I get it.
Is it
I am getting your
5%?
question.
Is it 2%? What is
He's
it?
asking, what's the refract? Do you know what the refractive index is?
Yeah.
Well, not
Actually,
the refractive index. No, I just want to know that because based on the radius of the Earth, that 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height will give you the distance to the obstruction on the ball that would have that radius, right? So you're saying, well,
yeah.
you can't really utilize that method because of refraction. Well, what
Mm-hmm.
percentage
No,
of
not
error?
okay.
What
I.
percentage?
Let him finish.
Yeah. Okay.
So what percent is it off by?
Yeah. So
Like,
first of all, I am just saying like diffraction is just one cause. There may be other
it doesn't
causes.
sound like a number. I don't care what many causes you can conjure up in your mind. I want a number at the end of what you're saying, just so you know.
Well,
So
I don't know. The
you can
answer
talk
is
as
I
long as
don't
you
know.
like. You can talk as long as you like.
No,
Okay,
I can't. I can't solve it
so
because
you're
I
already
don't have
saying you.
data.
So if you don't know,
Just
why
say you
like
don't know.
I how could you say you don't know?
I
Because
don't know
I need
what percent
because
of
you
error.
don't
Okay.
even know you don't even okay, so then what percentage is the horizon off by in the Black Swan then?
I don't know. I haven't seen the
What do
picture
you
Black
mean? What
Swan
do you
very.
mean? Listen, why did you respond with refraction then if you don't know anything?
That's what.
No, I. Okay. Listen. Earth is a dynamic system. It's not static. It doesn't stay the same
Yeah,
every
but you're
time.
answering a question I didn't ask about how what the Earth system is and how it's dynamic. I know it's
Yeah.
dynamic. Okay?
Yeah. So if you can just,
But
if you can just give me the.
what I'm asking you is why did you respond with refraction if you don't know you're not engaging the argument. You're not engaging the
No.
Black Swan because you
Okay.
just said
Yeah.
you don't know what it is.
I
So I'm
I
assuming
can.
okay, you said something about refraction in relation to the laser. Maybe, I'm assuming, maybe that's what you're talking about, but you don't know
No, I was
anything.
not. Okay, here's something. If you can give me the initial conditions, like what was the temperature at that point, where you want to know what refraction causes, like how much percentage of the reflection causes,
The
what was the
temperature where?
density
The
of air.
temperature
You can,
where?
if you can
The
give me the
temperature
initial
where?
conditions, I can give you the answer.
The
Okay, science.
temperature where? The temperature where?
Sorry,
The
the
temperature
temperature
where?
at the temperature of all the points through which you are
What
seeing, through which the
points?
light is
What points?
passing,
What?
was coming
Listen,
into your eyes.
listen, listen, listen.
Yeah, yeah.
You're not going to have the privilege to be here much longer if you don't communicate and cooperate with me.
Okay, yeah, actually,
If you
yeah,
want to go,
sure,
just
sure.
go.
I actually,
If you want to go, just
no,
go.
no, no.
Okay,
Actually, I
so
think
if
I
you want to
will have
be able
to.
to come and go as you please, right? Because it's not that
Mm-hmm.
deep, right? You don't have to get yourself banned up out of here. But I'm asking you a question. Don't dance on me.
No, I am not dancing on you.
I don't want you to
Actually,
cry on me
I don't
either
even.
and tell me what you're not doing when everybody is listening to the conversation.
I didn't actually. The thing is, I don't know what dance on me the phrase means. So sorry.
I mean, I'm asking you direct questions and you're obfuscating. You're not answering me directly. You're talking about things that have nothing to do with what I'm saying because you don't want to actually engage the logic
That's
that
what
the
I mean.
information is bringing.
He's not being honest
So what I'm
because
saying is, why did I tell you that that I might ban you? What was I actually trying to say that you kept interrupting? Because that's why I said that. You kept interrupting, and I think I was trying to correct you on something.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing.
Are you talking
It's
to?
like, hey, well, he's not even being presented with an argument. I asked him in the
Okay.
beginning. I asked him in the beginning if how could we measure the Earth?
Oh,
I
I
said,
remember.
I asked him, can we get a laser? And he's like, he's telling me reasons and trying to explain why we couldn't. And then when he invoked, well, hang on, but there's a
Because
he invoked.
you're rehashing what just happened.
Hey, I know, but because he's dishonest, he's not even like
But I
look.
remembered what I wanted to because I just want to move forward in the conversation. I don't want to talk about like just give me a
Well, no,
chance.
it's like I
I'm
want to
not trying
call
to be
this out
annoying.
because he's saying that you can't measure the fucking Earth with a laser, and then he turns around and tells you what he needs to
But
know
I'm
from
talking
you.
to him
Hang on,
now,
let
and
me
you're
fucking
bringing some of.
what the fuck?
I'm
Go ahead.
because I'm talking to him now. Like I don't need because what if Sasha wants to bring up what he said 20 minutes ago, and then Get wants to bring up something 30 minutes ago. That should be okay. Like no, I'm having a conversation about a specific point. Just now he said, and I remember, I want the temperature for each point. But I
Okay,
was telling
actually,
him, but I was telling you that you're being very vague because I don't know what that
yeah,
means. So when you
yeah,
say something and I ask you to stop, I want clarification. So instead of
yeah,
droning on, just stop and give me clarification. So we need to stop right here. You said you want the
yeah.
temperature
Okay,
for each point.
okay.
So
No, no,
there,
no. Wait,
so
wait,
we're
wait,
talking
wait, wait
about,
a second.
don't interrupt.
Okay,
So
okay,
we're
sure.
talking
Go ahead, go
about
ahead.
10 miles. How many points are you talking?
It depends how accurate you want your like your measurement
It's
to be.
10 miles. You don't even know how off the horizon is off by. You don't even know how much the horizon is off by. So
Okay,
how
I just
accurate?
googled.
You know what? Very accurate. How many points?
No, no. I just
Very
googled it and
accurate.
it is showing
How
very
many
accurate that
points?
you can just measure every point on every meter if
How?
you have the time to do it.
So every meter you're saying between 10
Yeah,
miles.
yeah, you can do it. You can do it if you want to be very accurate.
And
But
how
if you
would I
want to
get
be a
that?
bit,
How would I get that data
you
after
can
the
use a
fact?
drone.
If
You can,
I'm
yeah.
looking, listen to what I'm saying. If I'm
Mhm,
looking at something right now,
mhm,
how do I get that data right now? Like if I tomorrow, let's say I'm looking at something right now, I go to sleep, I wake up
mhm,
tomorrow. How do I
mhm.
go about getting the temperature between me and 10 miles of what I'm looking at right now tomorrow? How do I do that?
No, you can't without special equipments. You can't. That is why
What
you don't.
equipment? What
That
equipment?
is
What
why.
equipment? What equipment?
Well, there's of course one you can use. I don't know what
Name it.
other people use, but
I want you to
I can.
name it.
No, actually, I don't. I think you can use one, like, a thermometer and a drone, and you can just fly to all the points and just measure the
No, no,
temperature.
no.
But I don't know if
Listen.
it
How can I
works.
do that? How can I do that after the fact? You think it's gonna stay like that while I go meter after meter to check the temperature?
No, but you can use like hundreds of drones, or you can just measure at every kilometer instead of every meter. You will be a bit less accurate, but you will get something out of it. You will get some
Elijah,
starting point, and then you can just
you
go
need
from there.
100 drones. I have it at home.
Well, the only reason that I wanted him to say this is because anybody who does follow along, maybe it's their first week, maybe it's their first month. This is what a Glober thinks that we should have to do. Something that's basically impossible, something that they can't do, to basically come up with the reason that you're off by a fucking 1,000%.
Yeah.
Something you don't fucking know.
Okay, so here's something. I just googled it, and it's
So,
saying
Nikki, why you don't do that measurement that with the same equipment to prove that Earth is curving? Why you don't do
I
that?
can't
Because why you don't do that
because
experiment? Every
I don't
every
have the
every.
time or the money to do it. There are other
Okay.
people that
I
have
think that,
done it already.
why you asking us to do that? You think that we
No,
have
I
time and money? I have time and money.
never
I will take on 2
I
billions
never
now, and
I never
I will measure.
I never okay, I never asked you to do that. I just said this is how you do it. You don't have to go ahead and do it. There are other people who have done it for you because they are like, they want to know the truth and they have the
Who's
money,
done
so
it?
they are doing
Who's
it.
done it?
And then,
You
Hold
can just
on, hold
see
on, hold on, hold on. You describe you did listen. So the conditions were seeing an observation. Now, at that moment, for the observation that you're seeing or for the duration that you're seeing it, you would need to know the temperature for each point, each meter up into the 10 miles. As you're observing, who has done this so that we can take a look at it?
Yeah.
I don't exactly know if anyone have done it or not,
Don't
but
say
I
you
can
don't
just
exactly know. You just said people have done it. You said we don't have to do it. It has been done. So you're basically telling me that there's a way to measure the curvature of the earth. Someone's done it. I want a name.
actually, you know what? I don't have it right now, but
Because you're a
I
liar.
wait a
Because you're a
second.
liar. Because
No,
you're a liar.
let me just okay, yeah, it's very easy to say, like, you're lying, but
Well, it's
you
because
have
you
to,
think
like,
you know more than you do, and you're making excuses
no, okay,
for a religious space daddy that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
I guess I
Monkey,
can't.
be honest. Monkey, be honest, because at the beginning of this conversation, you said that on that land of yours of 700 acres, you did this experiment with your body, yeah? That you put 2 sticks in the ground and you measured the shadows, yeah? So,
Okay, so what did I do after that? Are you asking that?
you said you measured the curvature, and I told you
No, no.
why it was fallacious.
Yeah,
Correct? Yeah.
but then
Now,
I just
now,
told you
now
because
we're talking about
yeah.
now we're talking about this long distance observation over the large bodies of water, and you spoke a lot about refraction. But I have one question for you. Can you tell me which way light is propagating? Which direction is propagating to? when it's refracting in the atmosphere? Is it refracting upwards or downwards?
Okay. So it
Choose
depends
fast.
if the
Choose
aim
fast. No, choose
the,
fast. Choose fast. Upwards or downwards?
it depends. There is no answer like
No,
upwards or downwards
no,
because
it does not
atmosphere is
depend.
not one thing.
When light
Atmosphere is
refracts
not one
through the
thing.
atmosphere, listen to me. When light refracts through air, tell me which way it refracts, upwards or downwards?
Upwards, it doesn't reflect upward. It comes from upward and it refracts sideways. And which side it's refracting, it depends upon like the warmth of the air, how it is warm or it is cold from the previous medium
When
it
you
came
are
from.
looking at the horizon, where the hell is that light coming from into your eye?
Yeah. The light is
Is it
coming
coming
from.
from the sun or is it coming from the land which reflects the light to your
Yeah,
eye?
it's coming. Okay,
Okay.
okay, okay. You're asking.
So
You're asking
which
about that.
way
Yeah.
that when that
Yeah,
light is
I can answer you.
refracting, which way is refracting? Upwards or downwards? Fast,
It
quick
is
answer.
reflecting. Yeah, it's reflecting upwards. I guess I don't
Upwards,
know exactly, but
correct.
I guess it's reflecting
Correct.
upwards.
Yes, that's correct. And when light refracts into a liquid, it refracts downward. And refraction
Yeah.
is not the bending of light, which you also previously mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
That's what clowns say, that light is
No,
bending.
diffraction.
Yes. No,
Diffraction. Okay.
refraction is not bending of light. The bending of light does not exist. You cannot bend light. When you
Mm-hmm.
walk on the street and take a right turn or left turn, are you bending to left or to right?
No,
Are you
actually.
kidding
Okay.
me?
Yeah. I'm totally getting you. So here's the thing.
Okay.
I just like I previously told you, like I am not that expert in light. So I just studied it for like 10th standard. So I know that much. And at that point of time, we just first, because we just have to tell something little by little. So first we start by the idea that okay, light is bending. Then we go one step higher. Then we say no,
It's
light
not
doesn't bend.
bending.
It's something else.
Well, light is not
I don't know what
bending.
it is. Yeah.
Nobody managed to bend light. Show me one person who bent light.
Uh, bend. Bend
Show
means
me
change direction. Yeah.
an experiment. Yeah, show me an experiment where you're bending the light. Yeah, like I'm taking
Okay.
a fork in my hand and I'm bending it with my mind, like in Matrix,
Okay. No,
bending
no.
the spoon.
Bending means change direction. Yeah. Bending, by bending you mean change
No,
its direction,
bending
right?
doesn't mean changing direction. Changing
Okay. So yeah.
direction is
So
changing
okay. So
direction. Yeah. It's
okay.
not
So
bending.
as I like previously
Bending is
previously
when
said,
you
like
take
I'm
a
not that.
steel, when you take a
Yeah.
steel, a
I get you. I
sword,
get it.
and you
I get
bend
it.
it.
I'm getting
Yeah.
it. Yeah. So basically, what it is like, I am not very good at English, so I don't exactly
Yeah.
knew what bending
And
means.
and
But you
bro
can change
and
light direction.
bones, human bones, they
Hmm?
break, they
Hmm?
don't bend, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah. So
light can change
it's
its
a
Yeah, but
direction
distinct
hold on.
depending
word.
on the
But
medium it's
but
traveling
but
from.
Yeah.
check this out. There's no
Hmm?
evidence of light changing direction 7/6 the radius of the Earth.
Yeah. Correct.
I don't know if I've never heard of it, so I don't know if it's correct or not. But I can tell you that light changes direction because of one very
So then
useful
how do
thing
you
that
know
is
to say refraction? How do you know
because
how do you no, hold on.
okay, okay, okay.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I know I asked you, but it's really but because I'm in disbelief, I'm not actually asking you. Like because I know where you got it
Okay.
from. You got it from being indoctrinated from videos on YouTube that are trying to explain why flat earthers are wrong. We're talking about
No.
we're
Okay,
talking
listen.
about information that is inside of papers
Books,
that are from professors
academia.
from university.
Yeah.
Okay. Listen.
So
Here's some. I don't know.
we're talking about things like the same information that you're talking about. We're talking about
except
I am not.
you have a
Okay, okay.
regurgitated version of it, right? You have a regurgitated version of it, which is why when I say give me the citation, you can't, because if you did, it would back up what I was saying and not what you're trying to pass it off as. That's the
Okay,
reason that you can't
one
bring it.
second.
Not because you personally can't bring it, because you haven't been equipped to have this conversation. And
What
you
you
think you can
what
watch
the
a debunk
okay.
video on YouTube
No.
and actually have this
Okay, listen.
conversation.
Can you just please explain some words to me?
Like
What
what?
does citation mean? What does citation mean? Like I seriously don't know, so I'm asking you
Well,
what do you mean by citation?
for instance, you're saying light bends around the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Citation would be
Mm-hmm.
citing
Mm-hmm.
verbatim where you got that information. Then giving me the source would be, right? The
Like
paper
citation basically. Okay. Let
that
me get you.
would be the
Let
paper
me.
that citation comes from.
Here's what I'm getting. You are saying like I have to show you like that someone who saw how it bends, like someone saw it bending and then
Well, you're
show you that.
saying
Are you
it,
saying me that?
so you're saying it. So unless you
No, no,
are,
no.
listen,
Well,
listen to what can I
go
finish a
ahead.
sentence? What the fuck
No,
was
no,
I
no.
gonna say? What was I gonna say?
Okay, please go ahead. Please go ahead. Please go ahead. Hello.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
trying to
please
figure
go.
out why you keep cutting people off. Like, and that's a very feminine trait. Or maybe it's not a feminine trait. Well,
Oh my gosh.
because
Oh dear.
when I say feminine, I have this new age
Even though on
understanding
ladies'
of
night we have it very organized and we never talk, hardly ever do we talk over each other. And it's usually the guys that are rumpusing one another.
when I
Yeah.
say feminine, I'm talking about a behavior, and like I said, it's a new age thing, meaning like I made it up, right? This is just my idea. When I'm talking about feminine versus masculine, every individual taps into feminine and masculine energy. That's just me. That's just what you know what I mean? Like
Yeah, I
that's what I
get you.
mean.
And I know, I agree.
I
Yeah.
don't
You
mean men
mean
and women,
Elijah,
type thing.
get to the point.
So the
you
point is you're
mean
being
when a
very
man is
defensive.
speaking?
You're being
Yeah,
defensive. You're being defensive over
No.
information
Okay.
that you're ignorant about.
No, I am just asking like what do you mean by
How could
citation?
you say
Just
no? How
explain
could
it
you
to
say
me.
no? Like based on the
Okay.
entire conversation that you've had with people here, not just me, how could you
Okay,
say no?
here's something. I am not a native English speaker. Okay, so I don't exactly like
Monkey. Hey, neither
know how
me.
to
Listen
approach
now. Neither me.
conversation. I
Listen,
can.
I understood. I will explain you. Listen to me now.
Yeah,
Albert
yeah.
Einstein said 1915 that and that and that. Carl Smith made publication because he had made experiment. In that his publication, it's written in this book, 19.
Hello.
I think he
cut
cut
out,
off.
Sasha.
Hello.
Did you get the gist of what he was saying?
No, actually, he just got disconnected in the middle, so I didn't hear him properly.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, just giving him a chance to get back.
He was, yeah.
I mean, when I asked him about how to measure the Earth, I figured we could go. It's like after hearing all this, I don't even want to go in. I don't even want to have the conversation and go into the Black Swan
But
because it's just going to be.
monkey.
Well, let's just do it and see how it goes.
Yeah.
Okay, you said you hadn't seen the Black Swan, and so you say that you're aware of what the radius is, right? I mean, we could
Yeah,
go
yeah.
with the world record
He
photo.
does know. Yeah.
I like the world record photo better, actually, but it's like I have to get to the simplest. To the simplest. There can't be a lot of room for, it to get convoluted because it definitely will.
Truth. Can I interrupt you one more time? And I'm super sorry. If you say no, I'll understand.
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
No, I was asking Truth if yes,
Oh,
no.
sorry.
What asking? What'd you ask me? I didn't hear the question.
I, I kind of want to know what, like, because he said refraction, but now that you mention this, I I want him to say what refraction does before you move into it, because I want him. Do
I
you get
asked him
why
in
I'm
the
asking
yeah.
that?
Well, that's why I asked him in the beginning to define the type of refraction that would cause the effect that he said was occurring that would cause us to see so much further.
No, I
Then
mean like no. I mean what is the effect? I don't think he knows what we're talking about yet.
the only
Because
thing that
because
no,
when he detailed,
the only one he
don't let
mentioned
the
was Snell's law.
right. But what I'm saying is he's talking about, for instance, not being able to see a coin and then refraction allowing him to see a coin that he couldn't otherwise see because of a, you see what I'm saying?
He
So
doesn't know. He doesn't know, and he's going to dance around for 30 minutes if you ask him.
but is
So
that
I'm
what
just
you meant by refraction? Being able to see something like an object, like a boat that you normally wouldn't be able to see? Is that your idea of it?
No, 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 no. That's just the application of refraction. Refraction is, I can tell you what refraction is. I know very well what refraction is. Refraction is the phenomena that
you
when
don't
a light,
know what refraction is, dude. You
Oh
can't
my
even do
god,
you
dude.
can't even give us a name of one type of refraction at all. It's like,
no, there is no type of refraction. I just searched it on Google right now, and
and look, I'm
there is
not
no
He's
laughing
type
at
such
or
a
you because you
something like
don't.
this.
childish things.
I'm not laughing at you because you don't know. I'm
I
laughing
just
because you keep proclaiming from the rooftop that you know. It's like,
Yeah.
and we just went through this. So let me ask you: if a boat appears to go over the horizon and you're watching a boat go away, okay, and then if you can grab like say some binoculars and bring it back into view, and is that refraction that's allowing you to see that boat? Is that what you're claiming?
No,
Okay.
Huh?
no, not at all.
No, no.
All right. So
we
How,
you're
don't even
how
just
know
do you
what
say
we
no
don't
in
even know what
Indian?
he's we so he doesn't even know what he's saying because we don't know what is he arguing for or
Are you
against.
saying that when we do laser tests, that it's actually the laser is actually bending around the Earth, but the refraction is causing the laser beam to look straight?
Okay,
Refraction
so
is
you
truth,
just like,
yeah.
I just gave you a very small thing.
Yeah.
Like you cannot measure the curvature of the earth by just seeing it because there's distraction. Now you
You
guys
don't
are
think
like,
you can do
making
you don't think you
things
can
up.
do hold on, you don't think you can do direct measurements over a surface to determine whether or not it's spherical or whether or not it's flat level. You don't think that you can do
Flat.
that. So how do people build all these buildings and how do you construct or engineer anything if you can't? How are
What?
these huge swimming
Yeah,
pools
yeah.
built?
What is the tallest building that has ever been built? Like Burj Khalifa,
How is
How did
that
what is
they
the height of
make
Burj
relevant?
how
Khalifa?
did they make those
No, that's
islands
just a
in the
question.
Dubai?
Tallest.
That is,
I'm
Like
and that
talking
is
about.
very small. No,
palm
that
tree
isn't big.
islands.
I just mentioned the
Huh?
big and the small in, in like, I just said a big and about the big and
Can
small
you tell
thing
me
like
can
minutes
you tell
ago.
me what country you're in? Like what
Yeah, I
region?
am from India. India, India.
India.
I was just talking about eh, why, you know what? Okay, so my friend was telling me about one scenario from
Mm-hmm.
some of his people that he know. They come from a different economic status though. And then I
Mm-hmm.
spoke to another person who said, you know, a lot of the people, most of the people in India, are living a poor life. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and I said, wow, that makes a lot of sense because the way you guys sound indoctrinated when you come in here is the same way people from the poor neighborhood I came from sound like. Like I don't, that's the only thing that you share in common with the people that I grew up with. It's interesting. And we were devastatingly poor. I'm not calling you poor, but there's something about,
Yeah.
I mean, I gotta be honest. Everyone that has come from India sounds exactly like you do. Like at least there's some dumb Americans, there's some Americans that are like, I have an open mind. but each and every one of you think the way that you do. It's a shame.
Okay. So yeah, maybe there's some truth to that. That many Indian people think like we are very. Actually, I don't know the right word. I know in Hindi, but
Trusting of the school, trusting of school, trusting of knowledge, books, the government, trusting of information. Instead, not
actually,
not
no, no,
being
no,
able
no.
to push back on something being said.
That's a very
The
you know.
lack of the inability to be direct. Can I ask you a question about this photo? Can you click on the black swan? I just want to know what you say. Can you click on the black
Where's
swan and
black swan?
tell me where you see the horizon?
Wait
I
a
just want to
second.
know where you see the horizon at in that photo.
Black swan. Where is the black swan?
Maybe you can be direct about this one. If not, it's
Where
okay.
where
I'm just chilling anyway.
where's the photo of the black swan? Actually, I'm not new to Discord, so I don't know that much
It's
about
in the live stream voice text. Do you see the live stream voice text?
live stream voice text. Where to see it?
Like isn't it? Never mind. Never mind. My bad. My bad.
No, actually, I can't see the live stream voice text anywhere. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna tag you in it.
Yeah, okay, okay. I just saw it. I just saw it. Wait a second.
All right.
I
Do you
found
see
it.
those? Do you see those two oil rigs? Now, I'm not like. Okay, click on the photo. Make it larger.
Yeah. Wait a second.
All right.
I'm
Now
doing it.
tell me. I want to know. Tell me where you see the horizon at.
Is this the black Bible? There are like many photos. Are all of
No,
them like the black swan?
He can't answer directly. Where do you see the horizon in that photo?
It's because you haven't put it in the live stream. You put the Google Drive that shows lots of them.
live stream voice text. Yeah, it's there.
No, it's in the live stream voice text. Maybe you're in the wrong room, Matthew.
Yeah, Matthew, you've been posting in the lobby, I think.
You're
No,
right, my bad. I see
actually,
it now.
there.
Matthew wears Velcro shoes, everyone. Forgive him.
Okay, so do you see it? Are you there, monkey?
I am in the live stream to voice text, but I cannot see the black swan image. Which one is the black swan?
Are you kidding me? It's like right above. I tagged you. If you're in the live stream voice
Yeah.
text, how can you not see
Yeah,
it?
live stream one. No, sorry. I was just in live stream two. Sorry. I went to live
Okay.
stream two. Yeah,
So
I see.
now we're on the same path here, right? We're all together.
Yeah.
All right. Click on the photo.
Yeah,
Make it
I
bigger.
can see it.
Now
I can
tell
see
me.
it. I can see it.
Can you tell me where you see the horizon at in that photo?
I don't know. It's like the horizon is like behind those two structures that are built, but where exactly it is, it's like
All right. Well.
hard to see.
All right. So you say it's okay. So you see it behind them. We don't need to know like the specific distance and like how far behind it. We just need to know like where it is, whether it's behind them, in the middle, in front, or just like drop off directly in front of you. So you see the horizon behind the second one, right?
Yeah, I can see it.
All right. You said that you understood and you were aware of how large they said the size they said the Earth was, which is
Yeah.
3,959 miles radius. Now with that radius, if you just go like this image is only 1 foot off the ground. So according to that, the rate of curvature for a radius of 3,959 miles from where you're standing in all directions, according to your observer height, the square root of the observer height in feet is that's how far you should see. So if you're 1 foot observer height, then it's only 1.225 miles. That's how far you should see. Then the Earth should start curving away from you at that point. So the horizon cannot, if that to be true, the horizon absolutely cannot extend beyond 1.22 miles at 1 foot observer height. But yet, you admit that you saw the horizon behind the second oil rig. Now, those oil rigs they're in fixed locations, and The second one is 9.41 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Okay, so
how is the Earth
here's
how is the Earth curving if the horizon is behind the second? So we can say conservatively that it's at least what 10 miles. If the oil rig is 9.41, we don't have to give it any more distance. We can just be conservative about it and just say it's like 10 miles out. And it should only be
can I
1.22 miles out.
okay, here's sorry, this is something completely unrelated, but can I not send images in like the live stream chat? I don't think I have the permission to do that.
You can
You can
DM,
DM
yeah.
it to Creation Bear. I'll post it for you.
Uh, okay, what's your name? Sorry, I was not paying attention to your name.
I'll message you. It's Creation Bear.
Yeah.
I just sent you a message. Go ahead.
Yeah. You're messaging me. Okay. Wait, I have to first click a picture.
What I don't understand what picture like how is it going to be relevant to the question that I asked you?
No,
Why do we
actually,
see
I am not. Actually, I have seen this picture like first time. Like I am seeing this first time here, so I cannot. Maybe I don't know it, and I have no shame to admit that I don't know how this picture is like working or why we can see the horizon behind the second one. But I can find out. It will take some time. Maybe not like maybe 2 or 3 days, but I can find out for you if you like if you can give me that amount of time. So I can surely come find it and come back to you on this.
I don't know I don't know what you need to find out. Like the whole point of it is where is the horizon? If the Earth is 3,959 miles radius, if it has a 3,959 mile radius, then you cannot see the horizon beyond the square root of the observer height in feet, at 1.225 miles. But if you see,
yeah,
so if you see the horizon beyond that point, then the Earth is not curving at 1.225 times the observer height.
no, okay. So
Monkey,
here's one thing.
monkey,
Here's one thing.
monkey. Do you know
Yeah.
what that means? What Truth said? Do you know what it means?
Yeah. He he said that because you can see the like horizon behind the second what you can say structure. So the
Yeah.
Earth should not be like a curving because you shouldn't be able to see the horizon behind the second structure.
No. That's
You
wrong.
shouldn't. What
It
you?
means. I want to tell him truth.
Yeah, go
Sorry,
ahead, because
sorry
I
for
probably
interrupting.
shouldn't have.
Thank
I
you.
probably should have stopped
Yeah.
what I was doing while I was trying to explain it to him.
Monkey.
Probably didn't do a good job.
It means when you lay on your belly on the beach, at the ocean, you lay down on your belly and you look to the horizon. The horizon line on the ball should be at 1.225 miles away. That's where the drop curvature starts. And beyond that point, everything disappears bottom up the further it goes away with 8 inches per mile square ratio. Yeah. And actually, this guy with that camera, he was sitting on his belly with the camera 1 foot observer height. So he was very close to the beach. And he looked to the camera and he saw these oil rigs that far away, 10 miles far away, 9.4 or 2 the second. And you can see the horizon, it's behind the oil rigs. Indeed, it is blurry because it is a very far observation, but you can clearly see that, the horizon is behind them. I mean, if you're an honest person with yourself, everybody can see clearly that the horizon is behind. The detail that it is blurry and all these things, that's irrelevant. Yeah. It just means that the horizon is much further than 9 miles far away.
So it's 10 miles, 11 miles. We cannot physically measure because the horizon is apparent. It's not a physical location. So,
Okay, so
but it is
I will,
much further than it should be on the ball.
yeah,
Because the
so
horizon is
I will,
the horizon is supposed to
okay,
be the leading edge of the sphere where it curves away. If the Earth, even if it did begin to curve where you see the horizon there, it would be more than 10 times the size. Like the Earth would the Earth would extend out. I think they did the calculations for this, and the Earth would extend out beyond the moon. Like the moon,
Yeah, okay, so
it would touch the moon. If that horizon that you see in that picture, if that were the leading edge of the sphere. However, it's like if you were going to, you follow that logic. We have photos and
okay,
measurements
so
that are
can I say something?
even further than that.
Can I say something? Actually, it's like 4 a.m. in the morning, and I have to sleep. So I think I'll go now. Can we just continue from here tomorrow?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, sure. You
Yeah,
surprised
sure.
me when you answered where the horizon was. I didn't think you would. I didn't actually think you would ever answer it. So hopefully I'm wrong about you.
Okay, bye. Bye. Okay, I will just see you tomorrow. See you, talk to you all tomorrow.
Take care.
Bye.
Yeah.
Do come back. And
Yeah, of course I will.
be honest.
Yeah, sure.
Good night.
No, seriously, I thought I would ask him where the horizon was, and I figured we'd be trying to pull the answer out of him for 20
He
minutes.
didn't answer that?
Yeah, he
Nah,
did.
he's
He
gonna
answered
do
it.
his quote unquote
Oh.
research by typing in debunking the black swan and then reading and parroting that back to us tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, let me go.
Research it. They need dilithium crystals.
At least today he focused on the horizon. Tomorrow he'll only focus on the oil rig.
After watching the videos, yeah, he'll be like so far. Maybe not, because maybe we got to him first, and his focus began on the horizon. Maybe that's the ticket. Get him to focus on the horizon before they see the debunking videos where they talk about the oil rigs and how wavy they are.
If this one becomes a flat earther, it's going to be a very ardent one.
I mean, you're always going to have flat earthers as long as the horizon looks flat and you feel no motion of the wobbling ball.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's like
Are
sometimes
you saying you should trust your senses?
yeah, it sounds like it, right? Sometimes I feel like I should be more passionate or something. I don't know. It's not passionate. Sometimes I feel like I should believe in people more because I don't expect it. I don't have I don't think he'll ever even be open-minded and consider the information. I don't think he wants to look into it. I think he just wants to try to be smarter than us or shut it down or whatever. Like argue against it.
Better than flat earthers in some cases. That's where love comes in. We have a passion for the truth. They have a passion for, status, ego, one-upmanship, that sort of thing.
No Indian can shut down this server. Come on, guys. Do you really don't believe in destroyed technologies?
Well, we can't measure the Earth with lasers because of refraction.
Yeah,
but yet he was going to tell you that he could do it if you give him the right information. But he was telling us that the Earth can't be measured with lasers due to refraction.
Well, we
So
need a straight standard. I mean, if not a laser, then what? Eyeballing it through a theodolite? Your level line's how do you know it's looking level when your level line's effectively disappearing and you can't tell if you're looking above it, below it, and everything's merging with the surface? You're going to need to check it with something, and you're going to need to check it with a laser, more than likely.
No, they're gonna come up with the lithium crystals, I'm telling you.
It's good enough for them, but
Yeah.
nothing but the truth for me.
I already saw some university in USA making claims that they are studying dilithium crystals and stuff, technology like that, you know. Star Trek. Yeah.
I guess, well, we gotta have hope, I guess. I shouldn't just write him off so quick.
Well, refraction does occur even over a flat plane. The thing that's begging the question is it refraction or magnification? When something's magnified in front of your face, it's still there. It just looks blown up or diminished over, say, a flat plane. Now, if it's refracting, it would have to be lifted over a ball like a ping pong ball of light or a string of light curving over a ball, and you would expect marked boundaries between the refractive media. Like looking at a straw or a pencil in water, you can tell it's refraction because there's a cut boundary between the air and the water. And you'd also expect reflection. So they're kind of begging the question, saying it's refraction when we don't see any prima facie evidence of refractive layers, namely discontinuities in the image and or reflections. So it may just be magnification over a flat plane or something else.
Well, too bad we can't, like, I mean, they use water to measure and level things all the time. Maybe that's what we should do. Too bad we can't measure the earth with water.
Beat my philosophical assumption that water conforms to the surface of the ball. If you can't do that, the earth is a globe.
Whatever you do, don't touch reality.
Idealism.
Don't bring me to reality. Yeah.
It's basically mathematical idealism where they have this idea of this perfect ball and they're going with that. It doesn't really even go with, like you say, reality. It's idealism, really.
Irrationality also, irrational numbers, infinite. Yeah. My God. They bounce all the time when you speak with a glober. They bounce up and down into old fields, from evolution to planets to stars to gases to gravity to Earth's core to giant supernova, then fossils in the ground, caves. You're never gonna hold him in one place and discuss one subject topic. Everything is related. Yeah, that's the relativity. Yeah, it's relativity. That's
He's
what
not looking.
Einstein.
He's not looking. I don't think. I think that's why I just write him off. And maybe you guys see something that I don't. I'm willing to wait and give. You know, it's like, okay, we'll wait. We'll wait and see how it goes. You know, when he comes back. But I don't think he's looking. I think he's just here to tell us we're wrong and explain why and how without, you know, while being vague and not really saying anything.
I'm here to do my penance, my SJW work among the globe heretics, and, you know, just show that I'm tolerant and inclusive and try to help these poor, misguided people.
Yeah. I hope next time he stumps into QE. He bumps into QE.
Yeah. Why? Well, I mean,
about
if
refraction. Oh my God.
They'll do lunch.
I think I probably should just be quiet. I mean, you could yell at him, "Get me gay." I mean, it's like, never mind. I'll just shut up.
It's hard for me to get to yell at someone. I did get a few times here.
I'm curious about this. I do want to know, like, okay, so do you like to, do you enjoy yelling at someone, "Get me gay"? And
No.
Okay, do you enjoy hearing someone else do it? Why is it that people don't like to do it, but they like to?
Even when they are not yelling at me, when I see two people arguing and yelling, I don't like it. I like to, calm their waters. Try to do that, but it doesn't always work. I mean, I was very gifted with the gift of speech back in the days, but I was also gifted physical strength. I was kind of dominating them physically. But now I'm like, I see that they are fools. And when I see these things happen, I'm sure 100% that I'm going to meet them again in 1 year, 5 years, because this world is small. I have traveled. I found myself meeting with friends in the world corners,
But before we move on to this, I feel like I do have to, at least, I do have to say this. I do appreciate the things that I have learned, from QE.
Oh, me too.
He brings a lot of information. I totally respect that. I have to say that. Right. So,
About QE,
because I gotta be fair.
I like him. We
Gotta be
need
fair.
him to be shouting at them.
No, we don't need
He's
him to be.
good at
It's
it.
like,
Yes, we do.
it's the information, dude. It's like that's. Look, I wanted to move on from this, but I felt like I needed to be fair and at least say that and give credit where you know what I was saying. But I didn't want to continue on with that. But it's it would become a debate at that point.
Truth. I like it when he's explaining scientifically to these honest people, But when he's shouting, I know that there are many pretending clowns, and those are with good knowledge intentionally. They are just attacking the subject and denying, and because they are clowns. And those guys, I can't
when they come
stand
in
them.
and they just make shit up, right? And they don't.
Yeah. So
they don't want to look at the information. It's kind of like that dude there. I mean, it didn't seem to me like he wanted to look at the information. He just wanted to tell us where we were wrong.
Fanatic believers like Brenda, Jazza, all those from Gem Panda. So
they want to have fun with you, maybe embarrass you a little bit, maybe dox you, frustrate you. For them, it's just, I guess, a way to get a shell check.
Yeah, but look how long they've been looking at this, though. They've had to.
I hate this kind of people that put you at the edge, then they push you. I hate,
You mean just calculated, manipulative?
Yeah.
That's why we need to focus on the information, because the drama is right where they want us.
Yeah.
And that's just it. The information is right there. It's in your reality. So how do these people, like these, the ones that you're mentioning, like Jazz and all those, how do they? I don't like. I'm trying to see from their perspective and see how they could be into it. I don't understand. Like they can't be looking at the information. That can't be their motive. They can't be wanting to know the truth and just they see a different truth. That's not it. They're not looking at it because it's right there.
It's
these guys, Jazza and Brenda, they are not intelligent beings.
I think they get off on
There are some in Gem Panda that are very well read, and they are evil and wicked knowingly,
I think you cut out,
But
Lemon.
Oh, I was just saying they get an exquisite high, like you were saying, off of perverting the truth. It's like spiritually, I would surmise and guess that they can't have the power of, say, the truth or say God, but they can certainly get an exquisite high off of perverting and trampling on the truth, including the flat earth, as much as possible. Getting, a perverse thrill out of climbing the top of the hierarchy, not off of, truth or, any sort of logical reason, but just because, they play the game properly. The thrill of cunning and deceit and power and word games and, ad hom and rhetoric, gaslighting flat earthers, toying with their minds, toying with their hearts. It's a sort of satanic perverse glee, if you will.
satanic techniques, yeah. Psychology, it's satanic technique.
A spirit of power and control.
When I was reading about the Hyperboreans, I saw that they had culture like they did not like to learn everything, you know. They were living a lot by their heart feeling, the way they felt in their heart, with their heart, uh, as very empathic, But they all knew that when they had a problem, they had books written in solid gold, and they were going to books, and if they found it written there that it is okay, then you had their okay. If it was not written, never get their okay. So whenever they found themselves like giving them a problem, a thing like that, they didn't know to answer you like straight away from their mind. But yeah, they had this book which contained whole. Yeah.
Maybe it's the personal investment where they started out, on that side and dug their heels in, and then once once that became part of who they were, was someone who fought for the globe, they have this, time invested and stance that they've taken. And so, psychologically, they have this personal investment that they need to defend more so than the information. Like these OG Globers, that's kind of like what it would almost have to be.
Yeah, they had this some saying like if a man was going to the books to try to learn to know everything, like learn too much, the information would corrupt man and he will lose his state, spiritual holiness, everything. And that's why they didn't like know too many things. It's not a bad thing not to know a lot. It means you have a virgin mind, less corrupt. This is why actually the evil, it was very easy to become powerful.
So I wonder what would happen if everyone on Earth realized that there was more land. They just let's say that they discovered that there was more land, right? And they knew that the Earth was flat, and that there's energies within the system that we live that you can harness because it's not the globe spinning in space, as they say. You
No,
know, so
this will be like, when in a prison you have a riot.
well, they would
That's
lose
how it
control,
would
wouldn't they?
be.
And that's what it's
Yeah,
about,
yeah,
right? Control.
yeah. And we don't represent 30% of mankind, our community. We're a very small percent, few millions of us, yeah, flat earthers. But you get like 10% of the world to know very well, then it will be propagating a lot.
Or wait, I wonder what goes through their mind while they're thinking, like when they believe that the Earth is a globe. Like, well, if it ends, like what goes through their mind if they're thinking about looking at the information and they're just like considering it and they're thinking, well, what if I look at this information and the information says the Earth is flat and level, and what if it's not curving? Like, I wonder what they think that would do. What would they be losing if that were the case? Like, what's the resistance to it? Is what I'm curious about.
Well,
Like, if
the
it's flat
resistance,
in their mind and it's not what they believe.
for example, I can tell you like my personal experience, a couple of friends and my cousin. Uh, my cousin, yeah, he's good in web design, coding, stuff like that. But he didn't finish, just only high school. He doesn't have a higher education. Okay, doing great in life, but when I told him like laughing, oh, Alex, how do you say those planets this and that, like all those pictures? And yeah, I tried to explain him. Still, no, it can't be. And then other friends, common friends, they also are laughing, but we all have one friend in common who's a engineer, and I explained to him. I spoke with him about gas pressure, Pascal, like stuff like that, and he told me like, "Hey, look into Euler's laws, stuff like that. Read that guy." He recommended to me because he understood me what I'm talking about, and he agreed with me. Like after 1 week, he was like, "Hey, I did search, like from an engineering view perspective, you know, doing the maths and stuff. And hey, what you're saying, true, you know, I checked it. Yeah, I showed him the FE core measurement PDF. He read it all, and he said, "This what's saying here, true." But this is the engineers. The other colleagues, friends that only finished high school, they are still with their monkey baseball, helium, really. Being right is addictive. Sleeping.
You put everybody to sleep.
Yeah,
It's
I was
told you, man. It's
thinking.
like when you get going and it's this, I can't help it. You're gonna go to sleep.
Yeah, I was thinking to sing like one elephant was swinging on a spider's web.
Okay.
Okay.
What's going on here, fellers, girls, gals, and guys?
I'm still, my mind is short. NASA term,
Your
destroy
mind shorted out?
technology. Yeah, on this NASA term,
Oh.
destroy technology. Yeah, we don't believe in destroyed technology. Big
Oh.
problem for us. We need NASA to lick our eyes so we can see. Uh, we spoke Indian
NASA tells
monkey.
the truth. That's the last I heard. I heard that NASA
Yeah.
never lies. They tell the entire
Yeah.
truth.
Nothing but the truth.
That's what somebody on Witsit Stream said the other night. Somebody said, yeah, the government's lie, but NASA don't.
NASA, the
It was
snake,
funny.
the snake's tongue. When I saw that picture meme, to NASA chevron as snake tongue, it was like, oh my god, I couldn't see that. And I often wonder about the NASA chevron. What does what does that thing arrow mean? Because it wasn't an arrow.
What, the forked tongue? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. It's a snake tongue.
Yeah, the snake tongue, the liar's tongue.
Yeah. In the 90s, I was watching like, what's the point of this? What I had people telling me that that symbol represents like some sort of vector. It has to do with rockets and stuff. but it didn't make any sense to me because it was curved.
Well, it's NASA. It means to deceive in Hebrew, and so the deception, the liar's tongue, the forked tongue. Yeah, that's what it means.
I bought a bottle of Coke. The lid so swollen. I think when I gonna open this one, it's gonna make like explode. I think it's from the heat, been exposed to hot.
Well, there's enough of that going around right now. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Man, it rains so much. The last 3 days, every day at night.
I'm surprised we haven't heard more people dying from heat stroke. Usually when it gets this hot, you hear on the news about the elderly people dying from heat stroke and stuff. I'm sure it's going on, which I hate to hear that, but man, it's been hot out there.
The heat is killing us, and it's raining too much. We have floods and mudslides.
What area are you in, Godrock?
I just drank some coffee.
No, what area do you live?
Do I live?
Yeah.
Utah.
So I don't know. I don't know about you. I remember when I was a young kid. My grandmother raised me, and I remember my grandmother always telling me, you know, make sure you drink plenty of water. And then she would say, because it's such and such degrees outside. And it was always like when she would say that, it would every year. She would say that every year during. I mean, it was triple digit temperatures, like 100 and something, right? It was triple digit temperatures, and when she would like be on me to drink more water. So I remember having triple digit temperatures for at least a couple weeks to a month out of the year, every year.
Yeah, we've had triple digits here, probably at least 5 or 6 times so far this summer. Maybe not quite as many as some other summers, but yeah, it's been over 100, at least half a dozen times, maybe more. I haven't paid that much attention to it, but it's definitely been 100 plus. Quite, several days at least here this summer.
Yeah, we had here like 112, 115.
Oh, geez.
Very
and
hot.
It gets really hot in St. George in Utah, and the southern part of Utah. It gets really hot down. I heard 112 already this year down there. It's close to Vegas. It's not too far from Vegas, and it gets 120 down. It's not abnormal to see temperatures of 120 in St. George and Las Vegas. But up where I live way up north, very top of the state, so it's not quite as hot here.
Well, I don't get it, man, because it's like these people with these farms, either they're not paying attention. I don't think they're paying attention. Maybe some of them do. Maybe they do. I don't know. But maybe there's just nothing they can do about it. But if you have farms and you get flooded out and you can't plant, and then you end up having, just to be able to make it, you end up having to sell your farm to FEMA. It's like, it doesn't make sense to me. I would be pissed knowing that they manipulate the weather. They geoengineer and they manipulate the weather, and then your farm gets flooded, and they're doing it, and yet you don't get pissed.
Oh yeah. I think there should be laws against that, making people sell their farms in times of when they're stressful situations going on or whatever, like bad weather, flooding, natural disasters, heat wave, anything like that. They should not be able to force you to. There should be relief bills and stuff for people like that. It should be just the opposite, in my opinion.
I mean, they didn't make them as if they told them that they had to. They pretty much had to survive because, well, I mean, if they need the money, I mean, you have to survive, right? But they were unable to plant, and it flooded so much for so long that they couldn't even try to get a lazy. They couldn't plant anything at all. So it's like that's their livelihood, and so the only way that they could make it, and they knew that. So, but the fact that they're doing this, and there's evidence that they're causing damage. Why aren't? It's like people are so brainwashed. I don't even want to use the word brainwashed, but I mean, they are brainwashed, but it's even worse than that.
Well, they got you used to with the masks now. Just because soon they start this new internet thing, and it's gonna affect the way we assimilate oxygen. You're gonna need to buy a bottle of oxygen, carry with you, just like in the movie. They showed us so many times. This world stage where the world is uninhabited, to live underground, bunkers, controlled climate. So you become fully dependent on the system. You won't be able to get out of your house.
Yeah, screw that, man.
It's gonna be horrible. Horror movie. I'm not saying it's 100%. Hey, yeah, technologically we have this capability. They can do this to us, and we wouldn't even know. They already are blaming climate change. Yeah, so whatever shit they are doing, they're gonna say, "Oh, it's climate change. We told you, don't drive so many cars." Yeah. And these cars, the electric, you can have a tank with oxygen, so breathe in the car, you can travel. But it's gonna be AI driven. If you're not going in a business purpose interest, then why would you go there without a permit, specific reason? When they shout lights out, they want everybody indoors. But they did it.
I hate to always be so repetitive, but I mean, it is what it is. If that's what it is, it's like Stockholm Syndrome. The people know. They know that they're doing it, but then they will fight and argue to defend those that are doing it. But I think it's more than that, though.
In 2015, I came out from prison. I got released through the Iron Gate, and when 2020 hit, I was like, the world just got imprisoned. That's what it looked to me. I like 8 o'clock, lights out. You have the militia, the guardian, coming, locking the door. Yeah, so if I was going out in Germany at nighttime, yeah, I would see police cars driving by in villages, They were driving every street. Your papers, permit, ID. The only way you could be out was if you were going at work, business, something.
It's like a
They give
lullaby,
you.
isn't it?
Yeah. My voice. What time is it, you guys?
It's 7 p.m. for me.
Oh, early.
It's 7. It's
Very
not 20
late.
after.
Oh,
Well,
you ain't but a country ride from me then, damn it. It's 7:17 here. Both you two.
okay, I was being general. I said 7. It's 7:16. So you're a second ahead of me, Battlewad.
A second or a minute?
A second,
One
because
step.
it's
1 second.
1 second
One
because it's
step.
getting ready. It's getting ready to turn.
I see.
I'm a step ahead,
Oh,
always. Because I'm one of the boys. I play with big toys.
Oi, oi.
Boy, I like to hear it go vroom, vroom.
Listen, as a fellow delegate of the Eastern Standard Time Zone, I shall declare that this time zone is the time zone of business. Therefore, it is the best.
You forgot something. You forgot to say, hear ye, come one, come all.
I'm not a politician. That would necessitate that I'm evil.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh,
I can
gosh.
hear it in your voice.
I would never be a politician. I would never sell my soul.
That's only because it's not worth a plug nickel. You need to get a better one.
That's mean.
I know.
You're fine.
And the guy that said hear ye, that's the town crier. You're not a politician, you're just crying. I declare for the Eastern Standard Central Time be the time of business. Proclamation is done. I wish that worked in here when people were, hear ye, there will be no over talking.
Extra, read all about it.
This dumbass started his conversation in the middle of mine, and it's the last time.
Extra.
Read all about it.
You have to believe in destroy technology.
Where the hell's Drace and Bong, damn it? Drace done put some bars over this beat, and now I can't find the beat, and I'm in band lab. What the hell? It's like being in the barn, and I don't know where the fucking tools are. It's like, fuck. Damn it, Drace.
Yeah.
Well,
It must be late night for him.
What? Well, when he put some bars over a beat, and then he replaced the project with his rap, and he should have made that track too, and left the raw music just sitting there. You know what I mean? So we could play with the raw music. So now the only version of that beat that I can find is got Drace throwing my bars on it. Damn it! I'm gonna have to write him a song and then make a 10-minute hook for me, him, and Bong. I got enough lyrics now to just put 3 of us in it.
Give him a little reminder.
Oh, I'll just make Bong re-upload it so I can. Fuck it. He's supposed to be the bandmaster. He's the DJ. Damn it! Spin that track.
Wait, Bong's a DJ?
In BandLab, join BandLab. Well, you can come in there and rap with us too.
Me?
Yeah, so far it's just me, Drace, Love and Harmony, and Bong.
Oh.
Could you imagine me trying to rap? It's like I laugh.
I could write a rap for you.
imagine it. I imagine just me trying to, and I laugh my ass off every time.
I could write a rap for you.
Would be
Make you sound gangster. They got don't go messing with a country boy. Hell, why not a country girl? A country girl will rock your world. Come on. Come on.
You'd be surprised what special effects can do.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's BandLab. You're already there.
I have an account, but I barely use it.
Well, just send me your account or your username so I can follow you, and then Bong will follow you, and so will Drake. Then we can tell you to sign in if you want to do something. I got a vision of like 5 people in a circle with a 10-minute beat and everybody just flowing. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I don't give a fuck if I got to write the bars. For some reason, my mind works that way. So I'll be listening to people talk and use their sentences for a rap. I don't get distracted, but I got this beat playing in my head all the time. So like, I march to the beat of a different drum. You ever heard that?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Well, ever since the Marine Corps and cadences and marching drills, I've always had this rhythm. Doom, 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 doom. And when I'm busy at work, the rhythm plays in my mind. When I sit here stoned and I'm wandering and just listening, I got a beat. There's a beat behind what you're saying. Oh, God damn it.
Hey, bark to the rhythm of your beat.
He's a little off key though.
He's a killer.
Do you not hear him though? It's like, don't, or no, he did it.
God. Kilo, quit. Oh, wait. You want to know what he's barking at?
Yeah.
There's a squirrel out in his lawn taking a dookie. I got flowers at the bottom of the flagpole, and it looks like there's a squirrel shitting in my flower bed. He's mad. Hey, that's my spot. That's one thing he can't catch. He tries, but them squirrels are fast. They play with him. You get like 10 of them up in a tree, and 3 of them will come down at once and scatter, and he doesn't know who to chase, so they run circles around him. The shit is funny. They play with him. They know he can't catch them. They were babies running from him, though. I really think it's a game. I don't think he's trying to catch them, to be honest. I think they're just playing. Because after he messes with the squirrels and they split, he'll go over and try to get the cat to run. Like, you run, bitch. I ain't done chasing things. Run. And the cat just looks at him like, yeah. I'm going to make your nose bloody again. You remember that? Shit, I got a cat that's probably 12 pounds. Shit. He's a big boy, though.
So, if your dog's name is Kilo, doesn't that mean you support the metric system over the imperial?
No, it means he got 2.2 pounds of ass whoop. Yeah. Right then, he was just bitching at me because I told him to shut the fuck up. So he just looked at me and barked, "Fuck you! He's shitting in my spot. You do something then. Get him out of my spot."
I got my popcorn ready.
That motherfucker is real possessive about his pooping area, man. He'll go out there and walk circles around that flagpole, but every time he craps, he's always facing the same direction. That shit cracks me up. I watched him for like a week, and I was like, man, I think this motherfucker shits towards the north. What the fuck? What is up with that?
What's up with that? That's
Is that really a thing?
It is. I don't care if he got to go so bad he runs right out the door. He'll spin in a circle and then face the same way he would if he was pooping by the damn flagpole. I do try to get him to not poop in front of the house, though. But I mean, if he does, I go out there with a plastic bag and clean it up. I let the kids play out there, you know. I make sure I ain't got no dog poop in my kids' area.
Did I miss something when I was gone?
Not really. The dog barking. I'll tell you what, when it's really quiet in here and he does that shit, man, it scares the shit out of me every time. I'm like, God damn it, dude, you about gave me a heart attack. Shut the fuck up.
Well, I'll tell you what, it comes through loud and clear at my place. It was a loud bark.
Yeah.
Yeah, my activity room's a small room, and he's a big boy. He probably weighs 65 pounds.
Your room? He's inside the room?
Yeah.
So the room is acting like a speaker for us.
Yeah, I bet.
No, it's all right. Doesn't bother me.
Yeah, it's the smallest room in the house, but fuck, it's my activity room.
It's hot as hell now. Could be hotter though. It's only 80, but
yeah. The reason I got an activity room is because my kids like it hot, man. I turn the damn central air on at 69, and they're bitching.
Yeah, that's me, man. It's too cold for me everywhere I go.
So I come up in my room, and I got this little stand-up air conditioner it's got a hose that runs out through the wall, and a vent that goes out the window, and then I just turn on my air conditioner.
I got mine to a cool 67.
I like the winter shit. That's what I'm saying, Sonny. Oh fuck, I wanted 67. I'm still gonna be hanging out in my
like I
briefs.
can I can sleep with it like 62, 64. Like that's comfortable for sleeping.
Yeah, me too. Cause I like my blankets. I like my heavy comforters. I like the weight.
Me too.
My cat likes it too. My one little cat, him and his mom sleeps at my feet every night. And he can get under the blankets on his own. He'll get at the end of the bed and crawl up under the blankets and crawl all the way up under there and get under my armpit. So that's why I like it cold, because the damn animals will sneak in my bed and make me hot while I'm sleeping.
You need silk sheets, Mike. They're nice and cool.
A 65-pound dog puts off a lot of heat, dog, let me tell you.
Yeah. I got pillows everywhere. Pillows are fun.
Yeah, me too. I got a couple body linked ones because he's so hot. When he does that shit, I try to stuff it in between me and him. Here, hug the pillow, motherfucker. Because he's hot. And dog's always putting off fucking 100 degrees.
That reminded me of a Stone song. She's so cold, she's so cold.
Some like
thing
it
I love,
hot, so let's
the
turn
thing I
up
love,
the heat till we fry.
the thing I love the most about the silk is with the pillowcases, you just flip it over and it's nice and cool on the other side, you know?
Yeah, I don't really like silk, but I'm not going to say why. Well, this is a family-oriented channel. I had silk sheets, but I don't really care for them. I'd rather have cotton. You get them silk sheets, man. So if the dog gets sweaty and he's making me sweat, and I wake up and try to push him away, his ass won't slide across the silk sheets. He's stuck. I got to get up and manually move him. It's kind of like the leather couch. You
That
know what
was
I
him
mean?
that one day slamming his bowl on the floor, eh?
Yeah.
That was so
Yeah.
cute.
Dude, when his bowl's empty, he brings it right up here, drops it, picks it up, drops it, picks it up, drops it. He won't stop either till I get up. Most of y'all probably got a dog you can feed once a day. My dog don't play that shit. He's like, look, I herded cows, I chased coyotes, and I had to chase them damn squirrels out of my shitting spot. You better feed me good. I work. And if I don't feed his ass when I get out of bed in the morning, he'll just look at me like, I ain't going, punk. Shut the door behind you. He's funny, dude.
It's got an
like
attitude. He's got an attitude, huh?
Yeah, I like to think he's a reflection of me. You know, he likes to act like me. I taught him too much. Anything he interacts with, I name it for him. That's the fence. This is the back door. That's the front door. This is the recliner. That's the love seat. This is the couch. There's the floor. Get the hell on it. You know, leave my socks alone. Quit chewing my boots. You know.
Is CI still here?
I am.
I looked at I watched one of the movies you recommended in the Red Pill movies. Transcendence.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite movies of all time. It's so good.
That's bizarre. AI stuff. Pretty interesting.
Did you know Elon Musk was in that movie?
No, I didn't.
He's the Tesla driver near the end.
What?
Yep.
I'm gonna have to look at that part.
You know when they're attacking Will's lab? And they have a getaway driver in the black car? That's Elon Musk.
Holy crap! Wow. I mean, not wow. Who cares?
I mean, well, here's why.
Sorry.
Here's why I think it's significant. Think about all the big name actors in that movie, right? Morgan Freeman. You got Johnny Depp. You got Elon Musk. Like, these are some pretty big names, and yet they review bombed the movie. Like, I think like maybe they're originally trying to tell people this, but then they decided against it because it was too close to the truth. I don't know. It's one of those weird truth in plain sight things.
What the AI that through the AI that you can experience transcendence. So is that what? I'll have to watch the movie.
It's kind of the experience of this couple that are into this really advanced AI and stuff, and so he ends up. I don't want to give it away because you got to watch it. So
just watch the movie. It's actually
just watch
really
the movie
good.
because
I don't just tell me. I want to give it away.
Well, it's about he dies and they send him into the cloud, and then he exists there, and he was able to create. He was able to earn a bunch of money from companies and stuff like this through Wall Street, and and his wife ended up. Well, being in this place with her, and they're working together, but then like he's in the internet, right? And or wait a minute, he wasn't in the internet, but he controlled everything in this one place, and we're using huge amounts of electricity. So there's kind of a lot to it. I don't want to get too long-winded, but
he became absolutely like metaphysical in nature. Is it?
Yeah, and then he recreates himself through this advanced medical technology that he learned could heal people and fix people's problems through nanotechnology and repair things like blindness, broken, like all kinds of disease. Could heal everything.
Have you seen ODD TV's Black Goo videos?
I think so.
Because
it's been a while.
Honestly, like the whole Black Goo thing that ODD TV talked about, nanoparticles, that's what this is about.
Yeah.
And the Internet of Things and transhumanism and how everything we know will be connected.
Exactly.
And even more evidence of this is when Will started controlling the people he healed because they had the
Mm-hmm.
black goo in them, and he was
Mhm.
able to like hug like Evelyn by like control. It's like weird, but it's such a good movie. And like
Yeah.
he pretty much becomes a god of the Internet of Things, or the IoT, which
Mm-hmm.
is
Mm-hmm.
really controversial, and it
Yeah.
just shows like it's like the Tower of Babel, where people try to become the things they shouldn't. People try to achieve the things that they're not meant to. People try to defy the things and the limits that our creator set for us. Anyway, I'm not going to get too religious. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's why this movie was pretty intense to watch, because
It was
you had all
so
these different
good.
pieces. I know, and like you could pick it apart for hours, literally doing a review of it. Yeah, that's what I liked about it. Like, pretty incredible. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm really passionate about that movie. Like The Dark Tower, which obviously the books are better, but the movie's still okay. But they always review bomb really good movies. Like, imagine if they review bombed The Matrix and said, "Oh, this is a horrible movie." Like, that's the vibe I got from Transcendence. Like, it's a fantastic, fantastic movie, and they just review bombed it. Like 9 out of 100. Really, it's not a bad movie. The Emoji Movie
I
is
didn't
rated
like it.
higher. Huh?
I didn't think it was a good movie.
Aw.
I guess it's based on people. Like, it just didn't excite me at all. It was just so bland. I'd seen all of these plot lines before in other movies.
But the
Yeah.
they're trying to say the Emoji Movie is a better movie than this, though. On Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
The Emoji Movie also sucked, but it sucked more, just a bit more.
Just a bit more. I mean, I can understand if someone said the film's mediocre, but bad?
Yeah, well, one thing is that happened to me is for for actually quite a while, I had a complete distaste for any kind of sci-fi at all. I couldn't even watch it. I couldn't stomach it, literally. So this was for about 3 years, right? Then I started watching movies just to take them apart and see the programming in them, which is really quite astonishing because, you know, there's a lot there.
I don't really. Yeah, I should probably say it, my context. I don't really watch a whole lot of movies. And even anime, like, I really don't watch super often. So when I watch something and it's good, or at least I like it, I'm like very passionate about it.
I get that. I've just seen most movies, most TV shows, and just about all animes that don't suck complete balls because they're so badly drawn and old.
Yeah, you got a point there because I go through some of these movies and I can't even find one out of literally hundreds of them. So I agree with you on that. Do you have any movie suggestions, Drace?
I don't remember the names of these movies anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, there was a Netflix movie that I've been meaning to watch that people had been, but and now that I can watch it because I didn't have Netflix, I can't remember the movie.
I watched the series The Island again, you know, Island. Those people that wake up on the beach. Anybody else watch that? No.
There's a ton of like reality type shows that I've seen where they've been, stranded or out in the wilderness or on a beach or something. I don't know if it's one of those
No.
that you're referring
No,
to.
nothing like that. No, it's nothing like that. These people just wake up and they're on a beach. They don't know who they are or why they're there. They're all dressed in the same kind of clothes.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
The only time I watch a movie is when when one comes out and I think there's a lot of predictive programming in it. I'll watch it just to pick the predictive programming out to see, which direction they plan on going next, like where they're priming people's minds in which
Yeah.
areas.
Yep. That's what I'm starting to see in the movies that are coming out now. It's so weird that they would put the number of movies about the same kinds of things in 2020 and 2021, right? Is anybody watch Branded? I'm looking through the Red Pill movies here on the server. Anybody watch that movie? Is it any good?
Which one?
Branded. In 2012, it says, in a world ruled by monolithic corporations, a Moscow filmmaker investigates a disturbing conspiracy to control the minds of the populace. That sounds interesting.
Yeah.
But it depends on how they're done. If they're not done that well, then yes, I agree with Drace entirely. Sometimes I'm like, blah. I can't.
Okay, so I need to watch The Island. Is it the Island? It's Island and then
I with a capital I, then
Okay.
like a hyphen, then land.
Island. Got you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need to watch Island and I need to watch Branded.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch something. Sometimes I just turn them on like when I'm, getting ready to go to sleep.
Seen the movie Odd Thomas?
Odd Thomas?
Yeah.
I'll have to make a note of it.
Or Cabin in the Woods, the horror comedy.
Cabin in the Woods. Is that like a spoof on horror or something?
I mean, isn't that just where they go into the cabin and there's like some crazy killer running around out there that starts
Sometimes
knocking
they're too
people off?
gruesome. Sometimes they're too gruesome. for me.
No. It's
just comedy.
Except for the Ted and what was the one versus Tucker and Carl?
Tucker and Dale versus Evil is also a really funny one where it's like
Comedy horror themed.
yeah, we don't watch horror, but these are the only two horror movies that we have ever recommended because they're more comedy than horror.
Right. What is that second one you said?
Tucker and Dale what?
Tucker and Dale versus Evil or something along
Tucker
those
Dale
lines.
versus Evil? Tucker Dale, like
Tucker and Dale versus Evil.
and Dale. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
If you watch that movie, being those rednecks in that movie, that's what it kind of feels like being a flat earther, with all the Globers being the teens who think they're in a horror movie.
Oh, shoot. Really? The parallels. Dark Waters.
Odd Thomas is a really interesting movie. It's about a guy who can see what most would class as demons, and it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I might watch that. I don't know. Fahrenheit 451. Actually, I don't know if I got through the whole thing.
I love that book. I read the whole book front to back when I was in like middle school. That book influenced me so much. Fahrenheit 451, legendary book.
There's a movie too, so I don't know if the movie's any good. I can look it up in Soap Today and see. A lot of the canceled Netflix series and stuff, and movies too. But there's not very many good ones. But some of them are.
Fahrenheit 451. If you liked that book, you should also read Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. That's another fantastic book.
I've read that before.
Ooh,
Yeah,
did you?
and also I've read I think it's called Doors of Perception, which is really weird. It talks about astral projection, which is pretty strange, man.
Sonny.
Yeah.
So you know the guy who wrote Brave New World, right? Aldous Huxley?
Uh-huh.
Look up the date that he died.
Okay.
And then read the date out loud.
Well, listen, I like going straight to the punchline. I was like, what's the significance of the date?
I know, bro.
Gonna leave us
Hold
all on
on just a
cliffhangers here?
moment.
Like, listen, we all gotta
Hold
start
on
doing
just
research.
a moment, everybody. Hold on. Let's see. I gotta find the right source. Let me see here. Biography of Aldous Huxley. Yeah, we could probably do that. Assignmentpoint.com.
If you just type Aldous Huxley death date on Google, it'll tell you.
Date of death: 22 November 1963. Age 19. Age.
Yep. Now.
69 years old.
Wait. Now look up JFK's death date. And then read the date.
Oh, I think it's the same date, man.
Yup.
I think it's the same
Yup.
exact date. It is. It's all coming back to me now. 11/22/63. Same year.
Same date, same year. Yup. It was only hours apart.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, shoot. I should have got the part. Hold on. Let me go back to that. Right there. Oh, there we go. Let's see. How old was he at the time? Okay, I'll just put that in.
Isn't that crazy though? The same exact date.
Yeah.
Believe it or not,
old?
India is actually the one who told me that a few months ago because I kept talking about how much I loved Brave New World and how, like, I said I related to the character John from Brave New World because
Yeah, JFK was 46 when he died. If he died.
in
If he
my
died. Sorry.
You're fine. In my high school, I always felt like John the Savage because he was ridiculed for doing his due diligence.
Who was? I'm sorry.
John the Savage from Brave New World. The kid who quoted Shakespeare a lot, and they all called him stupid. But he was actually the smartest person in the entire book.
I would have to review all of that. I haven't seen Brave New World in a while. Or
Brave New
sometimes
World's a book.
Yeah. Yeah, I know it's a book. Actually, I think there's an audio book of it, and there's a movie as well.
I don't think there's a movie.
Brave New World? I think there is. I'll find it.
I read it in English 12 when I was a junior, and she was going to show a movie of it, and then she said, oh, there's no movie for it. I'll just show 1984 instead. But then I was absent that day, so I never got to see 1984.
TV movie, 1980.
Didn't know that. I'll have to watch that because I love Brave New World.
Yep, here we go. Yep, let me send. This is through IMDb, so I'll put a link. Oh, wait a minute. I'm still in Red Pill Movies. Okay, change.
Wow.
I remember it. In 1980. So there's a movie also. Oh, wait a minute. Yep. And you can watch Fahrenheit 451. And looks like a fairly new movie though.
I've read Fahrenheit 451. I haven't seen the movie.
It's 2018.
They made a new recent one with Michael B. Jordan, and then there was the old one with what's his name?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, The Doors of Perception. I was a teenager traveling in Mexico, and I tried to do some of the things that he was talking about in that book, and I had dreams where I could go back in and then have an advancement of the dream in series, which kind of scared me a little bit. Yep, I saw Snowpiercer. Yeah, I saw that. I think that's rubbish, though. I think New Age stuff. I'd rather watch like long flat Earth documentaries or something like that. That's what I'd rather like. Sometimes I just turn on Flat Earth British and listen to his.
I get you. Sometimes I either can't game or watch so-called entertainment because it just feels like I'm wasting my life away. So
Yeah.
I'd rather read something, like something I can gain something from, or do
Mhm.
something that will push my life forward.
Exactly. Well, usually I only do those kind of things. I don't do it in the daytime. Only at nighttime when I'm about to go to sleep, and then I can lay down and rest. And sometimes I'll put movies on, but I just listen to them, and that's all, and I fall asleep.
I get that. My mom does that. So
Yeah, sometimes I've left the Discord on here, listen to you guys talking and go to sleep.
I've done that a few times.
Sometimes you can do it, but other times not. And we all know why.
You get woke in the middle of the night and you're like, what?
Let's get pretty
Get
raucous.
some rude awakenings going on there.
Shit, like I wasn't expecting that. I was trying to relax. Whoa. It's funny.
Yeah, it was.
Westworld. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just talking about Get Me Get when he used to come in as I was going out, and it's like I didn't even need to look at the time when you showed up in the live stream. I knew it was time for me to go to bed, and listening to him, I could leave it playing. Listening to him, he would put me to sleep.
Yeah, that's like when Roger comes on, then I know it's time for me to go to bed. If I could get, that's what I like that. The Lost History of Flat Earth. I really like that because it was long and in depth, you know, so it took a little while to get through. I've even started watching it over again. It's really, I think it's that good.
I still haven't watched it yet.
Oh, it's very, very good.
Yeah, that would be actually a good one to put in here, maybe, but these are only movies, I guess. Someone named NASA Rocks was in the VC check-in. They just dipped. Matter Wellen, and VC check-in with Creation Bear. Did the other one jump down here? Scrolling.
I think I'm gonna dip, but it was nice talking to you guys.
Yeah, likewise.
Especially
Have a good one.
Drace, it's been a while since I've talked to Drace, like in voice.
Likewise, much love.
Well,
Take care, C.
thank you. See you later.
Don't let the globe get you down.
Oh, it never will. It just makes me laugh.
It does me too, man. Never ending like comedy and from that side.
Yeah. I gotta eat though.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
See you around.
V for Vendetta. I don't know. I don't think I liked it the first time I watched it.
Have you
Maybe I
seen the
should-
movie Equilibrium?
Oh, wait a minute. Is that one I couldn't find? Or maybe I did just watch it. I'm not sure if I could
It's a
find
futuristic
that.
movie where they have this utopian society where they destroy all emotion and feelings. So all mementos and things of the past must be destroyed, and literature as well. So people are trained to go out and kill people with some special combat martial arts and destroy all the books and stuff. But then
I don't
one
think
of the
I've seen it.
agents turns because of some stuff. It's pretty interesting.
Christian Bale, Sean Bean, Emily Watson.
Yeah.
2003. I'll have to watch that. Look at that. Yeah, wow. Strict regime has eliminated war by suppressing emotions. Books, art, and music are strictly forbidden. Verboten. And feeling is a crime. Feeling is crime punishable by death. Wow. Gotta stop that feeling. Gotta stop those people from feeling. That's interesting.
And they're drugging them all into that state. It's pretty interesting.
So Christian Bale is a top-ranking government agent responsible for destroying those who resist the rules. Oh, he's a jerk in this one. He changes though, huh? When he misses a dose of Prozium, a mind-altering drug that hinders emotion, Preston, who has been trained to enforce the strict law of the new regime, suddenly becomes the only person capable of overthrowing it. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. I should watch that. I don't know. I've been coming on the Discord until late at night. It's been pretty interesting.
Yeah, it tends to pick up a little
What's
bit
that?
later. The traffic seems to pick up a little bit later into the night.
Yeah. It's true. People come home from the day. Let's see. 12 Monkeys. The first part's kind of gruesome, isn't it? I think it is. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty weird. I watched it once, but... Wag the Dog. Is that a good one? I don't think I've even seen that.
That's a good one because it's pretty red pilled because it shows how they manufacture the stories and people's reaction and just it's all a play.
That sounds good. How to create a war with Hollywood. To fabricate a war in order to cover up a presidential sex scandal. 1997. Yeah, Dustin Hoffman, De Niro, Anne Heche, Woody Harrelson. A lot of actors in that one. Moonwalkers. I'm not familiar. Stanley Kubrick. Oh, after failing to locate the legendary Stanley Kubrick, an unstable CIA agent must instead team up with a seedy rock band manager to develop the biggest con of all time. That sounds funny. Eyes Wide Shut. That's pretty interesting. That was an eye-opener. The Signal. That was a really weird one. Did you see that one, Grace?
Remember, was it with Mel Gibson?
No. Lawrence Fishburne and Brenton Thwaites, Olivia Cook. It's pretty bizarre. So I'll just read the little description. It says, on a road trip, Nick and two friends are drawn to an isolated area by a computer genius. When everything suddenly goes dark, Nick regains consciousness only to find himself in a... something. Let's see the rest of it. Let me see. In a waking nightmare. And the ending is really bizarre. Kind of like Matrix, like... Capricorn 1, I saw that again recently. The Game. Have you seen that one, right, Drace?
I don't know. I probably need to see the cover. The Game.
Yeah, it's an old one with Michael Douglas and Sean Penn.
Let's see here. Don't recognize the covers.
Yeah. The 13th Floor. I couldn't even get that movie without paying for it, which I guess is kind of...
I don't remember this one. Might have seen it, might have not seen it.
Oh, I can watch it on soap today. Wow. Yeah, that's a pretty weird one too. Any Globers in here? Spaverse with no rolls. Hey, Spaverse, do you have any questions? Hello, Spavers. You're on mute.
Grover,
Can you say hi so we know you're there? Before I put you back on server mute. Just thought I'd give you the opportunity. Okay. No. Okay. Back on mute.
You just have a very intimidating voice, Sonny. They just
Do I?
They run from you. Yes.
Do I really? I don't like. I'm not even trying to.
I don't think you do. You can if you want to do, but I mean, I don't think you do. I think you got to have kind
Oh,
of
I can.
a welcoming voice. Right now, you're using your welcome.
What? I'm sorry, Truth. I cut you off. Sorry about that.
No, I was just repeating the same thing. I said, right now, you're using your welcoming voice. I'm sorry. I was grabbing me about date. I don't have my headset in, so.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, it's just a different speaker.
No
How
problem.
come nobody else wants to go along with me when I'm giving Sonny shit? You have to tell him he's being a good boy. And I
No, you don't have. Actually, you don't have to. I kind of like that kind of interaction actually, because it keeps me on my toes. So I appreciate it. I'm like, what? Like I have to let go. Am I? So, and Truth knows, like I'm a Cancer, true and true, and so I have to like
okay,
watch my emotions and see how things, because everything affects us, right? Truth.
I have a mouthful of food, but yeah, you're right. But the good thing, let's see, there's a good side of that. Everybody looks at that as if it's a bad thing, but it's like everything about every different personality, like even the people that don't like let their emotions get involved. It's like each different one have their pros and they have their cons. So, but with the emotional, like it's not like absolute 100% emotion. I mean, you learn the discipline, but they do play a role. But there is also a positive side to it. So if you can get a Cancer to be loyal and dedicate to something, then it's like, there you go. You just don't want to turn them against, betray them. Don't betray a Cancer.
Yeah, that's the worst thing for us. Yeah. And also feeling like we haven't been heard is a really big deal. Like, so I've had to overcome those kind of things in my life, you know, and I have successfully. So I don't know. None of us are perfect. I'm definitely not. I'm not going to ever be able to say, "Oh, I'm done. I'm finished now with my learning." You know, that's never going to happen. So, yeah, it's a good thing.
Is Whammer in here? No, he's just in the text.
No. Whammer, did you say?
Yeah.
Oh. Warrior of Anubis, are you there? Give Spaverse another chance? Why not? Spaverse, are you there now? Hello? 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 Sometimes I have people call, I don't recognize the number, I pick it up and go, hello? Who are you calling? Who are you calling?
Bye.
Who are you trying to reach? Totally change your voice or something, you know? I think that's so funny.
I wish I could change my voice. Sometimes.
Just borrow Reckoner's food or voice changer.
Yeah, right.
Right.
I was going to say somebody else's voice changer but I didn't dare.
Dark City, that's another good movie. The 13th Floor. I don't think I've ever seen the Twilight Zone movie. Oh yeah, I probably have. It's way back in 1983. Dan Aykroyd. That's been years.
Just walk outside.
Fight Club is bizarre. That's a weird one. Some subliminal messages in that movie. Soylent Green, good old Charlton Heston. And Network, JFK, The Truman Show, Jeremiah Johnson, They Live, Idiocracy, Network. Dark Tower. Oh, I don't think I've seen that one. Red Pill Movie Moment on the Flat Earth Discord live. See, I can almost sound like Helio sometimes.
Not
at all, huh?
Not at all.
No, not at all. Duh. Who am I trying to kid? I Am Legend. That's a weird one because they give everybody immunization to cure cancer. It cures everybody, but it turns them into zombies. All of them.
That's exactly what's going on right now.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you. It's a cure for something, and it causes zombies. They were telling us that. That was in 2007. 14 years ago, right? Mm-hmm. The Terminator, of course. I don't know if I've seen the Westworld series. That might be something to watch. Westworld series. I don't know why I'm going through all this. Gives me something to do. I mean, I could read Samuel Rowbotham or William Carpenter's book, probably. People get kind of bored of that, though. Might trigger some Globers, that's for sure. Hunger Games, yeah, that kind of fits in. The current trend towards the Hunger Games. Yeah.
We may be playing those Hunger Games here pretty quick.
I know. That doesn't sound very...
No, it doesn't, but...
Sounds exciting, but not in the way I would think of excitement.
Me neither. Especially because I'm not that good with a bow or whatever.
Well, I'm pretty freaking good with it.
Well, they better take my rifle from me before the Hunger Games start, or I'm gonna be getting fat.
There you go.
I can make me a spear or a couple spears, a knife, a spear, freaking club or something.
I don't see how the hell they would expect Hunger Games, because if I'm gonna hunt something, it'll be the motherfuckers that are imprisoning me, not my fellow citizens or man or woman, not my community.
Yeah, it'll be the prisoners they let out, like they're doing right now, coincidentally, on the flat Earth.
Oh. It's a damn shame what they're doing right now.
It is.
So stupid.
It's all about the cash and control.
Mm-hmm.
Cash is king, and they gotta control the flow.
More about the control of just the control of people, yeah, because we're like we're like cattle, nothing more than beast of burden.
Well, you know why cash is king, right? Because with it, you can control everyone and everything.
Mm-hmm.
What's your amount? What's your dollar amount?
Exactly.
I want you to lie. I want you to lie to your mama. How much?
Yeah, no, it's
How
terrible.
much?
And, yeah, and
Don't
in the
beat around
global
the bush. Give me a rough estimate. 10
Yeah.
million, 20.
Right. What's your price? Yeah.
So how much for you to fucking lie to the entire world? How much?
500 trillion.
Fuck with me, I'll put your face on a milk jug. You'll go down from a 44 slug.
Oh, damn.
You don't want none of me, you know what I'm saying? Because weak motherfuckers I'm slaying. If you need an army to protect you, what you gonna do when I bust through your whole damn crew?
Join you is what I'd do.
Well, yeah, that's what they tried to do. But if I have to kill the entire army to get to you, bro, you're dead when I get there. There's no joining. There's no negotiation. The trust is broken. The civil compact is null and void, and it's every man for himself. We go back to man's natural state, war. War is the natural state of man, and nobody disagrees on this. This is why we come up with social compact. Because why is war the natural state of man? Because in nature, we're all free to do with as we please. And the minute you do some shit that I disagree with, it's war. That's why it's a natural state. So it would be the natural state as far as settling our conflicts and differences. We create social compacts, deals, trusts, constitutions, whatever fucking agreement you want to label it. You know, they're all just an agreement among men. The thing is, we didn't make that social compact, and we owe no allegiance to the dead men that made it. We were born free, each and every one of us. We don't have to honor their writings. Bitch, them are words on paper. They're fucking meaningless. Words on paper have no authority. They know this. Why do you think they want to kill off 90% of us? Because they also know they're not going to get our armies to come in and start killing people. They think, oh, well, we'll send the guys from Texas to Michigan and the Michigan guys to Texas. But these guys are going to be talking. And they're going to be like, hey, man, if you're up there in Michigan and you're killing my grandmom's motherfucker, you know I'm going to rape your sister before I murder her. And then they're going to come to a new social compact. Let's just get the fuck out of here.
That's why Bill Gates says vaccines
Let's go train.
is the best solution. You don't need to have them fight.
They are. They have to kill us all. They got to kill a large number of us off. We are the monster. We are Leviathan. We are the creature of the deep.
Yeah.
This is a deep. God inscribed a circle on the face of the deep, and we live within it. Mankind is the Leviathan. We are the monstrous monstitude of the deep. That's all there is to it.
Oh, fuck, Danny. Oh, my God. Damn it.
Damn. I mean, another way to say giant is tyrant or bully, right? They don't have to be literal giants because the words they translated that in the languages they were written in meant tyrants, bullies, or evil groups and coalitions of men who wish to do evil.
You spoke so much truth that
Tyrannistical.
you spoke so much truth that something caught fire in God
I
Rocking
know.
Cells.
You okay? God
Oh,
rocking?
my truth drop got so hot that the fire bell rung nonstop. I'm about to break the globe.
Are you
with
okay,
the truths
God
I told. Never will my soul be sold.
Are you okay, God?
Goddamn fire alarm.
Oh.
I was in the kitchen cooking coffee and bam, the fire alarm went off. I said, that coffee's going to be good.
Yeah.
Talk about hot and dark.
All I got to do is leave the burner on for too long and it sets whether there's anything cooking or not. And it sets that sumbitch off, man.
I'll pull the battery out that motherfucker.
Wait, isn't that like the cooking timer? When the food's done, it goes off?
I'm just going to...
Hey, you see them bars, Drace?
Yeah, I saved them.
I say when we collect enough of them, me, you, and Bong will just do a coalition, one right
Sure,
after
sure.
another. We'll just pass the mic for 10 minutes and fucking rattle. Fuck it.
Sounds good.
Hey man, okay, so you put them bars on Strawman. So where's the original download of Strawman? Did you overwrite it?
No, I don't think so. I just added another channel to it.
Oh, so if I look at track 1, it'll be the original?
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, you should just be able to like mute my channel and do another channel under it. Or delete it. That doesn't matter to me.
Well, if I delete it, then it deletes Strawman beat, right?
No, if you go into Strawman, you can see there's two channels. One is for the beat, and the other one is where I recorded a little
Let
bit.
me do this. All right. Let me see, because I just wanted to try the new bars over that beat. I got like 10 paragraphs I can cram together.
Yeah, I can just jump in there and delete it. No problem.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Leave it there. It sounds good. We might want to put it in a track. So I go to mix editor. See, I'm not pressed about my lyrics, bro. I wouldn't be mad at all if you made them sound good on the track. I'll have more tomorrow. Oh, okay. Track 2. Track 2 is the original beat.
I know when I'm looking at it. I'm trying to get into it again.
No. Track 2 is for if I want to edit this track. Let me see.
Yeah, it should just be in the first one. I'm opening up the track right.
Do what?
Yeah, okay, I see it now. If you just open up normal Strawman, you should just see two tracks. Mine is the track underneath. The track above is the music that Bong made. You can either just record a new one or yeah, you just I just pressed mute the M button and now you can't hear mine, and you can just make a new one.
All right, I got it. Thanks.
No problem. Anytime.
Yeah, I can just mute your vocals. Yeah, I can just mute your vocals and use it to. All right, I got it. Thanks. Because I kind of like that beat. I need a thunderstorm in there, like in the beginning,
that'd be so good.
Throughout the flow, raindrops going. You can hear the rain falling. Then I'll do the hurricane one.
I'm sure Bong can do that. That beat would be so good for that.
I gave him a album. I wanted to take their beat from it and just overwrite the beat.
Yeah, I'm afraid I overloaded him a little bit because he's gonna help me reproduce my songs so they don't sound quite as bad, and take some of the free beats I got from YouTube and make Bong beats underneath it so we can actually monetize those songs.
Yeah, he told me. I told him don't sweat it, man. I'll just keep writing down bars. I like to memorize them before I try to. I'm almost where I'm just gonna lay the audio and let Bong do a beat around it. That way I can just set the tempo of how I want it to go. Damn it.
Yeah, once you're done doing your run, I'll go underneath it and try to hype man and double up on like emphasis and stuff to make it pop. See how it goes.
Yeah, because what I wanted to do earlier was play your track and record it, while at the end of it I jump into it, and then have both of us.
Well, I can always jump in with some parts or at some point. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. Well, if you only practice that a couple times, man, you laid that down pretty good. You put the emphasis on the right thing, and yeah, you also know what I know. Just because I wrote it that way in perfect English doesn't mean that's the way you have to spit it.
Yeah, I learned that.
Yeah,
I learned that from Chocolate and Elijah. I didn't know any of this before.
Right, you write it down so you get the general understanding and the general flow. But if you want to leave out the and just go, yeah, or you don't have to have a bunch of ands and does, and if you can make it sound right and remove words, and fuck it, do it. Do whatever rolls off your tongue. That's the creative part. Cause shit, I'll write some shit down and change it in the middle of saying it because something pops in my mind. That's the problem I have a lot of times when I'm trying to flow. I'm imagining a better way to say it, or easier.
Yeah, I kind of freeze when I try to flow. I can do like the hype man start, but then there's so many potentials and I don't know where I'm gonna take it, so it just stops there. However, if I'm listening to any song that I know the melody to, I can make up just lyrics on the fly randomly to fill all the melody. I love doing that. That's one of the things I like doing. That's why making a parody is super easy for me. If I listened to the song before.
Yeah, me too. That's why I like to use them free trap beats on YouTube. I let that shit play in the background and just have bars that bop in my head.
Yeah, that's how I make my songs. I just listen to the beats and I hear a song out of it.
Me too. My cousin Juwan does he's an MC, man. I'm gonna try to do some stuff with him. He makes some good beats.
I still don't feel like an artist, so it's weird.
Oh, don't think they build that shit out of clips. You don't think Eminem spit all that shit out of his mouth in one breath, do you? I know damn well he didn't. He clipped that shit together and stitched it.
Yeah. I mean, I clip most of my songs together and stitch them, so I get that.
Yeah, verse by verse.
Yeah, generally.
That's
But
where you got to
sometimes
decide where to stop and where to go.
I try to flow the whole song because when I do that, it sounds more consistent because I'm at the same distance from the mic and the same angle to the mic. If
Yep.
if there's too much time between, I might have like I'm over here now or here now, and it doesn't sound quite the same.
Yeah, I'm with you. Unless you set up a studio and you sit in the exact same position every time.
Yeah, or stand in the same spot or something. I just have it like floating on this stand, and I'm in my bed, so like I'm always in a different spot.
I've been sending Chaco and Elijah bars trying to get them motivated. Where's them next round of songs?
Yeah, I think Chocolate is working on something, but I don't know how far along that is.
Yeah, he's been working on something for a minute. Yep. I think he's trying to make a masterpiece, so he's being picky with it.
Yeah. I
Got a
learned
good
from
voice.
yeah, he does. I learned from C
Well,
that yeah, sorry.
Oh, you're all right. I was gonna say Elijah has a good voice too, dude. He can sing. He
Oh
doesn't
yeah.
have to rap. He can fucking sing
Yeah.
real
He
good.
can he got real pipes. Like
Yeah.
I've listened to some of his songs that are not Flat Earth related and the songs that he hasn't like published or he's just was working on.
Moonshine.
Yes, but like
Moonshine.
yes. But
Yeah.
even before that, he has some R&B and some stuff and his voice is just amazing.
Well, it's like this for me. If I took Elijah to church with me, I would go up and dust him off and clean him and polish him a nice seat in the choir, and I'd tell him, "You sit right here. I'll be down in the pews. I'll see you after church. Here's your hymn book." He can sing, dude.
Yeah, he can. He's also pretty good with like producing it and making it all sound cohesive.
Yeah.
So he's pretty good at it.
You got to catch him at the right time when he's feeling it, and then he'll show you his real pipes in here sometimes.
Oh, I've seen it. Like I said, he sent me the stuff he was working on uh, back in the day before he made his first song.
Yeah. Like 5, 6 downloads. I probably got the same shit.
Yeah, probably.
I want to use a couple of his. I was thinking about using parts of it for a hook. Or just write a hook and have him sing it.
Just get him to sing anything. That would be great. Same with Lulu. Just get them to sing something, and then you got a hook.
Yep. I know Lulu can sing too. She's just shy. We got anybody in here that is muted that wants to talk? Tag me in a text lobby and I will hook you up. Something gold, something new. I think we tried.
The housekeeping came clean too.
What's up?
No, I haven't sold. I sold.
Is that your old lady? Something gold. Hey. Something old, something new. What's up? Hear you and your old lady.
Oh, my bad.
I unmuted you. It was my bad.
Oh.
You're good. You're good. Luz. What's up, Luce?
Oh,
You
hello.
want to talk?
Yeah.
You got VC verified? No, here you do now.
Thank you, man.
If you drop racist remarks in here or any kind of porn, I'll ban you quicker than shit. What's up?
All right.
We got kids that watch us. Lots of 13-year-olds like to come in here and troll flat earthers. You know, we try to respect the kids.
Yeah.
But be a good time to ask any questions if you want.
I'm just gonna listen. I'll talk if there's a conversation going.
That's fine. You got control of your mic, so you can do that if you want.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm the laid back guy. Yeah, thanks for coming. So, and know this. If they try to press you to debate, it's not a requirement of membership. You don't have to debate anybody if you don't want to. You don't even have to talk, guy, okay? So don't let people make you feel pressured.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Peer pressure is a motherfucker. I hate that shit too. I'm just a soul whose intentions are good. Oh Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood.
Super exciting.
Yeah, no
Where,
shit.
where are all the globe defenders? Is there no one out there who can defend the globe?
Right. I was just thinking if it goes any faster, I'm gonna fall off this ride. I'm half asleep. I'm not global when I'm on the mic. I'm bringing that flat earth home every night. In here I'm B-Mod, but they call me Money Mike. I build cars that are out of sight.
Write that down.
I got a channel for that over in my other server. Are you in my server? Flat Earth Reality? I give you access to all my bars.
Yeah, I'm on it. Flat Earth Reality.
All right. I give you access to my room. I got an invisible room. I just put your name in there. I write a channel override. Put your name in as a role. Give you permission to see it.
Hey, Battle, what is that you're talking about? It's like a clear permission?
A channel override is where I take a channel, any channel I want, say, you piss me off. I don't care if you're one of the mods. I go into the roles, I make your name a role, and then I restrict you from the entire lobby. You can't even see it.
Okay.
You look for, it's called a channel override, and that's in Discord. If you had a server, you should know about that. It's a way of moderating people without having to moderate them. And
Okay,
then,
I understand.
but for it to work properly, see, you can't just restrict them. If they're like, if I take away a moderator, if I create a channel override to keep a moderator out of the live stream, if I don't want him back in there, I got to make it to where he can't edit the live stream. He can't see it. He can't edit it.
Battle mod, can you move me to VC check in one? Or what?
Check in one.
Yeah. What? Yeah.
Yep, I can do that.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate the explanation.
Yeah, I've done that, bro, to mods, and they come in here with Indio like, hey, Indio, where'd the live stream go? And he said, who'd you piss off? No one. And he said, yeah, you probably pissed off Battlemod. He likes to do this. But, I just told the people above me so they could fix it if I wasn't here when the person came back. Because, if you're drunk and being an idiot, I'm not going to spend all night moderating
Yeah,
you,
of
and I'm not
course.
going to keep muting
Yeah,
you.
because then you're ruining everybody else's experience at the same time, you know?
Yeah, so you just create a channel override, restrict them from this channel, and they can't even see that it exists.
Got it. Got it. Makes sense. Wow, so you basically just ghosted them on, digitally on Discord.
Yeah. Oh man, I've been doing this so long on Discord. I know all the little tricks. But we built servers. We built a lot of servers. When we first came here, every one of us built our own server, and then we shared, understanding with each other. And then I watched every video. We were at a point where we were going to make a video called Flat Earthers Teach Glovers How to Use Discord after we teach them their heliocentric model.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. I think, what I think is beautiful about this is like, I understand the level of detail orientation that takes to just learn the subject. So I'm like, oh, these guys have probably mastered building Discord servers, because it's like you clearly are the type that focus all the way in on like making sure you understand it, you can explain it to somebody else, you see the advantages, the disadvantages, because I realized it's the same level of intellect. It's like the same amount of time I would have taken, but most people wouldn't take 1/100th of that time, if that, to even try to learn that subject matter. So it's like they'll never really be able to have that conversation with you because it's like once they run out of
Yeah.
like the ability to explain what should happen next, it's like then like I know what should happen next, but it's like usually it gets like tense. You know what I
Two
mean? And
things
like the other
pop into
person.
mind to me. This is why I pick and choose my battles wisely on Discord, and it's also
Mhm.
why 90% of the kids that we debate with, when we ask them, do they know about something, they say no. Tell me about it. And it's like for you to have confidence in what you're saying on a subject. I can't just tell you about it because you're learning it from a flat earther. I give you a
Mhm.
citation or a link, and then you go research it. Then you come
Yeah,
back.
I agree.
And if you don't want
Exactly.
to do that right, yeah, and if you don't want to do that right then when we skip past that, because that's the point I'm going to make to rebuttal whatever you're on, and we move on
Exactly. And
to
if you did exactly, but
move,
remember, if they don't
move to
even
the
do the
next.
requisite research, yeah, if they don't want to do the requisite research, though, it's like the conversation halts right at that point where I understand why I needed you to understand that. But if you don't go understand that, then you're never even going to understand what I was trying to say to you because it's imperative to move forward that that thing be
Exactly.
understood by both of us.
I knew this since I graduated college, though. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, nice. Nice.
There's a, there's a reason people have different academic levels, and laziness is pretty much the reason.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. But remember, it's
Some
like
people are too
systematic.
lazy.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's why the Glober is so prominent, because people just want to be told what reality is. And then it's just like the news. Every day, I know everybody in here, you got that one motherfucker that reads the news and watches the weather, and he's trying to talk like he's smart all day long. He's telling you the exact moment it's going to start raining, and then it never rains that day. He's telling you what the news said about politics as if it's his opinion. This is what they want. They want their intelligence just like they want their TV dinner. Microwave, quick and
Exactly.
easy and ready to go.
Exactly.
I'm the
But that's
type
the
of
but
motherfucker
that's the
that will
problem.
get
That's
up.
that's the problem.
See, I think about what I want for breakfast the night before I go to bed. Then when I get up and I'm
Sure.
cooking breakfast, I already know what I'm going to have for lunch and dinner, and I start the preparation for them at breakfast while the
Of
coffee's
course.
making.
Of course. And another thing that you mentioned as well, because it's like, so like I worked on cars a little bit as well. Obviously, I didn't get to the point where I'm building full engines, but like, I picked up a couple of other things that I like to be doing. But it's like I saw it's like the amount of detail orientation in terms of the task that you're accomplishing, that's going to be how quickly that your mind moves. So like think about taking apart an entire engine and then putting it back together. You have to remember where everything went. See what I mean? So you're building your mental capacity. It's like I see it like a battery. The more things that you can fit in
Yeah,
it and like make it come back together, it's like that you have that capacity now. And like someone that has not done
it's a
that, like you couldn't
systematic.
have possibly, yeah, you couldn't have gotten that capacity because you didn't do that action. See what I mean?
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
systematic
exactly.
process, and most people don't want to do their own mechanics. They don't even want to try to learn
Exactly.
when it's really simple. So if you got to get to something, then you got to tear everything out and put it in its proper place. The first thing that comes out goes in the number one position. It'll be the last thing that goes in. The
Exactly.
installation is always the reverse of the tear out. And when you've
Yeah,
finally gotten to the part that you want, you might have 30 things on the table, but it all needs to be neat, organized, and prepared to be
exactly. You have to have a
reinstalled.
mental system. So like you put these parts or these screws with this part. So and like sometimes I leave the screw in the same hole that I took it out of. So like, maybe if the
Yeah.
threading is off for that particular one, it'll still go back
Well,
in. I don't have to,
I don't.
finagle and
I
mess
make
anything up.
I'm, I make cardboard inserts, and I put the bolts systematically in cardboard inserts because I wire wheel all my bolts, and I oil them
Okay.
too. But
Clean them off.
this is look. My brother-in-law used to always say, "Hey, will you help me fix my truck?" And I go over there, and we're doing step number one, taking the damn tire off of the car. And he's already worried about step number 5. So it finally got to where I was like, here, use one of my company trucks. Go do what you got to do, and I'll take your truck home and fix it by myself because I don't
Exactly.
want to worry. I don't want to worry about if there's 15 steps in the process. I know each and every step. And I'm going to double, triple check, and probably 15 and 30 check them by the time I'm done. I'm going to check every process twice. But I don't want to worry about, I can't be focused on step 10 while I'm on step 1. Then you start breaking shit.
Exactly. One thing at a time.
You're
Baby
pissing
steps.
all over step number 1. You have to be able to think in a process. And what I like to tell people is write it all. Write everything down on paper.
Write everything down.
I got 15 steps. Go to step 1, read it and do it. And only think about what you read in step 1, and that's it. When you're done with that, read step 2. It's that
Agreed.
fucking simple. Don't
It's
worry
literally
about the
that
rest
simple.
of it. Because
Yeah, I do the
it's
same
just
thing.
systematic, and eventually you're going to be on 15 steps to tear out, 30 steps in installation, and you're done on the 30th step.
Exactly.
Then you
Like
go back through and check
if you
everything. I'll
look
have
through like
5.
my notebooks, I have checklists like nobody's business. You know what I mean? Like checklist upon checklist, and like, just idea lists, and like, and then like when those ideas expand, I'm like, I just write it all down. So like, it doesn't matter if they come sporadically. It's like, was I too lazy to pick up my pen and write it down? And most people, that's what's going on
Absolutely.
with them.
A
They
lot
have
of
genius
people would say
ideas, a
that's
lot.
a lot of people would say that's a mechanical way of thinking or a gearhead way of
Yeah.
thinking, but the truth is you're
Yeah.
thinking with an engineer's state of mind when you're building a list of
Exactly.
steps in a process. This is
Exactly.
engineering, and you keep it simple. That's the number one thing. Keep it simple, stupid. So figure out how many steps you got to do and focus on each step while you're doing it, and organize everything. I can go. My barn looks unorganized to any motherfucker that walks in there, but I can walk up to the exact thing I'm looking for.
Exactly.
I
So for
can
me,
look.
same thing. Like everything has a very specific place in everywhere that I've ever lived. It's like there's never like, I didn't find a home for that thing. Like, no, I figured out exactly where I wanted it to go. And like if I clean, woof, everything goes that back to exact same way it was before I started. Like nothing has like 6 places. No. Because then it's like, what if I'm looking for it one day and like I want it to be where the fuck it's at? Like I don't got time to be looking at 6 places.
I got so tired of losing the 10 millimeter. I got a hook chain and a clip off an old light bulb, and I'd wear that motherfucker around my neck like a necklace. So my ex-wife bought me a gold chain with a gold 2 millimeter as a joke, but I wear it because it's not a joke to me. I work the golden wrench.
Nice, brother.
I mean, I don't use it, but wrenching is my love. I like to wrench on shit. I like it.
Yeah, you definitely come off to me like you have a very storied life. You know what I mean? Like a lot of range of experiences as well. Like that's what I definitely perceive just from listening to you over the years.
I've seen a lot of shit in this world. I really have. I don't think I'm the most intelligent person in the world, and I don't think I'm always right. That's the one thing I wish
You
Glovers
never
would
know.
realize.
You never know. You might be. You never know. You know what I mean? Don't
Yeah,
assume you're
but
not.
anybody can be wrong. Any premise can be wrong. Any science can be wrong. It's just you have to take it. You can only perceive things as you understand them. So that's what the Bible means when no thing comes before its season. I can't teach you mechanical engineering until you've already have a tinker type state of mind. You know,
for yourself.
I can't. Exactly. Well,
You said
you're right.
Yeah.
Until you.
Yeah. You're speaking. Yeah. You can't be wrong. Yeah. Or you can be wrong. You're speaking for yourself.
Oh, you said speak for yourself. I thought you said think for yourself.
No.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
Okay,
It was a little
I
late.
can be wrong, but QE can't. Damn it.
You kept on rambling. That was a little late.
Hey, QE, how's it
Don't
going,
fuck
brother?
with QE. He's never wrong. I'm gonna make him a rap.
As far as you,
I ain't never wrong.
As far as you know.
So far, yes. I pay attention. And I would agree so far. I haven't heard you say anything that I would believe to be untrue, or I couldn't demonstrate myself. I try to stick to the. Well, when you're ridiculing people, I have, but I took it as criticism. You were ridiculing somebody. You were acting like this is how dumb you are. You think this. But no, I've never heard you quote a scientific law wrong, a principle.
Nope.
I do what I do. I research before I talk about something, and I'm pretty
That's
sure you do the same thing.
You're like on the other side of the bell curve with that there, brother. There ain't too many people to do that.
Oh, I know. My father, when I was a kid, he always said, if you don't want to look like a fool, son, don't talk about things you don't know about.
Fair. You can never be made a fool. You know what I mean? When you speak, you remove all doubt.
Yeah. I mean, it just made sense to me. I mean, at the time, they were having conversations at the breakfast table about natural law, and I tried to stick my 2 cents in, and I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. So I got what he was saying. You're looking like a fool right now, son. So I try to speak on what I know.
Yeah, I think the thing with me as well is like not only do I only try to speak on what I know, I feel like I've become more um observant about what other people know. You know what I mean? Because I know what I know, but it's like, what do they know? And like, at what level should I speak to them? And how much, pushing should I do? How much of the Socratic method should I employ to see how far they can get? But I'm not gonna make them feel bad because I'm like, listen, they're already, clearly struggling to understand what's going on around them. So it's like, I'm not gonna fuck up their day as well. Like, I'm already in a good mood. You know what I mean? So why would I make their day any worse than it had to be? Because at the end of the day, like, clearly we're all lied to here. So it's like, why beat up on anybody that's also been lied to just because they haven't figured out as quickly as you did?
Yep, you got to pay attention to detail. There's a
Word.
military standard behind that too. Attention to detail is one aspect that helps ensure excellence in all that we do.
Globers, come on in.
Damn, it's boring, dudes.
It's pretty boring when no one's talking, yeah. We see checking seems to be popping. Why are they not moving the people down here? Don't jump and check in on that.
Hey, what's going on now? Is everybody keeping it flat?
You know it.
Is there really that many people in the check-in? Do they need help over there?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It looks like it's popping in there though. We should definitely bring him into here.
Hey, Battle Mod, can you move me up there again? PC check-in. I accidentally left, dude. Thank you.
He might be AFK still.
Oh.
If I can have your attention, please, to the live stream. We have caught NASA dropping the ball again. Live stream. 20-second video. Hey, does anybody know if NASA claims there's gravity on the ISS?
I've heard them make claims of pockets of gravity, like when stuff gets dropped.
So a pocket will come around when you're doing a video, like that, and then it'll just act like normal. But then normally there's weightlessness.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how it works. Whatever they make up for that time, for whatever situation.
Yeah, it looked like that Earth ball had some helium in it, but not enough to float. And then when he let it go, it just fell to the ground, which should not happen in an orbiting satellite, as far as I know.
Mm-hmm.
Black Swan.
your sister.
Hey, is there any moderators here? Can I get moved into the other voice channel? Thanks. Quantum Eraser.
What?
Can you move me to the other VC?
Move you? Why?
Yeah, the other battleground moderator. He already had moved me, but I accidentally left.
Where do I need? I don't do admin in the server, man.
I thought I saw your moderator role. I just
I am moderator. Where do you want me to move you? Where?
to the VC check-in one.
You can't get back there by yourself?
No, it's locked. Even though I'm verified already. So
Let me see if I can move to.
thanks.
Don't mention it.
So we got a new person joining us. My name. Do you have any questions about Flat Earth?
Oh, I was given a handful of links by Truth Prevails to sort of look over. I'm fairly new to the whole subject, so I'm trying to just get a beginner's sort of grasp on all that. But
No problem.
it's fine.
No problem. That's
If I have
normal.
any questions, I'll be sure to ask everybody here.
Yeah,
Or
we're most of us in this channel currently are flat earthers. We're just waiting for some globers to talk to.
Welcome. Welcome. And if you look just above our channel, there's a live stream voice text. There's a lot of goodies in there. You can look some videos, some pictures that we post throughout the day.
Thank you.
Granted, we've been off topic for a little bit because for like at least half an hour there hasn't been anyone defending the globe, that is. So we just been talking about random things. Do you see live stream voice text? My name?
Yes, I do see.
This is one video that I would recommend that you would check out.
Thank you. Ooh, this is a while. Okay.
There's also this YouTube channel. This is a PhD in spectrophotometry who tried to debunk flat Earth, but joined us as a consequence. So he does a bunch of tests and allows other people to come and test with him. So it's very interesting. I would recommend that as well.
Yo, is this a silencer here?
Yeah, I'm looking for QE's channel so I can drop it in the chat for this guy, because that's another really good one. Because he's got playlists on a bunch of different topics that are really good to look at. there should be an influx coming soon, at least hopefully, of new people, so we can talk to some people.
Woohoo! Are they trolls? I hope so.
Maybe.
We can live in hope.
What do you want to talk about?
A lack of curvature on Earth. Where is it? Where are they hiding it?
Are you 100% convinced that there's no curvature?
99.9999 infinity. Yes.
So what do you think Jeff Bezos is going to be doing tomorrow when he supposedly goes up there into so-called space?
Probably a lot of cocaine, some helium, and then when the cameras go off, quite a few dancing girls. It's all an act, my friend. It's all an act. Very, very clever technology. All an act, though.
So how deep is the flat Earth?
Well, according to the Russians, it's at least 8 miles deep, or just under at least 8 miles deep. Other than that, we don't know.
And are there waters below the Earth?
Apparently, yeah, they found water in part of the borehole where they didn't think they would find water. But then they hit some sort of soil or rock again eventually. Yeah, legend goes that there's waters below and above.
As above, so below.
Yep, you've got to have both. You've got to have a balance, light and dark, yin and yang.
Have you guys ever gone out in public and preached about the flat Earth to the passerbys?
I don't know if you would call it preaching, but yeah, I've stopped people in the street and spoken about flat Earth. Not on camera, that's not my thing. But I'm quite happy to stop and talk to anyone I can. And if I can get them talking about the state of the place that we live, then we can get onto the subject of Earth. And if they'll entertain it, I'll tell them as much as I can.
Yeah, for me, it seems like it's such an awkward concept because most people just laugh it off like it's just a joke.
If they start laughing, ask them if they think that we've been to the moon. It's not easy though. I mean, everything that's portrayed about flat Earth, as far as Joe Ordinary is concerned, is absolute psychobabble. So I don't fault anyone for laughing at us when we start to talk about it to them. I don't fault them at all. Even the derision and all the ad homs, it's not their fault. That's what they've been told. All the straw men that they come out with, it's just stuff that they've had rammed down their throat about flat Earth. So I don't fault them, but it's not easy dealing with it really till you get past it all, especially face to face. Some people need a slap, but I'm not advocating that, of course.
So you don't feel shy to talk about flat Earth with people in person?
No, not at all. I'm more shy about how I look, mate, than the things I'm talking about.
I saw one guy. He was at the Niagara Falls, and for like 8 hours, he was just like speaking into a megaphone about the flat Earth.
Yeah, there's more people.
What's it?
Oh, sorry, damsel, on you go.
Saying that's what's it gets it. That's who you saw talking live.
Oh yeah.
He comes in here to talk too to you guys.
Yeah, what's it's a mod in here?
He comes after his live shows a lot.
He's live just now. I don't know where he is. I'm going to have a look. But yeah, Austin's a good boy. If he gets half a chance, he's on the microphone. God bless the boy for doing it.
Yeah, he's doing an excellent job. I think he's in Chicago, but I'm not sure.
Hello.
What if I told you guys that we're going to Antarctica? Like, we've got a plan, we've got the funding. Who would want to join us?
I'm in for the expedition.
Alright, great.
I've actually been equipping for my own expedition out there, so if we go together, even better.
Great.
Yo, assholes, better stop right now. You're gonna be thrown.
Whoa, dude. I'm not joking. We've got.
Oh no, not this guy again.
I've got someone giving me $50,000 as funding. Okay. We're not pranking you right now. We're actually going to Antarctica.
Yes.
Have you gotten legal permission to do the cross America?
No, we don't need legal permission.
We're not coming back.
It's YOLO. It's a one-way. We're going to live stream it on Twitch, and that's all that everyone's going to see from us ever again. One-way trip.
My dude,
Hey, Battle Mod, dude, can you unmute Liquid? I think he's trying to talk.
Why is Liquid muted?
I don't know. He's already verified. Liquid.
Yeah, he was.
It was mod abuse. Someone said we're going to mute you if you talk.
No offense, but if you don't stop the mod abuse crap, I'm going to mute you.
Yeah, we already told you in VC check-in, you don't moderate the server, stop trying to.
They came in here, they started talking about Antarctica trip. And
Yeah, no, we're not memeing.
Are we not allowed to talk about that? Is that against the rules? Because if so, we'll stop.
Look, we already have $50,000 and like 8 people signed up already. So we're going there, and we just wanted to share it with you guys.
Yeah, thank you. They want to make a trip to Antarctica. Have you guys gotten permissions?
No, we don't care if we're arrested. We're not going to take permission.
So you're just going to start... How are you going to get there?
So we have a friend in Missouri who is making experimental engines that can...
What's your objective? What do you want to do?
These engines can fly like 450 miles to the gallon. And like we don't have to stop in any countries to refuel. we could just start from like Miami, Florida, go all the way to Antarctica and back in our
That's
guess.
not a great idea.
All right,
because
I got a question. Are
Yeah.
any of you combat trained or combat ready?
We
do have a
spent
military
14
veteran
years in
coming.
the military, and I am a Navy SEAL, so I am going to handle that part.
Yeah, the
You're
problem
going to
with
get intercepted. You did
You
that,
sound
right?
pretty young to be a specialist, a special ops
I'm
operator.
36 years old. I turned 36 last month.
Yeah, cool.
Oh, 36? I thought you said you're 35.
And look, these engines are going to be so efficient that we're going to be able to create energy, death rays, where we could just send out lasers that will.
What's your
kill
naval?
people.
Wow. What's your naval enlistment
Yeah, what
code?
blood class? Yeah, and what's your
the
blood
whole
class?
the whole death laser idea sounds crazy, but if you look at California, the solar field where they're actually generating enough electricity to power a very, very large area, that's the concept behind the
Bro,
crazy
did
death
you hear
laser
me?
sounding thing. And so it's not as crazy
What's
as it
your
sounds like
naval
to say death
enlistment
laser.
code?
Come on, dude. Asking a Navy SEAL about his.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, dude. Why do you want to know his information?
Oh, it's probably classified.
That is not weird. If somebody is claiming to be a
Excuse
Navy
me.
SEAL,
Yeah.
you should be able to give us your buds class and your code. And if you can't, you're not who you say you are.
Yeah, you're talking to
Guys.
military people here, so
Right.
slow your roll.
And dig this here. Dig this here. Your naval
Yeah.
enlistment code isn't your information, it's your operator code. It's not going to tell me who you are, and any military person would know this.
Well,
Okay, but you can cross
he
track
said he
that
was in
with
the army
his
like
name on
16
this
years ago, so he might have forgot his code.
What?
No, you don't forget your code. That's
Oh my
No,
God.
that's
Listen, if all you apologists don't shut up and let him answer,
yeah. Let him answer for himself.
stolen valor is a real fucking thing. And in veterans, we take it seriously.
What was
Okay.
somebody asking?
He knows what we ask. I mean, it's been
Yeah, there's
20
multiple
years
people
for me.
talking.
It's been 20 years for me, and I could give you every fucking MOS I had.
What do you guys think of
From
Jeff Bezos
1332 to
supposedly- Speak on the mic.
0372.
Actually, there's a couple of years where I actually can't recall because of a severe brain trauma that I had.
bullshit. Bullshit.
But
You know
that's-
your operator code. You
course
know
it's
your
bullshit.
operator code in your buds class. You either say
I
it or
was-
you don't know it.
I was so proud to get my special operators classification, there's no way in hell I'd ever forget it. What the hell are you on about, kid? 0372. Raider for life, baby.
Is there any flat Earth stocks I could buy?
4016 medic. Don't give me your
Probably
bullcrap.
can't.
Thank you for your
Come on
service.
here and talk. You can come in here and talk coherently, but you can't remember your designation.
Well, isn't it probably classified because he's
No,
It's not. It's not classified. I was special ops. I just gave you my MOS.
What is special ops? I don't know what that is.
Bullshit. You guys don't know what that is.
Raiders, SEAL,
I'm not in the army. I don't know what that
Ranger,
is.
Raider, SEAL, Ranger.
That's special ops.
That's all special ops. All branches, all special operators know what we're talking about, and you should know your
Yeah.
bud class and you should know your MOS. And if you don't, you're faking.
I'm not.
I
in the
mean,
military,
basically,
though.
you're MARSOC. Basically, you're MARSOC if you're a fucking specialist.
I just told you I've never been in the military.
I've never been in the military. I don't know.
We're not talking to you.
Okay.
We're talking to the guy Googling Navy enlistment codes right now.
Who was that? I don't remember who that
I
was.
think it was Mike Power Swan.
Whoever said he was a SEAL, he better cough it up, and he better know what
Wait,
it is.
was it Mike?
Mike, was it you?
No,
No, don't try to cop it off on
No.
someone else.
it
I
wasn't
don't know
Mike.
who it was.
I don't even know what's going on.
I think he left.
Because he
Yeah,
knows
I
Did
he
he
bet he
did?
was
did.
caught. Because he knows he
Did
was
he dip,
caught.
dude? Oh my god,
Yeah,
what a
probably stolen
loser!
valor. Loser.
Hoorah!
Hoorah!
You guys aren't fooling anyone.
You put the
Don't come
boots
in here
on, you
and try
better
to
be able to
fake.
walk in them.
That's right. You better not come in here and fake stolen valor, because I have people I can check your class, your MOS. I can find out exactly who you are.
Okay, well, let's move on. I think he left.
Hey, they just don't know we take that seriously. No offense to you, but it's a serious charge.
Don't be coming in here saying you did combat or you got a brain injury from special ops, but you can't seem to remember a simple code that's less than your phone number.
Okay, guys, I think he left. Just relax.
It's
Alright,
just a
he
message
left.
to the entire group, dude.
This is for all those people out there
Yeah.
listening on YouTube as well. Don't come in here and play that game.
So back to my original question, I asked if any of you were combat trained or combat ready, and there's a specific reason. It's a military restricted zone. If you don't have papers when you get there, you'll be boarded by
No.
military personnel.
They're not
who are
to board us. We're not going to stop for them.
You don't have a choice. You don't seem to
No,
understand.
I did say we have a military veteran that's coming.
Doesn't matter
Well,
if you're a veteran. If he's not
listen.
cleared, you're going to be stopped, whether by air, you're
Look,
going to
we're
intercept
going
it.
to be live streaming it on Twitch. They're not going to shoot us down.
Well,
Oh,
are
no.
you think
L-
so
listen,
that are working
hold
in
on, hon.
Antarctica right now that could be like our in for this?
What is this,
Listen.
retard hour right now?
That's super hilarious.
Oh, you're
that you
live
think
streaming
it-
on Twitch. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the military
gonna
like gives a shit.
Right.
First
so
of
I
all-
want to clarify something for this. Hold on. You'll be addressed by naval F-15s, jets if you're out there in a restricted zone, and you'll be given an order to either detour your path or be shot down. So, and these guys have discipline, and discipline is the instant and willful obedience to all orders and respect for authority. When they get the order to shoot you down, they're going to follow it.
Yeah, and there's no way they can jam radio signals. They can't do that at all.
Yeah, and it's not like
Dumbass,
they
dude.
have internet where they're going, so they're not going to be able to.
No, we
see
do.
shit.
Have you heard about Starlink?
Yeah, Starlink. So you heard of AWAC? So they can jam any radio
This is the
signal.
long troll.
So what are you going to broadcast to? Nothing.
No, we're using Starlink. Can they jam
It doesn't
Starlink?
matter. It doesn't matter. Listen,
Tell
they
us
jam
when.
it at dumbass. They jam it at the source.
Oh, wait, don't call me a dumbass.
You are a
Come on,
dumbass.
dude.
They jam it at the source.
That's
They
fucked
damn
up, man. Why do you have to do that?
because you're
You
stupid.
don't know the capabilities, and you're actually talking about putting yourself and other people's lives at risk for
No,
stupidity.
he's just trolling. What? Just get rid of his ass. Fuck him.
Yeah,
funny
this
also-
is
it's
this is
funny also-
long.
What the heck,
I
man?
agree.
Funny
Oh,
that
you're a
it's-
I
retard.
agree.
Go away.
It's funny that his butt is hurt that he got called a dumbass when he was acting
Long
dumb,
troll.
but he called Sasha an idiot.
I did not. That was not me. That was Mash. Do you remember that
Listen,
guy?
dude, you're just trying to get us to go along with your shit to say at the end, oh, you guys are stupid. We're never doing that in the first place. Except we're people of experience.
No,
We
I
know
don't think you're
better than-
stupid. I don't think you're stupid
We
at
know
all.
better. Listen, I've been on boats that patrol that area, and I know
We're
what'll
not
happen.
Stupid. We've already acquired the funding for the trip.
Money doesn't
Funding isn't the
matter,
problem.
idiot.
They'll sink your boat. They'll shoot your plane down. And if you think I'm wrong, then you've never been in service.
Besides,
You
if-
realize that you're able to go
besides-
down there for research
besides
expeditions, right?
being found in violation of
With-
the Antarctic
you
Treaty,
realize-
With
being
proper
found-
papers,
Not
yes.
being found
by
in violation of
themselves.
the Antarctic Treaty is up to 2 years in jail and an unlimited fine. So goodbye to all your money.
You
It's-
can go.
it's-
Listen,
Okay, but I don't care about material things. That's not what I'm interested in.
Look,
you
I
don't care
have
about jail.
8,800 Ethereum buried in my backyard. They're not taking it.
Why are you allowing this to happen? Hold on a second.
oh my
What does it take to go to
God.
Antarctica?
Oh my
Listen, I'm going to ask you. You're going to answer.
You know what?
And if you don't come up
Honestly,
with
it
the right
takes a lot of
fucking
money.
answer, I'm banning you. No, it's not just money. It's not just money. So tell us what it takes to go to Antarctica. On your own, tell us.
We
Okay,
fill up
so
our
give me a hint.
planes
So
with
you need-
fuel
you
and
need a-
chemicin.
No,
Let him
wrong,
answer.
wrong.
What the heck?
You need an EPA assessment. What's an EPA assessment?
Nick, shut up.
What's an EPA assessment?
I have no clue. What is the EP?
Yeah, you have no clue.
What is
No
it?
clue about anything. Environmental Protection Agency has to assess whether your venture is going to do damage to the environment. That alone costs $150,000. You have to have emergency evacuation plan, prepaid, right? Prepaid.
It's a one-way trip.
There's
People need
another
to be safe.
$150,000.
One-way trip.
Oh, you also need permission from all the member countries of the treaty, right? Because the United States would have to give notice to all the other countries that you're going down there and make an objection.
No.
You don't know anything. You're talking out your ass. You're a little child. Go back somewhere and suck your thumb.
I mean, wouldn't that only apply?
Look, if you want to come with us, you're invited.
Yeah, invite to where, dude?
The problem though is there's an implication though that somehow they're monitoring that entire thousands and thousands and
They don't
thousands of
have to.
miles.
They don't have to.
The thing is, people are coming from Cuba to the United States every single day and not being caught. So
tell that to Jarl Anderson.
Here,
You know
let
who
me
that
cover
is?
this.
So who's
People
Jarl
do-
Anderson?
People
Who's
come in
Jarl
because
Anderson?
they let them.
Why did he go to prison for going to Antarctica? I don't know. Like, how did he get in prison? Because they can't monitor the whole freaking thing. Why did he try to go back and got arrested again? How did that happen?
He still made it though, didn't he?
That's where some people
listen,
are wrong.
He made it, and his boat's at the bottom of the fucking ocean right now. Did you know
Right,
that? And two of his crew members are dead.
I mean,
listen, it's a restricted military
how did humans
zone,
explore
bro.
the new world though?
Listen,
Through a lot of risks.
There are two different things. They're not equal. But first off, you need to know this. Each country puts in their own part to police the military restricted airspace and waterways around Antarctica. We each take our own little portion. You say they can't police this area, but we do. We send boats out. These boats have jets on them with trained pilots who will take orders when it's time to shoot somebody
what's
down.
up, guys? I'm a new member. I just got here.
Excuse me, Jeff.
No one cares.
Yeah, it's not the time to talk in the middle of my conversation. So the Navy they will not only take you out on air but on sea. We do police our restricted zones. You say we can't do it, but you just don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what our military is capable of.
Horizon radar is. How far away can a boat be detected? How far away can a boat or airplane be detected from radar? You have any clue? 4,300 kilometers, dude. Oh, but the Earth's a globe. That's impossible. Look
Hold
up
on,
the
are you guys
Jindalee
saying-
radar
real quick,
system, right?
I'm misunderstanding. I'm just rejoining again. Are you saying we can't go to Antarctica? Because I actually had some friends that like went on vacation there.
Yeah, you can take a guided tour. You can take a guided tour.
We go as a guided
Yeah,
tour.
hey, you had a question. Can we answer it?
I'm gonna start muting you fuckers or banning you. I've had enough.
The only question you shouldn't ask is the one you don't want somebody answered. Go ahead, Indio.
Look, hang out at McMurdo Station or jerk off over at Amundsen Station, but you can't go to Antarctica and just hang around. You can't just go there, okay?
Yeah, if you're lucky, you get to go to Deception Island and see the penguins.
But guys, are we in agreement that going to Antarctica and seeing if it's like legit or not would prove or disprove the flat Earth theory?
You don't need to go to Antarctica to prove anything. That doesn't help us.
The existence
if
and
you
where
have
can we
money,
go?
we need to fix what's actually here.
Listen,
But what makes you so sure that they're actually taking you to
Hey
Antarctica
guys, I just
and not
wanted to
some other
introduce
place?
myself. My name's Raze.
nobody fucking cares, dude. Dude, this isn't formal like that, dude. Like, you gonna tell us you're in the military too, like the other guy?
Here, I'm muting for that. Listen,
you guys are attention whores, man. Like, seriously, we know you're trolling. I've just about had enough. Like, seriously, I'm surprised everybody let you last this long. We have a zero troll tolerance policy on this place. At this place. So listen, the existence or non-existence of a landmass called Antarctica does not prove the shape of the Earth. That is a non sequitur. You'd have to be retarded to think that. Like, literally retarded. Oh, there's an island here. Oh, are you really that stupid?
Look, I just
The only way
joined.
to
I was
prove
just trying to have a
the only
discussion. You don't have to yell at me.
The only way to prove the existence or not the shape of something is to do what?
To visit Antarctica and see the ice wall.
One down, one to go.
Ban him. please. I'm on my phone. So someone please ban him.
I got them both.
We don't have time.
Wait,
It's called
you asked for the
measure
easiest
where
route.
you live.
Tell me
How
an
do you prove
easier
the shape
way
of
to
something?
prove it.
You
Please.
measure it. You measure the Earth. You measure the Earth. That's how you prove the shape of something, right? If I have a square table and I want to prove it's a square, I whip out a tape measure and I measure it. That's how you actually prove the shape of something.
Okay, but if the goal is to get a mass agreement on the actual shape, usually
that's not our
mass
goal.
agreement
That's not our goal.
in science.
That's my
What
goal,
the
though.
fuck? Well,
We
then
could care
go
less
have
what
fun.
people agree on.
So
That's not
we're not
science.
trying to. Yeah, we're not trying to replace the globe by brainwashing everybody else over again and saying, "Hey, we're going to brainwash you for flat Earth instead of the globe." We try to brainwash people to think for themselves. You're obviously incapable of that.
Well, I
That's
mean,
an
I'm
axiom.
disagreeing with you, so obviously I'm thinking for myself.
But you're parroting bullshit.
Okay, let's start from the beginning. Have you ever experienced the Earth as a ball? Have you
No.
ever experienced the Earth as a ball? Okay, so no.
I'm not saying
So
that, though.
you think the Earth is a ball because somebody told you that.
I don't think that, though.
You don't think the Earth is a ball? You think the Earth is flat?
Yes.
Based upon?
I don't think it, I know it, but...
Okay, based
Well,
upon?
you can measure the curvature of it, and there's 0, so...
Do you believe it's a disc floating in space?
Okay, which
Well, I don't know
particular
that. There's no
measurement?
way to
Which
prove that.
particular measurement are you relying on to know that there's no measurement of curvature? Any particular one?
Well, I mean, there's triangulation of satellites, but that's just one.
They don't use triangulation for satellites. Try again.
Who's
Just
they?
throwing word salad at the wall. Anybody. You can't use triangulation for a frickin' satellite, dude, on a curved surface.
Then tell me.
How do you triangulate something
The
when one of your
Navy.
sides... Listen, dude. How do you triangulate something when one of the sides of the triangle is curved? You don't have a triangle.
Right, so it's not a...
Yeah, so keep searching.
What do you
Google
mean?
faster. Maybe you'll find it. They use something called trilateration.
Okay.
It's not triangulation, it's trilateration. And you measure the time of flight of an electromagnetic signal to see how long it takes to reach the place. You have a timestamp inside the signal, and when you have enough locations, and you get all the times, you can figure out where those circles all overlap at a location. So I want to know what measurement you relied on to determine that the Earth is flat.
I couldn't show it to you, right?
Okay, ban him.
Why?
For being a fake flat earther. You should have read the rules, dude. They say fake flat earthers get banned first.
No, it sounds like he's just trying to learn more about it.
No, don't defend them. Concern troll is getting banned too, dude. You guys should have read the rules before you came in here. We don't put up with stupid shit here. We do not put up with stupid shit here. If you think, go to your mom's server if you think we're going to put up with shit. We're not your mom or dad.
Yeah, I'm not here.
You're lucky I'm not on my computer. You'd already all be banned.
Sounds like you're power tripping.
We have better things to do than waste our time on
There's only one left. There's only one left.
Power tripping on Discord. I'm super powerful. Discord Super Saiyan. Am I going to get a trophy?
Right. No, it's we stick to the purpose we built this server for, to talk to reasonable people in a civil manner without being trolled. We're not here to talk to children about what they believe, or we're not into gang raids. That's dumb shit kids do when they don't have to go to school and they're bored.
Indio. They told me they had this special super secret engine that allows them to travel for 4,500 miles. And look at the picture. It's a gyrocopter.
Can it outrun a MiG?
Holy
No.
crap. And they thought A-Labs wouldn't catch them and that they wouldn't die in the crosswinds at Antarctica? They're nuts.
I just want to, like the trolls that just came in here, we record this. So if you think you're getting like some Twitch stream, crazy shit, like we're going to trigger these flat earthers for our Twitch stream. We record 24/7. So you've accomplished nothing.
How did they even get verified?
So
like,
you're
once you
going to
first
fly
have
to Antarctica in a fucking Healy light.
That's a good question. How did that get verified?
Gonna freeze some.
I'm not even going to look at the audit log. Hey.
No, yeah, don't
Notice
bother. You might be
your
scared.
mistake. Make it again. Don't make it again. Don't be scared. Hey, it's better to
I think
act
someone
first
got paid
and
to go
ask for forgiveness later.
The stream was very slow, so they kind of got a pass because of that.
I do
checked in
that.
there. I was in there when it happened, and they weren't.
I do that when
as trolly.
there's nobody to
They
talk
were a
to,
little bit
Drace.
trolly, but we tried to straighten them out, and we're hoping that would stick.
Yeah, and when you have a lot of them up there and the live stream's dead, it's like you get to the point where as long as they can have a
started with
productive
the fake vet stuff, you should have kicked them off. Oh, sorry, Truth Prevails. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's fine. It's cool. I like listening to you. So
Don't sweat it, guys.
but
we
no,
do
it's like this.
We've all
If
done it.
if they're not coming in here to if they're gonna not as long as they can show that they can have a productive conversation when there's 10 people in check-in, I'll get them through a lot quicker, especially if live stream's dead. But I mean, we were all up there talking to them. We knew that it was going to be kind of it was going to be interesting to say the least. But anyway, so
We knew it was going to end in a train wreck.
If Indio wasn't triggered with him, I'd have played with him for a while. But hey, either way is good with me.
Yeah, that's because you like throwing them back. It's because you enjoy that shit.
I do. I can't. I just smoked one. What can I say, bro? I just smoked one.
Can you guys
I
hear
was
me?
so ready to
Maybe
troll
I
that
need to hit the
dumbass.
peace pipe.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that a yes, ma'am, for me?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
I'm sorry, I'm driving, so I can't look at anything. I can't talk for very long. But I heard Truth Prevail's voice, so I just wanted to in person say happy birthday because I heard it was your birthday. Is that true?
Hey.
yeah, yes, it is. And I guess if you're
Happy
listening and
birthday.
not looking at the text, I did hear you, and I did say thank you in the text.
Oh, okay,
Happy
good.
birthday, Mama.
Yes, happy birthday.
Thanks,
Have you had a good day?
I've been in here all day. I've been in here since early today. Like I had literally all day long. I've been in here. So
Wow, you
know what?
spent your birthday on the server. How nice. Lucky for us.
Yeah, I feel privileged. Everyone, no, I'm just playing. I am
How
nobody.
old are
So
you?
how
Well,
old am
happy
I?
birthday, Mama.
Yeah. When he never
India's
reveals
the
her age,
brave one.
don't tell us.
I don't care. I'll tell you. I don't care. I'll tell you. I'm
Fresh
45.
out the box.
You know, this
Oh,
is
you're a
this is the
youngin'.
this is the crazy thing that I thought I was 46. And I was thinking, oh, I'm getting ready to turn 46, but I'm not. I'm 45 unless I'm still counting the damn year. I'll just tell you, I was born in 76. I've not even tried to figure it up. Just my mother told me I was 45 and not 46, and I'm not really cared to even. I really don't care. I
That's
feel,
right, because 6 + 5 is 11, and this is 25.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's right. Yeah,
yeah.
must be 45.
I thought I was turning 50 this year. My daughter did the math. She's like, Dad, don't tell nobody you're 50. Your brothers will laugh at you. It's like, well, thanks, kid. I was tired. What could I say?
Listen, I told those
Did a lot of
guys.
work.
They were talking about a trip to Antarctica, and I was explaining to them that no one's going to try to discourage them from doing that if they're honest and if they're truly going to do it. But no one's going to jump on the boat to do it either because that they know what they're going to face. And I said, you guys need to get a hold of Hollywood if you're looking for someone to jump on board with you. And they said, we know Hollywood. So Hollywood's already on. Hollywood's already hanging out with them.
That's
He's already on
funny.
board with them.
I was just thinking about that, some bitch. They got Hollywooded, is what I was thinking.
And they did because sure enough, they know Hollywood. Hollywood's with them.
Oh, he's probably laughing at them right now. They went back to that server and they said, "You're right, Hollywood. They don't want to hear that shit." No, man. They always say they can't police the entire area. Look, every nation in the world has a certain degree of restricted airspace there that they police, and a restricted degree of waterway there that they police. That they absolutely can police it. I don't know what do they think our military's for? What do they think our military's for, bro? Why do you think we got naval vessels just out there on patrol all the time?
Yeah.
And how is going to Antarctica going to tell you the shape of the Earth anyway? Because didn't they say that was what they wanted to figure out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like you
Yeah.
can't.
They wanted to prove
We
it.
go to Antarctica, we'll prove it's flat. How? How does that prove it's flat? You just traveled to another landmass. Distance is possible on both a globe and a flat Earth. How
Well,
does the
even
distance of travel prove shape?
even if even if you do determine that it's flat and verify that it's flat, that doesn't tell you the shape, like
I
of the Earth
mean, if
in
we
its
could
entirety.
travel, yeah, if
Did you
we
guys
could
see Jeff
travel to the
Bezos is going to
ends,
space
if
tomorrow?
we seen
Did y'all
all
see
the
that?
ends, we could calculate length and depth, breadth by traveling distance. But
Oh, maybe we can go on the tourist trip to space and see.
they still owe me fucking money.
According to Neil Hostile Witness Tyson, that's not possible.
Low Earth orbit is in space. You want to go to do the fucking bomb it comet, you can just join the military.
Yes, sir.
Go to special forces and train for free fall. Be a paratrooper. You really gonna buy a seat for $25,000 to fly
Hey,
up to what they
you see
call
Jeff
low
Bezos is
Earth
going to
orbit?
space tomorrow?
Who?
Yeah, we see he says that. Yes, we
Jeff
do, Jeff.
Bezos.
It's not space, it's lower orbit.
Yeah, that's like your brain, lower orbit.
In
Not
other
even
words,
low Earth
he
orbit.
never
Yeah, no.
leaves.
That's real funny. Hold up. What's your academic level of accomplishment, Jeff?
Shit, I went to high school.
Yeah, well, you're the one at the lowest level here. Thanks for coming, but you're not our type.
Fuck you.
That sounds like Tazarian to me. I'm telling you, that's Tazarian. When he said high school, that is Tazarian. I'm telling you. It's like I recognized.
I
Thanks for
agree
calling.
with you. Yeah, I agree with you.
What's up with that dude, man? Does he not like? Could you imagine living a life where that's what you do with your time?
He's got no life. Yeah, he's got no life. You need to go plant a garden or something. Grow some fucking tomatoes, man. I got 5-foot tomato plants this year. I got something to do besides sit here and get frustrated about life all the time. If you do something, make a plan. Get up every day and do one thing. Spend at least an hour doing something productive that's going to make your life just a little bit better. And maybe in 30 days, you might not be so miserable. You got to actually do something. If you sit around feeling sorry for yourself, life's not going to change.
100%. Great advice.
Take it out on other people. Right. You can't just go around taking it out on other people, or you just be a miserable asshole till you die. Cry. You come in here and be a dumbass and then cry we ban people for disagreement. Forget how you act. They leave that out every time. Yeah, I posted gay porn and called everybody an N-bomb, but they just disagreed with me. That's why they banned me. I was proving them wrong with my gay porn. Christ, kid, get a life. This ain't Rumpus Room.
Yeah, immature kids.
Pissed off because their mom made them clean their damn room and they come in here and take it out on us. They think, fuck, I got 3 kids. I'm damn near 50. I've done a lot in life, and I'm never going to notice you're just some miserable brat trying to play a joke on somebody. We're flat earthers. We're supposed to be the dumbest there is, right? They come here wanting to be the smartest person in the room and get pissed off when they realize they're not. Some flat earthers got a better life than them. Ain't that a bitch?
Yeah,
Some
that's
of
kind
us.
of how it, sorry, it's kind of how it
Yeah,
goes though, right? Because it's like think about it, right? The people that are the most diligent will always produce better results than someone that is lackadaisical. It's just law. just time. So it's like
It is.
the people that can make a joke, like, but they don't understand, like, there is math that people are doing in the world, and the results are direct proof of the math that you've done, because that's how you get there. That's the only way you get there.
That's why we're
Remember,
flat earthers.
you can choose any number you want, but can you do the requisite math in reverse to bring it to your current day, which you need to do on a daily basis, so those habits add up to that in this particular time period? Of course, you may
My
be off
dad,
for a little bit
my
here and there,
father
but
said it like this.
that's
My
it. That's
father
the whole
said like
thing.
this. Where do you see yourself in the future? He make you think about it for a week, and then when you come back and tell him where you see yourself in the future. He said, "Well, the future belongs to those who prepare for it. How are you going to prepare to get what you want?"
Right.
How much math do you need to be able to do to know that the Earth isn't curving? I mean, even
No,
the
I think he was talking about maintaining a good life, huh?
oh
Yeah,
well,
no, I was. No,
I
but
was
40
yeah,
hours
same
a
thing. I
week
agree with you.
versus
my
40.
bad. I was doing
Yeah.
something else and then started paying attention at the end, so I guess I missed a
Well, I got it.
lot.
It's like 40 hours a week versus age versus how many years am I going to be able to put in overtime versus the cost of a house, the cost of a new car, maintenance,
Exactly.
childbirth,
But you did
that
the
big
math in
fat fucking
reverse.
ring.
Exactly. But you did the math in reverse, so it actually happened in the time frames that you wanted it to, because you took the time to do the math. But everyone's frustrated because remember, everyone's got that dream in their head, but they're too lazy to do their own math, and they think some
You got
magical
kids yet,
fucking.
bro?
They think no kids, no, not yet. But I'm gonna have some.
You'll
Don't worry.
make
I'm gonna
a
go
great
crazy. I'm gonna get
father.
crazy when I start. Don't worry. I'm gonna catch up.
Don't forget to teach them that. You'll make a great father.
Oh yeah. I already know. Listen, first lesson out the gate.
Yeah, people don't know that unless they're taught that. And the problem is parents don't have time to parent. It's because of the system that we live in. We know that.
Yeah.
Well, you know.
You can trust the
I raised
state our children now. They're going to teach them everything they need to know about Drag Queen Story Hour and all that.
Not my children.
Not
They're
mine.
in good hands.
No, because I impose my will on my children. I instill my
Yeah, of course.
intelligence in them.
That's good.
I raise them to think like me. I raise them to work for themselves, not work for others. Acquire one skill. You can pay for everything you ever wanted in a lifetime off one skill. One. You just have to make that skill available to people and back it with a guarantee.
Exactly. And then like try to make it as like, because remember, you can look out and see what other people's skill sets are like as well. So you have to basically like pay closer attention as well to how good they're in that particular discipline, and then make sure yours is just a little bit better, have something to offer, something better, something different. And then you'll notice through your remuneration if you nailed it or not. Because if you didn't get the results that guy got, clearly you missed something. You know what I mean? Go ask more questions. Go pay closer attention. Because you would have caught it
Yeah,
eventually should you have kept
90%.
looking for it.
90% of my return work is because of my guarantee and the way I work with people. They can call the owner of the business, complain, and they'll own the crew out to make it the way they want. And I don't try to collect my money until you're satisfied. That's my motto. You don't pay until you're satisfied. Unless I'm paving roads for the state. You pay when your shit's done. Because your state inspectors are such dickheads. When it finally gets to go down and get rolled over and paved, you better be damn well satisfied. So the state gets different shit, but for residential and commercial, you don't pay until you're satisfied.
I understand. Yeah, listen, it's such a logical way to operate your business, and the people that I've noticed have done the best have done exactly that. Like they give so much value up front, so much value. Like they're drowning people in value, and then after like they can't breathe anymore, they're like, all right, and this is what I'm trying to sell. And usually they get the deal. I'm just like, oh, boom, just be nice first, and then give them a chance to like catch up to what you gave them, and then like sell them something of value. Done. They'll buy.
Yep.
Does the server have a
Or
YouTube channel?
by any chance?
Yes, it does. Give me a second, I'll get you a link.
Thanks.
We actually got a few. We live streamed to Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, a few other platforms. Your friends might hear you.
And then a bunch of YouTube channels clip bits from the streams and use that as well.
All right.
Oh, I was gonna say that GIF is the same thing as playing on YouTube, but the YouTube shows that text lobby.
I mean,
But
isn't it hard
there's.
to be? Sorry.
Go ahead. It's fine.
Isn't it hard to run to YouTube because of like the censorship?
Yeah.
It is. So a lot of our live streams get taken down the minute they're done. Some of them don't. Helio Skeptic runs one, and Roger runs another, and they do what they have to do to maintain them. And then we have a crew of people in here that don't get paid that do what we have to do to maintain this, which means censoring other people. A lot of people get mad at us because we won't cover certain topics, but those topics get servers taken down. We don't want our server taken down, so we have to force you to be politically correct, and usually they take that as we disagree with them, but it's not always disagreements. It's just the Jew question gets servers taken down. If you're going to be bashing the LGBT, that can get us taken down. If you're on here making racist slurs, that'll get us taken down. You know, so there's just, if you're doing misinformation about the corona shit, then you can get us taken down. So we're not saying we disagree with any of your points on the topic. We're saying it can get our server taken down, so we'd rather not even dabble in it.
All right.
So when we're picky about topics, that's why. It's not because somebody automatically disagrees with you.
Makes sense.
Personally, I would like a platform where you could say whatever the fuck you want, and the government kept their 2 fucking cents out of what we were talking about, or Discord, because we're human beings. We're born free. There's not a fucking thing in this world we can't talk about. We own it all. It's ours. We're all born here free. We don't need a government or a constitution to give us a restricted freedom of speech, because we were born with the free choice to say whatever the hell we want, no matter how lewd, rude, or obnoxious it may be. It's your right to speak.
Are we being like recorded right now? Like, is someone recording this voice chat?
It's on that live stream.
Oh.
It's on that live stream, bro. We record them and post them up. Every live stream we've ever done that didn't get tagged and taken down is on that channel. So, yep. So if we ask you to repeat what you said, or you say you didn't say something that you did say, we can always just go rewind the video and say, "Yup, he said what he said."
Yep.
That's good. And are we allowed to talk about the elite, or is that out of the question?
The elite?
Yeah, the elite, like the top 1% who controls everything. Like,
oh no, we love that. We love the economic pyramid here.
Not economic
You
per
talk
se.
about
I mean the one who run the
Oh, it
media
is.
and
Well, let's be specific about this. The economical pyramid, the 10% of millions and billions and trillionaires are the ones who own the media. They're the elite. You think you're going to be elite without you think you're going to be an elite without, say, 50 million in the bank?
no.
Yeah, I think all the media worldwide is owned by like 5 companies.
Yeah, that's true.
They're all in bed with governments around the world, private organizations and governments. It's pretty crazy.
There's not even a free market. If you look at all the products, they all come from 4 companies.
Which ones?
Little Weasel, I'm not taking your call. Quit calling me.
Little Weasel, go up to VC check-in and get checked in and verified so you can speak in the stream.
He's already been checked in. He got a listening pass, which I took away from him, and I gave him cog this. Bye, Little Weasel.
So how about Alpaca? Do you want to tell us something about how you got here and maybe your thoughts on Flat Earth?
Yeah, I got invited from a guy named Surreptitious. He told me about the server, and he is a flat earther. He recently started watching a bunch of videos. I stay up late with the guy a lot. We watch videos at night, mainly from BitChute, and he's an interesting character. But yeah, we've been watching a lot of videos lately. He found this server and he told a few people about it, and then we came to the server, and then now I'm here.
Was he one of the guys who wanted to travel to Antarctica?
Yes, and he's currently working with another person that I know to. I think he's the one you were talking about with the engine. He's a really good engineer, actually. But yes, he is the one that was talking about going to Antarctica.
Do you understand why that would be a giant waste of time?
Well, I mean, I'm not going. I'm not the one going to Antarctica. No.
Yeah,
Why would it be a giant waste of time? And serious question. I'm not.
Yeah, I was kind of leading into that.
Right.
Yeah. The reason why it would be a giant waste of time is because lives and finances are better spent on the Earth here where we can measure it and test it and prove that it isn't a sphere instead of going off on a mission that is a surefire failure. Because that's just going to lose them their money and their lives. So that's not very profitable for anyone.
I don't think I ever really questioned him why he was going to Antarctica, to be honest. I've heard him talk about it a lot and post about it a lot, but I've never questioned why.
He told us he wanted to prove that it was flat, but that's not the best way to do so. It's much easier to do it here in everywhere where everybody can access it and you can have them test it and show it for themselves. Otherwise, you're just asking people to believe you. And so that already makes most people here question him, because if you're just asking us to believe you, how are you any different from NASA?
You guys have a lot of rooms to navigate. I'm sorry. I'm sort of half involved in the voice chat and then half kind of looking at all the rooms and trying to get acquainted with the server. So,
Dude, that's totally cool. That's all that we ask, that people are respectable and respectful, and that you take a look at the information that we provide. Thank you for having a look, my friend.
yeah, thanks for having me here, man.
Yeah, for sure. Have a look around. I'm gonna take a little break. Take off. Good luck, everybody.
Luck has nothing to do with it.
Hello, Battle Mod. I'm sorry for calling you so much earlier, man. I apologize.
It's so quiet.
Well, whatever you want to say, you can say it here.
Hello, Justin.
Nice to meet you folks. How's it going tonight?
A little quiet. Glad to have you.
Yeah, glad to have you, Taylor. Is it street or state? Or is it ST?
Taylor Street.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, Taylor and Justin came from, they were in another server, and I asked them for an invite link, but apparently that server won't allow them to invite anyone. So
Yeah,
I
it's like a conspiracy thing.
yeah, I told him it's probably because the server's name is Operation Or what was it? The Fishbowl Operation Fishbowl project?
Operation Fishbowl. It had something. It's like about atomic testing or whatever. And like
Yeah.
the proposal is that they weren't like.
Wait, my granddaddy was in that server.
Well, then.
Who's granddaddy?
There's only a handful of us. I'm not sure.
Yeah, who said that about their granddaddy being in that server? Who's trolling? Who is that? Anyway, whatever. I explained to him that it was probably controlled opposition, misinformation, or whatever.
Yeah,
and I
I
said,
don't know,
well,
like they were saying that, like I thought it was an interesting theory. They were saying that like instead of atomic testing, they were really just firing rockets in every direction to like see if any of them penetrated the firmament or whatever.
yeah, but then when they got here, they're like, you guys have had a ton of information. It's nothing like the other servers. So maybe he's finally came to the right place if they're
No, they don't
genuinely.
have any resources or anything. It's just like there's some videos and shit about Operation Fishbowl and shit. And there's a bunch of guys that talk about flat Earth shit. And that's, it's not really organized or anything.
Yeah, well, welcome to the server, guys.
True.
Yeah, who was that?
Shinji.
Oh, hey, Shinji.
Weren't we in like Ron's server? Like, I think we spoke before.
Probably. It's like I'm not really good with remembering names unless you do something or make an impact where you kind of like stand out. But if I've just talked to you in passing, yeah,
I didn't talk that much. Like, I just listened.
Yeah, your voice sounds familiar. But all right, guys. So do you have any questions that maybe that you had that you didn't get answered? In the other server where you're not allowed to invite anyone. It's like honestly, if they have the truth, it doesn't seem that they wouldn't just allow people to invite. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Yeah, I'm not judging. I don't want to judge them and give them the benefit, but I wouldn't think that that they are about the truth if they don't want people just to be able to invite whoever. Well, that's just me. So, do you have any questions?
Not really sure where to start. I don't know. I read about a thing where like you can see a landmass from Florida that you're not supposed to be able to see.
See all kinds of land masses from all kinds of different places that you should be able to see. But
I
yeah,
thought you
that's
might
possible.
say that.
Well, at 1 foot observer height, anything beyond the square root of the observer height in feet times 1.22, then 225, then if you see any further than that, that's seeing too much for it to be a globe that they.
Yeah, they hate when I do that.
Some of you guys are a bit low. Maybe you can speak up.
I have mic problems all the time. How am I coming through?
But because you were low and then you took care of yours in the VC. Little Weasel, are you having issues or are you trying to say something?
Well, they got him. That's weird. You guys have a lot of technical difficulties?
Oh, yeah! Oh!
Well.
We have a lot of troll issues.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Impeccable timing right there, by the way.
Not a comedian. Clearly.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like I don't know. I don't
Clearly.
really know what to ask. There's like celestial shit that you're not supposed to be able to see too.
Such as what do you mean celestial?
I mean, you guys are the experts. I don't really know. Like I said, I'm a conspiracy guy. I read this stuff in passing.
Well, I mean, I appreciate your confidence in us, but I don't want you to come in here under the wrong premise, you know, and have the wrong expectations by thinking that we're going to have an answer to every question that you could come up with, or every question that you could have.
I don't
Because
really have
there's
any questions. I'm just, you know.
yeah, there's a lot of things that are not going to be able to be answered if you can't test it, verify it, right? Then you can't answer it. You can speculate on it, but you know, you don't have to have all the answers to everything to know that the Earth is flat. But so what the celestial bodies are doing and what they are, we don't know. We know what they're not doing. Right? We're not flying through space because the Earth isn't moving, and we're not orbiting the sun. We're not a spherical object or orbiting the sun because the Earth has been measured, and it measures flat and level, and the sun is much local. It's not a, and we also know that the sun is not a burning ball of gas in a 10 to the negative 70 torr pressure that they tell us it is.
I can't even fucking wrap my head around what, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. What are like the alternate? What are the alternate things?
Everything you're not being told.
Alternate, like what? Alternate.
Yeah, like, well, I mean, it's fucking. I mean,
Like the other alternative aside from what they're telling you?
Yeah, like I mean, the government's full of shit. I'm pretty sure everybody in here would agree with that. I hope I didn't set off any. Fuck.
No, you're good. You're good.
Government
You're good.
loves us, man.
I'm having
You're
an awkward
good.
start here. Help me out.
Why would they lie?
Don't worry about it, man. Just speak your mind because we can disagree with you and still have a conversation. If you have a viewpoint that's different from ours, we can still have a conversation. So, you know, don't just be honest and genuine.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure. There's all kinds of. I mean, like, I'm a conspiracy guy. I like alternate theories. Like, what's fucking? You could literally tell me anything, and I will listen. I mean, I'm not saying I'll believe it, but I'll listen. Let's talk.
You're not a sheep. You're a free thinker.
Organically let it come out, right?
Yeah.
Well, like, what are your normal discussions like? Or is it like
it's kind of like
education center or something
like that kid that came in here just a couple minutes ago, yelled and screamed.
Yeah, that's
like
some
that.
of them. That's some of them.
We're free thinkers.
Sometimes we get some pretty, you know, intense debaters that come in too, and then we have some intense debaters in here that like to engage with them. So, you know, sometimes you'll have that type of thing.
Guess you were telling me it's a weird night, so I should expect it to be a little different.
Well, you were coming in right after a bunch of LARPers came through, so.
Hi. I was wondering because I was watching a little bit of the Black Swan video by Dr. John D and his YouTube channel. I had one question: is that given the amount of atmospheric refractions that we sort of observe along oceans, I'm curious of whether or not there's a sort of video. Maybe there is. I'm not aware of, but perhaps something that is over land, rather, because we're trying to be scientists here, and
You know what?
so like if we try and get rid of certain confounding
You don't have to worry about
things-
that. This isn't science, number one. Number two, when you say atmospheric refraction, What exactly do you mean by that?
The sort of photographic effects that we see along the horizon.
Photographic effects of the
Sort of
horizon.
ships.
That's not refraction. What
Sort
type
of.
of refraction are you talking about, please?
I'm not quite sure, but I'm curious as to if there's a difference between sort of the things that we observe along the horizon over land or over water.
No, there's no difference.
There's no difference.
No.
Okay. That was my question.
Yeah. When people
I
say
do see.
refraction, when
Sorry.
people say refraction, they don't know what they're talking about because what
Absolutely.
you're implying, you've heard that term somewhere. Right?
I've seen a handful of videos presently.
Right.
I'm only very new to this, but
Yeah, I got you. That's why I'm going light on you.
Mhm.
There's the only reason why there's not a complete comprehensive presentation on refraction is because my computer's a little bit wonky right now with streams. But as soon as it becomes unwonkified, refraction is going to go down the tubes forever and ever. Amen. When it's involved with the spherical Earth, it's over. It's running on fumes. It's been running on fumes for about 5 years now, but I'm going to put the dagger in its heart. And I'm going to stay there for about, I don't know, it could be 8 months. I'm just going to do it over and over again. You're going to get so sick of it, you're going to start puking. That's the plan. So refraction, nonsensical.
But are there any? I see a lot of examples of pictures of cities and skylines over water. I'm wondering if whether or not we've sort of anybody's done any sort of photography over long distances, but just over land.
Yeah, it's hard over land because the undulations in land. But there's some land photography that's fine. I don't know why the water and the horizon. The horizon is the biggest problem. Have you seen the original Black Swan, by the way?
Oh shoot! I'll be back.
I saw the one posted on this year. I have not seen the original one, perhaps.
1 second. You in live stream?
No, I'm just in here.
In the chat, there's a live
Yes.
stream.
Oh, okay.
Wait, which chat?
It's called the live stream voice text chat.
Oh, okay.
You familiar with that, Lou?
That wasn't
Was
Lou.
that Lou?
It sounded like him.
It
It's
did sound
alpaca.
like
Yeah, it
Lou.
sounded
Yeah.
like Lou.
Wait, no, I was just.
I think my name is the one that you're speaking with right now.
All right, who am I speaking to? Is that Alpaca?
No,
My
no,
name.
It's my name.
No, I'm Alpaca. I was asking what room the live stream was in. He
Whose
mentioned-
name? Whose name? Who's the one talking? Whose name?
Yeah,
His name is my name.
Yeah, I know.
Truth prevails.
My apologies.
Whose name?
I have a very
it's
unoriginal.
Loose.
Unoriginal
Sounds like
username.
Lou.
That's all right. There's a lot of unoriginal
Whose
people
name?
in here. Just
Oh,
feel
mine.
at home.
I'm sorry, I didn't see him.
Pleasure.
Okay, my name. 44 minutes after the hour.
I got a question.
Hold on.
Yeah, just wait until this conversation's over.
It'll be quick. We won't go a long time. I'm very concise.
Oh.
As far as you know. My name.
So if you guys have heard the general relativity shit, right?
No, we're not getting the general relativity right now. Just hold off.
Oh, is there something else going on?
Yeah, he's having a conversation with someone.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
my
just-
name. 44 minutes after the hour. There's a 2 slides. One's just a white slide with a bunch of text on it. The next is 2 oil rigs. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Okay. So the argument is we're going to go with the first slide. It's real quick, right? Simple modus tolerance. Are you familiar with deductive logic?
Yes.
All right. This is modus tollens. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. This is the argument. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then any horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. Not Q, the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles. We'll get to that in a moment. Therefore, not P. The Earth is not a sphere. Any problems with the logical construction of that argument?
We were talking about the slides you posted.
Do we have
Can you repeat that one more time?
Okay,
Yeah.
that's
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
So it's a modus tollens argument. It's simple. It's a formal deductive argument. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then any
26,000.
horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. Not Q. The horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore
Hey,
not P.
To be
Earth is not a
completely
sphere.
honest with you, I don't understand all these different letters.
Hold
you're
on,
saying.
hold on. Let
No,
him
no, no,
finish.
no. It's okay. I just have one question. Oh, okay. Never mind. I saw the next slide. I was gonna have a question over the observer height.
Yeah. That was
Thank you.
just. I just want to make sure the argument's clear. It just.
Yes, it's
look at it,
sound.
follow the P's and Q's. If the P's and Q's
Mhm.
line up, then there's no worries.
Yes.
What is the P's and Q's?
It's a sort of structure that is common to most logical forms. If P, then Q. If Q, not P.
Yeah.
P, if only Q, or something like that. There's a neat little list somewhere.
It's just a form. It's formal. Formal logic. It's just
I
a
need
form.
I need to
The
see
form
some
is the
evidence
P's
of
and
this.
Q's.
Can you
Can you
explain how
apply any
weather?
proof?
Can you explain how
I
weather
don't
works?
understand the formula, and I need proof behind
How
your
does weather
formula.
work? If
It's not a formula.
But just I'm very curious because the example you have here is still over water.
Yeah, I know. There's
And
no problem.
I need just for the sake of consistency across all sort of terraforms of life, you know, I would just really like something to see over land. So
Well,
I know
I
there's
already told you there's no issue with it. In fact, the
Well, I
water is
would-
level, so this is the best
I
type.
would enjoy to see something over land.
Well, this isn't about enjoyment. This is about actual physical geometry.
Well, if we are to take that, there's certain I'm certain if there's certain locations that are at least within a few miles that are genuinely flat. I mean, they say, Nebraska's as flat as a pancake. I'm sure there are other locations throughout the
No,
world.
that was Kansas, and it doesn't matter. You're red herring fallacy away from the argument. So just stick with me here.
No. I just plainly ask for some sort of flat observation over land. If it's
and I'm
no,
plainly telling you that water is level, and this is the best photograph
is there a
that you'll
canal?
ever see regarding.
Where's the photograph? Where
Is
is
there
it?
a canal?
Go to a salt flat.
Thank you. Is there an image of a salt flat that I can reasonably
Yeah, it's
observe
called
that
the
has
Salar. Go there. If you're not
that
interested
has
in this argument, then you just put your
Well,
hands over your
no,
eyes and say
I'm
la la
asking.
la.
I'm asking again
Would you
whether or
like to
not
see-
there's been
Without
observations
warrant.
along
You
salt
have
lines.
no warrant for your request.
Look at the globe.
Then there's
Why
no
don't-
evidence for this
where are you
for this effect to occur over land. Am I correct?
Yeah, there is. Then it's not an effect. It's geometry.
Well, I would like to see an image.
You're asking whether
disproving
you want it to be out with salt or pepper. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
Scroll down. There are 3 images of salt
Where
flat.
are the images, guys? Where are the images?
Thank you.
So
it's a
so
fair
we can
argument,
move
but-
on. We can move on because he's got
But-
this unrealistic
no.
freaking salt and pepper argument. We can move on.
Please, I'm begging. Thank you for the images. I do
You can
see
beg
them
all
in
you
VC.
want. You have no warrant for
Ooh.
your request. None.
Where are the images?
It's not over land. Oh, well, okay.
It's over land. No warrant.
Excuse me, sir. I don't use these tones.
Shut the fuck up.
Woo. If the globe's not flat, why doesn't the water fall off?
Water is always level.
Okay, for everyone that keeps saying where's the chat, it's like this gets told to you in the VC check-in, so I don't even know why you're asking.
It's
But
right on top of VC. It's called
just
Livestream
above,
Rooftops.
yeah, just above the channel, the room that you're in, there is a text chat channel that goes along with it. So just click on that and follow along, please.
All right. Who was the general relativity guy?
I think that was
yeah,
Shaquille O'Neal, or was it not? Okay, I'm sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
I don't know.
Good.
Like you guys heard about the general relativity thing, where
Yeah, we heard about it.
I've been through it all.
Hey, what happened to my name? Why is he server muted, by the way?
Because I muted him. That's why.
Did he swear?
So back to Mr. General Relativity. What's the problem? What's the issue?
Well, the issue is you muted my name for no reason.
Oh my God! So you'll be muted too.
It's
Shut
concern
up.
trolling.
Yeah, we don't put up with concern trolling here. Is it Taylor Street? Is that who I'm talking to?
Jesus Christ. Okay, okay.
Who was the one with general relativity? Please state your name.
Hey, you wanted questions. I'm just trying to make some questions.
Is it your name? Is it Taylor Street? For goodness sakes.
Yeah, I'm Taylor Street.
Thank you. Now, can you get closer to your mic so everyone can hear you? I got you at 200% and I'm struggling.
I'm gonna let you yell at somebody else.
I'm not gonna yell at you. If you conduct yourself with at least some reasonability, you're gonna be fine.
Hey, I'm trying to be respectful here. I'll just try. I'll try another time.
Yeah, try another
Anybody
time.
want to go toe to toe with me with the debate?
There you go. Someone's wanting to go toe to toe with someone with a debate.
What?
I want to have a nice, cordial, nice debate.
Is there something going on with people's mics tonight, or is it me?
Hey,
could you hear the guy saying that he wanted a debate? He wanted to go toe to toe with someone in a debate.
I heard him.
Not
I?
very much. I
wants
just
to
heard a
debate?
little mumbling.
Yeah,
Who's
that's
going to debate?
okay. So who was that? Was that Worldly?
Yes.
Worldly at the bottom.
What do you want to debate about, Worldly?
Anything. I'm here for the flat Earth debate.
What side do you support?
Well, that's the thing. Like, the internet's lying. The government's lying. I don't know who's telling the truth. I want you guys. Can you guys prove that the Earth is a globe or that the Earth is a flat plane?
No one can prove the Earth is a globe. That's why we're all here, because there is no proof. There is no evidence for the globe.
What is the number one evidence for the flat Earth?
Black Swan.
Black Swan.
Lack
That's
of curvature.
not a globe.
Lack of curvature.
No, it's Black Swan.
Lack of curvature at what altitude?
Black Swan, 1 foot.
At what altitude is the non-curvature?
1 foot.
1 foot observer height.
1 foot.
Yes.
The proof that it's flat
What about
is not a globe.
500,000 feet?
No. Listen, right now, Worldly. 1 foot off the ground, you can see over 10 miles. You're not looking at it right.
1 foot off the ground.
1 foot off the ground, you should not be seeing over 10 miles away.
But you can.
So wait a
But
minute.
you
Okay, I have
can.
a question. Please, with all due
You don't need to go higher than 1 foot off the ground.
With all due respect, I just want to say something. If you take a telescope.
Telescope.
And you look
Just stop.
Wait. If you take
No. We've heard it before.
No, not space. I'm not talking about space. I'm talking about China. If you look at China from the United States, can you see
Oh my
the
gosh.
telescope?
You can't do that.
But it's flat.
No, you can't do that. You're
That's
thinking
so funny.
globe logic. You're thinking globe logic.
No.
Did I hear him say? I think I heard him say that it's flat or something after he said that.
If it's flat.
Oh,
right,
if
you
it's
can see
flat.
China from the United States.
He's going there.
Yeah,
He's going
listen,
there, Quantum.
It's
Worldly.
It's
Not
based
with me,
off-
he's not.
Worldly, can you explain to
Not with
me
me
at
either.
which? Can you explain to me at which point that you
Okay,
know
let's
whether?
go into the-
Hold on. Can you explain to me at which point whether it's spherical or whether it's flat changes how far you can see? It changes the ability of your eyes.
Rephrase, please. If you're on the World Trade Center,
more
on top of it,
importantly,
right?
more
On top of the World Trade
more
Center,
importantly,
with a
how big is that
telescope.
building you got,
Hold
buddy?
on, hold on, hold on.
How
If you're
big
on
is
top
that?
of the
How
world
big is
building,
that building they constructed in
the
China?
World Trade Center building? If you're on top of it with a telescope, can you see
Must
China
be a pretty
on a
big
flat
building to
Earth?
see all the way from the United States.
I know, right?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You would be able to see China from the
Do you know what the
United States.
definition of horizon is?
You would be able to see
Do
China.
you know what the definition of horizon
You would
is? This
be
is a
able to
good
see the
question.
horizon.
What is the definition of horizon?
It's where the sky meets the land.
Wow! You actually know it.
Of
So
course I know
1 foot observer height. Can you
So
do the
you're
math?
you're
Can you
deflecting my
do the
question.
fucking math? I don't
You're
care about your
deflecting my
telescope. Can you
question.
do
You're
the math?
You're deflecting my question, sir.
Can you do the math?
With all due respect.
We do not care about your telescope.
Can you see China from
You
Earth?
just told me that the horizon is where the ground meets the sky.
Yes.
Awesome.
Okay.
So how can you see that far?
Because I have eyeballs.
With a telescope. You fucking moron.
So how do you not see China then? With all due respect, sir.
Am I here?
Guess he doesn't know what horizon is, guys.
Angular resolution.
I think everybody that wears glasses should just come to the knowledge that the Earth is flat, and then their vision will just be superhuman vision, and they won't need their glasses anymore.
Yeah, things get way
So
smaller
you guys
as
are
the
not
far.
going to answer my question. Okay, cool.
We did angular resolution.
Your mind.
Try
you guys
it.
are cherry picking. It's fine.
No, you are.
Dude,
Justin,
how big will the building have to be to see all the way
real
from the
quick,
United
World Trade
States?
Center,
Real
from
quick,
the
this
World
guy
Trade
apparently
It'd have to
lives
be-
in a.
The
Okay,
World
this
Trade
guy
Center.
lives in a cartoon world. Sir, do you believe in binoculars?
The World Trade Center. That's what I said.
Sir, do you know that binoculars,
So if you
Justin,
take a
you're going to have to
telescope-
define binoculars for him and ask him why
He
binoculars
won't
exist?
listen to anything that we say. He won't.
Yeah, this guy.
You're gonna just keep
Something's wrong with
repeating.
this guy. Yeah. Yeah, bro, you can't
He's
see forever.
trolling.
Do you know why
This guy's
binoculars
trolling.
exist?
Okay, well,
can't see forever.
He's
Yeah.
muted. He can just sit there. We can move on to someone.
But
that
we
actually wants
can
to have
see further than what the globe model tells us that we can. Yes.
someone that wants to
Like
actually
he's
have a
using
better
global
conversation.
logic.
He really
Because we do have other new people in here that's more willing to have a logical conversation.
Yeah, I've heard. I was going to talk here. I mean,
Go ahead. Yeah, no, I was just that's what I was going to say. I thought 2 or 3 people wanted to talk, and then
I never know if my phone's working or not, so it's kind of sorry about that. No,
you're working.
Me here.
I heard a few people talking about looking at the sun with just sunglasses on, obviously, when the eclipses are going on, with no other kind of eye protection. And I was wondering if that was one of the things that they told everybody to not look at it, because there might be some kind of information going on there when it's happening, or maybe they think nothing else is going to happen.
Did I cut out or was it him?
I was gonna ask the same thing. Radio check. Are we still live?
We're good.
I think mine cut out, but I don't know. Did you hear what I said?
You were roboting a little bit. Do you want to try again?
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
we
sorry.
missed
No,
whatever you said. Come again.
You just have to repeat it, dude.
That's
You'll have to repeat what you said because we didn't hear it.
I think I figured out that when the top's green, you can talk, right?
You have it on push to talk.
What I
Go
was
to your
saying was,
go to your settings, the little gearbox, and then go to voice and video. and then turns it to do the little dot where it says voice activity. Just push that, and then exit.
Yeah, I had it on push to talk.
Yeah, that's why. So now you should be good to speak. So you here for the globe or Jim?
Jim, you there, bud?
He was talking.
He might still be on push to talk. Hey, truth prevails.
I know it was the wrong one. I'm fixing it.
Okay.
My bad.
No problem.
So did the guy trying to get his mic to work? Did he ever get it working?
I think he may have broke it more.
Mission failed.
He was so confident. He wanted to go toe to toe.
Yeah, yeah, that's funny. Johnny boy, I see you don't have a row. If you would like to have a row so that you can see all of the server and have permission to respond in the voice text chat and follow along, or to open your mic and speak, just hop up into the VC check, and if I see you go, I'll follow you up if there's no one in there.
Looks like Cyrus and Tap are in there.
I might hop up in there anyway. And that goes for Calacarinth. That goes for you too if you want to hop up in there. I'll be waiting on you.
Do people actually use the Bible study voice chats?
Oh yes.
Is that like a Sunday thing or?
They do a lot of things actually. Bible study.
Thursdays, I'm pretty sure.
Cool.
The regular thing.
So you guys use headphones with the mic, the push to talk mics on them, or what else do you use?
Like I said, it's in the settings. You can just put it activate, and as soon as you start talking, when you have your mic unmuted, like in Discord, it'll just start talking. Like me, I'm clear, right?
No, I was.
I'm not using push to talk at all. So it's in the settings, like I said, settings, and then voice and video, and then it's right there. It says input mode, voice activity, or push to talk, and you just select the voice activity, and then it will be automatic, basically.
Yeah, I tried that, and I was talking, but it wasn't doing anything. But
maybe you're down below. It says input sensitivity, automatically determine my input sensitivity. That has to be turned on. And there's a lot of other echo cancellation, noise cancellation, noise suppression that you can try. You know, all of that
maybe
down there.
Maybe my phone is just a piece of shit. But
oh, it's your phone. That's a phone. Different story with a phone.
Okay, boomer.
It's okay though. You'll get it. No, you'll get it. I'm telling you. It just comes.
Yeah.
It'll come.
Sometimes the voice activity on the phone with me is really dodgy. It doesn't pick up what I'm saying until I'm halfway through what I've said. So I have to use push to talk all the time.
Yeah, I was on here this morning a little bit, and it seemed like it was working okay.
Sometimes it's just bad connection. Happens every once in a while.
What I was wanting to ask is, I heard of some guys looking at the sun in the eclipse while it was going on with no other protection besides sunglasses.
Yep.
And I didn't know.
I looked directly at it. I looked directly at it as soon as it went to full eclipse. You could see nothing but beautiful in the sky. It was amazing. They didn't want you to look at it because they didn't want you to see the truth. That it was exactly the same size.
That's what I was telling people.
Yeah.
It's just how they want us to see it.
Your guys' theory on that, is that the black sun rising, or?
Well, no, because you can't tell me what's in the sky. At the same time, there was objects. That's all I can say. I don't know what they are, but they look like orbs in the sky, like dead light or dead vision. I mean, it was weird even looking at it. But you watch the video. If you want to watch the video, it's they were up in a plane, very high. I can't remember exactly how high, but they did the whole 100% totality. They watched it all, and right as soon as the 100% totality came in, you saw all of these orbs. There were like 5 of them, and they were in the sky.
And that's proven.
It's amazing to watch, and I'm going to post it right now.
Yeah, drop the orb video. I want to see it.
Don't worry. I've seen it all.
That's one of the things
right
they
there.
always say is.
And I'm going to post a screenshot that I always post because it's what you see in the sky. Like literally, that's what you see in the sky. It was pretty intense. Plus, if you look on the ground when the 100% totality, you see the shadows that was being made. I mean, it was pretty weird. Like there was something else in the sky making things happen. They probably can't even explain it.
Oh, I just jumped to 2342. That looks crazy.
You saw this?
This is, like I said, the 100% totality. I was on the ground when it happened, but this was in the sky when it happened. So
you would have had to be in the sky to see it.
I would have had to be in the sky to actually see and witness those orbs, yes. But I never saw them from the ground because I'm pretty sure they're a perspective thing. You have to be in the perspective of them. That's the only thing I can say. Because I don't know anything about that. This is what was witnessed. And the ground shadows Are you kidding me right now? Those ground shadows were scary almost. I mean, they literally changed the shape of the shadows on the ground. Like, what can do that? But I will tell you right now that I felt like almost, I mean, like I felt really like good during the 3-minute time frame. You know, it was a little under 3 minutes, but I was in the 100% totality, and I was really high. I was up in the mountain age, up over I think it was Oregon that I was up, or Colorado. But anyways, we just looked on the map to make sure that it was like dead center of when it was going to happen. And oh man, it was beautiful. Holy cow. But I felt like it was something that I needed to see, and that it was a good thing, not a bad thing. That's why I looked right at it. That's why I didn't care, and I looked right at it. I'm not blind.
Yeah, that's what they tell us, not to ever look at it.
Yep, exactly. That's why they tell you to look at the box, you know, like you do at school. You know, you put the tin foil over the top of the box, poke a hole through it, and watch the shadow, you know, collide together. Okay, you know, that's just so that you don't look at it.
Put glasses on.
See the truth.
Oh shit.
I think some of these kid telescopes, these children's type telescopes, I think they kind of fool with things too a little bit. I don't know if you guys ever thought about.
No. Think about it. Who's designing them? Who's creating them?
Yeah, it's
who regulates them.
Yep, that's all you need to know.
And when you go that deep, then it becomes clear. Because I found out that the Vatican own the kind of telescope thingamabobber.
So does the Vatican ever release any information, or?
Oh hell no! Look at the
what
Vatican
they want. What they want to release.
Yeah, why would they?
Why would they? Yeah, why would they?
Vatican vaults. They've been information locked up for thousands of years.
Where they release just enough information to have some fucking disinformationists talk a bunch of bullshit, make everybody look crazy.
Controlled opposition.
Yeah, ain't that something?
It's amazing. It's really amazing when you look
into it. It's funny
how
they made the word conspiracy fucking synonymous with theory.
Anyone else know the origin of the term conspiracy theory?
CIA.
The fucking CIA.
You want the memo? There's an official memo, man. It's a dispatch.
Put it out, dude. Put it
when
out
it first came out.
Very first reference. I think it's dispatch 10049-98. You can Google it. Google conspiracy theory memo CIA. There's a scan of it.
Maybe not on Google.
They mailed this dispatch. It said to use their assets in the media to disparage certain people that were saying that the Warren Commission report was a bunch of bullshit, and to label them conspiracy theorists. First time the term conspiracy theory ever appeared in print. Ironically, that's not a conspiracy theory. That's conspiracy fact.
So you guys don't believe in that
Yes.
Operation
Take everything we
Fishbowl?
talk about. If there's some truth
hold on,
to
say
it.
that.
You guys don't believe in that Operation Fishbowl thing?
No. That I believe it happened.
it.
Yeah, I'm staying. That was.
I believe that
those
happened,
were released documents.
They destroyed the sky.
That's like if you wonder why fucking like cancer and all that shit, it's all associated with food or something like that. It's because fucking the material from all that atomic testing bullshit, it's still in the fucking atmosphere, or whatever the fuck.
Is that Matthew Lawrence?
Hello, how's it going?
William.
Hey, how's it going? I got a problem with you.
Oh, Matthew.
What did I do this time?
What did you do? Your video is very fucking scummy. To put it mildly. Okay, which one? The one you promoted on this server.
You left on your channel, and one had to edit it to make it look good.
No, so like, okay, so there's this
No,
part
I
where
did a
you're like,
follow-up. That's why I asked which one.
okay, so whatever. Okay, so Mitchell from Australia did a little video on it. That one.
Okay, I know which one.
Okay, so there's a part where you're like, you actually, you have Sonny talking and Elijah talking, right? Oh, hold on, man, my tea's boiling.
Gotta love it when simple things like tea debunk, gravity.
Yep.
All right, I'm back. Anyway, so later on in the video, you say, this is what globe earthers say is evidence, and you bring up Apollo. Okay, but instead of like quoting us, you decide to split screen with yourself and straw man us. Now, why would you do such a thing?
I didn't mean to straw man. I tried to be as.
But why
accurate
wouldn't
as
you? Why wouldn't you listen? Why wouldn't you actually? You took the time to quote people earlier in your video. Why wouldn't you actually quote people later in your video? Why did you decide to like throw a hat on and split screen yourself and pretend to be a flat earther and answer for us? And then also, why did you associate us with Sandy Hook?
To get through a bunch of arguments really quickly.
Well, why did you associate us with Sandy Hook?
Sandy Hook, though. What's that?
Why'd you associate us with Sandy Hook? You don't think that's a fucking low blow?
It is.
Why would you do that?
It was meant to draw a comparison that you cannot determine somebody's mental state just by watching videos of them.
You know that we're not just watching videos.
No. Listen, Justin, you'd have to see. I don't know if you know this.
Okay,
so,
I'm not. Okay, no, just go ahead.
Listen, so.
Okay, so Indio, what I meant was that sometimes people look at the video of the astronauts in their news conference and say they don't look happy enough. And my point was that you cannot tell somebody just by watching a news conference. You can't tell if they're happy enough or sad enough or whatever. That was the comparison I was drawing.
Listen, I understand that, but why are you Sandy Hook? That's like an appeal to emotion, dude. You're trying to trigger people's emotions. It's a low blow,
okay,
and you know it is.
That's fair enough. Yep.
And why wouldn't, if you're going to take the time to quote people other times, listen, I never say, oh, that's fake CGI. I've never said that. Even though
a lot of people do, though, right?
Well, does Rob Simmons admit that there's CGI?
Oh yeah, he admits that there's CGI.
So, like when Russia has their little supposed to be highest resolution picture of the Earth, and there's a little Apple freaking grabby hand in the middle of it, is that CGI?
I'm not. I don't know what that's about. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Sorry.
The Photoshop hand.
Yeah, the supposed highest resolution picture ever taken of Earth
by
the Russians, supposedly.
I just posted it.
And there's a little grabby hand in it.
It's a Photoshop hand where you can move the picture around. As soon as it drags over the picture, then you can click on the mouse and move it around. It's still in the picture. So they forgot to move the mouse out of the picture. It's right here. It's Livestream. Voice text. Oh, you're looking for the mouse? Oh,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
For the mouse. Yeah.
It's okay. So look at the white that's to the left of the center, and it's just right up above the white to the left of the center. The white cloud. So right directly in the center, you see like the little tiny white.
No, I totally.
It's right. You can see it now. Okay, good job. Thank you.
So
anyway, where's that picture from?
That's from their NASA or the Russian NASA
Russians.
station, whatever.
Roscosmos or whatever.
Roscosmos. Yeah. They
Ross
said it's
Homo.
the highest definition. The highest definition. And they have a Photoshop hand in there. It's so awesome.
I mean, even with the amateur weather balloons, right? When they try to prove that the Earth has a curvature, when the weather balloon starts off on the ground, you can already see a
Yes.
curve, which should be
Yes.
impossible.
Well, I mean, that's all fine and dandy, right?
Those are cameras, of course.
But I challenge you to like find a zoological journal that will publish you because you took a picture of Bigfoot and just submit it and say, look, here's Bigfoot. We got witnesses. Publish this. We discovered a new creature. Right? They're going to laugh at you. You're going to need physical evidence. You're going to need stool samples, hair, skeletal remains. You're going to need something. You're not going to use a photograph. No one's ever going to accept that. And we don't accept that. Okay? It's pretty simple. We don't accept that because what the images depict, we can test to see if those match reality.
That's
correct. Right? So that's how you test an image, right? Think about it. Is there any scientific way to scientifically test an image? And the closest you can come is, hey, what's that image depict? We're gonna go back there and see if that actually.
Yeah,
Go there and see if that depicts reality. So I use this as an example. Someone shows me a picture of a house on a beach. I go to that beach and there's no house there. I know that picture is bullshit. I don't need to know how they faked it. I don't need to know anything. All I need to know is that beach is there. And the same thing applies to pictures of the Earth purporting to be from outer space. Because they depict curving water. They depict a big curving water ball. So we can go to where that water is, the ocean, and see if that water is curving in the amount they say it is. And guess what? It's not. Okay? So we can dismiss all the photographs because what they depict is not in reality. It's only in a picture.
And a lot of them have like fisheye lenses that distort the image. And
Well,
that
I
is
mean,
probably the main point.
it goes even beyond that. It goes even beyond that because unless a camera is specifically designed for that condition, they distort the image, period. Because at that altitude, so a camera is designed for a certain pressure and temperature. And if you operate beyond that, the lens changes and the image that's projected onto the sensor changes. And there's published papers on this. Specifically, camera design in digital high altitude aerial photographs. It specifically says you have to design the camera for those operating conditions. Otherwise, you're going to get defocused in Petzville curvature. So,
mouth shut. You know.
It's cool, man. Small world. Just like when traveling or like in the service. Small.
I used to believe in that. But
it's as a saying, like small world, like where you bump into people that you may have been stationed with or be on the same ship.
You know what's my favorite saying? The sky's the limit.
Oh, it's my favorite saying too.
Sky's the limit.
Yep,
because it literally is.
Literally,
so, listen,
the sky is the limit.
I haven't sworn anything, so let me spill the beans. The square, okay, represents rigidity. Okay, and righteousness, it represents the earth, immovable, rigid. The compass, right, represents circular motions, and it pivots upon the central point, which is Polaris, represents the sky that's above you, the enclosed system. You don't believe me? It's morals and dogma, okay? And I haven't read it. However, like I said, I'm not a Mason. Boom! Let's see who gives you that one. All right?
Hey, can you guys unmute my name? I think... I don't know.
Yeah, sure. I can unmute him.
Cool.
What's up, my name? Yeah, cool. One thing about muting my name and muting this guy and unmuting this guy, if you guys are friends, let me know ahead of time. That way I don't think you're concern trolling. Because concern trolling is not fucking tolerated. Like, if I get into it, and if I get abrasive, hold on, my name. If I get abrasive with you for some reason, and I mute you, if the other guy is not your friend, don't be concerned with him. Okay, so that's why I'm asking. Like, Luce, are you guys together?
No,
or you're just okay, cool.
No, I'm not trolling.
And you don't get muted because people don't like you. It's usually because you're talking over people and they need to get something out, and then they unmute you so you can continue.
Understood.
Yep. So I unmuted you. You got into it with quantum, I believe, so it's all good, no problems. But yeah, man. So what we do here, Fry Guy and everybody else, we on the live streams, this is one of them, right? We try to keep it about the flat Earth, yeah. You know what I'm saying? So we can do square and compass and flat Earth. Let's do it. That's I'm cool with that. We can keep going. You know, that's decent. And I want to see like what are your thoughts on that, Fry Guy, or what I could. Are you? Do you like the Rosicrucian stuff? I mean, the Rosicrucian stuff. I'm sorry. Fry Guy, I can post some Rosicrucian art and have you decipher it for me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like to bring up like the screen or something that you can kind of like walk through and like try to grasp or understand. I think like maybe the people that are in the room maybe are curious or learning. And it'd be great to hear like your perspective and kind of like walk through that and then maybe ask some questions or start a conversation from there.
Well, for sure. All right. So
sorry, my dog's barking. I got a puppy here. So it's like
you're fine. You're fine. All right. Ooh, where is it? Is this it? This is it. So, well, this has some text on it, but whatever. Download image. I'll discuss it. Live stream. All right, make sure I'm in the right one. Boom. All right, Fry Guy. You said you're interested in masonry, sir. This is what got me personally interested in masonry, especially as a flat earther. When I saw this, I knew exactly what I was looking at from previous knowledge, previous walks of life. And when I looked at that, I knew whomever drew it, like, you know what I'm saying? They knew what they were drawing. And I know what they're drawing. And a lot of stuff in that realm of the world is based like that. For those who know, they will know. For those who have eyes, they shall see. If you do not, then it's just, what is this? Oh, cool. Matter. It's like, what is this stuff? It's like, yes.
Yeah, cool drawing.
Very cool drawing. What Superus? What is this? What is this like black and white thing that's going from like column to column above the sun and with like what is that weird stuff? What is that? Go ahead, man, Fry Guy. You gonna walk us through this, or what you think this might be?
I mean, this is more like speculative than anything
for sure
here. But you have like this guy like in the like the higher spirit or like something that's bigger like than ourselves. Like I just meant like when we look at like the stars, like I don't know if you guys like stargaze at all, but it's this you can connect to different things and it has different meanings. But I think that like when I look at this picture, that there is like some higher meaning, some bigger, greater purpose than like what we see, or like what we see, like with what we see with our eyes, beyond like a comprehension of like the average, the layman, the layman, like the average Joe. Like when I see something like this, there's so much like hidden meaning that I know that as I go through my journey as a Mason, is that this will have great context. Like there's probably a lot of hidden meaning in this picture, and as I go through and I learn more about Masonry, I will see. I'll be able to pull more away from it.
I'm sure. But do you think, like, because you said you were interested in Masonry, obviously, right? You're about to do your first degree work. Whatchamacallit, like the research you've done in the past, can it help you decipher anything? Anything? Can you point to anything and be like, okay, besides J and B, okay, besides those two, can you point it, like, because when I showed it to the Mason that I met, a friend of mine, the first one, I showed him this. I was like, what's this, man? He was like, wow, this is deep. And we never really got into it after that. That's it. But, his remarks were, this is deep. And he was,
I mean, you look at
degree, in Scottish Rite.
Yeah, in the middle. I mean, you look right in the middle. What is your mind like drawn towards? Like, what is that the circular, thing that
on pillars. on 7 pillars as above, so okay. So, of course, are you familiar with the Hermetic teachings? Are you familiar with spilling the Masonic degrees? Do you know how to spill Masonic degrees?
No, I do not.
Okay. That's Kundalini. That's anyway. It has to do with raising your Kundalini. Shit. Okay.
What was that term that you used? One more time, so I can do some research on it.
Which one?
Hermes, or
the Hermetica, or the teachings of Hermes Trismegistus. Hermes. How about this? Do you know Manly P. Hall? You know who that guy is?
I do not. No.
You do not. Okay, he's 32nd degree. I believe he's 33rd honorary, 33rd degree Mason. He's I really like him. He's got a bunch of like audio. He's old school. His book is called, or one of his books, The Secret Teachings of All Ages. It's a great book. I think the audio book, you can also find it on YouTube. Manly he's pretty cool. Manly P. Hall.
Do you have to really get deep into channeling your Kundalini to unlock the farther levels of masonry?
I've got no idea. I'm not a Mason yet.
I'm assuming that's what sends you further up.
Maybe. I don't know. Perhaps. I do not know. Because, like I said,
I'm assuming as you ascend your level of Kundalini and your divine energy, you ascend up the levels of Master Masonry, right? And get your Masonic degrees and seals.
Right?
Perhaps.
I think for me,
none of us
like,
really know. We're not Masons.
I have like a way, like the more grounded approach, in my own path that I want to get out of it. Like, I would love to become like a master Mason, go through, it may take a year, 2 years, or like whatever.
And it might take a long time, man.
Join
for a master Mason?
I mean, my dad's been in for
man. Okay, so if you study hard, you can get it done in 3 months, is what I was told.
That fast.
Oh, yeah. Dude, bro, in some places, like, they do all 3 degrees at once. It's kind of, they were making fun of it, like the Masons here, they were talking shit about that.
I just joined. You guys heard of astral projection?
Yeah.
We have. What's up?
Oh yeah. Have you seen? I astral projected recently, and I saw that the Earth was this like hollow, flat disc.
Of course. Now you
really, it's hollow as well.
Hollow disc. Was it
flying
around the sun? Yeah.
So is it like a sandwich?
No,
it's more like
Is it like a sub, like a hoagie?
It's like a sandwich with the sun in the middle.
All right, get out of here, man. We're not the Flat Earth Society, man. Yeah, thanks.
A yellow submarine sandwich?
Yeah, all right. Thanks, man. Appreciate your astral projection, but if you want to bring some like serious discussion to the table, but if you're gonna just troll,
you pronounce your name Cyrus?
Yeah, Cyrus. Yep, Cyrus. Not
so
Cyrus. Cyrus, yes.
Cyrus. So the second picture. I'm looking at the second picture now. So I was focused on the first one that you provided that has like the red around.
Now you can see it. I know this is much better. Yeah.
Now I can see like what you're talking about, like with the pillars. I was like, what pillars are we talking about? I just see J and B. Like, okay,
right.
It looks to me like the crown channeling the energy above, right, and the sun and the moon deciphering the hidden truths, right, below.
Okay, what is patter and what is matter? And that's, remember, it's written upside down.
Oh, it's
conjugates. It's a conjugate. And right away, if you're familiar with mathematics and what a conjugate is, it's a conjugate.
Yeah, so you have to unlock the truth by reflecting.
Okay, that's Latin for mother and father, and mother and father. We are actually conjugates. Yes.
So it's something like you got to reflect the messages to unlock the truth, or something, or reflect.
No, you must attain the knowledge in real life to know what these guys have drawn. And if you see above, if you pay close attention, you'll see that everything is encapsulated in something, and then there's shading above where it says Ash. I don't know, Majim, whatever that is, right? You guys see that?
Yeah.
What's that shading represent? Have you guys zoomed in into that? If you zoom in, you can go. I'm not sure what this is called exactly. I know it appeared in a book in like the 1800s or something like that. I forgot what it was. I'm not. Don't grill me on this. But if you go Rosicrucian compass, this will come up. No, I don't think it's the first thing that'll come up. But also there's Superius and Inferius. You see Superius up there?
Yeah, I was
You
about
see
to say Inferius. 'cause I
Inferius.
wrote
Yes.
and I saw it. Yeah.
As
right, and I'm
above,
like, huh.
as above, so below, right? But so, all right, let me just spill the beans because, like I said, I'm not a Mason, so hey, it's okay. Let me decipher this from my eyes. That disc in the center on pillars, that's Earth. Okay, that represents Earth. Stationary. That's why they put the pillars there. Immovable. Okay, and the sun and the moon are in our sky. And the sky is what we don't call it the dome, but it's we call the container, because in order for us to have gas pressure, a container must be present. But according to the kinetic theory of gases, that's what we're dealing with, and so you can't really talk about a gas pressure without talking about walls of container to be pressed upon. So that's from modern science. And anyways, so this is one of our main claims here, as flat earthers. So anyways, so you see above the stars, and you see some
Every time
stars
you
in
look at
that
it, you see
firmament.
something new. It's wild.
It's deep. This is deep. This is not. It's not.
I think I see
Like the
water
pillars,
above it.
like the pillars.
Yes.
Like the left
Yes.
side.
Who said water? Who said
Well,
water above it?
I did, of course.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No shit. Yeah. See, you gotta have the flat Earth eyes to actually decipher. The water is above, man. And what's that stuff with the three gates? One in the center, one in the right. Well, that's the sky. That's the firmament. And the sun and the moon in the firmament. The father and the mother. The crowds.
Notice that they got 4 stars on the outside of the firmament on that. I'm wondering if that's what we see as our planets.
Is that the point of the 4 stars in the middle? Because I was about to ask about the 4 stars in the middle.
I gotta take a phone call real quick. I'll be back.
4 stars
What's the
that are
point of
above the solid firmament, the dotted lines.
Yeah, but what's about the 4 stars that's like above this?
You're breaking up.
Hey, Fry Guy, how did you join the Masons?
What's about the 4 stars above the Superius? Like those first stars?
Oh, I don't know. So it's got.
How do I join the Mason?
Ask a Mason.
Yeah, I'm trying to ask a Mason.
You go find one and ask them.
All right, well, where do I find him?
Go in your internet and look up Masons nearby.
Oh, like a Marine recruiting group?
I don't know.
You got to go talk to go look up so whatever state you're in. You need to look up the Grand Lodge, and you just need to send like your contact information and say you're interested, and then it'll take about probably 2 weeks, 3 weeks or so, and somebody like within your local area will give you a call, and then you'll start having a conversation. Go to breakfast with them on Sundays, and then they'll figure you out, and then potentially invite you in.
Well, for me, he didn't even give me
Do
a
I
call.
need to bring anything to the table, or just anyone?
No, they'll pay for your breakfast. Like it's cool, man.
No, like skills. Like, do I have to be
no
good at
just
something?
be yourself, dude. Just be yourself and just be just interested.
You know how to pour concrete.
No, it's quite different. So definitely, recent times masonry is more of a focus on the being a good person, a decent person, and
not telling lies,
and being involved with your community, and yeah, it's quite different.
Ask them if you're not supposed to tell lies when you meet with the people.
They're gonna interview. Like, you got to provide contact. Like when you do your petition, they go and interview. They come to your house. They talk to your wife.
Holy shit!
It's
and
like
did you know
recruit for
they have
CIA.
a police department?
Like the CIA or something.
Did you know they have a police department?
Well, are they quicker than 911?
So we actually have 2. Actually, my mentor, he's a retired like police investigator from Seattle. So he's they're trained, they're specialized in that. There's another guy that he was, I think, also like maybe like a police chief or something high up there. He was like, when I was doing my interview in the lodge, he was like sitting in the background, kind of like listening as an observer. So they're serious about bringing in the right people. They just don't want somebody that's going to bring. I think
It's going to infiltrate them.
In Washington, there was actually recently there was embezzlement. I think with the funds for like widows and orphans. Somebody was embezzling, or the person managing it, the accounting person, was embezzling money, and he used it, basically borrowed money out of the fund to build like his house, and he was supposed to pay money back into it, but never did, and he was caught. Like, that's a big freaking deal. He's the master mason, a part of whatever, all the different lodges. Now he's banned. Now he's stripped of all of his titles and no longer a brother. I mean, the shit like that's a major like infraction. Like that's, you can't come back from that. Like that's fucked. But yeah.
Do you think Masons lie?
I think I mean, just like with anything, just like with your kids or your wife or your coworkers or like whatever, you're gonna tell them only the information that they need to hear.
That's why I get in so much trouble at work and at home, because I just tell them straight out the truth, and they don't like that. But that's how I moved up at work. Said, you guys are just doing this all crazy and wrong. What do you know? And I said, boom, here's what I know. And then they said, well, we need to offer you a new job here. And then, okay.
No, like,
you gotta
for
look
me,
up.
like, this moving up through like the supervisor, management, like type roles, the most successful, the most success that I've had was like mentoring and coaching and enabling others. Say if somebody comes in as a technician, but they have like an engineering degree, and they want to work in the engineering, they want to go upstairs and work on like mechanical projects or like whatever. And, I know that that's where their heart is. And, I don't want to hold them back from realizing what they want to do. I mean, what they went to school for. And as long as they kick butt, they work hard for me, like, I'm going to recommend them for that next opportunity. Where like I bumped into my manager saying like, he asked me like, why am I pushing people out? Like, why are you, trying to, you're trying to take people away from your team or like whatever. And it's like, if I don't pave opportunities for these guys to try to set them up for success or what they want to do, they're going to go do it somewhere else. I'd rather retain that talent in the company and having somebody like from the floor, like as a technician, knowing how to work on stuff. They go up and work in engineering. Now I have like an ally. I have somebody that I can talk to, and bring up different stuff. And, it's, I don't know, my mindset, my idea towards things are quite different from the other managers or, my superiors that I bumped into before. But, yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, I think that just to be forthcoming as much as possible with your people and be truthful. This past year we went through, or last year I hired military talent, did a lot of recruiting, other stuff, military talent, and they, five of the people went onto my team, and we had things like we're slowing down in the industry. And we had an opportunity where some government contracts popped up, and we were expanding like production, and they needed people to go help. So things were slowing down in my area, and I sent them over to go help out. Checking in with my guys like each day, how things are going, how you like it over here, talking with the supervisor, the manager, working for them. Well, like a month later, after sending over there for them to go help out, they got laid off 2 at a time. I was not involved with that process, and I was the reporting manager for about a year and a half for those guys. But for them not to involve me with that process, to just lay them off and let them go, very frustrating.
Oh yeah.
And it's disgusting to me, and that's why I left the company. It didn't align with my values anymore. And I have people believe in me, and they call me like, yo, dude, like, what happened? Why am I laid off? Like, you set me up with this job. You hired me.
Yeah.
So, and they look at me like I'm a POS, and just very frustrating. So, But I'm sure you guys experience, like, over the past year, I know other people that are here listening, and, you know, the COVID situation definitely impacted, you know, our entire way of life. And, you know, there's been a
It was
lot.
supposed to. That was how it was written down in 2019. Well, actually before that, but we were letting everybody know about it in 2019, and everybody just looked at us like we were fucking wearing tinfoil hats.
So who here believes the Earth's flat?
I know the Earth is flat.
Okay, so and I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm
sounds like a
unbiased,
belief.
but I want to know why you think that. What is the main evidence that points that to you?
It's measured
And what would
flat.
and what would it take for anyone that disagrees to change your mind otherwise?
Measure the curvature of the Earth.
How do you do that?
You tell me. We measure it with lasers, and it comes out flat.
So hold on.
I shouldn't have to go prove the globe again, should I?
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is the only way you would consider moving positions is if we create new technology to make some measurement, is what you're saying.
No,
correct?
we used our current technology and measured it flat. Same thing we build buildings with.
What was that technology?
Laser
Oh,
test.
sure. We can post the laser test.
Yeah, make sure you're looking in Livestream 2 voice text.
I will.
Yes, please. And if you actually comment about the laser test before going over it, I'm just gonna mute you. I won't allow you.
So what you're saying? So what you're saying? We can't have a discussion without. Because I don't appreciate being threatened for no reason. I did not say anything, but asking very distinct questions. I'm being threatened and muted. I mean, that's shitty.
Yeah,
I don't appreciate it.
Hey, if you want a snowflake and hop out, go ahead. But you didn't let me
It's not
finish.
about snowflaking. It's about I'm being threatened. I want you to finish. I asked a question, and now I'm being attacked.
Let me finish. Let me finish the threat.
I would love you to finish, but I can't be attacked for simply asking a
You have not
question.
reviewed the material.
I'm sorry that's why I'm asking a question. How do you expect to educate?
Wow.
That's one thing, guys. That's one thing, because everyone is new in this room. If you click on me, you'll see moderator there. You don't overtalk a moderator. Why? Because this is a live stream and it has to be moderated. We can't just hop in here and just fucking all yell, blah, 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 blah. We're trying to have a civilized conversation. So if you want to have a civilized conversation, you can't cut me off when I didn't finish my threat, right? So, listen, you have not reviewed the material.
It wasn't
not reviewed the material, then how can you comment about it, right? How can you pass judgment upon that which you do not know? That's it. Now I shall unmute you and go ahead, reply to that. Oh, you're in detention, I see. Okay, so you've already talked.
He asked you to just be quiet for the presentation, or he'd mute you.
It's cool. Go ahead.
It's not really that. It's not really a threat, man. It's just a forewarning. Like, hey, I'm gonna mute you if you talk while I'm talking.
He's not muted, so.
Didn't I? Oh, he didn't hear though. But I told other guys. I said, "Listen, you're going to get muted if you talk over people." So, what do you want? What do you want? Else you want me to say?
Can I ask a question?
Please do.
That was it.
It wasn't about the masonry stuff. It was back about the Earth.
Oh, please.
So I read the papers about the atmospheric refraction, and I'm struggling to understand how they disprove it, because all they do is explain that it can be simulated, but it doesn't say that we don't have atmospheric refraction. And atmospheric refraction explains that reason between why objects look weird in distances and shit like that.
Yeah, and they invented that in 2015.
But people have been able to see that on long line, at the edge of coasts for a long time. Like that things move and shift with the movement of waves and the difference in altitude and conditions in the atmosphere and the moving of clouds and light. You could be able to see that by yourself just standing at the edge of the Atlantic Ocean, and just looking at boats for a couple hours.
All right. So that's why you would test for an object that's hidden behind the bulge at a distance where the calculated refraction, because you can calculate for it, which is
it's a begging the question fallacy because it has radius of the Earth in the equation. And what we're actually trying to establish is the radius. So you can't already assume the radius when you're trying to establish the radius. That's called the begging the question. It's like fallacy. That's like you can't do this. It's not logical thinking. All right. So it doesn't. So we can reckon on that, and we don't have to address it. But let's actually address it. So you plug in your numbers. You take your humidity and temperature. Across several points from point A to point B, and you can calculate. Within reason, what kind of like how much refraction to expect. And so you can set your test, right? Because you're aware of this. So you would set your test at longer than, the plus or minus like tolerance region for the refraction. And we've got 25-mile laser test. So yeah, like do you know how much water is supposed to be between point A and point B at 25 miles? How much curvature, which is called the bulge of the Earth, mass. There's the literal material between you two because you're on a sphere. And that's how we do it. Because we're given a radius, so we go out and we test against this radius, right? With multiple methods. There's also like the black swan observation. There's like many things that disprove the radius of the Earth.
Right,
but I'm not like talking about the radius. Back to you. Yeah, let's talk about the radius. How'd you get it?
No. I wasn't talking about the radius part though, like because you're only talking about like the physical bottom part of the dimension. I'm talking specifically about like the atmospheric conditions and like the literal reflection refraction of light through the atmosphere, through things like gravity, through things like clouds and stuff. Because like different atmospheric conditions and changing angular movement of light would change your refraction. It's not just like based on
what kind of refraction? All right, so
I'm not saying you're calculating based on like the angle of just the Earth's surface.
Do you know what kind of refraction? That's Snell's law.
Yeah.
That is your
simulations say that.
So
like
at 1 foot
you can
observer
simulate, or
height,
the
you're
papers
only
say you can
supposed to see
simulate it.
1.23 miles. Instead, you see over 9.5. So do you think refraction is causing a 9 times difference in the observable distance you're supposed to see?
Sasha.
Yeah, well, if there's curvature, then that means
Sasha,
that the changing.
Let him define what kind of refraction are you talking about? Go ahead. What is refraction?
Atmospheric refraction. It's the diffusion of light waves when it comes between objects, basically.
Okay.
Like when light goes into objects, it shifts. It doesn't go in a straight line. It like diffuses in a different angle when it goes into objects. Light can reflect or refract, so it can go back or it can. So that's how you see things, because they reflect back and you see a reflection of it.
So we're
or
actually
refract, which
we're actually talking about terrestrial refraction here.
No, I'm talking about atmospheric refraction.
Oh, well, no, the refraction that you need to invoke is terrestrial refraction.
Right, but I'm saying you're completely ignoring atmospheric refraction. I read the two papers.
No. It looming, bro. Does not. Yeah. Is that so? How much looming do you think you can loom? Plug in your numbers is what I'm saying. Take the equation for your atmospheric refraction. Plug it in, because those guys, they included actually in the paper. So if you actually read the paper, you won't bring up refraction. So it's like,
I read the paper. I read the paper. The paper
so
says
they accounted for refraction, man.
No, they counted. Yeah, the atmospheric. The paper doesn't say anything about atmospheric refraction not being real, though. That it says that it's a real thing.
No one said it's a fake thing, man.
Yeah, but that would account for the differences. That would literally.
No, it doesn't. Go ahead, show me how. And what? Do you know how much bulge is supposed to be between point A and point B?
Well, but here's the thing: point A and point B.
No. Go ahead, tell me.
Well, wouldn't point A and point B be at different places if the Earth is always moving, and you've got things like, it's like it's not a straight line though.
No, we're on Earth. The points are not moving because they're stationary.
Well, you've got time dilation and shit, so like that accounts for differences too.
No, even if the Earth is moving, they're in the same reference frame.
But you're counting. But you're saying it's. Yeah, I'm saying it's not.
Even a guy that's like a globey is correcting you, so that's bad. That's really bad. But when you have a buoy that's moving on the z-axis up and down, okay, it is not really, if it's tied, it's not moving in the x and y map. So yeah, it is a red herring. And I think you do understand that. So it is point A and point B within reason, plus or minus 2 feet. Okay, for the buoy, there you go. Is that what you want? Plus or minus 10 feet? Because we're talking in miles. We're talking in miles. It's like, come on, man.
Right, but doesn't that
We're not in
account
the
for the
same
fact
realm.
that you can see farther and shorter?
Does not account for it. No. Does not. It counts for a little bit. How much is a little bit? Is what I'm saying. It's in the paper. So, versus how much are you saying? I don't know. I don't
Well,
have
where's
an
where's the exact number
Earth
in the paper?
curve
I read through the
calculator.
which page?
Yeah, it's the
Do
laser.
you know which page is on? I'm not asking
FE
as a troll.
curve.
I'm asking like, do you know which page it was on?
No,
Because I like went through it and I didn't see where the numbers were for
It isn't
like the actual
Well, I can
like
get it for you.
physical
They
Earth
had, I think, 3
calculation.
tests, and that was the lake. I'm not sure what it was called. Balaton? Was that Lake Balaton? 25 miles. I think that was Lake Balaton. So, and they chose the conditions, by the way, to have the lowest amount of refraction possible. Right. So, that's one thing.
Wait, no. The paper was just a simulation. It wasn't physical. What are you talking about? No, the 2 papers that are at the top.
Which papers?
From the A to Z resources and atmospheric refraction.
A to Z resources.
When you go to refraction in the A to Z resources, and at the top, there's 2 papers on atmospheric refraction.
Okay, hold on. Let me go there.
Yeah, the atmospheric refraction 1 and atmospheric refraction 2. Simulation of atmospheric refraction.
No, that's not.
And
I was talking
atmospheric
about
refraction
the
study of mirage.
FE core. No, FE core laser test. Yeah. That's why we're not.
No, this is the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, that exactly. I'm talking about something else, man.
Yeah, but this is what I'm talking about. I'm saying that.
Yeah, that's not
nothing
what I'm
about
talking about.
Well, I guess that's
Yeah,
your
that's
problem.
not a test. I know. People went out and they tested this. So if you're not looking at the actual test, which let me get it for you. I'm not sure where it is,
But these 2
can someone
papers
post
prove
it?
that the numbers
It's
are realistic, though. Like these 2 papers say that based on simulations
plug in
that are real
plug in the
numbers.
Plug in the numbers.
Well, I mean, these are the only 2 I read. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just saying, like, these are the 2 that I read, and they say that, like, according to conditions, atmospheric refraction stands.
I never denied the refraction bit, man.
No, that it has that much of a impact.
What you're claiming is refraction can account for things that I could see at long distance.
Basically, all the differences based on refraction.
The anomalies that I can see is due to refraction, right?
Like 100%.
And you've never actually proved your point.
The real question is
no,
what
like
type of refraction.
all of the like differences that you see between like horizon and distances is because of atmospheric refraction. That's what these papers
What type
say.
of
And they
atmospheric
simulated.
refraction?
There's only one type. What do you mean? What type? With light refracting in the
No,
atmosphere
there's
between
5
gravity
types.
fields. Between gravity.
There's
Oh,
5
like
types of
Volga.
refraction.
Don't word salad. Gravity field refraction. What the fuck? What gravity field?
What
I posted some refraction for you. I posted your refraction for you.
The gravisphere, literally, where we have the magnetrons in the atmosphere, right? The gravisphere.
That is look. See that? See that?
He's
Give me
trying to
posted.
apply globe theory.
No one is denying that. Actually, look at what we're posting.
Oh, is it? Are you guys posting the VC chat resources? Okay, one second.
Live stream 2 voice text. Goodness. Who are we talking? What's your name, man?
Cap.
Who?
So wait, where are the posts?
Live stream 2 voice text.
Right, I see the
above
video.
the red dot.
Yeah, I see the video.
There's your atmospheric refraction.
What's the command? Is it a meme for FE core? I think it is.
Yeah, but the papers say that's all refraction. It's real. Those aren't like mirage conditions or anything. That it counts.
Is it? No, it's not it.
Here, I'll just post the 2 papers in here too.
Delete message.
Yeah, because in the other chat, the one guy was talking about disproving refraction forever, like just saying that's not a real thing. I know it wasn't you guys, but
No, I know what he's talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, the one guy said he was going to
Quantum
like disprove reaction, but like these, that's why I went and read the 2 papers because I went to the top because I was like interested in like seeing whether the 2 papers disprove refraction. So I went and actually read the
Let me
two
see.
papers, and I'm like, huh.
Okay, so you're talking.
I'll just post
That's
them
not
real
my
quick.
claim. You're
I'm gonna
talking to the
post
wrong guy, so you can go back to him and discuss that with him.
No, I was just asking about your guys' opinions. No, I wasn't
I
trying
was
to
talking
argue
about a
with you guys.
laser test that we've done over 25 miles. That's it. That's what I was talking about from the beginning. So when you're talking about a paper, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? I'm telling
We
you, I
don't
know it's
care
in
about
there.
some other guy's things.
No, I just was asking about your guys' opinions too, though. No, I know you guys weren't
Yeah,
the same guy. I
my
was just
opinion is
asking
in the
about your opinion.
test. It's in the test here.
Yeah, we actually believe in science, so.
I mean, these papers were science too, though. But I get what you guys are saying.
No, they
No,
weren't.
I'm not trying to argue with you guys. I get what you're saying.
All right, Cyrus, I can't take it anymore. Bring
No,
death
don't leave.
before.
I gotta go, I gotta go, bro. So like,
Oh.
no, you gotta stay. Fuck this. Like, I can't take it anymore. So,
Hey,
like,
Cyrus. I think we should join
coming right
live-
at you. These are FE Corp field engineers. A bunch of engineers got together, did this. Go ahead, glance over that, and we'll talk about this one.
Hey, Cyrus.
Go ahead.
Like, I love Radwin, and I love Radwin to death, but I am curious. So I'm not saying this because it's not anything personal. But if you've got to go, like, what does Radwin have to say?
What?
What?
Like when Radwin was going to go, and you're like, no, you have to stay because I've got to go. Like, why would he have to stay if you've got to go?
Yeah.
Oh,
I wasn't gonna go. I want Dust to pop up. He wants to start talking about all this Photoshop we're presenting him.
Oh, sure.
The classic
Photoshop,
Glober
right, okay.
cognitive dissonance. So
we
we present them with
He
information.
is unmuted. Why does he say he's
They
muted?
go straight into cognitive dissonance.
Sasha, here's the thing. We're trying to combat like centuries of indoctrination, and some people just can't do it.
Like liberal indoctrination?
Globe indoctrination, dude.
Oh, yeah, dude. It's insane.
So
Cyrus.
Dust is
about with the
pretending
black
his
swan?
mic doesn't work or something. Then you need to leave and come back or something, Desk. I don't know what to tell you. Because you're not muted.
What?
I
What do
heard
you
you
want?
say something about a black swan. Curious as to what you're talking about. Yep.
Are you familiar with the argument?
No.
Okay. Does
You know,
anyone
if
have
you
the black
believe
swan?
in the globe, you're 10 times more likely to blow up your account. So.
So, well, I need the image first.
I don't know.
Well,
I gotta go in like 2 minutes.
I would like to know the market implications about.
All right, so basically it's like this: based on the radius of the globe, geometrically, okay, you can calculate where the horizon has to be. Okay, all right, cool. Plus or minus, you can if you can account for your refraction, it won't matter because it's so short, right? So at a 1 foot observer height, it's supposed to be what 1.22 miles away from the observer on the with the given dimensions. So in the black swan it's an image where we have 2 oil rigs and the horizon is clearly between the oil rigs. And the problem was that's 1 foot, the observer height is 1 foot off the ground. And the horizon, you can see the entire oil rig, you can see the boat even like fishing between them somewhere. And the one that's far away is about 9.5 miles, and the horizon is clearly behind that. So that we can conclude that the horizon is at least greater than 9.4 or 9.5 miles away at 1 foot observer height. And that shreds your ball. End of story. You can argue refraction all day. It doesn't matter. It's geometric now. Like, where you're fucked, really. Go ahead, plug in your refraction number.
Even if you wanted to, even if you wanted to invoke refraction, it wouldn't even apply because there is no refraction that will extend the horizon further. The only thing that all the different types of refraction will do is shorten your horizon.
Left. I mean, they invented refraction in 2015.
Okay, who's talking? African ultimatum. You understand like deductive logic, right?
Of course.
Like if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
Right.
So therefore, it can't. If P is like 3,500 miles, then it can't be more than 1.225 times.
No, I understand that. I read it. I heard him explain it.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Do you
understand
know
it, right?
about Nassim Taleb? Cyrus? He wrote. I think he wrote a book.
No, who's that guy? Is he a boxer?
No, no.
I'm so sad now, Cyrus.
What is it
Why
about?
are you going?
It's about
You
Black
I
Swan.
just, I gotta go for like just 10 minutes, and I'll be
I
back.
know.
Gotta do a couple
I'm
things.
just,
Yeah,
I'm just
come on.
playing. I'm just giving you a hard time.
You good? Okay, I
Hey,
thought you were
Desk.
saying
Hey, Desk. We don't know what to tell you. You're not muted. I looked at your settings. Truth had looked at them. Everybody looked at them. It's on your end.
he's not, dude. I muted him like several
Check.
times. He's not
Are
muted.
you set on push to talk or voice activation?
Yeah. Yeah, man. Check your settings. Click the cogwheel. User settings. This is Flat Earthers teaching people how to use Discord. Go to voice and video. Scroll down through voice and video and see if you have
guys think you're so
selected.
freaking smart.
There
'cause
you
know how to
go.
work Discord.
I got you.
Oh no, my college
Oh, so
degree
it's
tells
working
me
now.
that, but
No, we
I
think we're smart
I
because
never
we know
use,
the shape of the Earth, which is flat.
I never use the I'm
Flat's
always
not a
on
shape.
I don't know. I judge me being smart by the amount of money I have. I'm never wanting for money, so.
So again, so to get, please don't mute me again. I don't. I want to get to my point. What I understand you guys want to do the laser. I seen the article, but that's not really practical today. I know
How
you
so?
say it is. How is it? Tell me how. Tell me how it is.
It's a practical survey. What do you mean?
And why haven't we performed it?
We have.
And why is it not showing the Earth is flat on a proven level?
Well, it does show the Earth is flat.
It does, and it's been sent in for peer review. We're just waiting for the response.
Oh, so you're so
42
when was it submitted?
kilometers.
When was it submitted?
42 kilometers over water.
Can you link it?
Yeah.
So what is your opinion on like when we've like I mean, many people have went
My
to
opinion
space.
on direct measurement is land survey. I survey every day for a living, and listen, I can verify a land survey. I can repeat it myself. I can't verify anything you say about space. To me, that's a religion. No man can verify any of it.
So essentially, what you're saying, unless we get
what
a
I'm
math-
saying
hold-
is exactly
okay.
what I'm saying. Don't twist my words.
Well,
That
let
kind
me
of
let me
shit is
reiterate.
let
me reiterate. So I can't get my point out because you don't want me to twist your words. What are you talking about?
When I'm talking, it's not the proper time to talk. Sasha, please.
Go on.
What I mean is exactly what I said, not what you want to rearrange it to be. That's being disingenuous. If you can't address what I've said, then don't rebuttal it.
Oh, I have a question
at all.
I have a question, and again, if you guys still have a point to make,
I was waiting for you to address what I said.
Okay, so
land is
to make sure I
measured by
understand your
survey.
point.
I can repeat a survey done here on Earth.
To make sure I
can't
understand.
verify.
Go on. So
verification is my point.
Fair enough.
You can't
fair enough.
verify it either.
Verification. So verification. Fair enough. I appreciate your point. If there's anything else, I'd like to make my point. Awesome.
As long as it doesn't include what you're saying.
I can't get a word out without you interrupting me. Jesus Christ!
I'm
you're coming
picky
from a
son of a
defensive
bitch.
position. You're coming from a defensive, emotionally involved position, which is, I mean,
No.
I'm fine with it. I just can't get
No,
my.
I'm
we
not.
can't have a reasonable discussion because you're just
I'm
going to keep
coming from a
interrupting me,
position
saying
where
that I'm challenging
specific
your
about
thought.
every detail.
Fair enough, and I want to make sure I understand your position.
Challenging
So what you're telling
isn't
me,
rearranging.
okay. So what you're telling me is you are not willing. The only evidence you're willing to take place is through mathematical survey.
No.
Correct? Oh,
Well,
okay.
Des,
Go
you
on.
realize it's
Go on.
impossible.
Nobody said
Hold on. Let him
mathematical.
get his point out.
Listen.
What?
It's not a mathematical survey. We didn't quantify the distance.
Okay,
we didn't
so
quantify the deviation. The quantification came from a physical measurement.
So what is the measurement you would like?
What do you mean what I like? We're covering a tangent line of a laser survey.
So your only evidence is if we can. So How about if we took you to space? Would you
Oh my
believe it's
God.
that?
Well, you can't
No
even go to
question.
space 'cause you can't
Sincere.
Sasha,
Sincerely.
hold up.
You can't use that.
Sincerely.
Listen, guys, hold up.
So you're saying we can't go to space? I want to make sure I understand your argument.
No, I said verification, and you keep rearranging it. But how come you
I
can't
understand
address?
verification. You just want us to verify through
How come
the
you
survey.
can't address what I
There's
said?
other ways
and
of
you can't let
verifying
me
other than
finish
survey. Go on, finish. I apologize. Go on, finish. Please finish your point.
Yeah, after you've
Yeah,
already
the
talked
reason
through
you
his
get
whole
muted is because you interrupt people in the middle of their sentence.
Finish your point. I'm asking valid questions. I'm not.
Listen, dude.
I'm not being a jerk. I see how you don't have a strong background because
Yes,
you
we
clearly
do.
can't defend.
You
can't
don't
defend
even
without
know
telling me
us.
I can't unless I
You
strip
don't
your
even know anyone in here.
Now,
Desk.
listen, if I could get the chance to re-edify without being interrupted, I do have a strong point. But you just want to keep interrupting somebody because you don't want the answer to your question. So you can stand on your little pedestal and go, I'm the king, you can't prove it. Obviously, if I can't get my sentence out, I can't do anything.
He's just appealing to the emotions of the audience.
And right, so you're playing party to our Discord and our YouTube audience. So what you need to do is address the laser survey and quit saying so what you're saying. What I say exact. The English language is meant to be specific so that your sentences are both coherent and cohesive. They all work together to make one point. I specifically make sure to use the proper wording to put out a specific point and you rearrange it. That's called being disingenuous. Right. And then I make a valid point and you walk around it to talk about space, which we can't verify, you or I. You want a concession, concede that. Can you verify any image from space? Can you verify
am I back on?
for 100% certain that there's anything in space or anything's ever went to space?
So,
Battlemod, I already explained to him earlier. Don't say what you're saying. I explained.
So what you're
to you
saying
in
is the only way that you are willing to accept that the Earth is not flat.
Once again, you didn't address what I said.
So I told him before Battlemod that he can't use space.
You guys
he can't use orbit or anything that has a radius because he hasn't proved R yet. But he wants to go to
space. You guys can't have a conversation. You don't want to have a conversation. You want to go.
Keep talking, Desk.
Listen, this doesn't work good when 5 different people try to talk over each other. And then we got one idiot that just refuses to let anybody talk.
You're muting me.
You can't even fucking address a point, man. You walk around a point and make a dumb assertion. So what you're saying is you're too stupid to have a normal conversation like a normal human being.
I'm too high.
Yeah.
Can you please stop unmuting him? Guys.
This dude's just a fucking troll, dude.
Listen, I was doing that. I banned him. He's gone. Next.
Thank you.
Thank you. He really just must come in here to just troll, you know?
What the fuck?
I don't know how I let him through. He sounds like somebody I used to know.
It's all right. You were just letting people down. Anyway, he went beyond that when I gave him the things he cannot bring up until he has proof of something, and he went right to NASA and SpaceX. So we knew where that was going.
You know he didn't have proof. You know he never had proof,
Why
right?
come in here and talk a bunch of shit? Like, just shoot a fucking rocket, right?
He was just full of shit the whole time, you know?
You put a fucking camera in a rocket and shoot it up there and see.
Why'd Freddie Eddie get muted? Is he another one or what?
Let's just check.
Taylor Street.
Well, I checked him in. I was wondering if he got to talk or was
Freddie?
he muted when he got here.
He was muted when I got in here, so I don't know.
What's up,
Freddie
Fred?
Eddie?
He talked.
Hey, I just mentioned astral projection. They said they don't want to hear it. And then
he said it was a sandwich. So can we mute him back up? He said we lived on a sandwich.
He really said that?
God,
I didn't hear that.
man.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that.
Oh, he said it was like a hoagie.
Cyrus did.
Okay, whenever you guys are done, I'll try to have a conversation with
Well, where's the ketchup?
Boy, let's hear him out. What does he think?
That's the river. That's the river. The mayonnaise is the ocean. Oh my God.
No,
Listen,
like a hollow Earth.
Listen, I got something to say. Next time you guys say, "How come we don't got no Globers that we can talk to?" I'm going to remind you how you all talk at once.
True.
Freddie, you want to try again and
Yeah,
maybe be genuine this time?
Yeah, I was genuine last time. I just said I astral projected and I saw Earth and it was flat, and that it was hollow and flat and like a disc sandwich with the sun in the middle. That's all I said when I got
a disc
muted.
sandwich.
Yeah, that's what I saw. I'm just telling you what I saw.
Hey, that's original. I'll give you that. But we couldn't verify anything about that because that's just a
Yeah, it's your own You're entitled to your own personal experience and your own perspective. So I mean, as long as you don't go around like saying that that's fact or whatever. But I am curious, like with what you saw, what do you mean like a disc sandwich? So you have Earth on the bottom. Is there Earth on top too, with the sun in the middle of two Earths? Is that what you saw?
The sun is in the middle, so it's more like it's like a sandwich disc.
Keep going.
It's like a bagel.
Hold up, I gotta know, where's your anus at in this picture?
Oh wait, I don't see
Planet?
a picture. Where's the picture?
The's no picture. It's the
Oh, I
picture's
thought
in
you-
his
okay, never
mind,
mind.
bro. It's in
Oh,
his
he should post a
mind.
picture. Wait, can you look up a picture?
He astro projected.
Wait, is there a picture of something like that?
He astro projected it.
We already
It's okay.
covered that,
Yeah.
guy. This is the
Not
image
gonna
he
do it.
sees in his mind, man.
I think he's special. Don't laugh.
There is no fucking picture.
He's probably special
We're not
needs, to be
laughing.
honest.
So now we know why he got muted.
He's probably special needs.
Well,
Okay.
do you got anybody else to talk to?
Don't say
Yeah.
No
Don't
personally
make fun of him.
attacking.
Don't make fun of him, dude.
Yeah, except for Globers.
Attack the information, never the person, because you lose when you attack the person.
Right.
Honestly, I think he's
No,
kind
it's,
of
it's
funny.
fair enough. I am special needs.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
are you a
but
Glober?
It doesn't
leave
matter.
It, then it's not attacking.
Listen, Luce, you just got here, bro. You're getting ready to go too, so we don't.
No, I think Luce is pretty cool.
I don't care. I don't need your fucking permission to do what I want to do here.
What did I do?
Wait, what
I'm
did
the
Luce say?
fucking boss. I'm the boss.
We talk about the Mason symbols again.
Can we talk about
No.
who wants to be banned next?
All right, let's move on.
Because I'm making a list.
Wait, I haven't even.
Yes, you have.
What did
And
he
if you
do?
make me be specific about it, at the end, I will ban you.
Was just chill.
Understood.
You know we live stream this shit. It's all recorded, right?
Yes.
Yeah, even if somebody is special needs, by no means do we back you ridiculing them on our platform.
You have the wrong person. I said don't do it.
I'm addressing
Oh.
the entire lobby, not just one person.
Understood. Thank you.
We're not here to bash people. I'm not here to be
Thank you for
heckled
defending
either.
me.
I'm here to have a civil conversation with people, but that's hard to do when you got 5 different people that just keep heckling your ass. I'm getting
Oh, yeah.
frustrated. When I get triggered, entire lobbies get banned.
Yeah.
We ain't got time for this shit. This isn't what I started this server for. We're here to have an honest, civil conversation about the state of the world and whether or not we should believe accept everything that's given to us as knowledge from our so-called authorities. I mean, if you're not capable of having a civil conversation about that, you might as well just go on and do us a favor and take your own ass out of here. I'll talk to you like my children if I have to. I'd rather just talk to you like a normal human being, because I believe that goes into the state of our world today, that people can't even communicate. You got people who ask, how come nobody ever tells if they're all lying? But then they ridicule people who try to tell them the truth. Doesn't make sense, does it? So why would a dude come out in public to tell a truth that's so far-fetched that most people wouldn't believe it, just so he can be fucking ridiculed by a bunch of dumbasses and risk his life while doing it? Would you? Would you do that?
Of course not. No one
I
would.
think we all agree on that.
Does anyone
Cool.
disagree?
Okay, so I think we should get back to civil discussion now.
Okay, well, when you're a moderator, we'll take that into consideration. But we're setting the fundamental foundation for civil conversation, Sasha, and I'm laying the guidelines and the variables, and you will keep within them variables, or you will be thrown right off the motherfucking blueprint.
Yes, sir.
I like that.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Cool.
sir.
Yes,
That's what we need to do. Be like, yes,
Sir, yes, sir.
Isaac and Isa, if you want to row, hop up into the VC check and someone will meet you
Now
up there.
we have all of that information clearly.
All right, I'm back, man. Did you end up muting that guy, or did he civilize? Yeah.
No, Drace. Get out of there, Drace. I got the middle, damn it. I'm Dick. To eat your comment.
I'm
Call
always
me
sorry.
Richard, damn you. Yeah, hey, you guys go ahead.
Thank you
So,
for
Luce,
that,
do
though.
you
I
have
think
any-
You got to understand, we're live streaming this, and if it's not enjoyable to listen to, then nobody's enjoying it. Not you, not the people listening. I really don't care what you talk about.
Yeah, so let's get down to the brass taxes and the globe proof. Anybody got some of that?
I was working on that earlier.
Yeah, right.
Any new people here think they live on a spinning globe in the infinite vacuum of space? Anyone?
Bro, you got a bunch of new people, so
Yeah,
just
I
pick
believe that.
one. Yep, go ahead,
Shad.
pick that guy. Lika.
I'll be your experiment.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
don't have image
I am a
firms.
believer.
I can't post an image.
Fry guy.
I have an image to show
One
you.
at a time. Shit.
I'm not interested in images.
Yeah, images
Fry guy.
don't
Fry
prove.
guy. Fry guy wants to prove the globe.
I'm
He's
interested.
he's
Yeah.
from the military and he works in
Fry
aerospace.
guy.
He's a
Oh,
space
God.
agent.
Fry guy
Right.
here.
Oh,
No,
that's
wait.
great.
He's completely indoctrinated.
Hell
I
yeah,
tagged him
see
with
proof.
Agent Smith.
Yeah, let's see
He's a
him.
Mason. He's
Yeah,
a cool
like
guy.
space.
So,
Okay, hold on, one at a time.
Oh yeah, he's
Okay,
learning
so
about the
let's hear your
Masonic
proof,
degrees right now.
guys, since you're so confident
Okay,
in this
here's how you do.
model.
Here's how you do one at a time. If you hear someone speaking, you wait until they're not speaking, and wait till there's a little pause. Take a breath, and then speak. Okay.
That is proper etiquette in a voice channel.
Mhm.
There's lag here, guys. The only time I get frustrated is when two dudes are fighting to talk and they both obviously hear each other, but neither one of them will shut the fuck up and let the other guy talk. That's rude as shit.
Oh yeah, that's the worst.
yeah.
So, Fry Guy, you said you'd be the guinea pig. So, what if I ask you a few questions about the globe to find out why you actually know yourself? Would that be okay with you?
Yeah, that's fine. No, we're all here
Okay.
to get educated to learn, So yeah, go ahead and shoot.
Yeah, yeah. So,
Isaac, hold up.
Isaac.
Isaac.
Background noise.
Yeah, Isaac.
Isaac, I unmuted your mic. Please
You're okay. Just mute yourself. Thank you. Okay, go on.
bad, man.
Yeah, it's all right.
You're cool.
Okay, so Fry Guy, just being honest with these questions, this is just to kind of find out what you know yourself, so we're talking on the same level playing field, if you will, in conversation, okay?
Yes.
Yeah, so if you know something, I'll ask you to prove or validate what you're saying is actual reality. If you don't know, it's just best just to say you don't know, so I don't hold your feet to the fire and ask for this actual evidence, okay?
Oh, no worries.
Okay.
For it.
So do you know of from any time from ancient times to the present that anyone has ever measured directly the curvature of Earth?
I don't believe so. It's hard to, with just the mathematical systems that we have. I think it's what we can do is best to
No.
estimate
No,
what we have.
wait. No, I'm not talking about mathematics. I'm talking about an actual direct physical measurement of curvature of Earth.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, so you don't know. Okay, fair enough. Okay, these are the three positive claims. The first one is that Earth is a ball, like a sphere. with a radius of 3,959 miles. So you just admitted that you don't know of any measurement. That's fair enough. So the second claim is that Earth is axially rotating. Do you know when, where, and how the axial rotation of Earth was detected?
No, I do not.
Okay. So now the third claim is that Earth is a gas pressure system existing adjacent to a vacuum without a container. So do you know, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container, or do you know of anyone that has ever provided a demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
I mean, that's kind of what we have to work with. You have to use a container, like say, I don't know, like helium. You have like one of those big bottles, right? And you pressurize it, and that's going to give you the PSI,
Right.
and that's how we can accurately measure how much of whatever it is inside is.
So like 14.7 psi at sea level, that's an accurate measurement.
Mm-hmm. So you know sounds like you know a little bit about gas pressure. It has to be contained in order to even measure gas pressure. You said yourself, pounds per square inch, PSI, pounds per square inch. Square inches of what?
I think now we're getting into physics. I data dumped all this stuff, guys. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, it wasn't.
I did. So I said.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just to say, like, I studied aerospace, for my undergrad, and going through the physics and other stuff. Like that's like long gone for me. Working management type stuff and just the industry that I'm in now. I kind of forget all that stuff. So
yeah,
that's
but
that's why I'm here. I want
yeah,
to hear.
but listen,
like,
don't sell yourself short though, because it's really not so much physics other than the laws of thermodynamics. So if you know the first and second law, then it's easy to understand. But the second law is very easy to understand. We see it happening around us every day of our lives. You put a tea kettle on, it boils. The high pressure in the tea kettle blows out through the whistle, right? So the same thing, a bicycle tire, you wouldn't go to a bike shop and ask them to put the high pressure around your rim without the tire. They would look at you like you were something wrong with you. So that's the same thing with Earth. We have gas pressure here. The antecedent or the prerequisite for gas pressure is a container itself that whatever the gases are can bounce off the walls of the container, creating pressure. So the place they told you was space cannot exist unless they can somehow violate the second law of thermodynamics. Now, if that law has ever been broken, I'd really like to see it, because it's our understanding in this reality that it can never be broken under any circumstances.
Well, I think they broke it when they went to the moon because they didn't know that it existed yet.
Just from my understanding, like working in the avionics field and like dealing with bandwidth, different frequencies, like the layers of the atmosphere have different effects, like with over the horizon communication. And like the thickness of the atmosphere does contribute to how that is, how those waves are bouncing off that layer and then coming back to the Earth, where it could be received and then sent back, like transceived it back and forth.
You understand that those waves need a surface to bounce off, correct?
No, they do not.
Yes, they do.
They absolutely do.
They have to have a surface. Yes.
The atmosphere. So you have different layers in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
What about
gravitons
in the magnetosphere?
Wait a minute. It's an oxymoron to say atmosphere. Atmo is gas. It has no inherent shape, and sphere is a shape.
So think about this with the ocean. Like when you send a signal.
Wait,
like
but what about
radio
the
wave in
magnetosphere? Even if it's not a sphere, it's still a layer with magnetrons, and magnetrons can reflect light and refract.
Okay, how was that verified?
We can measure magnetrons down here on the center.
How was that verified? How was it verified?
You can literally capture a magnetron from an atom.
How? Okay, listen.
Oh.
How was the magnetosphere validated scientifically to show that it is a thing?
You can use
doing
math.
the
What do you mean? You
things-
can literally use math.
So, hold on, doing the things that you're saying. No, I didn't say.
Here, I'll post it.
Look, math doesn't prove anything, buddy. It's only a
You
language.
guys are the ones using math to try and prove the curvature, though. What are you talking about?
No,
we're not trying. No, we're showing it. We're showing this curvature doesn't exist with simple geometry.
Yeah, geometry is a type of math. What do you mean?
But I thought math and improvement
Geometry is a type
but
of
listen,
math.
bro.
Math is only involved to use for dimensions.
Geometry is a type of math. What are you talking about?
Measurements.
Yeah, you have to have
That's math.
listen.
As somebody with an objective
math.
point of view, he's right.
You have to have real data. Hold on. Hold on. You have to have actual real data from something in reality, like an actual measurement, or else you can have false mathematics.
No, you're just showing mathematical equations.
Wait,
That's
I'll
it.
just post it in VC chat too. I'll just post some real
Dude,
stuff.
shut up and
Fine,
listen.
dude. Do you have a measurement of curvature?
Yeah. Well, no, it's not about curvature. I'm not talking
Just
about
like
the curvature.
I asked. Listen, just
Well,
like
no,
I
I'm
asked
not
the
talking
dude
about
before.
curvature. You're talking about that light needs some light. Needs
Yeah,
some
but
relax
see, you're
and refract
zipping
off.
by all the three claims. You don't have a measurement of curvature,
No, you asked
rotation,
about-
and you don't.
We got to go back to our other guy anyway.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. You asked about. You just said light needs something to refract and reflect off of, and there is.
I didn't say that.
The
I never said
gravitons.
that. I never
Someone
said that.
said that.
I didn't say
Someone
that.
said that.
I heard that.
We're not talking about theories, bro. We're
This
talking
isn't a
about
theory. We have it proven. What do you mean?
Proven how?
What?
How was it
Okay,
proven?
Here, I'll just post some
wait.
sources. I
Stop.
told you I'll
Look, guys, let me do. Before you prove magnetrons, right, that exist on your globe, you prove the globe, real quick.
Well, no, they can exist on the flat Earth too.
Whatever.
Whatever. Yeah.
Verification
you're saying
of the
Magnetrons can exist on a flat Earth too.
Okay, so are you saying the
orbits
Earth is
don't
not a
exist
ball?
in nature.
Wait, no,
Orbits
that's
don't
not what I'm
exist in
arguing. You
nature.
guys are confused by my arguments. One
No,
person
you're
said that light-
confused. You're confused with mathematics in place of measurement. Do you know the difference between calculation and measurement?
We have both.
No,
What's-
so first of all, this is a tactic that they're doing, okay? They're going to come here, talk about some bullshit, and say that we deny science. We're not talking
No, one
about
second.
that.
You guys mentioned.
We're not denying science, right?
Talking about a claim.
We're denying
1 second.
geometry.
Like 4 minutes
We're
ago.
denying what your
Someone
eyes see
said
and what
that
you can
light needs
measure,
something
right?
to reflect and refract.
Define
off.
geometry.
Oh my gosh, dude. Geometry, earth measure.
Wait,
Yeah.
bong. Let me
Oh,
read this to you
shit.
because
What is that?
you're
Actually,
my guy. I muted that other
geometry.
guy because African guy, hold on. Wait. They rumpus the conversation between Sonny and Fry Guy. And I know Fry Guy is
Yeah,
extremely
they did.
polite. So he's you can actually have a conversation with that guy.
Yeah.
So it'd be nice if we can go back to that. Yep. All right,
That's
Sonny.
what
you
I was
got it.
trying to say.
Clack. I will unmute you. Please just stay quiet until they finish their conversation.
Yeah, so Fry Guy,
sorry.
you went through the three positive claims of the Earth, and you, like anybody else, no one has ever been able to provide any valid verification of those three positive claims ever in history of any of those three. So no one has ever in all human history measured Earth's curvature, showing that it's a ball. No one has ever detected rotation. And those two things right there go against everything we experience here with our own senses. We have a vestibular system that detects angular motion. So no measurement of curvature. Everywhere we look over water, there's no curvature in any direction. So if a surface has no curvature in any direction, what would you call that surface?
It would be flat.
Yeah, just like my table over here. So it's the same thing. So thanks for participating and answering honestly those questions. So if you have any other questions for us now or want to find out about our evidence, then we'd be happy to show you that.
Isn't the table you're talking about, that's a two-dimensional surface?
Stop.
Wonderful.
Okay, just Just stop, okay? You probably think a piece of paper is a two-dimensional surface. Stop. Okay, just
Yeah,
stop.
who said that anyway? Who said that?
Alpaca.
Alpaca.
Look, I'm not
thinking that way, bro.
You know, I mean, look, there's people here that can offer a valid conversation, a valid debate back.
Alpaca is level curved.
Well, hang on,
Your
Sonny.
logical conversations
Sonny,
are globe conversations. Like you only come from the globe. Like that's it.
There's no two-dimensional surfaces in reality. Once you invoke one of the dimensions, length or width, you immediately invoke the other two.
I just want to add that Sonny had finished with Frog Eye and asked if he had any, or if he had anything to present, and he opened his mic and he lit up, and then this went into the table not being too.
It's a sidebar.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, he started to talk. I don't know if he had anything that he was going to try to present when Sonny addressed him.
Gotcha. All right, Alpaca, be quiet for a second with your two-dimension nonsense, and let's get back to Sonny and the other guy.
Yeah. So what was that you said, Fry Guy?
I was just saying, for you, traveling the world by ship, flying in aircraft. All I have is the perspective that I've seen and what I've experienced. I've been in the middle of the Pacific, utilizing a forward-looking infrared system. Watching flying fish jump out of the water in the middle of the night. I just kind of reflect back on this conversation that we're having and the experience, the human experience that we each have, in our own perspective, and just this conversation. What I'm hearing, we should be able to sit here and have a constructive conversation with each other and not try to debunk everybody's perspectives and other stuff. But I know personally, my experience is what I've observed personally and what I feel and what I've taken from my human experience. Just one additional thing that we deal with hunting submarines, and we utilize the flux lines of the Earth and disturbances to pinpoint where enemy submarines are located. And if the Earth was flat or curved or whatever, I don't think we would be able to find those submarines in the ocean to figure out where they're located, because of the laws of poles or flux lines and other stuff. There needs to be a equal or opposite, where you have this path where the poles travel.
There's no South Pole, right?
And when we're looking for
the
submarines, that if there was a disturbance in those flux lines, we would be able to determine that there's a submarine there, and we'd further deploy sonobuoys to listen or actively ping or listen for submarines so we can track them. But that's just one thing, my personal experience in my observation, and that just putting everything in a ball from what I've experienced tonight just makes me kind of reflect on my human experience and what I've done throughout my time in the military.
Okay, great. Yeah, I was in the military too, and so were lots of other people that were here. That doesn't mean that it's a ball. So you think submarines, they could be spotted better if there was hundreds of feet or meters of curvature in between said submarines? You think they'd be able to communicate better that way?
No, we're not communicating. We're hunting. We're hunting enemy submarines.
So hunting. Okay, right. Yeah, hunting. So are you saying that you believe it's a ball because submarines can hunt each other?
I mean, that's just one observation that I have.
Nothing
you have
that
no
you said.
coherent.
But listen,
Hold up, Sonny.
But nothing that you said includes anything about curvature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not getting it.
Yeah. Can you show any
Come
of
again?
that? Wait, can you show anything from any of that information that you talked about, or any of your experiences that makes an actual claim that they're doing something on a curved surface?
I just circle back to the laser stuff. You know, I worked as a
No, no,
range
no,
safety
no,
officer for
no,
lasers.
no,
And
no.
that
Answer the question. Answer the question.
I think he was answering it.
No, he wasn't. He was talking to lasers. He skipped to another topic, so don't
We were
interrupt.
talking about
So listen.
submarines.
Yeah, so any of those submarines, can you show me any documentation where it says they're making a claim that they're doing something, or aircraft over a curved surface? Can you provide those claims?
Long, you're feeding back.
Oh shit.
Because we have at least 30 documents that state that people manufacturing aircraft, flying aircraft, the linear aircraft model, FAA, McDonnell Douglas, many other aircraft manufacturers, Boeing, the Navy, the Air Force, flying all their aircraft over an assumed stationary flat Earth.
Sonny, I have a question. If he was an aerospace engineer, shouldn't he know that already?
No, I'm not an aerospace engineer. I just studied aerospace science. So, but no, I actually helicopters quite different from fixed wing, where helicopters can be stationary and hover. It's quite different.
And the Earth still doesn't spin underneath them.
Exactly.
What?
Oh, he's got you there, Fry Guy.
So you don't have any claims from anywhere of all these authorities or whatever they're doing using real things.
And aerospace science isn't natural science anyway.
Yeah. So there's not even a claim of any of those people using those submarines, torpedoes for that matter, aircraft, any of that stuff. There's not even a claim out there that they're using a spherical Earth in any of their calculations.
I mean, we do have to utilize that in calculations when it comes to like launching a torpedo or a missile.
Okay, show me where. That's what I'm asking you for. Show me the documentation where they're using that.
We can show you the documents that show they don't use that.
Yeah, show me the documentation where they're using the 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance with using torpedoes.
Well, it's probably different underwater.
Stop interrupting.
Yeah, I can do some research and see what's available.
Yeah, so you don't have it. So
You
yeah,
won't
I
find
suggest
anything.
you.
We'll
I
help you
suggest
out
you.
now.
I'm not here to prove or disprove or anything. I'm just here to have a conversation.
Yeah, we are, and I'm
We're
just
helping
pointing
you
out
out.
to you. Wait, I'm just pointing out to you. I'm illustrating to the audience and you that there's not even a claim out there of any of these people that are doing flying real objects over a real physical surface, Earth's surface. They're assuming flat stationary Earth every time. That's what I'm illustrating here. There isn't even a claim of the globe Earth.
But is that from their perspective?
From their perspective, they're flying real shit over a real physical surface.
You don't want to use people's opinions and perspectives when their lives are at risk. Okay, I'm in the industry where our shit has to be perfect or people die. And it's that same thing with airplanes. So you should know this.
Are you in the military, or what did you mean by that?
So the point of those three questions, Fry Guy, is to show that everything you know, and also everything you think you know about the globe Earth is only a belief. That's it. You have no empirical data or measurements or anything like that that would definitively prove that it is a globe Earth. It's only a belief.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
So what about like with it's different though underwater with torpedoes? Since I mean, like you mentioned that you have to calculate those numbers with torpedoes, and it would move different based on like distance and shit like that. It wouldn't work if it was flat. Like, isn't that true?
It would no,
Shy
listen,
Guy?
dude. I used to work on submarines, and I built torpedoes.
So yeah,
They
but
did?
with like launching torpedoes underwater,
Show me where they're
do they
using
just shoot?
curvature of Earth or in torpedo technology,
Well, do
please.
they just like shoot completely straight underwater, like 100% straight?
That's up to you to figure out.
Okay,
I would
I'll
guess
look it
it's
up
probably
real quick.
line of sight. You don't want to go wasting
Listen. You're bringing up torpedoes, and then you're asking me to validate your claim.
No. I was asking a question. There's no
Yeah, I
claim
know.
validation. I was literally asking a
Well,
question.
yeah, but what I just illustrated once again is you have nothing to show that anything that you brought up about torpedoes is using curvature.
Well,
in any
I
of
mean,
the
you don't have
technology.
anything to disprove it either, though.
Whoa.
No, with underwater. You guys are only talking about above
No.
surface.
Disprove what?
Like underwater, like difference in distance and depth and curvature. Like water
Different
isn't
There
just
is no
flat.
curvature.
Water's
There
like
is no
flat
curve. You haven't
underwater,
proven that yet. We can't disprove something you haven't proven yet.
Well, if you
That's
measure 2
shifting the
points
burden of proof.
underwater, it's like not
That is
straight.
shifting the burden of
No, wait,
proof.
guys.
You have the positive.
Wait, guys, have you
Don't
been
overtalk me.
underwater at like a deep point and then
Don't
measured?
overtalk me.
Stop over talking.
Go ahead.
My God, sir. You said you asked him to disprove your non-proven claim.
So, but if you go underwater and you like measure between 2 different points, you do need to calculate. Like,
yeah, I didn't
difference in,
say
like,
that. What
curvature.
the hell are you
No, my
babbling
point
about?
is you have to though. Like if you
What the hell are you babbling
you can't
about?
just
None
go
of this
between.
has
There
anything
aren't just
whatsoever to do.
two. If you go
I'm gonna
straight,
fucking mute your dumb ass. I'm tired of it. Fuck off. None of your
Get 'em.
arguments dealt with anything resulting in Earth curvature. Nothing. Zero. I've been here for 5 minutes. Nothing. Zero. None. Nada.
Well, you can't prove it.
Yeah, he's just talking about nothing.
I believe you mentioned there's points underwater. There's points in
really?
space.
Oh my God. You are a range safety officer? So was I. What's your fucking point? You said you're a range safety officer. So was I.
That's Fry Guy you're talking to now.
I'm
Safety
sorry.
officer.
Oh, I got mixed up between these two guys. Go ahead. I took him off mute.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Calicorinth was the one that was kind of interrupting. So yeah,
Yeah.
you've provided no proof of anything showing that any of those technologies are using curvature. I defy you to go find that and bring it back.
And drop the range safety officer routine. That's not impressing us so much.
Wrong guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Besides,
wrong guy.
the seafloor is a plane. It's an abyssal plane, so that's not really helping them.
Fry Guy, you still around?
Yeah, I'm still here, guys.
All right. You have any proof? Sonny, did you go over the 3 proofs with him?
Yep, I sure did. And
What did he say about gas pressure without a container?
He said you can't have a gas pressure without a container. Did you?
Well, why were you still talking? It's over, isn't it?
Yeah, it's over. It was already shown that it's all a belief, and I didn't have any rebuttal to that statement.
It's not only a belief. If you have gas pressure without a container, which is impossible, goes against the definition, you're violating Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, Dalton's law, Brownian motion, and the second law of thermodynamics in one fell fucking swoop. So your tits up. It's over.
To interpret for QE, you guys have no globe anymore.
Yeah, it's over.
Yep.
It's over right there. That one, it shouldn't be 3. It should just be 1.
Yeah.
Gas pressure, right? That's what I always say. Gas pressure gives it away.
Yep.
You guys should talk about the spinning the spin of the Earth at the equator and see what they have to say about that.
No, we don't have to go there, but we can we can kill it quick with the inertial reference frame star and moon rotation. It's over with that. That's pretty quick too. But I like it. There's something sexy about the gas pressure without a container. If you follow.
That's how I like to break their dreams of space. I bring that and then I Just tell them it's all over for you guys.
Yep. Kill it quick. You understand that, Fry Guy?
No,
He
I'm listening.
left. He couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
No,
all I'm saying is once you take, because the vacuum of space is like, it's not only the quintessential tenet of the heliocentric religion. It rises above everything. If we destroy that medium, it's over. It's done.
Hey, I'm new to this. Can I ask a question?
You could ask a question. Hopefully, it's about gas pressure without a container. Anything else is academic at this point.
He was the two-dimensional table guy.
No. Hey, why would we be led to believe that the Earth is round if it was actually flat?
That's into motive and stuff, dude. You need to fix your mic.
That's the elite, not us.
You need to fix your mic. Number one. Number two. That's going to motive and intent. Get back to gas pressure without a container.
Or ask the people that are lying to you. We're not lying to you.
Yep. Either all those laws are false, or somebody's lying.
I'm pretty sure they use those laws so that we don't